Good morning from the beautiful MISANO World Circuit Marco Simoncelli for round 3 of the Michelin 24-hour series here in Europe. 12 hours of racing in the beautiful Italian sunshine lay ahead of us here on this gorgeous morning on the Adriatic coast. We have 21 cars ready to go for action here at MISANO in this third round after what's been a really interesting start to the season. We kicked off in the changeable conditions at Mugello in March before progressing to the absolutely iconic Spa-Francorchamps. Here we are for round 3, the midpoint of the season, with Paul Ricard next up in the heat of mid-July. And then, of course, our traditional season finale at the 24 Hours of Barcelona in the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Cannot wait for that one. Always a highlight of the year. Weather, well, yesterday it was changeable. We had some heavy rain, we had some dry weather. Today it looks absolutely spot-on conditions for racing. Air temperature just over 15 degrees Celsius at the moment, and no doubt it will warm up across the course of the day. But in terms of performance and lap time, I think we could see some very good lap times indeed, particularly as the track rubbers in throughout the day. Ideal conditions in this early summer's day. Now, one person who will be enjoying himself down on the grid and about to go and speak to some of the drivers is Nick Damon. Nick, down to you.
Thank you indeed, Peter, and welcome everyone to the grid here at MISANO for the 12 hours. Quick one here. Beauty and the Beast, you make up your mind. Here are the trophies, the very large class trophy, the very special Spirit of the Race Award, which we award, and a watch. A free, could charge you for your winner's watch. Omologato watch. Anyway, let's get into the grid, and you can see that at the front of the grid, it is the Proton Huber number 73 Porsche, and Manuel Loic is, well, Manuel, are you starting the car?
Yes, exactly.
So we saw Klaus Bachler putting in some fantastic times, but you've decided to hold him back for later in the race.
No, to be honest, I have to do the start because I have to leave this race a little bit earlier because I go during the night to the Nürburgring and have there tomorrow another race to drive. But yeah, in the end, it's also kind of a strategy to put me in now than one of the AM drivers, and in the third stint, it's Klaus who will gonna take the car.
I don't think you'd find two circuits a bigger contrast than MISANO and the Nürburgring. How do you get your mind switched between the two?
Yeah, I think it's not that easy because it's also a completely different category what I drive there. And but yeah, if you're a race driver, you have to adapt very quick.
Okay, here's our pole man. Along the other side, we have the Red Ant Mercedes. Here's the team. They're all talking to each other, which is good because they went karting last night. I'm not sure. Quick question: who won the karting?
I think it was one of the mechanics from the Porsche.
Oh, that's no good, is it? You're racing driver. You should just destroy them.
Yeah, we were destroying each other just by bumping into each other.
Yeah, talk about that. You have got a bit of an injury, haven't you? What happened earlier in the week?
I got some problems with the brakes in turn 8 and smashed my ankle against the roll cage, but it's good now.
You're a few races into running this GT3. What's the biggest difference between running a GT3 car and a 992 car in the Creventic series?
Got much more aero, so you can brake so much later and take so much more speed into the corner. So it's about 3-4 seconds gap between a 992 and a GT3, but you gain so much on the braking.
Good stuff. You can see evidence that there may be an issue because there's some nice bits that are wrapped here and then some bits which are pure carbon fibre. Now, luckily, it's Ayrton's dad's name above the door, so I don't think he'll be charged for the repairs. Moving on now, is my favourite... now this is very important to talk to Vito, the fueler. Vito, you're having to work with this GT3. How different is your job with the GT3 than it was with the Porsche?
It's a bit aanpassen, but yeah, now I'm used to it. So yeah, you're gonna see we're the fastest fuel guys on track here today.
And how annoying is it when Ayrton just chucks the car off and it has to get repaired?
Don't know what to say about this question here. Yeah.
That's Vito the fueler. There's a story behind that. I accidentally interviewed him about 17 races ago. We've kind of made it a tradition now. Anyway, let's meander across over to the GT3 AM pole. And this is the very lovely Simpson Motorsport machine. Let's see if we can have a go with David. David, you're suited and booted. Are you starting the car?
Yes, I am.
And what is the tactics? It's quite a small field, so do you feel you'll be able to get into a rhythm really quickly?
I hope so. As I suppose pro drivers are starting around me, so the plan for the start is just to keep the position and not fighting dirty.
When you're up against the pro driver, I suppose, do you get to a point to go, no, it's all right, you go through and you just drift back and do your own thing?
No, that's not the plan. If somebody passed, I will just stick to them and look what they do. But otherwise, there's no plan to let everybody pass.
There goes in there from the 69 Simpson Racing Century Motorsport, one of the two. It's very, very long. Here we have the Haas team, another Audi, 2 Audis on row 2. Let's have a quick word with one of the drivers. I'm sorry, I've lost. Your name is?
Peter Hulings.
Ah, Peter. Now, there's 2 of you. Is Matty starting, is he?
Yes, he's starting.
So how did he get that job?
We said, "Eeny, miny, miny, mo." No. We put in the young guns first, and then I'll go after as third. So to push and to keep a good pace, and maybe to make a gap with the rest.
So I mean, this track, it seems relatively simple. It's a flat track. It doesn't seem to have those areas to catch you out like Spa might do. But when you're actually in the cockpit, is it a difficult, tricky circuit?
It's a very tricky circuit. I mean, it demands a lot of courage because for me it's the first time in the GT3 car, and there's some really high-speed corners where you have to use the downforce of the car. So and then a nice in-track here with a lot of curves, high speed as well. So no, it's a great track to drive.
Thank you. That's a quick word with Chris. Chris, is the team manager. Chris, a last look at the car, looking pristine. When you send it out, how worried are you it's going to come back in pieces?
I'm very confident. I trust my guys.
Do you have to tend to slow down, or I always tend to speed up?
No. We always go full speed. No discussion about that.
If I have to visit in the pits later, I'll remind you of that, Chris. Back down on to 5th place, and it is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the 296 GT, and the orange, colourblind, yellow and black. And we're going to meander down to the back of the selection of racing drivers. Well, talk to Joseph.
Again, me,
well, we've known each other for so many years, it's for 10 years, 12 years. Scuderia Praha, been around for years in the Creventic series. Took a bit of a break, didn't you, for a couple of years. How different is the team now to the team which joined back in, 2011, 2012?
Well, in the end, it's quite funny because the core team is still basically the same. Just the drivers a bit changed, except me, luckily. So I'm still here. And yeah, most of the people are similar, same, and just few young guns helping us, especially during the pit stops, but otherwise the same team.
Yeah, when we were here last time, they used to get one of those Ferrari Italian hot shoes turn up, didn't they? I mean, is that not really what you're looking to do now? You are just looking to look at Czech and Slovak drivers.
Yeah, well, it depends. Mainly we focus now for the 24-hour series. That's our aim, and we'll see how it goes till the end of the season. Because at the moment it's going very well, but still we have very important races ahead of us. So we have to wait for the results, and during that, of course, we do other series with team Scuderia Praha Racing. We do also Ferrari Challenge, and but it's short distance races, sprint races, which are different. It's fun, but I definitely prefer the long races or endurance racing.
And of course, this is a 12-hour straight through, which isn't that common within Creventic. What do you think is the key single factor in this race? What is it? Is it tyre management? Is it fuel management? What is the key thing?
Well, I have to say that during the years, as the series progressed, to be honest, it's much more difficult than it used to be, and it's not really the one key factor that can change everything, but basically it's something where many people think that you have to preserve the tires, preserve the car, and just wait, but in the end we have to push all the time and just to really do maximum in one stint. Of course, it's let's say balance between how you prepare the car for the rest of the drivers or for the other drivers in your team. So that's kind of the only limitation, but otherwise you have to really push all the time, and especially here the tires last very long, so you can really enjoy the stint properly. And to be honest, I think the biggest difference can be the Code 60.
Thank you. Indeed, actually. And you've been in a few of them. You know about the Code 60. But all this, will be, if you're new to us, be explained by our marvellous commentary team later on. E2P Racing, they're over on the other side. They are currently qualified in sixth, I think it is. So meander in. Let's see if I can find a suitably excited racing driver. Antonio, obviously happy with the qualifying overall? You aced the first sector, but ended up as first session, but ended up sixth. Was that okay?
Yeah, our position is not the best one, but I think that we are really happy with the car pace and the qualifying in general. Yeah, we are quite happy.
And how do you think the Aston suits this circuit in comparison to the other GT3 cars?
I don't know in compared to the other ones, but we feel really good this weekend. I think this track is a good track for the car. So yeah, we are happy and let's see. Looking forward to the start.
It's like Antonio Saniero out of the E2P 90 Aston Martin. Now meandering back to the 71, which is the Utah Racing. Now this is always interesting because there's a lot of Lithuanians in this car. Let's see if we can find someone to talk to from the Utah Racing. Tim, how are you doing? Utah Racing, the Audi does seem quite suited to this track. Looking at the cars further up the grid.
Yeah, we feel good. We only made 7 overall, but it's a 12-hour race, so we are ready to go, and we have a good setup. We are, I think, the only one who can refuel under Code 60 more than the others, so we see what will happen.
Yes, good point. So do you think that being an AM is going to be a big advantage in this 12-hour straight-through race?
Yeah. I think in making here the qualification, you need the pros, for sure. But in the end, it counts. Don't make mistakes and be continuously.
Great stuff. Thank you, Tim. Now, next to them, the 81 is the Era Motorsport team. Now, this is very interesting. Now, you'll notice that there's a common theme amongst Ferrari teams, and I'm going to ask you what it is. Why is the rear wing so comfortable? Because the Scuderia Ferrari team are all leaning on their rear wing. You're leaning on your rear wing, but no other team are leaning. What is it about? What is it? I'm going to ask. What is it about the? Look at how. Why is the rear wing so comfortable?
It's just the perfect height.
Obviously you're not worried about knocking it out of alignment. It's quite strong as well.
Yeah, no, it'd be a fairly big whack to damage this one. Right,
talk to me about. You're starting quite far back. I mean, it's a 12-hour race. Does that really concern you at all?
No, not in the slightest. It's, as you said, 12-hour race and anything can happen. Just looking forward to getting on with it and progressing that way.
So, you've been here for a long time, the team. You've had 2 cars running during the practice days. I mean, how important is that extra lappage, Carl?
Seat time around here, I think for all of us, was massive because none of us had been here before. So Dwight especially, just getting him comfortable, using the second car for some setup and tuning on what we have, and then seat time in the other one for Dwight.
So when you got I've been here and I'm a bit sad I've done it on iRacing. It seems like a relatively simple circuit. You've got no elevation change to bother you. It seems to be, I know it's a grippy circuit. Is it a difficult circuit to learn? Is it a complex track?
I don't think it's actually that complex of a track to learn. I think it's probably fairly difficult to get a lap time from. With it being flat, it's fairly difficult to pick out some of your references, but we've had a fair bit of running at this point, so I think we'll be all right.
Great stuff, Kyle. That's Kyle's idea about the track, but let's have a bit closer look at the circuit. Misano, Marco Simoncelli with Peter Mackay.
Well, this is a circuit that needs no introduction for motorcycle racing fans. The Misano World Circuit here on the Adriatic coast, just up the road from Regione and Cattolica. Really complex, this circuit, I think would be the best way to describe it. Originally opened in 1972 when it was known as the Autodromo de Santa Monica, the village in which it's based. But bizarrely, back in 2006, this circuit actually ran in the other direction, where it was heavily revised and changed to clockwise, like it is now. Resurfaced 5 years ago, a lot more grip, but quite bumpy for the motorcycles. One thing we've been talking about all week is the track limits. Because of the tarmac runoff, it's easy to get it and break track limits through there as well. Quite fast at points as you head down to Quercia to the hairpin. You're braking from 240 kilometers an hour, but it gets really, really quick around the back part of the circuit through
back down here on the grid. We're now going to row back further, and we're with Hoffer Racing. Hoffer, who had a marvellous result in Spa, and the man whose name isn't really above the door, but he is the man who pays for it. It's Michael Kroll. Michael, big result last time in Spa. Must have been a real boost for the team.
Yeah, it was fun, and we try to do it again this year, this event, and hope it stays like that.
Quite a different track and a different challenge, isn't it here? Low car count, but very fast cars here at Misano.
Yeah, it's some parts are real fast, so you have to stay on it. And it's only 20 cars or 21 cars, so it's much easier than on other tracks where you have 90 cars.
And how are you going to finesse your driver's time? Because you've got a very flexible chance to put drivers on. Are you going to go out first, or are you going to wait to go out?
Well, it's Alex does the start, always the fast ones. And Chantal and me, we will do our stint, and then we'll see if we go in for a second time. It depends on how we are.
And what's your aim for this race after your podium last time?
Podium.
Good stuff. Thank you, Michael Kroll there. Next door we have the Viper Racing. It's in GT3. It's the all Malaysian team. I'm going to see. English okay? English. Fantastic. It's this is great. Not only is his English okay, but he knows the hierarchy. He knows how. This is a man who wants another drive. Yeah, you're in for next race as well. Well done. Lovely looking car. Really good project. I mean, you must be very proud to bring a Malaysian team into an international competition like this.
Oh yeah, but we've actually been doing quite a number of international competitions. And we've been racing in Europe off and on all this while. But yes, it's good to be back in Europe. It's good to be back with Creventic. We raced with them when we did the TCR 500 in Spa. Oh, right. Yeah, so that was nice. It's nice, yeah.
That really is Creventic history, the TCR 500. Yeah. And of course, the difference between a TCR car and a GT3 Mercedes could not be bigger. Front-wheel drive, not much power, to rear-wheel drive, lots of power. Yes. I mean, I take it, it's a silly question, I take it that's more fun to drive, isn't it?
I think all cars are fun to drive. No? Yes, yeah, you certainly go faster in the GT3. And once you actually get used to the speed, you always want more and more and more. So you actually move up the radar. But this time around, we're actually moving down because we used to be racing LMP3s, and now we're doing GT3s.
Oh, so you've gone down. You've actually got less downforce.
Yeah, less downforce, but yeah, the LMP3 was really nice to drive. Yeah.
Is there an ultimate aim, perhaps, to move back into prototypes and perhaps P2 and then go on the sort of Le Mans environment?
Yeah, we've been doing Asia Le Mans for maybe like 3-4 seasons, and now, these days, because it's over in Middle East a lot more, so we've decided probably we will actually rather do GT3 racing rather than LMP3.
Great stuff, thank you. Douglas Coe from the 73 Viper. Let's meander across the front of the next grid. This is the 909 Red Camels Jordan, and it's very, very important that we have our every race chat with our resident home strategist, Mr. Paul Truswell. Paul, you managed to regain pole after a application to stewards to get a lap back, but I get the impression that your opinion is that he shouldn't have been that far off the track to begin with.
Well, I mean, obviously, pole position means nothing for an endurance race over 12 hours, so we're not really concerned whether we're on pole position or not. But it's a great way to start the weekend. It means that we're obviously starting from the front, staying out of trouble, and looking forward to a gorgeous race.
Yeah, we've got the weather for it. Now, we're 12 hours straight through here on a track which doesn't seem to be particularly instant-inducing. Does that make your job much simpler than it was perhaps at Spa with a split race?
It's simpler when it's a straight-through race, certainly. With it being 12 hours, it's just keep going for as long as you can, doing what Red Camel always does, which is to keep a reliable car, being quick in the pit stops. All our drivers are very closely matched, and that's the big key. None of the drivers is particularly slower than any of the others, so keep our fingers crossed.
So quiet day, Paul Truswell. Just look at the lap. Yeah, it's fine. Off you go.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Just keep to the plan.
Great stuff. That's Paul Truswell. Paul will be joining the Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans team, all in the booth for Le Mans. And I know that for a fact because I'm the person driving him there. This is the Van Berlo family outing on the next line, which is this is number 925. Let's have a quick word with Kai Van Berlo. Kai, disappointed not to get pole in class?
It's a long race, so P2 is a good starting position. I think everyone did a solid job. Obviously, we would have loved to be in pole position, but at the end of the day, it's 12 hours. It's all about staying out of trouble and make a way to the front.
We've got about 3 or 4 family teams here. What do you think it is that attracts this sort of family team racing atmosphere?
It kind of is. I mean, it's fun battling against the other families. Obviously, it's been about 5 years since I did the last race with my brother and my dad in Spa, also the 12 hours. So it's good to be back with them, excited to share the car with them, and hopefully we'll get a good result.
Can you be brutally honest with your families? You turn around your dad and go, Dad, you're just too slow.
Yeah, actually, yeah. We've been testing the last 2 days, and it's been pretty much unfiltered, so no issues with that.
Unfiltered and Dutch. That should be interesting to hear. Thank you, Kai there. Meandering down now through the rest of the 9. Just see if we can just have a couple of minutes to go. Let's see if we can have a little bit of a rundown and see if we can find a couple of other classes. I mean, this is the phalanx of 992 Porsches who are coming through the back of this 22-car field. We have the very pretty Seb Lejeune 888 in a bright mauve. There's the Cron Racing Aviation, obviously Nick Johnson and Tracy Cron. Keep meandering down as we do. Now it's the Ajit Kumar machine, and I'm sure we'll hear from Ajit during the race and his moving fan club. And then we get to our first of our 2 other classes. We have SBS XBX car, of course, which is the Vortex, currently not on fire. And then right at the back we have the 421, which is the AMG. I'm going to say the single GT4 car. So we can just pop into the actual drivers. Let's do the whole lean in interview. Let's have a word. I have to work out. Which is your driver?
Matt George.
Matt George. So, Matt, you have 20 cars in front of you.
Yeah. Not much more to say than that, really.
Now, is it kind of a strange situation? You are the sole GT3 car here, so you've already won. What is the motivation? What is the kind of the aim for a team that knows it's won, but I assume also wants to learn a lot?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, we've had a great run in the 24-hour series. We've won a lot of races, but I'd be lying if I said that we had executed a perfect race each time. So it's a great opportunity for us to aim to execute the fastest race we possibly can, get involved if we can, but it's great testing for the future rounds.
So would I be right in saying what you'd actually like is quite a messy race with lots of code 60s so you can kind of work out your strategy?
Yeah, to be honest, that actually would be perfect for us to make sure that we're maximising everything, because what we don't want is someone to turn up at the other rounds and do a better job than we do. So it's a great opportunity for some learning. It's an amazing track, the sun's shining, so it doesn't get much better.
With the GT4, I mean, do you think is it a car that suits this circuit? I mean, obviously you've got flat curbs. I mean, that does tend to make it easier for the more road-based machines.
Yeah, to be honest, it's great for all the tight, twisty stuff. The back section's a little bit longer for us than the GT3 cars because it's so fast, but Misano's an amazing track. The grip level's so high, so driving any car around here is great fun.
Thank you. That's Matthew George from the 421 and from the back of the grid. So I think what we'll do is I'll smile sweetly into the camera and I'll pass you back up to our fantastic commentary team, the best commentary team currently in Misano, which is Joe Bradley and Peter Mackay.
You are so generous, Nick Damon. Thank you for that. A grid of 21 cars lined up, ready to go for the Michelin 12 Hours of Misano. The second edition, we had a run last year here at Misano with our Michelin 24-hour series. And let's see who's going to come out on top today. Proton Huber Competition start on pole position in their Porsche 911 GT3R alongside Red Ant Racing with their Mercedes, new for this year, Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Row 2 is Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Really strong run from that Audi crew. They will start alongside another Audi of Haas RT. Starting on the third row of the grid will be the joint championship leaders in GT3, Scuderia Praha, alongside E2P Racing, who's had some really strong pace in the qualifying session yesterday. Keep an eye out for that number 90 Aston Martin. On the fourth row of the grid today in the GT3 class, Juta Racing will start in 7th in their red and white Audi R8. Then it's Era Motorsport in their blue and purple 296 GT3 Ferrari, with that car being started by Kyle Tilley, who we heard from a moment ago. Hoffer Racing, the family outing for the Krolls and the Princes, they start in 9th after a great start to the season. Viper Niza Racing start in 10th, the squad who have come all the way over from Malaysia. Row 6 today for this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano. Red Camel Jordan start on pole in the 992 class after an absolutely dominant start to the season. They are joined by another all-Dutch lineup in Van Berlen Motorsport by Bas Kutten Racing. 7th row of the grid then, also in the 992 class. Homeguard Motorsport start from 13th in their number 902 car. And watch out for Milner Motorsport. They haven't quite had the luck this year, but they've got a quick driver lineup. They will start 14th overall and 4th in class. On the 8th row of the grid will be Seb Lejeune Racing, the 888 car, with a great lap time yesterday in qualifying from Paul Meyer. They have got an opportunity to move forward, as do RPM Racing, who are always a force in the 992 AM class and maybe could go for the overall as well. Ajit Kumar Racing, lots of fans here for Ajit Kumar, the Hollywood movie star. He's driving with Fabien Defieux and Mathieu Detry. They start from 17th alongside the all-Spanish squad of Escuderia Faron. On the 10th row of the grid, it's the GTX class. Vortex starts from 19th, and Neunund Elf with their 911 Cup car starting 20th. And finally, in the GT4 category, we have the Venture Engineering squad of Matthew George, Neville Jones and Chris Jones. So that gives me the opportunity to bring in my broadcast partner for the day, Joe Bradley. Good morning.
Good morning, Peter. Good morning, everyone. We're just about to get going, aren't we? 12 hours of sports car racing and everything that throws at us. I think certainly at the forefront of my mind, putting my geek hat on, is just how this very abrasive tarmac here at Misano is going to, and how the Michelin tyres are going to cope with that abrasive tarmac. We know it's a motorcycle track predominantly. You know, the World Superbikes here are here next month. It's a MotoGP track. It has got motorcycle history absolutely ingrained. And the tarmac, therefore, is a very, very grippy tarmac. Now, it works with motorcycles. How it's going to work with our Michelin rubber, we've had a lot of miles, we've had a lot of laps, Peter. We've got a lot of tyre data, but it's how the teams will adjust the cars and set up the cars. All of that's done, of course. You're going to have to race with the car you've developed across the last few days of practices and qualifying, etc., etc. Now we're going to see what the teams have got up their sleeve with regards to how they can make those tyres last and shave those seconds in the pit stops by not changing tyres or indeed changing tyres. Where will the time be got?
Well, the leaders are already up towards Sector 3 and ready to get started here. 12 hours on the clock. There is no intervention break. It is a straight sprint to the flag, ending at 9:30 this evening as the BMW safety car leads the field through 2 by 2. Kyle Tilley there in the 4th row, ready to go in that Ferrari 296, but it will be the Proton Huber competition car of Manuel Lauk pacing the field. The orange and purple Porsche 911 GT3R, the field together. Green flag in the air here at Misano as they run down towards turn 1. Great run there from Manuel Lauk. Perfect getaway and great start from the Haas RT car. Mathis Lismont from 4th on the grid moves up into 2nd as the 992s jostle through the really, really tricky turn 2 and 3 and up towards 4 and 5. Again, very, very slow speed through this early part of the circuit. A great start from the Haas RT cars. Big push from Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha car, trying to make moves forward in car number 56 in that Ferrari, but they just about filter through okay as they get onto the back straight now for the run down towards Quersha, but it's Lauk in the Proton Huber Porsche, then Mathis Lismont in the Haas RT Audi, and David Pogosayan in the number 69. Audi has dropped a few positions back. He's dropped back to 6th place.
Very crowded there in those early laps through the Del Parco chicane, and then even more crowded through the Del Rio hairpin. However, things beginning to settle, as settled as we can be on these early stages. We're out onto that very, very fast back stretch now towards the Cavoni kink, and then down towards that tricky braking area, Del Caro, through the fast sweeps there, where we maximise the corner speed. However, we're braking and turning for the Del Caro hairpin. And no mistakes early on, Peter. You've got to keep your head here. It's within our race driving instincts to make those places up in these early laps. However, you've got to tell yourself it's a smallish grid here, only 20 cars overall, only 10 cars in GT3. So there's no reason at all to make any silly sort of moves. And right now, we're already seeing the grid settle, certainly in GT3. Different case, I think, in the 992 class, which is still pretty much bunched together.
No, 992, we've got a of change for the lead. The pole sitter, Rick Breukers, he's been passed by Glenn Van Berlo. So great start from Van Berlo from the front of the front row in class. He's got past the pole sitting car, the red Camel Jordan. So a little bit of a change in 992 at this early stage. Steady start for Kyle Tilley in the 296 Ferrari. He's dropped into the clutches of the 992 field. So perhaps something gone wrong there on the opening lap. But the opening order then, Proton Huber, Manuel Lauk from Matthias Lismon for Haas RT Audi. Then it's Red Ant Racing with Yannick Redan on board. Antonio Cenero, good start from him from 6 on the grid. He's moved up to 4th in the E2P Aston Martin. Also the Ajit Kumar Racing car 901, Fabian Defew is on the move, and he's right on the tailpipe now of Holmgard Motorsport. Jonas Holmgard at the moment fighting over 15th place overall.
Yeah, Holmgard, actually, the Holmgard car just forcing its way past the Ajit Kumar Racing. The red and white cars battling it out there, and it's now the run down through the back straight, which has got 2 kinks in it, basically, and the Kumar Racing car losing another one to the Porsche of a Scuderia Faron. They're the silver Porsche, just moving onto the tail end of Jonas Holmgard. However, it's the Van Berlo Motorsport Porsche and Red Camel Porsche. Glenn Van Berlo, Rick Breukers, they're already gone off and are way ahead of this mid-pack in the 992 class. And Peter, as ever, the 992 class is going to be where the racing's at. And this, what you can see now, everybody, this is how it's going to be throughout this 12 hours. These guys are not going to get spaced out. They're going to be bunched together pretty much for the whole of this.
Yeah, there's some great strength and depth in the 992 class. Really impressive stuff from those, and some great drivers throughout the field. So Manuel Lauk leads by 0.3 of a second after 2 laps. Fastest lap of the race so far is Matthias Lismon, 1:34.471. That's nearly on lap record pace already. So they're pushing at the front of the field, and the Haas RT Audi looking very good indeed with that crew, and making a good start to the race. Yannick Redon trying to keep pace with them in 3rd, Antonio Cenero in 4th, Joseph Kral in 5th in the Ferrari. Then there's a good battle going on over 6th place with David Bogazayan, who's got Dominic Ang right behind him in the Viper Niza Mercedes. Then it's Alexander Prince in the very similarly painted, just swapping the green for pink, in the Hoffer Racing car, which of course had such a good run at Spa, overall podium and a class win.
Championship leaders as well, Hofer sharing that championship lead with Scuderia Praha. They've got that at the forefront of their minds, I would think. And now, you know, we've been going for almost 5 minutes, and we're finding that drivers just finding their pace, easing into that race pace that we're looking at, and not really finding any real opportunities out there to maybe seek out where their cars are stronger than what the cars around them are and how they're racing. And we are going to see movement in the field, but right now everybody just sort of sussing everyone else out and seeing who's where and who's fast in what places, where are my car's strengths, where are my car's weaknesses in comparison to who I'm racing with. And now we see Aston Martin and Ferrari battling it out there. The Aston down the order in 4th place with the silver Scuderia Praha Ferrari, looking like Joseph is just, as I say, and that sussing job has been completed with the Mercedes there, the green and grey Mercedes, trying to get by that Audi. And that is the 2 Mercedes of Dominic Ang and Alexander Prince just ganging up there on David Bogosian in the Continental Racing Audi, and the Audi's hung onto it, Peter.
It has, just about. The Audi has been super quick through the course, and on the straight as they head down towards Carvone, the Audi just pulling away from the Mercedes by about a car length or so on that run, and through the super quick turn 12. This is a circuit as well. If you can be very clever, you can park the car in certain places and make it very difficult to pass for the other driver. In certain places, in other places like the run towards Quercia, there's an opportunity to stuff it up the inside. But at the front of the field, amazing battle between Manuel Lauk and Matthias Lismon. Manuel Lauk had just had the fastest lap of the race there with a 1:34 flat, and then it's Antonio Cenero, the young Spaniard from Madrid, 1:33.9. He's gone up into 4th place from 6th on the grid so far, but that is the lap record gone already, 4/10 down on last year's lap record from Jason Hart.
They're clearly not listening to me, Peter. We've got defensive driving out there. I mean, we've got 11 hours and 53 minutes, gentlemen, and we're already seeing defensive lines being taken, certainly into the Del Parco chicane, the start the lap there from the Audi of Pogosian. He's just positioning the car, making it very difficult for either Dominic Ang or Alexander Prince, and they're clearly being held up slightly by the Audi. And if anything, Alexander Prince could end up being quicker than both of these cars in front of him. He's the one in the grey and pink car out there, and these cars now just beginning to concertina together. The green Mercedes of Dominic Ang looking for that gap, but the Audi again putting itself in the middle of the track there, and it's kind of a defensive line, isn't it? And this track is very narrow out there on the back sections of the track. As I say that, the Mercedes moving alongside the Vipa Racing Mercedes, moving alongside the Audi, but again has to settle back in and slots back in behind the Audi. This is quite intense for such an early part of this 12 hours.
Wow, that was a game of chicken at 240 kilometers an hour, going through the right-hander of Carvone. Is super fast through there, and Dominic Ang had the nose up the inside, but Pogosian really toughed it out on the outside and holding off well. Nothing wrong with the straight line speed of the Audi, but Mercedes looking good as well. Mercedes is the heaviest car according to the balance of performance, but does have good straight line speed too. We saw that at Spa. So after 5 laps then, it's Proton Huber Competition who have hung on to their lead. However, they are really under pressure now. Manuel Lauk, the super experienced German, the 7-time winner at the Nürburgring 24-hour in class. He's got young Mathis Lismont right behind him, the 19-year-old Belgian who's won his class before in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, amongst other successes, but really impressing in this Pro Class Haas RT Audi. But Manuel Lauk placing that Proton Porsche exactly where it needs to be to make sure that Lismont can't get by. And actually, they've put quite a bit of time into Kobe no, that's not Kobe de Broeker in that car. It's Yannick Redon who's in the car. So our graphic is wrong. Apologies for that. It's Yannick Redon who's in the car number 93 in 3rd place. But actually, Redon last time got a little bit of time on the leaders.
Yeah, because, Peter, they're closing up to one another. The Audi of Lismont now beginning to challenge Manuel Lauk. So he's not going to be optimising his lap time. He's going to be driving offline. He's going to be costing him lap time. And that's allowing Yannick Redon in the Red Ant Mercedes to gain ground on them. And before long, we may even have a 3-car battle for the lead.
We may do, yes. We may do. 133.995 then for Manuel Lauk, 133.966 for Mathis Lismont, then it's 133.968 for Yannick Redon. So the top 3 at the moment, all very close on pace.
We mentioned Redon catching the 2 leaders. He has got the E2P Racing Aston Martin right with him as well. So that 2-car battle for the lead might even evolve into a 4-car battle. Is that Nick Damon shouting up from the pits? Let's head down to the pits, Nick.
I think I was very quiet. Just said, hello, excuse me. Yes, you're very excited. We don't want to interrupt your flow of the start. Unfortunately, it's not quite as good a start for the 949 Scuderia Fallon Porsche 992. Everything was looking fine. But interestingly, it's actually, luckily, it was a garage where we were based. We were just sitting there watching their screens. Everything was fine. They were looking at tyres, and suddenly everything got pulled away. The cars come in, it's rolled in, and unfortunately, the computer of doom is connected. So it looked absolutely fine. There's been no incident or accident. It's absolutely some form of electrical or a gearbox issue, which I'll endeavour to find out the exact nature of. But unfortunately, this is our first caller. I'm just looking for any clues from where they're trying to look in the car. They're looking underneath the car. It's they're just putting the car on the safe jacks at the moment. So mostly when this happens with 992s, it's some form of gearbox or gearbox selection issue that is why they go to the computer. But let's see if I'm right as we watch this one unfold. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nick. Mathis Lismont just having a little peek on the inside of Manuel Lauk for the lead of the motor race, but decided against it right now. Really interesting battle between 2 top German marques here. The Porsche, the 992 GT3R, that's in its 3rd season of competition, whereas the Audi R8 LMS is very much an experienced competitor. The venerable Audi R8 in its 2nd evolution. In fact, the third evolution, actually, because it's the Evo 2. So it's standard Evo 1 and then Evo 2. So it's great stuff at the front of the field. After 12 minutes of racing, the top three covered by just 2 seconds. And Manuel Lauk, from that race start, got on the gas nice and early. Lights went out, and Lauk had that getaway as the Continental Audi was on the inside and just had a peek up the inside and got together a little bit with the Red Ant Mercedes. That was where the Red Ant Mercedes lost a little bit of time, and with the 992s going through turn 1 and 2 on the race start, very, very congested, which allowed Dan Van Berlo to get through. Then Joseph Kral trying to peek past the Continental Audi, which he managed to do, to get up in to 5th place. Meanwhile, amongst that melee, Antonio Cenero in the E2P Aston Martin getting up into 4th, who's also putting in really strong pace at the front of the field. In fact, the top 4 right now, as they complete the 8th lap, are covered by 3 seconds. Fantastic.
Yeah, and they are closing, aren't they? 3rd and 4th place are closing that gap, the gap down to 2.2. It was about almost 3 seconds between the 2nd and 3rd, the 2nd place Audi and the 3rd and 4th place of Yannick Redon and Antonio Cenero. We've got a Mercedes AMG GT3 and an Aston Martin Vantage that is closing, and the reason they're closing is because Cenero is playing the game. He's not challenging Redon. He's playing the game. He's sitting there. They are circulating as fast as they can, and now with the 992 traffic just disturbing that lead battle, that heat is off. We've now got Manuel Lauk who can optimise his lap times and maybe just begin to stretch that lead a little bit. But Mathis Lismont is going to close the gap back up, and once they start tripping over one another, once Lauk has got the attention and has to pay attention to the car behind him, the 3 cars, 3rd, 4th and 5th place now, with the Ferrari of Scuderia Praha joining in that 3rd, 4th, 5th place tussle. That's going to be absolutely awesome to watch here in this early stage.
And think how many different brands we've got in there. We've got Ferrari, we've got Aston Martin, we've got Porsche, we've got Audi, Mercedes. Fantastic. The Creventic technical team have done an amazing job to get all these cars within a window to compete together. They're all very, very different. You know, the Mercedes has got a naturally aspirated 6.2 V8 in the front of it. It's a big car. The Aston Martin's a 4-litre turbocharged engine, but in the front, the Ferrari's a quite small capacity V6. There's a 2.9 V6 that's in the middle. The Porsche's got a 4.2 naturally aspirated flat 6. You know, you've got turbo engines, naturally aspirated. There's so much to factor in, and yet we've all got them battling at a very similar pace with one another.
They all race very, very well, and it's all down to that term BOP, isn't it? The balance of performance. And certainly the 24H Series boffins have pulled out another good job here at Misano, because that changes track to track as well, Peter. There's I'm not sure which car actually suits Misano, because it is, in comparison to where we've been, we started off the 24H Series year, of course, in Dubai, which is quite a unique track, and then we went to Mugello with that long straight, kilometre of straight line speed needed. Spa, I need to say enough about Spa. Spa's absolutely massively fast and flowing. Misano, you need good mechanical grip at Misano. It's not so much about the aero, but aero is definable as well, though. You do need good aero through those fast sweeps, but you need good mechanical grip through the tight hairpins.
Here comes Dominic Ang then, 4th, 6th position. Is he finally going to get by David Pogačarin as they go up towards Curvone? They nearly touch it, 240 kilometers an hour. Is Ang going to get through? Pogačarin's going to try and go around the outside. Is he there side by side? And then Alexander Prince is spotting an opportunity now, but is the door going to shut on him coming down into turn 14? I think it is, yes, but Ang is through. So Dominic Ang for Viper Niza Racing then moves through into 6th position.
Great battling there, and very, very clean driving. It looked aggressive, didn't it? But it was those drivers knew exactly what they were doing here as they crossed the line. We've had just over 15 minutes of this race, and now it's Alexander Prince's turn to get on terms and do that overtake. He's got to do exactly what Dominic Ang has just done and get by the Audi.
So yeah, that's difficult because that Audi is quick, and of course the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi is an M-Class car, so it has a slightly different balance of performance. It has a wider air restrictor than say the Haas RT Audi, which is a pro car. That being said, both of these Mercedes are running in the AM class as well, so they have that slightly more advantageous restrictor compared to the equivalent pro car. But Pogosyan definitely parking that Audi exactly where he can to try and keep Alexander Prince at bay. Prince goes a little bit wide to try and get the run out of turn 10, and then the run down towards Carvone, flat out through there, getting to 240 kilometers an hour. Is he close enough as they come to Carvone? No, not quite.
It's all about getting out of Tremonto, the Tremonto hairpin and right-hand hairpin, onto that back stretch through Carvone, the kink. And if we watched how Dominic Ang, I mean, Alexander Prince has got the textbook on how to pass at Misano. He's got it unfolded there. He's got the page open, how to pass at Misano. On the passenger seat, it's there. He's just seen Dominic Ang do it, and he's learned from that. He knows where he's got to be quicker. He knows where he's got to carry momentum. And this is perhaps not the place where he's going to make this happen, especially when Pogosyan has got the defensive line, just positioning that Audi on the middle part of the track. It kind of narrows the track into the braking area for what is a very, very tight chicane section, the Del Parco chicane, which is the right-left turns 1, 2, and 3. However, it's a sequence of corners that you could group together and call it a chicane or a fast S, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly so. Alexander Prince trying everything he can to get through here in the Hofer Mercedes AMG. And you think for a driver who started racing in the Dacia Logan Cup in Germany, I would imagine that's pretty aggressive series to race in. So he knows how to get into it in hand-to-hand combat. He's been in really a rich vein of form all season, has Alexander Prince, particularly at Spa. He's just that pole position effort along with his teammates was quite amazing. But Pogosyan, you have to say, is driving really, really well. And when he spoke to Nick Damon on the grid, he was saying, well, we'll see how we match up with everyone, but if they're faster, we'll let them go. But he's definitely been a little bit more elbows out to make sure. And why not? You know, they're both racing in the AM class. This is very much absolutely for position, as Yannick Redon just set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:33.5.
Well, we've just seen how quickly Dominic Ang has distanced himself from the Audi, and Alexander Prince has that in his mind here. That's why we're getting to the point where frustration might start creeping in. Yes, Pogosyan isn't doing anything wrong, flashing the lights there of the Alexander Prince Hofer car. That's the frustration that's creeping in now from Alexander. He can see Dominic Ang has disappeared off into the distance. That's the green and grey Mercedes just in the foreground there as the Audi. Again, not doing anything wrong though, Peter. He's driving his race. He's positioning his car cleanly. And isn't this the vagaries of Misano though? It's very, very tight, and you've got to plan your move. You've got to plan your move into the corners here, and that's not ideal from Alexander Prince, who went down the inside and had a look into Quercia. This is where he's got to be close though. Up to the Tremonto hairpin, it's a kink followed by the hairpin, so another braking and turning sequence of corners here. Tremonto, which means sunset in Italy. We'll see the sun coming down across that hairpin at the top of the circuit. And now this is the run, but again, he didn't quite have the momentum to pull alongside before Carvone. That's the right-hander through the kink there, and then on towards the braking area. You're starting to go through these kinks, but you're thinking about the brakes and you're easing this, getting rid of the speed, blading the speed off for this very, very tight turn of the Del Caro hairpin. And Alexander Prince just needs to get out of Tremonto a little bit with more momentum, get alongside. That's what he saw Dominic Ang do, and he just can't quite match that technique.
Massive moment there for Alexander Prince coming out the final corner curve of Misano. The car really snapped on him over the curb. He's really driving ragged to try and get by David Pogosyan, but You know, actually, looking on that previous run through, coming out of Tremonto onto the back straight, he was on the power earlier than Pogozayan, and yet Pogozayan just pulled away. So the Audi's got really good straight line speed down the back part of the circuit. They've shown really good pace. So we've, of course, got a pro-class Audi right behind Manuel Lauk at the front. Lauk and Lisbon, they must be having a great time.
They are.
They've never been more than 0.3 of a second apart.
That's right. I was just about to mention that, actually. Manuel Lauk is doing a great job leading this race. The Proton Huber Porsche just holding off the Haas RT Audi. That's a great race. That's perhaps going to go on for quite a while. We continue to focus on the frustrations of Alexander Prince behind that Continental Racing Audi, though. And if anything, he may just want to settle in now, Alexander, and just get through this first stint under his belt, not dropping too far away. But at the forefront of his mind, pretty much, Dominic Ang immediately goes as quick as he has done all race there. 34.6 his last lap time through, and that's the quickest that the Dominic Ang Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes has put in.
And he's now 4 seconds away from the cars he passed just a handful of laps ago, and Alexander Prince will know that, and he'll see that Viper Nisa car just pulling away in 6th place, and he's thinking, oh, come on. But interesting, Alexander Prince has just backed off a little bit. I think he may have been, not spooked, but I think he might have just knocked it back a touch after that big moment coming out.
Flashing his lights,
still flashing the lights.
Still flashing his lights,
full DTM style. Yes, maybe he's also thinking another opportunity is to try and force Pogozayan into a mistake, and he's trying to be as visible in the mirrors as possible in that grey, that kind of dark grey, but completely contrasted by the bright pink of Hofer Racing, team that have been around for quite some time now. It's founded by Alex's father-in-law, Michael Kroll, who started racing, imagine this, started racing in a Dodge Viper GTSR. That's quite a serious car to start racing.
Yeah. Did he not sneak some sort of mini racing in before that and just step straight into a Viper GTS? Well, that's driving a firework, isn't it?
I hope so, yes. Yeah, I would say it's more like having the space shuttle in front of you.
Yes.
You're sitting on the back of it in a
just
Viper.
light the fuse.
Yes.
When you press the throttle, light the fuse. Bosh. There we go.
And then
off we go.
Of course, Alex's wife Chantal, or now wife, is she started a year later in a Porsche 964 Cup car at that time. So very much a racing family. It's a family affair at Hofer Racing, and Alexander Prince, he's trying his best. He's really fighting us. Oh, mistake from Pogozayan. Is this going to give the opportunity now for Prince? He's going to have to go the long way round. As he made it around? Yes.
Ever ahead of him to force that error, and that's what came. The cards that were played, the cork has been popped, Peter, and it's going to be interesting to see if Prince can now draw back up to the rear end of that light. It's very similar in liveried Mercedes. It's a bright green with grey. It's grey with bright green stripes, and then the Hofer car, the grey with the pink stripes, with a gap of, where is the gap? Let me just check on that. The gap is. I've got a gap of 3.8 seconds here. That's how much ground he lost to the Dominic Ang car. We'll see if he can gain that back.
Joseph Kral is on the move as well. He's moved up into 4th place. He's got past Antonio Cenero in the E2P Aston Martin, and now starting to run down the gap towards the lead. And actually, Yannick Redon in the number 93. It's not. It shows Kobe De Bruyker on our graphic. It's not. It's Yannick Redon who's in that car. 2.9 seconds from the lead, but Redon is getting closer to Mathis Lismont. Lismont has actually dropped off Manuel Lauk a little bit. The gap's now 1.2 seconds at the front. So Proton Huber competition, Manuel Lauk leading the way by 1.2 from Haas RT Audi. Then it's Redon racing in 3rd with Yannick Redon at the wheel. Then a few seconds for the back to Joseph Kral. But Kral now is a bit of clean air. We might well see the Czech superstar move forward in that Ferrari.
We're getting to sort of middle ground as well on the tyre, where the tyres will have, for want of a better term, plateaued as to where they're, where they're being used. And if you've managed them well, they won't be fading away from underneath you. They'll still be there. It's a very good tyre, the Michelin tyre. The new to the 24H series for 2025, and much to the liking of pretty much everybody we speak to, they enjoy the tyre. It has got an optimum, maybe lap 3, but that soon, you soon forget that, certainly in these stints. More useful in a qualifying session, which was what yesterday was all about. However, now we're talking about race stints, Peter, and now we're talking about not overusing the tyre and having that tyre fall away from you by graining it or overheating it. We want that tyre to perform on that plateau and take us all the way to the next fuel stop.
I think Michelin's record in motorsport of all types is just speaks for itself. I mean, in rallying, MotoGP, endurance racing, they are. I mean, for me, I fit Michelin tyres to my car, and they're just fantastic. The range of products that they have, the performance, the longevity, they really are. I think they're the kind of gold standard, really. You look at it's the tyre that's in the top class for the World Endurance Championship, and at Le Mans, it's the tyre that's in the top class in all classes in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. So yeah, I think their record and longevity speaks for itself. As Joseph Kral, last lap by, set his personal best. He's now got a bit of clean air, 1:33.8. But Antonio Cinero, he's going to school a little bit. He's still in the relatively early stages of his racing career, but he's super quick, and he's following Joseph Kral, and he's actually went a 10th quicker than the Scuderia Praha driver last time. So he's actually following him a little bit like I did at the go-kart track last night when you almost stopped to let Nick and I catch up.
Well,
and then
I was getting bored.
You were getting bored, yeah. And so I enjoyed the coaching session. Once I could follow you, my lap times just tumbled. I was very pleased.
Try passing me there again. I'll have you in the wall.
I don't think I'm going to try that again. I think you let me have one.
It was a bit of fun. It was a bit of fun.
I went for this overtake, which, when I think about it now,
it was good.
I did trust that you weren't going to squeeze me.
It was a bit of fun. I tell myself.
I don't think I've smiled like that for certainly a few weeks anyway.
I had to go against my instinct of turning into you, to be honest.
Yeah. If only we could have filmed it, it would have been great fun. But anyway, for the record, folks, Joe Bradley smoked us all. He's much quicker. He was being charitable.
That's not big news. It's not big news, that.
No, I suppose not. No, I suppose not. I'm sure everyone listening and watching will know that already, I'm sure.
I've heard that before.
You don't like to talk about it. Manuel Lauk leads the motor race by 1.6 seconds after 0.3 of a second of a quicker lap last time by from Matthias Lisbon. So Lauk now pulling away. So is this a tyre wear thing? Is this the Porsche being kinder on its tyres? Is this Manuel Lauk being kinder on his tyres than Matthias Lisbon is in the Audi? Lisbon was probably a little bit quicker in the early few laps. Really using the peak of the tyre, but now that it's gone on to its plateau, as you mentioned, Joe, now Lauk's just starting to pull away sector by sector.
It's these questions that you and I sit here in this little box at trackside there. We're just to give everybody an idea of the view we have. We're on the main straight just after the pits. We're at pit out, and we see the cars flash by into the braking area for the Del Parco chicane, and we sit here in our little box, Peter, and we ask these questions, and these questions will be answered, of course. They'll be answered by the drivers when they have their first pit stops. We've got Nick Damon and Diana Binks in the pit lane for this one, and they'll be asking those questions, and that will give us the first data acquisition for us as to, we'll get people's opinions on how their tyres worked, how their cars have worked, how the little insights into the battles that we've just been witnessing, and that will continue into the race. And as the weather, which is forecast to be nice, bright and sunny, there was earlier forecast of rain today, which would have been a little bit unfair on everybody with changeable conditions. However, conditions are going to change, Peter, because this track is going to evolve. It's going to get grippier and grippier, and sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. And some cars that work early on in the race will get and lose performance, will get a little bit off with their balance as we go forward, and then this race taking us into the twilight, and then I think by checkered flag we're full dark.
We will be, yeah, we will be. As Glenn Van Berlo, I mean, he was just absolutely stunning in qualifying yesterday, matching his brother's pace, if not bettering it, and doing a top job at the start of this one, leading in the 992 category in the number 925 Van Berlo Motorsport, run by Baz Kuten Racing, a proper stalwart of the Creventic Michelin 24-hour series, and pulling away from the driver who's really been the benchmark on pace in 992 all year, and Rick Breukers. Rick is, every time he's jumped in the car, the lap times have tumbled, and you know, he's been the guy to match so far, and yet Glenn Van Berlo here at Misano, it's just all clicking together really, really well, and at the moment he leads by just over 3 seconds from Rick Breukers in this 992 category.
It's the 24H series it's never a straightforward prediction for all of our cars. In this first stint, for instance, we're not really going to see the true performance of the spread by half distance until we've seen that full spread of variation of drivers that have cycled through the cars, because you have very fast drivers and you have not so fast drivers that are going to share this car, and we won't really get an indication. I think we're actually, after half distance is when we're perhaps going to see where people's true potential is, and then add in the attrition of a 12-hour endurance race, add in the concept of incidents and occurrences that go on in these longer races, and it's very, very hard to predict. And it's even harder, I think, when we've got such a small but perfectly formed grid of these 21 cars in 4 classes.
Interesting, one of the teams was telling us yesterday that particularly last year there was a lot of attrition last year, but we ran in July where it was super, super hot, 50 degrees track temperature. It's not that hot today, but this is a circuit that's quite compact and quite short, so the heat builds up more in the car, it builds up more in the engine, and that can cause reliability issues in itself. So let's hope that the race isn't decided by that, but it's very much in the nature of endurance. Now, already we've got our first warning for track limits. Third offence, car 81, Kyle Tilley in the Era Motorsport Ferrari has already been given a warning. I think the timing screen is going to be filled with those today, because this circuit, with it being a circuit that's made for, well, it's not made, its predominant use is, or most high-profile use, is for MotoGP and World Superbike, motorbike racing, and indeed Italian motorbike championship racing. So therefore, you have more tarmac runoff area, and it's quite flat coming over the curb, so it's easier for the cars to run wide and to use that speed. And it's, a driver's trying to maximize a lap time, it's so easy to just step over the track limits. But the race control, they're going to be tired tonight watching after watching them all day.
It's not, if you've never driven a race car or anything, even a kart, even a higher kart that we were on last night.
Were you breaking track limits?
If you've never, absolutely was. The track limit decision is at the apex of the corner, especially the faster ones. And it's not like driving to the shops where you can just deviate and turn left and right, left or right. I'm gonna go over the curb here, so I'll just turn the car away from the curb. That commitment, that flow, that momentum that you are carrying on the exit of corners, as we see Kyle Tilley is using the curb, but not excessively. But that decision is being made at the turning point, and the amount of speed that you're carrying through. You've got to do what I call let the car breathe. You just let the car breathe. You don't stifle that momentum. If you're stifling the car's momentum on the exit of the corner, that's going to slow you down massively onto the straight. You've got to let the car breathe on the straight and maximize the momentum out of the corner all the way down that straight. And Misano's curbing, which is geared for motorcycle racing, so they are very low flat curbs. I think the penalty box is going to be a very, very it's going to be a very busy penalty box here this afternoon. Now then, Peter, if you are a team strategist, and we heard our good friend Paul Truswell, who was indeed the team strategist at Red Camel Jordan, he's won the first 2 rounds. Mugello won at Spa in the 992 class. They're going for the hat-trick this weekend. You heard what his opinion of his racing drivers were with regards to track limits this morning at breakfast when we had a quick chat with him. It's like, why do you need to do that? Why do you need to do that? It's going to cause team strategists problems if they've got to factor in potential time wasted in the pit stops in the penalty box. and it just again adds to the challenge, though, doesn't it? That's why we love it.
It does, and I think that is the challenge for the driver as well, to go right to the edge of that limit but not over it, or use up every single warning that you can get away with. They know how many warnings they get before a penalty is administered, so you want to just use those tactically. As the leading group so tightly matched together. Now as they start to hit traffic, the traffic has begun. Quite a short lap here at MISANO, so although there's 21 cars on the grid, that traffic is going to play a factor as Yannick Redon just held up a little bit coming through the opening sector behind the Homeguard Porsche 992 car. And that has just allowed Josef Kral the opportunity to get behind in that battle for third place. And it's just to spread them out a little bit. But through the traffic, Manuel Lauk has really opened up the gap. The gap is now 3.5 seconds at the front of the field. So Lauk, I wonder if that's his Nürburgring now of being able to get through slower traffic.
It might be,
it
might
could be.
He's quite comfortable on narrow tracks and getting through slow class traffic. Josef Kral, though, he was like a predator there, wasn't he? As the moment that Yannick Redon in the Mercedes was starting to trip over the traffic, Josef there just looking for that opportunity and having a look down the grey with the black and yellow striping on that Ferrari there just behind and filling the mirrors of Yannick Redon's in that Mercedes. Now that they're in clean air, though, Redon has kind of commanded that third place back to where they were. And you just know that Kral in the Ferrari is looking ahead of the Redon car, and looking towards what's coming next. What's coming next? Where we're going to catch that slower Porsche? Where can I position the Ferrari to maybe have an opportunity to overtake if Yannick does indeed trip over the slower traffic, which isn't a given, of course.
Interesting thing about the Redon racing car is they have a very balanced driver lineup. They've got 4 semi-pro graded drivers, so there's not going to be an enormous fluctuation in lap time depending on who's in the car. Josef Kral is very much the hot shoe in the Scuderia Praha car by a good margin. Yeah. They're a Pro-Am car, so they actually are running in a different class. But I think with the way that the number of cars that we have this weekend, it's all about overall result, actually. I think they want to get a good overall result as well. Now, Diana Binks has hopped into the pit lane. Diana, are you enjoying the sunshine down there?
Well, I am actually, yes. It's very nice, other than the rain yesterday. But in the actual pit lane area, on the pit apron, it's quite, the sun's not here yet. It's on the other side. But I'm with World Motorsport, the number 921. And Rolando, you're just waiting. You're watching what's happening so far with the team. Are you satisfied with how you've started?
Yeah, I mean, Martin did a great start. The team has done a great job this weekend. So very nice battles on track. So we're very excited to come in and help the team out.
How would you describe this circuit? Now you've had an opportunity, I know, in practice and qualifying to drive it. How would you describe it?
It's very technical, flowy, fast. So I like it.
Are the characteristics of your car suiting this circuit?
Yeah, the Porsche, it's always a battle tank around here, so we just have to see halfway on the race where we have a lot of pickup and everything, so to take care of the car, and then we'll hopefully finish without any issues.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go in this race. It's just really started. You were sort of watching what was going on. Is this your time to sort of chat to the engineers and listen to what's being said from the driver behind the wheel?
Yeah, a little bit. I think now it's just concentrating on hitting our marks, getting a good driver change, and then just get into rhythm on the track.
You're looking forward to getting behind the wheel this morning?
Very, very much so. Yes, been waiting a whole lot to get here, so we're very happy to be here with Michelin Motorsport. And yeah, with Creventic as well, so thank you.
Well, it's great to have you here. Hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
Rolando Saka from the 921 Milner Motorsport car, new addition to that driver lineup. Great to have him here. 39-year-old from El Salvador.
Yeah, cracking, isn't it?
It's cool.
Yeah, that is it. We are an international series.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. Josef Kral, he's on the move. The Czech former single-seater star is right on the back now of the Red Ant Racing Mercedes of Yannick Redon. They're both about 6 seconds from the overall lead, but only 2 seconds from second place of Mathis Lismont in the Haas RT Audi. There's 41 minutes complete. Normally we see a GT3 car run for about an hour flat out. We've had no Code 60 so far. Code 60, that is what we don't have safety cars here in the Michelin 24-hour series. If there is an incident on track or something that needs to be dealt with, we use a Code 60. So that means that everybody goes down to 60 kilometers an hour on the track. You can go into the pits never close, but when you go into the pits, you, in general, you can only put in 25% of your fuel allowance. There are a few cars that are running the AM class that are allowed to put in 50%, but that's it. You can't fill up full fuel load, but you can do anything else you want in the pits, or you can stay out. It's entirely your prerogative.
And the reason for that is it's kind of that in itself as a balance of performance. That time that you gain from your pro driver is negated in those situations. Now, the thing where that all turns to and sort of flutters away into the wind is if we stay green. I mean, 12-hour race staying full green is something that I've never experienced. So the chances are, but it's just how many Code 60s are we going to have? That's the question. And tactically, you are sat there on the pit box, in the pit box as a strategist, and you're trying to, you've got plan A, B, C, D down to Z1 and Z2 and A1 and A2, and you are just flicking the pages as this race develops. You aren't necessarily going to be on the same plan that you started with by the time we get to even hour 2 of this race, which we're not that far away from, Peter. We're 17 minutes away from completing 1 hour of the 12, and nothing really being given away here, and it's going to be interesting to listen to the drivers and hear what they have to say about this. And I did ask the question about how long they're going to run on a tank of fuel here in GT3, and whether or not everybody I spoke to, I say everybody, I only spoke to a couple of people, but they weren't sure. And they were going to, I think they were keeping their cards close to their chest, because I'll be amazed if they didn't know exactly how much and how many laps they were going to get out of that first tank of fuel, considering you've got the rolling lap, etc. We've got a challenge from Kroll here, though. The Ferrari just looking down the inside and just poking a nose, not quite alongside, but the mirrors of Yannick Redon certainly filled with a yellow and grey Ferrari.
Kral is definitely on the charge, but proving that it is a little bit tricky to pass here at Misano. I mean, for example, Alexander Prinz, who was stuck behind the number 69 Audi for several laps, he's not only has he pulled away, he's pulled away to the tune of 13 seconds, and indeed he's got actually past the Viper Niza car that managed to escape before him. So actually that's proving just how much pace he had in hand, but really struggled to get past. Let's get down and get some more from Dan in the pits.
So far with the team. Early start to this race, Pablo, but satisfied with how everything's working at the moment?
Yeah, pretty good. Antonio did a good start. It was a clean start. Everybody's fine. Everybody's out there racing, and yeah, what can you ask for? I mean, we managed to gain 1 position, and yeah, that's a very positive start.
Every time I talk to you, you tell me that you're always looking to learn and develop as a driver. When you're sitting here watching it unfold this morning, what's going through your mind?
Well, I'm trying to keep my head cold, not to get very anxious and nervous, and yeah, try to learn from looking at Antonio on the onboard camera, and yeah, and I'm here to learn. So
well, those are the valuable moments, aren't they? So when you get behind,
absolutely. Yeah, and it's a very nice track. It's tricky on the first sector, and it's been tough for me, and yeah, the last session yesterday I managed to understand a bit better turns 1 and 2, and I hope I managed to do what I'm supposed to do during the race.
You said it's tough. What's been the toughest thing you've had to adapt to? Your mind.
My mind. My mind. I started very late, so I'm not like Antonio or Oli, all these youngsters in here who drive like nothing. And yeah, I just need to understand the car, the weights, accelerator, brakes, speed, blah, 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 blah.
But that's why you're here, isn't it? To challenge yourself and push yourself. So you've got to be proud with what you've achieved so far.
I'm happy. I'm happy. There's room for improvement.
For all of us, Pablo, for all of us. Listen, you have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Pablo Berguera for the number 90 E2P Racing crew with his teammate Antonio Cenero, young 23-year-old out there doing the job at the moment, running a solid top 5 at the moment.
For Pablo, it's enjoy the drive. Enjoy the drive. It doesn't matter when you came to motor racing, when you had the opportunity to, to afford to go racing. All motorsport's not cheap. It's all relative. And it's great to have people like Pablo in this series. They're the stalwart of this series. And this is why we have what we've just been speaking about, Peter, with regards to, the different fueling rules for the AM class, etc. And it's exactly that. It's to balance the playing field for drivers like Pablo, who are not pros, who are not the hot shot. They recognise that to be the case, and they know their position. And it's all about enjoying the event and enjoying the drive. And the challenges are staying on the track, staying out of trouble, bringing the car home, hitting your apex. You might be 5 seconds a lap off, the Porsche factory driver, but that's not a factor. The factor is, in a series like the 24-8 series, is about enjoyment. And that's also, Peter, why you get so much track time at these events. As, customer race teams, you're bringing in gentleman driver, businessman drivers who are doing this in their spare time. And it's all about being in the seat of their race car, driving it at whatever track we're at. And it's all about that amount of track time is phenomenal you get at these events.
I can't think of any other championship where you get more, actually, time in the car.
There isn't any.
I can't really think.
Do you know why you can't think of any?
Because there
aren't any.
Yes. Short of hiring a track to yourself and driving around, but that's obviously a hugely more expensive thing to do, isn't it?
Those Ferrari Challenge days, the Ferrari owners, the Ferrari hire the track, and you get a lot of track time at days like this. But an international race series like this, no, you don't get as many, 2 hours practice sessions in the morning, 2 hours in the middle of the day, 2 hours on an evening, as just an example. It is good value for money. And then you then get to race in a proper race and experience all the vagaries of how to go racing over a 12-hour distance.
And compete again, be able to measure yourself against factory drivers who attend. Klaus Bachler is going to be jumping into the Proton Huber competition car that's leading at the moment. His performance in qualifying yesterday, learning experience that is. I find like the sport I had the most. I played golf and played curling, and whenever I played with the very top players, my game elevated straight away.
Yeah.
Straight away to almost instant, almost by pure association.
4.2 kilometres of Misano. If you are 5 seconds within 5 seconds of Klaus Bachler, you are not a bad driver.
No, definitely not.
You are not a bad driver. You are a pretty good, competent driver.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, actually. That is very, very true. Manuel Lauk doing a top job at the moment. He's going to be, as he mentioned to Nick Damon earlier on, he's going to be leaving the track a little bit early because he's got to get up to the Nürburgring, because he's racing tomorrow in the qualifiers for the Nürburgring 24-hour. Manuel, of course, a 7-time class winner at that race, but you've got to go to the qualifying race. So he's not the only one doing a little bit of double duty. Kyle Tilley, who's at the wheel of the Aero Motorsport car in 9th place at the moment, he's got to get himself up to Spa because he's driving in the Spa Classic tomorrow. So he's got to switch from Ferrari, from a 2023-2024 Ferrari to an early 1970s Ferrari, Daytona.
Well, as well as that, completely different cars. The car he's driving today, absolutely glued to the track, using all of that aero and and especially the damping, the shock absorbers. The damping on modern race cars are completely that's what makes them so different. Then tomorrow he's at Spa in a car that's going to feel like he's floating around in a boat in comparison. And what a beautiful car he's got to drive tomorrow, that Ferrari Daytona. Showed us pictures of it yesterday, didn't he? He's
with former Le Mans history,
I'll tell you, you're living the dream, mate.
That is good news. The Scuderia Farron car, after 41 minutes in the pits, they found a fix. So that hopefully they found a fix, but they're back out on circuit, we can tell you that. So Scuderia Ferron, the Spanish crew, they've really unlucky to have that issue early, but now they can...
27 laps off the lead as well.
Yeah, that's a big delay, 40 minutes. Big delay. The leader in that class is Glenn Van Berlo, who at the moment's getting in a little bit of a mix-up with the Juta Racing Audi, which is in the GT3 class, but has been sort of mixing around the leaders in 992. So fast are those top-running drivers in 992. And the thing is, the 992 class, the straight line speed-wise, the Porsche 992 Cup car is just as quick as a GT3 on the straight line, particularly at the top end. It just doesn't, it's not as draggy. So at the top end, it is really, really quick. Out the corner, it won't be quite as fast, but once they're onto the straight and once they're going, it's really difficult to pass for a GT3 car.
Yeah, and the GT3 car, it makes its performance and its quicker lap time through the corners, in the braking areas, in the acceleration areas, and through the corners. The Cup car, a little bit more squirmy through the turns, isn't it? It's a little less aero, a little less braking efficiency, but on the straight, we get a clear indication of just how close and how quick those Cup cars are, and how you are getting towards the corners at a fast rate of knots, and then you have to stop the car with very little effort from the aero helping you. It's all about mechanical grip through the turn, and this is why it works. This is why the 992 class works with GT3. I think the vagaries of the performance and how they produce their lap times allows the GT3 cars to get by into braking areas, etc. It's not easy, and with a very, very quick 992 driver, as we've just seen with Glenn Van Berlo, it's not a swift thing to actually undertake. You have to think about it, and you have to be very careful, and you have to be, very thoughtful. You can't just go. You're not just going to pass it quite easily. You're going to have to think about where on the track that you're going to choose to pass that lower class car.
The gap at the front of the field in 992 is about 6 seconds or so. Glenn Van Berlo doing an amazing job pulling away from Rick Breukers, although he did lose 0.4 of a second on that last lap when getting into a bit of a disagreement with the Circle K due to GT3 Audi. Glenn would probably prefer to kind of get his head down and get some clean air and keep on building that gap. Of course, the 992 cars, they have, in terms of fuel capacity, they can run quite a long way. They run 110 litres of fuel and don't use as much fuel as the GT3, so they can run much deeper into a stint, and it's not unusual at all to see a 992 car leading the race overall while the pit stops stagger out. But the GT3s, they pit usually around an hour for a stint under green flag conditions. Matthias Lismont still holding on to second place, but he's got the Red Ant Mercedes and indeed the Scuderia Praha Ferrari right behind now as they get past lap traffic, past the 992 class Red Camel Jordans machine of Rick Breukers through turn 5 and then turn 6 onto the little short shoot down towards Creventic, where they brake in a GT3 car from 235 kilometers an hour, scrubbing the speed down to 95 kilometers an hour. As Kral has a look, here comes Joseph Kral. Can he make it through? No, not quite. Yannick Redon just shuts the door at the last moment.
And that was more about Redon being slightly held up a little bit by Lismont into that braking area. So the question is, as Lismont's tyres began to fade underneath that Audi, because Redon is now right under the rear wing. It's second, third and fourth, all the way down the back straight through the kink at Curvone, and then on towards the two more kinks before we're on the brakes. We're actually on the brakes through the last of the kinks at 13, and we'll see Redon dropped a little bit off the tail end of the Audi, as the Audi maybe was a little bit more cautious and circumspect, and that's what's given us the impression, Peter, that he's fallen back towards Redon. And as I say that, they seem to concertina back up towards the final turn, MISANO, and they will cross the line, second, third and fourth, almost nose to tail, you could say.
So over the line then, yeah, Lismont got Yannick Redon right behind him. Fantastic battle going on here for second position. But while that does rage on, let's get down to Anna in the pit lane.
I am indeed. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Julian Simpson is the team owner, and just sort of keeping an eye on proceedings this morning, Julian. Give us a bit of an idea of what your job entails at this early stage of the race.
We're just going to try and keep the car clean, out of trouble. And realistically, you know, we've got 11 hours to go, so we've just got to keep it clean. And hope the car, you know, has no issues. The pit works clean. And we'll be happy.
Well, you've got a good team of guys around you that know what they're doing, but how important is it for them to sort of work with the whole team and all the drivers as well?
Yeah, I mean, the team's been building over the season, so they've, as drivers and as a crew, they're all beginning to get a lot better, a lot sharper. So, you know, aim today is to aim for a podium, and as long as we can do that, we'll be really happy.
What do you think is going to be the biggest challenge here in Misano? Is it going to be the tyres? I mean, we've got the grids are fairly clean, if you should say.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing today will be just maintaining track position through the day.
And how challenging and tricky is this circuit?
Tyre deg is pretty bad. As we start to see an increase in temp, we've not really seen those temperatures this week with all the rain, so we'll just have to wait and see.
And from the brakes perspective, how much will they come into play later on?
Misano is a pretty heavy braking track, so I mean, hopefully we'll be good to the end of the race.
Okay, well, I'll let you get back to your laptop and watch what's going on. Thank you very much, Julian.
So Simpson Motorsport, we're just getting stronger every single race with that Continental Racing Audi. While we were chatting there was a switch for position. In fact, we've had two switches for position. Joseph Kral on this lap has gone from 4th place to 2nd place. He first of all got past the Red Ant Mercedes after a tiny mistake from Yannick Redan, and then managed to get past Matthias Lismalt. So Kral really making that tyre work well and getting the performance late in the stint as the fuel load's coming off. The fuel load will be quite light now. You know, that Scuderia Praha Ferrari in its trim will be running, in terms of a fuel load, 100 litres of fuel. So you can imagine the weight of that compared to when it's down to its last few laps. It's a big difference in the balance of the car and how it behaves. And it seems like...
Do you know what a litre of fuel is, Peter?
Go on, tell me.
0.7 of a kilogram.
Okay, so that's a lot. That's 70 kilos of
70
fuel.
70 kilos of fuel.
Yes.
70 kilos.
Yeah.
That's like me. That's like having me in the car. And a bit.
Pause for effect.
Moving on.
It's a
chug of weight. It's a chug of weight.
Yeah.
And the 70 kilograms cost us a lot when I was in touring cars. 70 kilograms is what they put on to kind of stifle our car, and it made a massive difference when I managed to get it took off. So I actually do know the dynamics of what that causes, and that, from a driver's point of view, they will feel the weight in the car under braking and under accelerating and through the corner. And you've got to be careful in those early laps when the car is at its heaviest, that you don't overstress the tyre and you don't start, burning up the tread and start graining the surface of the tyre, and the tyre will just go away from you, and then you've got to fight that the whole stint. And whether or not the tyre comes back to you, I don't know. I'm interested to hear what the drivers have to say about their tyre life.
It will be very interesting because the Manuel Lauk, the race leader, does have the fastest lap of the race, just 89 thousandths quicker than Joseph Kral's best, 133.410. For context, that's nearly a second quicker than the lap record from last year, albeit that was in much hotter conditions in July, and of course different manufacturer. Now we've got a problem.
Yeah.
Seb Lejeune Racing, the front right is big damage on the Seb Lejeune Racing cars, grinding to a halt out on circuit. We've had a problem as well. We understand for the 90 as well. The E2P car as Era come into the pits. Joe,
we had a yellow flag at turn 4, which is the Del Rio hairpin, the two Apex hairpin going into turn 4. That's going to bring out a code 60, and I'm not sure whether this car is the cause or whether we've got another car involved out there. And you can see on that car has got damage. We'll check on the damage when it comes into the pits, but this is perfectly timed, Peter, because we were getting towards initial sequence of pit stop times, beginning the clock towards the pit stop phases were coming, and that's timed perfectly, pretty much on the hour, with 10 hours and 59 seconds on the clock as I look at it. Code 60 has come out and everybody's dove into the pits.
So, of course, under a Code 60, though, you can only put it, the Pro and Pro-Am cars can only put in 25% of their allowance. An AM-class car can put in 50%. Now, the leading AM-class car was the number 90 E2P racing car. Now, was it involved with the 888 Porsche car that's trying to make its way back with Seb Lejeune at the wheel with big damage on the front right? Let's get more in the pits where it's getting very busy with Diana Binks.
Just come in, no driver change, just tyres. They were the first one into the pit lane and they're making their way back out. Haas Racing are all ready to receive their car, as are Hoffa Racing just behind them, and Venture, the GT4 car team, behind those as well. All the team crew are coming out with the lollipops ready to guide the cars onto that pit apron. Some are taking fuel before they make their way in, but it's going to be very, very congested in here in just a couple of seconds' time.
Thank you, Di. What's very interesting in 992 is that the 921 Milner Motorsport car, they have declined the opportunity to go into the pits under this Code 60, whereas the Van Berlo Motorsport car and the Red Camel Jordan's car have done. Haas RT also in, and they're going to put at least 2 new Michelin tyres on the car.
Oh, they'll go 4, Peter.
Oh, 4, yeah, you wouldn't just put 2 on. Yes, there's...
Have they gone have they put tyres on that car?
Yes, there was a tyre change going on, and a driver change too.
Just to remind everybody as well about the refuelling rules in Creventic and 24H series, the fueling isn't done at the pit apron. The fueling is done in a fueling area, primarily. At this event at MISANO, the fueling area is at pit in. So before the cars, even the damaged cars, make their way to their pit garage to get fixed, we'll see them going into the fueling area and taking on a tank of fuel. If they don't do that, and there's the Aston telling us that that's basically confirming it is the Aston that is involved in that incident at turn 4, Peter. But yes, fueling on the way in, then you go to your pit apron.
So that E2P Aston Martin in the wall at turn 4, and the tyre is off the rim on the rear left. Antonio Cinero with his hands on his hips, shaking his head, probably thinking, how do we catch a break this season? There's a new car for them this season with the Aston Martin, and it's just not going their way.
Now then, right front damage on the 888 numbered Sebastian Lejeune Porsche, left rear damage on the Aston. That is being recovered by a recovery tractor. Call me a detective, but I would say that's right front to left rear.
I was going to say this is your police experience.
Well, that's my race commentary experience.
Sure. Let's get an update from Diana.
Wheeled into the garage, obviously under no power. They have to push the car back into the garage area from the pit apron, and only 4 members of the team can do that. So they are now having a look around the car, but I can see lots of grass and stuff in the front grille, as I think Joe rightly pointed out. And the team are just having a quick look round that now. I can sort of see that yeah, they're going to work, and drivers just jumping out of the car now, obviously not looking particularly happy, so I'll hopefully get a chat with Seb Lejeune, who's just jumped out of that car in a few seconds' time, or I might just try and grab him now, but he's still got his helmet on and looking at the front grille with another member of the team. If you just bear with me a second.
So of course Seb Lejeune, the owner of the team, the number 90 E2P car has been recovered, but we took a while to get Antonio Cinero out the car because the driver's door had actually got stuck. A little bit of a rocky ride on the...
I hope the driver's not in there.
Loader. No, the driver is out of the E2P Aston Martin. Di.
Now, obviously, and he's obviously, if you can, that would be fantastic. Yes, I just wanted to know from Seb's perspective what happened out there on the track.
J'étais au T3 et il y a une GT3 qui a voulu passer sur l'intérieur. Et il y a eu un contact sur la roue avant.
At the turn 3, the GT2 wants to overtake Sape on the inside and they had the contact on the front wheel. And so the damage, we are looking for what we have to repair. And then our mechanics are working on the car.
Clearly, I could see from his face, not happy, very frustrated by that situation at this early stage.
Ouais, je suis frustré. On était dans le rythme, c'était très bien. Je lui ai mis clignotant qui passe à droite et il aurait dû attendre un peu.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. We had a good rhythm and we were on where we would like to do on the beginning of the race. And for Seb, the GT2 has to wait a little bit more to overtake him in a better place. But it's very unfortunate and he wants to repair as fast as possible and then come back to the race.
They're fixing the car. You'll be back out as soon as you can.
Yeah, we hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's heartbreaking for Seb Ledoux Racing. And yeah, just a little, we talked about multi-class traffic a moment ago, didn't we, about how do you get through, and it's such a balance of not hesitating, not losing time, but also keeping the risk under control. It's so
you
tough.
have to think about it, don't you? You have to think about it. It's not an easy task, even when you're in a GT3 car, which is much quicker across a lap than a 992 car. However, such is the how they produce their lap time is, you know, we've talked about the 992 car being really quick in a straight line, so you're not necessarily going to just fly past it on the straight. You're going to have to plan it. You're going to have to plan it on the brakes, and I think that looks like a case of the Aston maybe turning in on the Porsche. That's usually what happens with the faster car. Yeah, it's turned in, and it looked like the steering rod had been snapped, isn't it? Which is kind of common when you get an impact on that front axle.
So that's at turn 4, which is the enter there to hit the brakes at 200 kilometres an hour and apex at 80. Given that it's on the right-hand side of the Seb Ledoux car, I think that the E2P Aston Martin tried to fit up the inside and then bang, they caught each other.
Maybe the other way around.
And
maybe
they turned the E2P car round and into the wall.
Yeah, we haven't got any footage of that.
No,
we'll be able to analyse, but just assumption. Yeah,
we are. We are, of course, speculating at this point, but what it means is that there's two cars that are going to have lengthy delays for repair. It seems like there is significant damage to the front right of that beautiful 888 Porsche.
It brings to mind, though, Peter, a thing that's been at the forefront of my mind coming into this event. With such a narrow grid, a smaller grid than we perhaps normally see, it is going to pay dividends to repair the car no matter what. We've still got 11 hours of racing, and your competitors who are around you, you know, who's to say that they're not going to encounter some sort of adversity like that? So it does pay to repair the car. It doesn't matter how long it takes, and there's every chance that you will regain and have a recovery drive to the podium.
Yeah, very true, very true. Let's get more from Di.
The number 21, Matisse, has just jumped out. He made the start of the race here in Misano. First of all, just go back to the start. How did you find that?
Oh, it was quite nice, to be honest. We had a good start directly into P2, around the outside in T1. So yeah, I'm pleased with how I did the start. We pushed quite hard to follow the Porsche. But it was good. I enjoyed my stint. I enjoyed fighting. I enjoyed making little mistakes, but then recovering again. So it was a nice stint. Yeah.
Well, that's all part of it. As long as you make the right move at the right time. What's the balance of the car like? Were you happy with what you found?
Yeah, the car is good. The team did a mega job getting the car into the right window. It was really strong on the front end, and then got a bit worse throughout the stint, but then the rear end catch up again, so it was nice in balance. It was a good car to drive.
How would you describe this Misano circuit?
It's technical, it's nice, it's pretty quick as well. It's not an easy track for an endurance race, I think. It's quite physique as well, but it's a nice track. It's really quick, really technical, especially the first sector and the last sector. And then the quick right-handers, which you have to really send it in to keep up the pace. So it's a nice track. I enjoyed it a lot.
Well, you look very happy and satisfied with that. I guess you're looking forward to getting back behind the wheel as soon as possible.
Yeah, of course. You got to make one position extra, and then I'm happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matthias Lismall for the number 21 Haas RT Audi, which was in second place before that, was in second place before Josef Kral got by, of course, just before that code 60. But by our timing screen at the moment, we'll wait for it all to shake out. Looks like Scuderia Praha have gone into the lead.
Yeah, they have.
Haas RT are in second, Red Ant in third. Proton Huber, who of course started, they've been leading the whole way. They're now in fourth. But looking at the pit stop time, the pit stop time for Proton Huber is different. It's about 30 seconds or more longer. Probably because they've done a driver change, but I would imagine they've put new tyres on as well. Whereas, interesting, the Haas RT team, they managed to do a driver change, and you would think that they would change. They did change tyres. They've done a pit stop way quicker, 2:11 compared to 3:08 for Proton Huber. So there was a delay for Proton Huber in the pit.
Well, they've lost 30 seconds in comparison to pretty much everybody, haven't they?
Yes.
And where is that 38 seconds actually? A little bit more if you compare it. The Haas RT pit stop was done in 2 minutes and 11 seconds in comparison. That's almost a minute. That is almost a minute. And perhaps, Di, if you're listening, you are listening, I know that, you maybe want to ask, head down to Proton. They might not tell you, they might not give you the explanation as to why their pit stop took a full 30 seconds longer than everyone else's.
So everyone else has done the same thing. Everyone's done a driver change, at which point you are going to change the tyres. So, because usually that takes a similar amount of time.
Especially under code 60.
Yeah, of course.
You can lose less time, right?
To do it. So, that's, great work from particularly the Haas RT crew. They were really super quick. 2 minutes 11 in the pits. They're actually in the box itself for just over a minute. Driver change, 4 tyres, bang, off they go. Fantastic stuff there from that squad. The thing is, though, is that this is where we're going to see a split, though, Joe. This is where we're going to see a split in terms of who's got what fuel in the car, because the leading 4 cars, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the Haas Audi, the Red Ant Mercedes and the Proton Porsche, they're all Pro or Pro-Am cars. They could only put 25% of their capacity in. The cars behind them, the Hofer Mercedes, which has kept Alexander Prince on board, and the Viper Niza Mercedes and the Continental Audi, they're all AM cars, so they've now got 50% of their fuel on board.
That's going to... I'm thinking more towards perhaps the Red Ant Mercedes, the Haas RT Audi, and indeed the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. We need to clarify whether they did take tyres. I saw the tyres on the apron of the Haas RT car.
Driver, you're going to change.
No, not necessarily. No, the tyres are going to be taking long. They'll take longer than plugging a driver in and out. Remember, you're limited to how many people you can have around the car.
I would be surprised if you would put your new driver in on older tyres.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, Peter.
I would be surprised. Not impossible, you're right.
If we could kind of clarify that, as we've got the E2P Racing Aston Martin arrived back on pit lane, unfortunately on the back of a recovery truck. And we will see that car being dropped off. It's got damage, that left rear, clear signs of impact as we get the green flag flying. That's the code 60, the first code 60 of the MISANO 12 hours for 2025. They'll be amazed to see there no more code 60s. We expect that to be a factor, certainly. And already, as you've described, Peter, with regards to fuel allocation during that code 60 period, it's going to be hard to judge when the pit stops are going to come. Let's head down to Di, though. She's in the pit lane.
You were talking about Haas RT and whether they changed tyres. They did indeed, all 4 tyres and a driver change for them. E2P Racing, you just mentioned the car is just being lifted off the truck now down onto the pit apron. I'm just running up towards it, so I can't see how much damage there is to the car. It doesn't look too bad from the rear of the car, but they're just about to drop that down and push it back into the garage.
It's going to be a lengthy repair, I think, unfortunately for E2P Racing, but they'll get it moving. Also, weirdly, the well, it's not glass. The engine cover basically on the is, or if it was a mid-engine car, of course, not an engine cover. The rear window has popped out.
No, they take that out to recover the car.
Ah, right. Okay. That is a strange one. So yeah, a little bit of damage there to repair. It was a pretty rocky ride on the tail lift as well. So a little bit of work for E2P Racing to get on with. So what it means then, Matus Weibo leads the race for Scuderia Praha from Jeff Michels from Haas RT Audi by 4.6 seconds. Then it's a further 6 seconds back to Kobe de Bruyker in the red Ant Mercedes. So that's all driver changes there. Jörg Dreisau has taken over the Proton Huber Porsche that was leading throughout that opening stint. He's at 16 seconds off the lead after a delayed pit stop. There's definitely something going on there at Proton Huber competition where the pit stop was much longer than the rest. Alexander Prinz is now up to 5th in the Hofer Racing Mercedes, so good work there from the Hofer crew, and of course they've got a bit more fuel on board now too. They've got 47 minutes of Alexander's driving time left, a maximum driving time in this stint. Now they've probably got enough to go all the way to that maximum drive time with Alexander in the car. So that could work out very well for Hofer Racing.
Yeah, and that's because of the limited amount of fuel they've been able to take.
Yeah.
In the Code 60 stop,
or more than all those cars ahead of them at least. They lead in the AM class, which of course the AM cars, they get to put 50% in under Code 60. Pros and Pro-Ams are only allowed to put in 25% of whatever their fuel allocation is. So it's Jörg Dreisau now for Proton Huber competition, who's had a couple of incidents, unfortunately, in the opening couple of rounds. Just getting used to Creventic competition, getting used to the car, etc. But he's got some very strong teammates in Manuel Lauk and Klaus Bachler.
I have tasked Dai to find out why that team took over 30 seconds more than anyone else around them in that pit stop. Dai did clarify that the teams that we were speculating hadn't took tyres. They had indeed took tyres. Only 1 minute in the pits to do that driver change and tyre stop, which is commendable, and that's pretty much for all of those leading GT3 cars. However, we have got the Proton Huber Porsche with, as you said, Jörg Dreisau, is that how we say his name? Dreisau. Yeah, he's now at the wheel. That car was the early leader by a comfortable margin, or relatively comfortable margin. Now that car has dropped back down to 4th through that pit stop by taking over 30 seconds more than the cars around him. Did. So we'll get down. I've just messaged Di. She'll find out if indeed they tell her. If we'd made a mistake, wouldn't tell anybody, would we?
Well, sometimes it depends. It depends what the reason is.
Got it.
Go on.
Something to do with team communications issue. They're not wanting to say much about it. Thanks, Di. They're aware of the time that they lost.
There was
in the pits.
Something went wrong during the stop and it was delayed. So yes. Nothing else. So that's time that could cost them very dearly.
I know we've got a long race, Peter, and I've got a lot of stories that I can tell, and I can understand team communications being a problem. It's very, very important. I was doing a GT Cup race on the pit wall, and my driver came in, and when the guys had checked the tyre pressures, there wasn't much to do, and there was a mandated stop of, I think, 3 minutes. And we knew how long it would take to get from the pit stop to from the pit garage to the pit out. So it's say 30 seconds to go. I would go on the radio and tell the driver, okay, off you go, and they would make their way out. However, the driver was clogging up the radio by talking about where we were going to go for dinner, and that he fancied fish and chips rather than an Indian or a curry or something. And he went way over the 30-second mark, way over the 3-minute mark. It cost us about 45 seconds extra, and we came 3rd, and I think we were about 30 seconds behind 2nd. And that, without that chat about dinner,
well, I hope you enjoyed the dinner anyway.
I'd call that a communications problem if Di was to ask me in the pit stop, in the pit lane. Yeah. So, Joe, why did you take 45 seconds more Because we were deliberating whether we were going for fish and chips or a curry.
Well, it's an important an important discussion. Amazing work, Ty, from Seb Lejeune Racing.
Yes, they're back out on the pit apron now. The team have just placed the car within their box, putting new tyres onto that car. The driver is behind the wheel. I can't see who it is, unfortunately. They're just tightening up the wheel nuts now. So they've done a really quick job on that, so not as much damage as they had feared, and they're just about to fire that car up now and head back into the race.
Amazing work. Let's see, we'll get a driver in there once they go through the timing beam at the end of the pit lane.
That tells me, Peter, that the components that were damaged were basic components like tie rod from the steering rack to the front, the upright. That's a bolt-on, bolt-off kind of thing, and it shows me that what they'll have is a prepared length of track rod that is exactly the same length that has come off the car that will go back on. Hence, they don't have to do the tracking. They'll know that the tracking is going to be where they need it to be. So they've got all of those components measured, ready to be fitted to the car if that situation occurs. So nothing extensively was damaged, no extensive damage, pretty much bolt-on, bolt-off, bolt-on components that were damaged in that shunt.
Great stuff there from the Seb Lejeune crew to get that done and not panic, and that they didn't lose a huge amount of time. I mean, they were in the pits for 18 minutes. That's a very, very quick repair, I would say. Kyle Tilley back on the move now. He's just moved up into 7th position, actually. He's just gone past the Continental Racing Audi, so remains 3rd in the Pro-Am class, but up to 7th overall. Meanwhile, your Am class reader, Hofer Racing, Alexander Prince, doing a double stint here, using the advantage of that Am class car with that slightly enhanced fuel allowance during Code 60 periods, and that should, I would imagine to get Alexander Prince up to his maximum stint length, which is 2 hours. So any driver can only drive for 2 hours at one time, and they must take a break of 50% of whatever time they've driven for. So that'll be, if he drove 2 hours, that would be then it would be an hour that he would have to rest for before he could get back into the car. Pretty much every car in the field has a different set of minimum and maximum driver times. It all depends on what class they're running in, what their balance of their driver lineup is.
Nothing simple, is it, Peter?
But don't worry, we will talk you through it. Don't worry. We will guide you through, and it really makes the strategy so interesting. Really makes it a cerebral competition here in the Michelin 24-hour series. Battle for the lead is on, just 0.2 of a second between the number 56 of Matthias Weibo and the 21 of Jech Michiels. So Michiels in the Haas RT Audi, and really putting pressure on Matthias Weibo, the young Slovakian driver who's won several races in the Ferrari Challenge with Scuderia Praha. And he will be doing a good chunk of the driving. He's got to do 6 hours combined with all the other AMs in the car. There's 2 other AMs in the car, including him. So they've got to split that driving time up between them. But Matthias Weibo at the moment holding Jech Michiels at bay.
Yeah, being pressured, isn't he? Michiels coming back at him, the Haas RT Audi right on the tail of the Ferrari. It's a pure race, this. This might be, we may have another 10.5 hours or so remaining, but this is a pure motor race. Kobe de Bruyker in the Red Ant Mercedes as well, just keeping a watching brief slightly behind these two, as the gap is about 3 seconds to that 3rd place Red Ant car. So he can see them he can see them up ahead, and he'll be seeing that the Haas RT Audi not showing any signs of hustling or hassling Matthias Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, I should say. But they are driving hard. I mean, you can see that, Peter, by the way that they're using all of the curbs and and now they've got traffic up ahead of them, and things got very, very crowded there.
They might have got to physical, actually.
I think they did, and it's not over yet.
So that was at turn 10. Michiel's going up the inside in the Haas Audi, and he's got past Matus Weibo. This is for the race lead then. So Haas RT lead here at Misano. The Belgian Antiguan team, through they go then into the lead of the race. And Jeff Michiel's the young star who was racing at Brands Hatch in the GT World Challenge in a Ferrari, ironically enough, which has just gone past. Great move there, going just picked the pocket a little bit, going into Tremonto.
It's about looking ahead and seeing the slower traffic. The 992 car there just coming into play as they went into the hairpin, and the Audi put himself on the inside. Was there a little bit of contact there?
Definitely, I definitely think so. And of course, these GT3 cars, they've got so many little bits of aero on them, little
straights, they're all important.
Particularly the Ferrari, and you don't want to damage those. But through goes Michiel's then, and he leads for Haas RT. Gorgeous blue and red and yellow and black Audi, really nice machine. I said this yesterday on our qualifying show. It's remarkable to think that Haas RT is only 2.5 years into its racing career.
I know they've been, it's as if they've been here forever.
Yes, they're very much a pillar of the Michelin 24-hour series paddock. The team co-founded by Sandrine Haas and Chris de Donker. Chris, a very experienced team manager and unbelievably good rally driver as well. I didn't realise his rally exploits were so...
I didn't either. I didn't know that Chris was done some rallying. Oh, I know he's a dark horse. yeah, he's a good lad. He's good fun to be around as well. Good motivator as well. You know, they take their racing as intensely as anyone at Haas RT. They do a very professional job in putting that car out on track, and they go about their racing at a very high level, and high level of use of track. That's one. So that'll be one tick in the box for track limits there for the Haas RT, just coming on at the start-finish straight out of Misano, and to get it is getting around some slower class traffic. I think it was the Venture Mercedes there that he had to get around. He used a little bit more than the track provided off the curb, but didn't delay himself very long. That's a slow-moving Mercedes, Peter.
Viper Niza, number 65, going slow at the moment. Now, have they done a driver change?
That's an
it's Dominic Ang who did start the race. The car has come to a stop. Now, this is turn 3, so they've so they're very long way.
That's an outlap, Peter. That's just come out of the pit lane.
You're absolutely right. Yes.
So he's come out of the pit lane, and then the car has stopped at turn 3, which is out of the Del Parco chicane. He's into the Del Rio hairpin. He stopped the car. He had what looked like a very quick Control-Alt-Delete. Like, what do I mean by that? Where you switch everything off, and then you restart all the switches, all the systems, the fuel pumps, etc. You just switch everything back on, and it's a reset. And the reset has worked. The car has started, and the 65 is rolling again. Dominic Ang staying in the car. He's been in the car from the start, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. And it was a very short pit stop. It was less than a minute in the lane, 45 seconds in the box. Yeah, that's a strange one. Maybe we're certainly keeping Diana Binks busy down in the pits, but Viper Niza Racing, there's definitely, I think they're off sequence there, unless they weren't able to get fuel during the Code 60, but they did pit during the Code 60, so you would think that they would get fuel. Dana.
Came into the pit lane, and it looked like the team were getting ready to receive it, and when it came towards the pit apron, it carried on and went back out onto the track. And then you've picked up, obviously they've got some electrical issue, it looks like, and now the team are back out onto the pit apron waiting for the car to make its way back in. So they're sort of scratching their heads a little bit down here at the moment until they get the car in, but they're getting ready to take it into the garage. So they're all set down here. I guess it'll be a few minutes yet before it gets back to this garage area, which is the far end of the pit out area.
Thank you, Di. Yeah, so something not right in that Viper Niza Mercedes as the battle going on for second place. Matus Weibo trying to hold off Kobe de Broeker in the Red Ant Mercedes as Jeff Michiels is in the leading Haas RT SRT Audi is trying to make a way. That's a great start to this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano. Great battling at the front.
There's nothing wrong with the red ant Mercedes, is there? He's right on the tail of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. And this is a battle for second and third, remember. We've already had the SRT Audi move past Matthias Weibo in the silver, grey and yellow Ferrari. And now the Ferrari's mirrors are very much full of Kobe de Bruyker, who again tried to take advantage of that slower traffic as they came up towards the slower traffic. De Bruyker putting the Mercedes fully in the mirrors of the Ferrari. The Ferrari's now cleared the traffic and maybe got a bit of fresh air that it can then get back onto it. The vortex there is easily got around by all three of our leaders, but that now looks pretty much equidistant, Peter, as we continue on.
Well, yeah, fantastic at the front of the field. We've got three different manufacturers at the front here. We've got the 21 SRT Audi leading, and now Kobe de Bruyker gets a great run out of turn 6 and getting down into the braking zone for Quersha, but Matthias Weibo very late on the brakes there. Kobe de Bruyker shows a nose of the big Mercedes. Now they're side by side as they come in towards Curva Tramonto. Matthias Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari has the inside line, so it's going to be difficult for de Bruyker to try and make something work there. He has to back out of it and try and set something up for the run down the back straight towards Carvoni. The flat out run, he's on the headlight flasher, is Kobe de Bruyker in that red ant machine, trying to force Matthias Weibo into a mistake.
It's very, very hard to get by on this back stretch, which has two, maybe three kinks. The third and final kink is the braking zone for the hairpin at the top, the Del Caro hairpin. And it's very, very tricky as he dives down the inside of Misano, the Mercedes down the inside of the Ferrari. We've got to change for second, and as Kobe de Bruyker takes a little bit of a predatory stance there, coming out of the Del Caro hairpin through the kink at 15, and then slingshot down the inside. Bit textbook, outbraking into what is a 90-degree left-hander. It's a lot quicker than you think, but slow enough to get by on the brakes going into the corner.
Brilliant stuff there from Kobe de Bruyker in the 93 Red Ant Mercedes. Chatting to his teammates last night, chatting to Ayrton Red Ant, was saying when you watch Kobe de Bruyker's onboard, he's so busy on the wheel, back forth, really pushing. He says it's like watching someone aggressively milk a cow. He says with their hands going up and down as the Viper Niza Mercedes has rolled into the pits, and we've switched over to Nick Damon.
Yes, it's a new pit stop and a new pit stop person to describe it. Yes, the Viper Niza team. This time they did stop for a nice long slug of fuel at the fuel station. We're going to have a look at that fuel station in a minute. We have the chance to have a look while it's a bit quiet. And obviously, yeah, the pictures will tell 1,000 words. You're listening on radio and TV now. There's an engineer staring deep into the engine, straight on the block. So they're not looking at electrics. They do seem to look at more mechanical elements. It's not a plugging in computer. It's kind of a waving, pointing bit. And I think it looks like they are. Perhaps it might be an ignition issue, not overly sure, but they are having a good old go. Yeah, so having a look at the top mount. Yeah, I think it's certainly from the electric issues on the. What that? This is a spot the unit. Now I'm not totally au fait with your multi-litre AMG V8. They're pulling off this particular unit at the top. It's now. It can't be the alternator up there. No, it's not. They're working on, but it's like an electrical element after all. Let's see whether we can get a quick word with Dominic, see what the problem was. Hi there, how you doing? So what's brought you in the pit?
I think we have some power steering problem, yeah.
It's a power steering pump they're taking off, I see. So I mean, is it a problem where it's failed completely or it's gone intermittent?
I think it's already failed, but I'm not sure what caused the problem, yeah, but it's really no power steering now, yeah. So it's very heavy, yeah.
So is it impossible to drive the car without power steering or just very difficult?
Yeah, for the car like this you need. Maybe Formula 1 you don't need, but this you need, yeah, too heavy.
How's your first stint going? I mean, the car seemed competitive to that problem.
Yeah, I think overall was quite good. Yeah, we were trying to feel safe to go long. Then with the Code 60, and then after that, putting on another tires, we are allowed to push, but then the problem came, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Douglas Coe. The good news is, as we saw them working on it, looks like rather than being buried at the bottom of the entire engine, the power steering pump, which they are working on now and removing, is very near the top, which is quite rare. So it looks like they're going to be able to get to that relatively quickly. Hopefully they have a new unit available. And they won't be in too long, guys.
The Mercedes teams, they all stick together. We were hearing that last night. That the Red Ant team, they didn't have any drive shafts. They managed to get some drive shafts from the Hoffer team. And
yeah, that was at Spa, wasn't it? Or was it Mugello?
Oh, good question.
Yeah.
Anyway,
wasn't it here? It was previous round.
Exactly. So they do stick together, and the engine will be really, really hot as well. You'd think, you know, the mechanic straight in there to work on it. So hopefully the Viper needs a crew will get back going again.
When Bert was saying that, and he went to Hofer and said, we couldn't, but, you know, we'll replace them when they get them in stock. And my thoughts were, I'm not sure I could do that, because, you know, Sod's Law would dictate that once I've given you those drive shafts, and I am going to get them back eventually, but I just know that my car's now going to have a failed drive shaft. So the reason I've got drive shafts on the yeah, they may have had more than two. Yeah. But if they were my last two, I'd be...
That's the height of generosity.
Yeah, it really is, yeah.
Jeff Michiels has just set the absolute best in Sector 1. So he's really pushing on in the Haas RT Audi. And Haas RT, you know, it was an Audi that won last year, of course, in this event, the Santalock car. Haas RT would love to double that up for Audi. As speaking of Audis, the 69 machine, the Continental car, is of Andrei Saluksev, is battling away with Kyle Tilley over 6th position after the demise of the Viper Niza car. They've moved up a position each, but Tilley did get by the Continental Audi, but isn't able to quite pull away here. The Air car a little bit quieter than what we usually expect from that crew in this early stage of the race.
Pushing on, isn't he? He's not hanging around. He is pushing on, not falling out of rhythm, about to put the Era Motorsport Ferrari a lap down. That Era Motorsport Ferrari, the black and grey car there ahead of him.
That's the Continental car, that's a different Audi.
Is that an Audi? Looks like a Ferrari from this angle.
That's a Ferrari.
I need to be close to the screen.
For 6th.
All right, okay.
You do need to be close to the screen.
I do need to be close to the screen.
In their defence, the Haas RT car is also blue. It's a blue Audi leading the race.
Right, so that's right. Okay.
There we go.
Can I swap seats?
Yes.
Show close to the screen.
Good idea.
Yeah, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. That is the 69.
Yes, so this battle over...
Right,
over
let's start.
place.
Coming again.
We'll start that again.
Right, that's the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi that is chasing down the Era Motorsport Ferrari. So that is actually a battle for position. 6th and 7th places coming together now. See, we can edit that bit out, can't we, in the edit? That won't be there. We'll just get rid of that.
That's it.
While that battle continues, the Mercedes is continuing to have that power steering pump repaired. The car still in. You heard Nick Dimon describe that. But I think, Peter, the battle for 6th and 7th, there's absolutely nothing in it. We don't really need a stopwatch to tell us how close those cars are. They're about to come through, and the question is, we know how experienced Kyle Tilley is. He's not going to give away that position too readily as they just get around the GT4 contender, the British team, Venture, here with their Mercedes GT4. And it was, we heard from the starting driver, Matt George, was saying that they were going to go about their race as they were, you know, they're going to learn, they go through, they're going to drive as fast as they can. And Neville Jones, the team principal, the team owner, he's now at the wheel of that car. But it's this battle here that has just cleared that GT4 Mercedes and will continue on. And Kyle Tilley has responded, hasn't he? That blue and white Audi appearing in his mirrors, and the Ferrari there, the black and blue Ferrari, has responded to the blue and white Audi in its mirrors, and he's pulled a bit of a gap back out.
Well, he had made the move about 5 or 6 laps ago. He had made the move to pass the Audi at Curva Quercia, but the Audi driven at the moment by the Simpson Audi, driven at the moment by Andrei Saluksev, is really actually recovering quite well. Now we've got pit stops for 3 different GT3 cars. We've got the Red Ant racing car in fuel, we've got the Scuderia Praha car in fuel, and the Proton Huber competition car, and indeed throw the former race leader Jeff Michiels in. Now this is what we're talking about with the fuel. Up into the overall lead of the race, having just set the fastest lap of the race, Alexander Prince for Hoffer Racing. So Hoffer Racing, with that extra fuel capacity in the Code 60, this is where their advantage comes in, and they are using it. Let's get down to Nick.
Well, I was all prepared for a fantastic, exciting pit stop battle, but they've all just taken fuel and rolled down in the same order. They've rolled down in the order Mercedes, Ferrari, Porsche. So that's a bit disappointing. One thing I will say is that if you just follow me now, because I've claimed the camera now, not giving it back. I've learnt this from somebody else in the team. The power steering is virtually replaced. In fact, they're about to come out right now on the Viper Nissan car number 65. Fantastic speed work. Oh, no, you're going a bit too quick. And they managed to get that change very quickly. That's very conveniently easy to find. But if Nico just turns to his left in a second, you'll see the remnants of what is the E2P Aston Martin, a much, much bigger repair than for the Seb Lejeune racing car. It was obviously just a front track rod. There's a lot more damage at the rear of the car here. They're having to work very, very carefully and take off several more parts. A quick word with Antonio. Antonio, first of all, what happened?
Hello. Well, I was overtaking a guy, a cab car, and he lost the rear and he hit me. And yeah, I'm a little bit angry because it's very hard driving with people that cannot control the car in some situations. So yeah, a little bit upset and a little bit angry.
Yeah, very bad luck. It seems to be just perhaps a small amount of damage on that rear left. Seems more serious. Are you having to replace bits of the final drive and the transmission as well?
Yeah, I don't know exactly the damage and the issues that the car has now, but yeah, we have a very expensive reparation, and that's a shame, man. These cars are so expensive, and yeah, very angry.
It's massive bad luck. Hopefully you get out and have some clean laps later. Thanks, Antonio.
Yeah, hope so. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not good, guys. I mean, there is a lot more being repaired in that rear left wheel arch, and we saw in the Seb Lejeune front right wheel arch. And if it's a fact that the Porsche did lose it, because there's always two sides to every racing incident, who knows?
Antonio Cinero is always a very happy, smiling young man, very positive, but I've never seen him more frustrated and disappointed than that. That's such a shame, and it's a culmination of things as well for E2P, because there's been incidents. They lost an engine at Mugello, they had problems at Spa as well, and just the problems continue. It's been a really, really tough season for them, so hopefully they can get that repaired and get back going again. Just depends how long it's going to be, but Antonio's point about the cost of it is definitely one that can't be ignored. These are very, very expensive racing machines. Great to see Viper Niza back out after replacing that power steering pump. They're back going again. It's team owner Douglas Coe at the wheel now of that number 65 after taking over from Dominic Ang. Hoffer Racing have just come into the pits from the lead of the race with a 1:33.351, the best lap of the race so far on the previous lap. Alexander Prince is now in fuel in car number 11, who's getting pretty close towards his driver time anyway, so good time to get a driver change done in there. What this all means is that Kyle Tilley for Era Motorsport is now in the lead of the race. So they looking at the moment like, well, he's had a long stint, an hour and 40 minutes, and only was able to top up 25% at the Code 60, so getting great fuel mileage in that Ferrari 296. Nick?
Yeah, we have, just by the by, before we talk about the Hoffer car, the 69, the Continental Racer with Cincy Motorsport, that just trundled down, having taken a fuel-only stop, which obviously, because we are quite close to the last Code 60, is kind of a toss-up. But the Hoffer Racing doing a full service. Alexander Prince has made way for his missus. So his missus is getting to drive the car now, Chantel. So it's certainly a family affair. Not sure how often a husband gives way to his wife or vice versa in the racing car, but that's happened just then. Absolutely standard stop, really. They've taken the 4 tyres, and I was just thinking, any second now we're going to get the Cron Racing, the RPM car, come in. They're currently trying to put all the fuel possible into their 992 machine. Tracy Crone will be getting into that one. So yeah, we're getting a little kind of weird situation where, because of the Code 60, kind of put things slightly out of kilter, and some of them have only got 25%, some have got 50%. So it's when they're going to come in. And also, you pointed out, guys, that some people are working to their 2-hour time limits.
That's right. Yes, you've got a 2-hour maximum stint length. Doesn't mean that that's their overall drive time. That depends on the driver. For example, Klaus Bach Winkler, who's one of the pro class drivers in the race, he is only allowed a maximum of 4 hours. So they've got to be very tactical where they put them in the car, and of course make sure that they use them all up too. You want to have every last lap you can get, or if you've got a driver like that in your roster. So that's all part of the conundrum, the puzzle that is the Michelin 24-hour series, and getting that strategy right. And there are teams here which know the series inside and out and know the kind of tricks for getting the best out of the strategy. Look at teams like Red Camel in the 992 category. You know, Haas RT would be another one, and Hoffer Racing as well. They're all teams that have been here for several seasons and know how the game is played. More from Nick Damon in the pits.
More importantly, it's more from Alexander Prince. That was a very eventful sort of 90 minutes, or about 2 hours. How frustrating was it at the beginning of the race when you were stuck behind that slightly slow Audi, you and the other Mercedes?
It was really frustrating. I just had to focus myself that it's an endurance race, so not to push so much. I just recognized that after these two guys behind, I was starting to destroy my tires, and then I was just pushing, not too much, but give them a lot of pressure. And then just hope that they make a mistake. And then, the Viper Mercedes, he passed the Audi, and then the Audi made a mistake. I took advantage. What I don't understand that they then, when you're by side, they crash into your car. This makes absolutely no sense in endurance. Also, fight so hard at the beginning of the race, you destroy yourself and the race of the others because both teams are losing so much time. This is really frustrating, and yeah, I can't understand this because it's also not my mentality to just blocking other drivers in the first part of the race, so it makes no sense. But yeah, after that I could find my rhythm. It was quite comfortable for me in the race. I could push a lot. So I had fun in the car.
Interesting what you say second there, when you were following the car you were destroying your tyres. Is this the same as we see in Formula 1 where following a car damages the tyres, damages because of the temperature? Is it just a case because you were having to take lines you didn't want to take that you were damaging the tyres?
Yes, absolutely. It's just you try to just dive bomb at one point, you brake later, so you overheat over the brake, the front tires. And also you try to push at the exit of the corner more on the long straight. Then you have a little bit like oversteer, you're sliding, so this is also not the best tire management. So it's just you have to handle it, and then at one point you have to decide if you push quite hard, if you make really a hard move with the risk to have a contact. I just decided not for that one. I waited, patient, and then luckily I made a mistake.
Well, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Always good to hear from Alexander Prince in the Hoffer Racing car, and yeah, that fills in the gaps of how that opening tussle played out. Former leader of the race, Kyle Tilley, has brought the car in and has picked up the first penalty of the race, a 10-second penalty for track limits.
They're having fun though, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're having fun, letting that Ferrari breathe over those curbs.
Yeah, so it's that six offences gets you a 10-second penalty. Will not be the first. It won't be the last. That's for sure. No. In this race, as Kyle Tilley done an hour and 40 minutes at the wheel, he potentially will have quite a lot of drive time to do because he has to do a combined 6 hours with Dwight Merriman. So, who's the other AM-graded driver in the car. So they'll have to split that between them how they wish. But I would suspect that Kyle Tilley will do. I would think in the region of 3.5, 4 hours, maybe even more than that. Dwight Merriman, his minimum is 1 hour. Kyle Tilley has already done his minimum of 1 hour. He's done quite significantly more than that. So that's something they have to think about. Nico Verdonk, the semi-pro driver, they don't have any limit with him. And Ryan Dalziel, as a pro driver, the maximum he can do is 4 hours. So they've got to balance all of that together, and I'm sure they've got it planned out.
These early stages, Peter, that Code 60 refueling, that Code 60 coming right at the point of the pit stops at the end of the fuel window for pretty much everybody has certainly spiced this up, hasn't it? I mean, let's not get too excited. Fabian Dance has just taken over second place overall in a 992 class car. However, let's not go too excited with 10 hours and 10 minutes remaining. This is not going to be the situation we find ourselves in 4 or 5 hours. hours' time. It's purely because of that different fuel allocation, that the allowance that people were allowed to take under the Code 60 regulations has completely knocked us out of sync and made things very, very tricky to perhaps foresee and predict where people are going to be in, say, an hour or two's time. We're going to have to let this sort of settle in, aren't we, and get some green flag running under our belts, and we're going to see who is going to sort of rise to the top of the timing screen, which at the moment, this race is being led by the number 71, the Utah Racing Audi, Michelin at the wheel of the car, and he's got about 11 seconds over the next car overall, but he's got 43 seconds or so before the next car in the GT3 field comes through, and that's another Audi in the form of the Haas RT. And so down to the pits, hey, Nick Damon, I can hear wheel guns.
One thing I've noticed, I came back in the pits about 15 minutes ago, something I've noticed which is quite different from when I was doing the pit walk is the wind's really picked up. There's a strong breeze, I mean almost a wind, it could be beyond breeze into wind territory. It is running directly behind the cars up the main straight, so they're getting a nice push into the first corner, which we totally don't want. So just an interesting point that the wind has picked up, and a lot of these cars are very heavily aero controlled, so that's going to affect their handling. But we are going to get a couple more cars coming in quite soon, but this Era Motorsport stop is taking a bit longer than it should. They finished the tyres, but just getting Dwight settled in and belts on has taken a few seconds longer than was necessary, and down the way. And just something I was listening to whilst I was in the pit lane, and something that Joe said, if the teams get their stops absolutely correct, they can change the driver before they've changed the tyres. That's a real sign in Creventic of a good stop, is when your driver is in and ready to go when the tyres are finished. And the really top teams can get that, certainly, if some of the teams who've been here, they will do that within a second either way. So that's what you're really aiming for. And another succession of cars come towards us, but you've heard enough my voice, so back to the booth.
I don't think we could ever hear enough of Nick's voice, do you? Especially when he's speaking in context, which is quite rare, I suppose. But yeah, the Ferrari of the Scuderia Praha team has got the Mercedes of Hofer on its tail. However, that is not for position, is it?
No, there's a lap between them because no, that shouldn't be the case, because they both had two pit stops. Why is that? I think it's something to do with the amount of fuel taken on board.
Yes, it's everything to do with that.
Yes. So the Hofer racing car will now be absolutely filled to the brim. The Scuderia Praha car probably won't be. So that's, again, like you say, it's going to unwind in 992, which we know is going to be a really close battle. All of the leaders are in fuel at the moment, or have been in fuel. So the Red Camel Jordan's car in fuel, Homeguard in fuel, and Ajit Kumar, they are classified as the top three in that class at the moment. And then in the pits, so who have already taken fuel, Van Berlo Motorsport, Milner, and RPM, all of those cars I just mentioned, any of them could raise not just the class, some of those are AM cars, not just the class trophy, but they could win the 992 category overall.
Yeah, absolutely. It's anybody's race. To be honest, Peter, it's anybody's race in GT3 as well, as we've seen, how the pit stops are going to affect the running order every 2 minutes, or not 2 minutes, every hour or so. We're going to see cars coming for refueling, and then that's going to be the complexity of the Code 60 process will just add complexity to that. And it's all about getting to that stage of the race where you're back timing to that final fuel window, but that's way, way off. We've got another 10 hours or so before we even start thinking about that.
Yeah, we've got a long old way to go. Yeah, 10 hours and 6 minutes on the clock in this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano, the second edition of the 12 Hours of Misano. We did have a TCR race here 7 or 8 years ago, but in terms of the full Michelin 24-hour series, this is only the second edition of coming here to the Italian seaside. I have to say, it's a very pleasant place to come to.
You mean generally this part of it?
This part of the world is a very pleasant place to come to, and
you can't help but notice the history of motorcycle racing, though. It's the hometown of Marco Simoncelli is where we're staying, for instance, which is right on the coast, right on the beach. You've got Valentino Rossi, was born and bred around this part of Italy. MISANO itself is one of the main circuits on the international motorcycle racing calendars. You've got the MotoGP visit here. Well, Superbike's here next month. And you can't help but see that everywhere you go around the MISANO circuit area.
Little issue for the number 81 era Motorsport Ferrari of Dwight Merriman, just getting into a little bit of a disagreement with the Scuderia Farron 992 car, which is scampered off into the distance a little bit. But that just had to be a little bit of a correction there for Dwight Merriman as he gets himself into a rhythm and gets into the early part of his stint. Nick Damon in the pits.
Yeah, we've just had the 992s running through. The 921 Michelin Motorsport car came in. That was all going through full service driver change. Going great till they dropped it off the jack. He just sat there for about 15 seconds. I think they tried to select neutral before they could start the car again. Right in front of me, it's the Red Ant Racing with Ajit Kumar machine, and Ajit himself is getting into the car. So the YouTube channel should get ready for quite a lot of comments coming in the next few minutes. We've also had the Red Camel Jordan. They just came through for fuel only and then rolled past. I can see about 9 and 11, the green and red Porsche, that's also stopped, but they've been quite towards the back of the field the whole time. The Vortex is in. Vortex, of course, remember, leading SPX and not on fire.
Pretty cool. I didn't see which driver it was going into the Ajit Kumar car. As they come through the end of the pit lane now, it's Fabien Defieux who is Ajit Kumar has got in. And you think for Ajit Kumar as well, he's been strapped in by Mark Goossens, sports car racing legend, the team manager for and talent spotter, as we discovered last night, for Red Ant Racing. But that's pretty cool to get tucked in by into your belts by
well, I think it's commendable that Burt Reddon and the Red Ant Racing organisation, who we see in the 24/8 series, but it's very much a part of the Benelux racing scene in Carrera Cup. I mean, he's got Mark Goossens as the team manager. He's got this progression, Mark Goossens spotting people coming through karting and from karting sort of opening the door for them to try car racing. It's very, very commendable that Burt and his sons are embedded now in the world of motorsport in the Benelux area.
Problem at turn 14 for Scuderia Farron. They're off the road, and that's down towards the end of the lap at Curva del Carro. Don't know if there's another car involved or not, but this will very likely trigger a code 60 because that Scuderia Farron car is in the gravel. Certainly its front wheels are in the gravel. So the car's coming by at quite high speed there. Scuderia Farron were just ahead of a few of the GT3s, just side by side with the Mühlner car, the 921. Now, did they get together? Too difficult to tell, to be honest, but certainly they were close together. Mühlner Motorsport and the Scuderia Farron. The Scuderia Farron car off the road. The 921 Mühlner car did get through, so we're going to piece that together. We have gone code 60, unsurprisingly. Yeah. Oh, they both get together, yes. So the Mühlner car spun also, so that the Mühlner and the Scuderia Farron car getting together on the exit of 13. That is fast through there as they're trying to scrub speed off going into Curva del Carro. It's where you're going right all the time. And we have gone code 60. Jutta Racing have just gone into fuel, so they are first into fuel. Nick?
Interestingly, because I thought it was going to be a kind of a quiet period before this coach, I thought, I'll wander down and I'll have a look at the fuel area. Because the fuel area is where it's all going to be. It's very much more accessible than most of the fuel areas we see, because it's actually just using the initial garages in the pit lane. Normally there's some sort of convoluted route round the back or out the front where they go around a little circle, don't they, at 15 miles an hour, 20 kilometres an hour to pick up fuel. As you can see, because if you've got the camera's on, yep. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, I think there's 5 sort of portable sort of Tesco petrol pumps. Other supermarkets are available. 2 pumps on each side, so I think there's a maximum capacity. I'm going to say 10. I can't see another one after that, so at any one time. Hopefully there's some shots of all the various fuelers. The team, they actually sit down in deck chairs inside the garages waiting for their respective car to come out. Now, with only 20 cars and with the way this Code 6 has been running, it's unlikely we're going to have a free-for-all this time. There's probably going to be enough spaces for everybody. But, of course, historically, we have seen situations where people are absolutely falling over themselves to get a space. Now, Jutta Racing, I don't think got in before the Code 60, so they will only get 25
It doesn't matter anyway, Nick, now. Once it goes Code 60, that stops.
They've changed that rule, yes. So the Code 60 rules have changed, well, more often than the British government during the Brexit debates. So it's a lot for those of you who aren't involved in British politics. It's unbelievably large amounts. So the Haas RT have slightly the Haas RT have slightly overstepped and are stopping. I think you can't see a penalty there. It's not your penalty box. It's a very long line. That's why. So you got interestingly, one of the people, the Era Motorsport, who've just come in, I thought took a slug of fuel, have come in for more fuel again. They've been out about 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're just.
We've also.
I think Nick, that Dwight Merriman will want to try and get his driving stint in the bag, so to speak. So he's just topping off, so it'll get him 2 hours.
The thing to remember is that whilst they're only allowed to take whatever it may be, 85, 90 or whatever litres, the tanks are all at least 120 litres. So you can actually, there is space in it. After the first stint, there will always be extra space to put fuel into, and that's being shown by 2 of the Mercedes that stopped, and they're well known for having a massive tank. The Red Arm machine in the 93 is just crawling past me at 20 clicks, and the Hoffa machine is in for fuel as well. Neither of those have been out for a while, and joining them is the Ferrari from Scuderia Praha. They've all taken a bit of slurp of fuel, and now a couple of the actually that's the Porsche, the Scuderia Ferrari Porsche that caused the problem, didn't just coming in there.
I have a mission for you, Nick.
Oh, is it impossible?
No,
Do I need to get Tom Cruise?
At all. Looking forward to that one.
Okay.
You said that Ajit Kumar had got into the 901.
I thought he had,
it's got Matthew Detry coming up on the timing screen. I wonder if you could just clarify that.
It's when I walked past some time ago, as I walked down earlier, I saw Ajit in his suited and booted. They must have made it change their mind in the 4 or 5 minutes after that. They, I'll go over and have a look. It is the other end of the pit lane, but I'll go and have a look.
Better go green in under a minute. I just want to mention Stephen Derrick, who joined us on the YouTube feed. What do we think of Nico Verdonk back into the 24-8 series? He's in the number 81, which is the Era Ferrari. Regards from Stephen Derrick to Nico, and yes. We're so happy. I saw Nico on the entry list midweek before we were coming out here, and I thought, Nico Verdonk, he should be in this series forever.
Former Bentley boy.
Yes.
Well, racing Bentley in the Nürburgring 24-hour, among so many other things. Racing Formula 3000 in the early 2000s. Really, really cool to have him involved. Back to green flag racing we go then. On the fuel capacity point, all these cars, the FIA GT3 fuel capacity is 120 litres. Some of them have less than that in terms of their allowable fuel fill, and you think, how on earth can you keep on top of that? It's very impressive. Creventic, the organisation that run the Michelin 24-hour series, they have smart pumps. So the pump knows the fueler will basically will take their tag and scan it on the fuel pump. Then the fuel pump knows which car it's filling, and it knows what that car is allowed. Is it an AM car? Does it get 50% under Code 60? What is its fuel a maximum allowance that's allowed to be put in at any fuel stop? It all knows that straight away. So all the fueler has to do is put the nozzle in and hold it onto it until it stops pouring, whatever that might be. And as Nick had alluded to, it used to be that if you got into fuel before Code 60 was called, you could fill all the way up, like as if it were green. Now that's not the case. As soon as the Code 60 is called, it goes under Code 60 conditions immediately. So if you were filling up, that would mean that the pump would effectively probably stop at that point, and then you get back going again. The AM class cars always have a bit of an advantage in those situations in terms of the allowable fuel that they're allowed to take, both under green and indeed under Code 60. So everything starts to unwind with the Jutta Racing Audi leads, although it has been in the pits less than the rest. So that would mean then that it has less fuel on board compared to Red Ant Racing, who are only 8.3 seconds behind with Kobe de Broeker on board. Now I would say that Kobe de Broeker and Red Ant Racing, I would say they're in the net lead in terms of those on the same strategy, with Peter Gwelings in the Haas RT Audi just behind him by 2.3 seconds. So Red Ant and Haas both battling away all the way through.
Yeah, we're going to see that. Great to see Yuta Racing, though, coming out and maintaining that lead battle. We've had a change of driver. Nikolai handing the car, the number 71, over to Arunas Gesiakis, now at the wheel of the Yuta Racing Audi. I can hear wheel guns, so that means Nick Damon's got something for us.
It's the 73. It's the Proton Huber competition machine. It's Jorg Dresler getting out. This is not particularly important. What is important is Klaus Bachler's getting in. So I think this car is about to move significantly up the running order, as Bachler, the man who put by far the fastest lap of qualifying in yesterday, is going to go and blast this thing around for at least an hour and try and improve their overall track position.
So we've got a clarification on the 901. We found the driver identification switch. Ajith Kumar now confirmed at the wheel of the 901. So Ajith, it was a driver ID switch issue. And so Nick, your eyes are not deceiving you. I know how they are degenerating, but they still haven't given up on you yet. And you were spot on. He was seen suited and booted, and he is in the car. So the 901, Ajith Kumar with Red Ant Racing this weekend. And we wish him well. He's to a good race for Ajith, and it's great to have someone of that stature in India racing with us. And if he could bring along a few more, perhaps a couple of Indian teams could come and join us.
It's absolutely remarkable the attention that Ajith Kumar has brought to the Michelin 24-hour series since his debut in Dubai. Dubai, I've never seen anything quite like it. I mean, the amount of people who came to see him race, and we know there's so many watching indeed on Creventic Motorsport TV, but also on Tamil TV in India. So a very warm welcome to you, and your man is in the car at the moment. Ajith Kumar has taken over the 901, and he's on a very much a European adventure. He has raced a bit in the past, but there's been quite a hiatus. Started racing motorcycles when he was a teenager, actually, but coming back, and he said none of the circuits on this calendar he'd been to before. So every race weekend he goes to as part of this Michelin 24-hour series is a brand new track.
I've got an inquiry here from Tashumi. Do we know what the problem with the Escuderia Faron was at the beginning of the race? Yes, the reason why that car is so far back and having lost time, and it's back in the pits now after that incident on track, was with a problem at the beginning of the race for the number 949. That recovery driver's been stifled because it's back into the pits. And talking of the pits, let's head down to Nick. Nick.
I've literally, conveniently, just walked up to it because it's a sort of first car on the rank, or the last car actually, because it's still quite confusing. This pit lane's running the wrong way as far as I'm concerned. Now, ouch. So anyway, the car, the reason it stopped initially, Farron, because he had a gearbox issue. The driver was very upset because it's a brand new gearbox apparently, but as we know, brand new things fail as much as very old things. It's a bit in the middle when they work well. If you look at the life expectancy of anything, be it electrical component or it be a human being, it's exactly the same. Your mortality rate is very high, then plateaus out and then goes high again. They're patching up the damage from that second piece of incident. They lost a dive plane, it looks second hand. They've lost the coverage of the glass of one of the lights, and they will need the lights later. We are going into the darkness. But it's already, and we're only, a couple of hours in, been a bit of a rough, toughy time for a Scuderia Faron.
Yeah, it looks like it tripped over another car out there, didn't it? And a little bit of damage on the front. That'll not deter them too much. The car already on the apron, as we heard from Nick Damon. The 992 class is being led by, once again, by the Van Berlo Motorsport. Bas Koeten is the name underneath that Van Berlo Motorsport sticker. Kai Van Berlo now at the wheel of that car, so that's got a quick driver in it, and it's leading the 992 class in 7th place overall. It's got a couple of GT3 cars in between it and the next car in the class, and that's the Red Camel car. That's been there pretty much the whole of this battle from the start here. 9 hours and 50 minutes or so to go. GT3 and overall is being led by Yuta Racing. The Audi now pulling it just under 9 seconds from the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. Kobe de Broeker still at the wheel of that one, and then a further just under 7 seconds is the how do we pronounce that? Gwillinx? Guilinks.
Guilinks.
Oh, it's easier than it looks.
Yeah.
Guilinks.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Yes, he's in the SRT. Said just under 7 seconds, but there's a huge gap back to the Scuderia Praha car of just under 50 seconds now is the gap back to fourth. So the front three have got a chunk of time. That is going to continue unless the Scuderia Praha car can find a way of getting back on terms.
So Dwight Merriman at the wheel of the 81 Ferrari at the moment, sitting in 9th place, just 6.8 behind the number 73 Proton Huber competition Porsche of Klaus Bachler. So they've decided to put their hot shoe at the wheel, have Proton Huber competition. So we should see that car forged to the front of the field, or forged forward anyway, over the next little while or so, particularly if it stays a long run of green flag racing. We've had 2 Code 60 interventions so far, so an average of 1 an hour at the moment, with varying degrees of severity so far. It was a great job by the track team to get that Scuderia Ferron car recovered back so quickly, but unfortunately some difficulties for them over so far today, sadly.
Hello to Time Certain Clock. He's asking who we've got here this weekend in the commentary team. It's I'm Joe Bradley. The last time I looked, I've got Peter Mackay, who's the number 1, and then down in the pits we've got Nick Damon, who will be relieved by Diana Binks sometime in the afternoon. So that's your team, the RSL team here at Misano. And we've got Iron Urn 1, who's always appreciate the colour match tape, which he means the tape that we saw on that repair going on that Porsche that Nick reported on. And I'm a big stickler for colour match tape. If you're running an orange and blue car, then you've got to have orange and blue tape. If you're running a black and blue car, and so on and so forth. Here's the battle between the Porsche of... Where is it? It's fallen down the field, that Proton Huber car, isn't it? That's not for position. Klaus Bachler is in that orange and blue car that we're watching there in 8th place. Now, that car, Peter, has dropped down to 8th place overall.
Sorry, Joe, problem for Scuderia Praha off. Problem for the number 56 Ferrari. Matches Vibo at the wheel, 4th place at the moment, and is going to get back going again. So is it just a spin? Trying to see exactly where it is on track right now. It's into turn 3. Yeah, so just a spin for Matas Vibo. Interesting, that's exactly the same place where Dwight Merriman spun his Ferrari yesterday. So easy to get it wrong there. You're all the way flat through there, coming through turn 3 to turn 4, and looks like just a spin for Matas Vibo. So hopefully no damage and no harm, no foul. He may well, as you mentioned yesterday, Joe, may well have damaged his tyres though.
Yeah, that's easy to do. You flat spot the tyre. You flat spot the tyre, and it can, if the spin is harsh enough and fast enough, you can damage that tyre and flat spot the tyre through. It's best to come off the brakes and let the tyre roll, and not get the car moving backwards or forwards rather than sideways, because you can actually wear the rubber out to the canvas, and you've got to pit immediately and check the rubber. It'll be a little bit of a vibration as he knocks those flat spots off, but it looked like a bit of a harmless half spin there, didn't it? And we were talking about Miroslav Vibo having to gain time of he dropped about just under 49 seconds. The gap's gone out to 56. That'll be even more next time round with that little spin. So he is a little bit delayed across the line, but he is dropping down the order. We were thinking he may be able to get that car back on terms with the top 3. However, that's not going to help at all, is it?
Yeah, they're cycling through the drivers quickly in the Scuderia Praha machine. Joseph Kral starting the race, then handing over to Matas Vibo, who then handed to his father Miroslav, who's at the wheel right now. So they'll also have Denis Sashik looking to get in the car shortly as well. They've got a 4-driver lineup in that Scuderia Praha machine. Of course, joint championship leaders with Hoffer Racing, in not just in their class but in the overall too. As fastest lap of the race, surprise surprise, Klaus Bachler, 1:33.1. that is absolutely rapid. 1.2 seconds quicker than the lap record set last year by Jason Hart in the Herberth Porsche.
the tale of war continues for the 949 that has incurred a penalty, and thanks to Tinplate Geek too for mentioning this as well. I did notice this coming up on the screen. It's been given a penalty of 20 seconds time penalty for causing a collision in that issue that we saw earlier on. So that tale of war continues for the 949 that had that issue at the start, caused a lot of time delay in the pits. Now it continues and it's got a 20-second. So that recovery drive, just add that to the pile. I'll deal with it when we come into the penalty box.
Yeah, that's a pity, because that was the 921 Milner Motorsport Porsche that was involved in that incident, as well as Klaus Bachler. He's sitting in 8th at the moment, trying to make up as much time as possible. While he's in the car, he can only do a maximum of 4 hours out of the 12. So he's every lap, he's got to be pushing all the time. As Scuderia Ferron, a little bit on the front right of their car, a little bit of damage to the front there, just a little bit of loose bodywork. The driver will probably hear that scraping along the tarmac. So the Scuderia Ferron car already looking pretty battle-worn, it must be said, but lapping around at the moment and hopefully be able to keep going to the end of the stint, and they can always do a little bit of repair at the next stop. We've got more updates from Nick Damon. Nick, what have you got for us?
Lip and the splitter at the front of the car as well on the right hand side. The damage they were patching up on the left hand side, which was mostly bodywork, and obviously had some lovely colour correct tape. But yeah, they've also got it's got bits out. I actually did find a bit of plastic off from the car, which they didn't tidy up. But I'm not sure whether it's been thrown away now, because I was going to bring it back to you, Peter, because I thought it was the most chance you've ever got to any part of a racing GT3. It was on the floor earlier, so I thought I'll bring that as a present, but unfortunately it's gone, so I failed even on that one. I'll go out the back of the parts and get you some plastic for a souvenir.
How generous.
Get them a rear wing off a Ferrari. That's always a one to sell on eBay, isn't it?
As well, we've seen they're good for leaning on rear wings for Ferraris.
The Mercedes drivers leaning on their rear wing as well. So it's clearly the thing. If you're doing that, you look like you know what you're doing. If you lean on the rear wing of your race car sitting on the grid, you look pretty cool.
Yeah, you also make sure that the mechanics remember to fasten the thing on as well.
And then the wings in the right setting aero-wise.
Well, it might be when it came out the pit garage. It might not after everybody's lent on it.
Maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Can I say hello to BC Scoots, who joins us all the way from Bathurst?
Oh wow!
I have no idea what time it is in Bathurst. It's coming up to midday here. So what's that?
Midnight.
Midnight, is it?
Wow.
Yeah, potentially.
Wow.
Great to have you along, enjoying the sunshine, just off the Adriatic coast here, just south of Rimini. The MISANO track here, the Circuit de Simoncelli, that famous MotoGP rider, is what the track is named after.
Yeah, it was a really tragic loss in 2011 at Sepang. He was really on the way up as a MotoGP rider, and he was just full of life, full of just character. He had the big hair, huge big hair, and he was a really close pal of Valentino Rossi's. They were quite the pair, and yeah, Marco Simoncelli's dearly missed from MotoGP, and particularly from this area, his home area.
7:45 in Bathurst. Thanks, BC.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
That's okay. I think the difference was the smallest that. Perfect timing for watching some endurance racing.
Yeah, it is. He's going to be
dinner on.
Let's see if he stays up all night though to see the finish.
Well, there's the challenge.
Another 9 hours.
Yeah.
4 or 5 in the morning. Be used to it.
You want to keep tuned in, I think, because this is a race that's just going to unfold slowly over the course of the next 9 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah, the 81 Ferrari there being followed by the 992 class car. That's Dwight Merriman. He's the AM driver in that car, and he will be enjoying the drive of that Ferrari. Dwight, the man with his name above the door at Era Motorsport. It's all about the drive, Peter, isn't it? And this is what I love about the Creventic series. We've got a mix of drivers, we've got a mix of driver abilities, and it's not all about sitting. You know, it's not the World Endurance Championship. This series, it's about a cross section of motorsport enthusiasts who come together and drive these quite exotic machineries in the form of GT3 cars. So you may think, why is that 992 car keeping up with that? Well, that's that's an AM driver, and the 992 class car, that's the red camel car, isn't it? And that has got Fabian Dance, who's also an AM,
but
however, he's not quite an AM ability-wise.
That's the thing, is that, well, I mean, you look at Alexander Prince, also graded as an AM. This is the thing where driver gradings is very, very interesting. It's a very interesting topic, I have to say, there. But yeah, I mean, Dwight Merriman, this is a new adventure for him. He's had a lot of success in IMSA, 2 Rolex 24 Daytona wins, a Sebring win, and you know that. This is all new, GT3 car, different circuits, everything is brand new. So it's very much a voyage of discovery for Dwight with that Ferrari. But yeah, I think also equally shows you Fabian Dance as an AM-graded driver. I know their team strategist is very, very pleased with Fabian's performance compared to his AM peers always, and that makes them very, very competitive indeed, and indeed why that red camel car has been the definitive car so far in the 992 class. But at the moment it's Van Berle Motorsport who lead in their number 925 in 8th overall. Continental Racing in the pits, who have joined Nick Damon.
Yeah, they've done a couple of weird things recently. Well, I think recently, a few like they came through just for fuel a couple of times, and now, unfortunately, this is not a standard stop. There is a computer attached. There is peering going on into the middle of the car, which if you are au fait with Audis, you know that's where the engine is. And they haven't taken off the Perspex cover just yet. Having a bit of a stare in. Driver staying on board, who is it Vlodkin who's on board, isn't he? Who set the very fast time in qualifying. They're having a real old peer in, and I'm not quite sure what you can visually see that also requires a computer to be plugged in, unless they're looking for like an actuator to actually move in some way. And they're pointing. So this is quite a strange one. They've not tried to do tyres. I don't think they did fuel. I might be wrong. I don't think they did fuel. You'll know that later on by the length of time in the pits, hopefully, because you do get a fuel stop in. I didn't know. So there's very much a staring and having a look. The Audi customer racing guys are also looking on intently, but as it stands at the moment, there is just what are you having a look at? He's on the dashboard looking at something. It's flashing away. I think they're trying to do some cycling and trying to get the thing into a particular one. I shall continue watching here in a kind of a spy sort of observy way and get back to you when I have something concrete.
I actually think, Nick, looking at that they are downloading some sort of data, and whilst the data engineer is doing that, they're having visual inspection to see if something's apparent. So the driver's probably reporting on an issue and speculation, speculate until the cows come home. Whilst we download the data, the mechanics are looking around to see if it's something apparent. Whatever it is, they're sending the car back out, because the car's just left the pit apron now. So what that is, Nick will have to actually engage and verbalise a question.
What, a conversation?
Yes, have a conversation, Nick.
What was that some stewards who were looking very closely there?
No, it was Audi customer racing.
Audi customer racing. Okay, because I was thinking, because of course the car wasn't pushed into the garage; it was on the pit apron. At which point you're limited to the number of people that can work on the car. So no, that's okay. That's Audi having a close watch of that work going on, but they've got that going again, which is good. One team that are running no problem at all is Venture Engineering, an amazing squad who debuted at Barcelona last year and won the race. They won the opening race at Mugello. Unfortunately, a crash in Spa thwarted that streak a little bit, but Neville Jones at the wheel right now and doing a top job.
They've got fans as well.
Of course
they've got
do.
fans. Richard David Moxley. Nick, this is the one for you. Richard David Moxley joins us between York and Hull, which, as you know, is near Sunderland.
Yeah. Absolutely, within 2 minutes of Sunderland. I had a quick chat with the guys at the back there. They are quite confused. I said, is it engine or gearbox? No, it's car, we don't really know. But it appears to be actually some sort of slight problem with the braking system, which obviously is also an ABS braking system within the car, which probably explains why they were looking at the dashboard, because they wanted to see what the dashboard settings are for the ABS, because you can set the level of ABS where it cuts in, its level of aggression as well. So they're probably just doing a visual check that the car hadn't done that thing that cars do, which is reprogram itself. And they're going out now to test that, but it was actually, it's inconsistent braking has been the problem for that car.
Right, there you go. So they've obviously adjusted something in the brain via the computer.
Klaus Bachler is on a hot lap here. He was absolute best in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2, and of course he already has the fastest lap of the race, the only driver to dip into the 32s. 132.9. That is 1.4 seconds quicker than the lap record set last year, albeit in much hotter conditions, but still impressive nonetheless. Just gets held up a little bit on the last sector behind the Seb Lejeune Porsche. So they come over the line now then. Is it going to be an improvement for Bachler? Not quite. He lost it all in the last sector. Just a little bit of traffic there. But Bachler doing his job, Porsche factory driver, bringing that car back up the order and moving forward all the time.
Yeah, he's got a chunk of time to get on terms with the leader of this race, Peter, but with just over 9.5 hours remaining, there is plenty of time for this race to absolutely have a change of face. The gap between the leaders, it's still the Yuta Racing Audi leading by 12 seconds from the Red Ant Mercedes, who's got a 16-second gap back to the Haas RT Audi. So it is kind of settling down at the front, but we've got teams and drivers moving up the order. We mentioned the GT4 entry, the Neville Jones driven Venture Mercedes. Now it is the only car in GT4, so you might ask, you know, what's the point? There is massive point to bringing this car out and racing at Misano. Like I said, this series is about that. It's about owner drivers getting the opportunity to drive their cars, and the way that the British team, the Venture team, are going about this race is they are absolutely optimizing every single run, and they're gaining experience. And why not? They're going to treat this as, you know, they're under pressure. They're going to, you know, treat the pit stops with urgency and be dynamic about everything, from, you know, how the drivers cycle through their driver stints. They're going to do that in a realistic way, as if they've got, you know, 20 cars in the GT4 field. They're going to run their race and enjoy the challenge of running that car over 12 hours, and that's what it's all about. Hashtag this is endurance.
And when we go to Paul Ricard in July, they'll be more prepared than their competitors in terms of how to execute that 12-hour straight-through race. Remember, we haven't had a 12-hour straight-through race this season yet, so it's a perfect simulation, if you like, for them. And you know, as a team, Venture Engineering, they probably don't need, you know, they're a very, very experienced unit. And I was learning yesterday of some of the historic race car preparation and running that they do. They run a fleet of Aston Martin DBR9s, including one that won Le Mans in class back in the late 2000s. They also run a fleet of 550 GT1 Ferraris too. I think we could need to go on a little field trip, Joe, and go and see those cars. I think.
Yeah.
We need to go to Venture for a busman's
Yeah, that's where are they based, did you say?
Oh, good question. That's a good point, actually. But a DBR9 for me is one of the coolest cars ever built, in terms of its noise, the way it looks, the people that drove it. Just, yeah, so cool. At the front of 992, it's pretty strong at the moment for Van Berlo Motorsport. They're 43 seconds ahead of the chasing car, Fabian Danson, the Red Camel Jordan's car. But they've Van Berlo Motorsport, they decided to kind of front load their driver lineup. They put Glenn Van Berlo in, who put a super stint in. He was pulling away at the front of the field. Now it's Kai Van Berlo, who knows these Porsche 992 GT3 Cup machines inside and out. In fact, he was in the very first race of this model at Sebring back in 2022. So knows the car really, really well. Drove with the Kelly Moss team in America, a team who really know their way around a Porsche Carrera Cup car. And he's at the wheel right now. Then their father Marcel will be preparing to get on board as well. So this is going to go back and forth. I think it's going to be the Dutch battle between Red Camel and Van Berlo.
Yeah, absolutely. We always look forward to the 992 category in any of our 24H series races. We've got an inquiry coming in from Bathurst, of course. Commentators, have you been to the Bathurst 12 hours? None of us have. However, the Radio Show Limited, which are the commentary services partner to the 24H series, and the 0221, who provide the company that provide the pictures, we do have representation out there in the form of John Hindhoff, who is one of the main commentators alongside Richard Creel, as far as I'm aware, and he'll be there next year.
She had him in the pit.
Shea, who was a big part of RSL, of course, is one of the pit lane commentators there. So we are represented. This commentary team of Radio Show Limited is represented at Bathurst, but unfortunately, maybe I've always promised myself to get down there, but not to work. I want to be there up on the mountain drinking beer with everybody else.
Good plan.
I don't want to go there to work. I want to enjoy the race.
Good plan. It's an amazing race. It is really.
Not that I don't enjoy the race. Not that, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I don't have to think when I'm drinking beer on the mountain.
Special place for a fan experience too. And Bathurst for me is one of the main influences when I was younger in terms of getting into racing. We had great television coverage of it in the 90s in the UK, because there was British touring car drivers, super touring drivers went over and competed in Australia. I mean, Rickard Rydell, he was my hero when I was a kid, and you know, he went over there and drove in the Volvo. John Clellan went over there and drove. So yeah, but that's one to definitely tick off the list. That is for sure. That's the thing I love about being a part of this Michelin 24-hour series, is going to just had a jump through my headphones there, apologies. Through this Michelin 24-hour series, is that you go to so many amazing tracks that you've never been to before. When we went to Estoril a couple of years ago, quite remarkable.
Yeah, we have had the opportunity to visit a lot of tracks, haven't we, over the years. There's a lot of talk about drivers and lack of lap time in comparison, and our AM drivers are not going to be as quick over the lap in their stints as their pro hotshot drivers. We are going to see differences in lap times, and I can assure you, having driven myself, if you can get within 5 seconds towards it, you know, within 5 seconds of your hotshot Klaus Bachler, as an example, around MISANO, with all of the intricacies, you are not a bad driver. You are a pretty good driver.
No, you got to keep it context. Is it Klaus Bachler is hired by? He's one of a very small band of drivers hired by Porsche as a paid professional to go out and drive as fast as possible. He is one of the top GT drivers in the world. Right now, some might say he's even the fastest guy in the world in a Porsche at the moment, you know, in a GT Porsche. And then if you got someone who does not make their prime, he doesn't make their living from racing, they make their living in other ways, and they effectively are competing at the weekend for enjoyment and to win, that is a completely different set of circumstances. And I totally agree with you, Joe. If you can get within 5 seconds of the very, very peak of the world in terms of GT racing, I think you're doing absolutely fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
More than that. The thing is, it's very, very hard to contextualize unless you've sat in the seat and experienced it and seen actually what that takes.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what the 24th series is about, and this is what makes the racing so interesting, because all right, if you compare it to something like, I don't know, maybe the Spa 24 Hours, where you've got a team that has got 4 hotshot pros in it, the vagaries of the car's performance shouldn't vary that much across each driver stint in the full 24 hours, whereas in a 24H series race, which is a complete mix of AMs and pros and businessmen drivers who are doing this on their weekend off, remember, this is not how they make their living. And that brings in a completely different variation in how we go about a race over 12 hours, and gives us the complexity of trying to predict who's going to be where going into the last 2 hours. Invariably, into the last driver stint, you are going to plug your optimum driver, but it gives us a variation in sports cars, a variation of racing is what sports car racing is all about, especially multi-class sports car racing. Well, add in the vagaries of different driver abilities and you have even more complexity of how we go about that race. And the guys on the pit wall, metaphorically these days, because they're always in the garage, not on the pit wall, but the engineers on the pit wall are tactically using their RAM drivers within the race distance to meet the regulations like minimum and maximum driver times.
And it is absolutely no different at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the GTE, in the GT3 class. You have to have a bronze, you have to have a silver, and then a gold or platinum. In LMP2, in IMSA, you know, the very, very top level, you have to have a bronze driver. So it's the same, the situation is the same. And you look back at that, I'm reading at the moment Richard Williams' book on 100 years of Le Mans, preparing for the big race in a couple of weeks' time. And that race started off with, in that true spirit of professionals and amateurs together, and it remains so. So, you know, this is very much part of how particularly sports car racing works. So, yeah, it's definitely worth keeping that in context. And I love that, how you have to play your cards right at the exact right moment. The due to Audi, I tell you what, a great run from Marunas Kikuskis at the moment, the multiple race winner in the Baltic Touring Car Championship. He had Klaus Bachler behind him there for several laps. Bachler trying to get back onto the lead lap. Bachler finally through now and able to get his head back down and get some clean running in. But due to Audi, that Circle K back machine leading by 15 seconds from Kobe De Bruyke right now. In fact, set the car's personal best in the last lap, 0.8 quicker than De Bruyke in the Mercedes, albeit the Red Ant car, the tyres, they've had the tyres on for 51 laps. So more than half the race, Red Ant Racing have been on the same set of tyres, whereas the leading Duta car is only on 23 lap old tyres. So that's, you know, that makes a difference as well.
So we are inside of 9.5 hours, Peter. We've still got the Yuta Racing Audi. That leads by now 15 seconds, so the time is slowly coming down. We've got slightly quicker lap times being posted by Kobe De Bruyke in the Red Ant Mercedes. That's bringing that lap time, that gap between first and second down slightly. The gap to third, however, is gone out. It's gone out to 21 seconds now. And again, Peter Gulinik's at the wheel of the Haas RT. He's getting his stint underway. There's still that chunk of gap to Miroslav Vejbo in the Scuderia Praha, that Baja Ferrari, that car currently in fourth place. And then the car that we've been monitoring lately, 31 seconds, the gap to the Ferrari from Klaus Bachler in the Proton Huber competition Porsche, and that gap is coming down quite considerably to that fourth place Ferrari. So we will keep and continue monitoring that, and going with him, I've got to say, Chantal Prince, who's lapping steadily in the Hofer Mercedes there, trying to hang on as much as she can to Klaus Bachler, which is no mean feat whatsoever, is it?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Klaus Bachler is, yeah, I mean, you're talking the very, very top level in that car, as he's heading through to the final sector now. He was absolute best in sector 1, went off a bit in sector 2, hit a little bit of traffic, and up the line he goes. And you just feel like this lap time is just going to keep tumbling for Klaus Bachler, is if he just gets a clean run through, because he's that Proton Huber competition Porsche and him are just at one at the moment. In qualifying yesterday, the qualifying lap, he pulled out at the end to put this car on pole. It was really, really tight all the way with Haas in there and a few others.
If you get a chance to check out the program from yesterday as well for qualifying, the in-car footage that we saw Klaus from the driving behind the driving wheel, at the steering wheel of that Klaus Bachler Porsche, and just watch Klaus and how he's got that car absolutely floating on the track surface, just inputs on the steering wheel and never ending. Even on the straights, he's kind of, you know, he's got the car moving around and positioning the car in preparation for the corner that's coming up. And here at Misano, it's a very, very technical track. You've got to be thinking 2 corners ahead and preparing for that.
So we've done our own little driver change in the pit lane. We're now down with Diana Binks.
Certainly are. And I've just made my way up the pit lane, come to speak to Max Bartel at Hoffer Racing, who's just watching proceedings. And I know it's early stages, Max, but this is your chance to catch your breath before you jump back in.
Yeah, I'm getting the next turn, so yeah, the race is quite about the 9 hours to go, so we are not at a position we would like to be, but it's a long race and it's going to be hot here, and hope for a hot stint for me. I like that.
What's the feedback been from Alex, who was out earlier, and Chantal, who's in the car now? Any feedback from them?
Yeah, it's difficult to understand the car right now because of the temperature of the tires. We had a bit of struggle the last days about the brakes and so on. Then, yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky on this track. I love this track. It's a really dirty racing, but yeah, the yellow sausages are not my best friends here.
I can imagine not, but I guess it's just, being across everything moment by moment and reacting to what happens and what changes, because as you say, the conditions here can make it quite tricky, certainly with the tyres.
Yeah, I think the big thing here at a 12-hour race, it's a 12-hour race at one stage, so you have to be on time, round by round, and then you have to, yeah, like you said, you have to be on time, and you have to get a concentrated lap by lap, so that's a point to get on the top at the last 2 minutes.
You've got a great team here who all know what they need to do, when they need to do it. How much does that build the confidence for everyone as the day goes on?
You know, they have to do the right thing. Yeah, it's a great team. I'm racing here for about 4 years, but I know them a long time, so it's always fun to be here.
And how would you describe this circuit here in Misano from a driver's point of view?
Yeah, it's a hard track, I would say. There are a lot of curbs, so the track limit is a bit range of how to get around that corner. The yellow sausages are, I have to take ready for the last leg.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you, Max. Max has to leave us now. There's obviously going to be a change here. I think Chantel's clearly on her way in. He's just gone to get ready, so I'll leave him to that for the moment.
Thank you, Di. Binksy just teasing Maxi Bartel there. He's very keen to get behind the wheel of that Hoffer Mercedes, isn't he? And get on with his day job. The car currently second in the GT3 AM class, 6th overall. Gap still coming down between the leaders as we've got a car that has spun off harmlessly. It's one of the 992 class cars. I'll try and get an ID on that when we do, but it's had a half spin onto the off track and then continues on its way. No harm, no foul. It's a purple and black one. That's all I can tell you at this point. But he's getting straight back on it and flashing his lights behind the other cars that he's now found himself behind. And it is the Stefan Perrin, the 888 car, that is on a recovery drive. Stefan lost a lot of time with a little bit of damage earlier on. The Sebelju Racing entry had it coming together with the Aston Martin of E2P Racing, which remains in the pits actually. That car has not returned to racing, so more damage, and again rear end damage on the Aston Martin, front end damage on the Sebelju Racing Porsche, and that car was fixed quite quickly. However, being early in the race, lost time, and now Stefan pushing very hard. He's right on the tail now of a Porsche, but that's not a battle for position. That's a recovery drive for the purple and black car as he moves down the inside of the number 921, which is the Rolando Saka Mulner Motorsport entry, currently 5th in 992, and the 888 numbered car in a hurry. He's got a kind of his body language is very much one of urgency as he is making up ground, and with 9 hours and 17 minutes or so remaining in this race, he's got a lot of ground to make up. But if he continues with that urgency, he's going to start making ground on pretty much everybody, as we can see, one of the fastest cars in that 992 category as we speak. Lap times just beginning to tick by. So the gap at the front, Peter Mackay, with the Utah Racing Audi, now down to just over 12 seconds with consistent lappery. Slightly slower than the car behind him, and that is one Kobe Breuker in the Red Ant Mercedes, who's lapping consistently about a second quicker than the leading Utah Racing Audi. But that's what we've come to expect, isn't it, with that variation in the field?
Yeah, interesting one. In the last lap, though, it was a second in the favour of the Utah car, and actually that lap just gone by. Yeah, 0.6 of a second on that lap, so the gap's actually increasing again, so it's kind of flowing back and forward with traffic. Very interesting there, and Kobe de Bruyker is much further into his stint. He's an hour and 35 minutes into his stint. I'm thinking right now you're probably going to be getting a little bit tired, but also the main thing is the tyres are tired. 57 laps on the tyres for Red Ant Racing, only 29 on the Utah Audi at the front, but nonetheless they're running well. And then of course don't forget Haas RT, they're only 30 seconds or so back from second place, and the Audis I think have proven to be very, very strong, particularly in the AM specification with that slightly wider restrictor, allowing more air into the engine that just gives that really good straight line performance there. So we'll watch it with very, very close interest over the coming laps right now, because for Kobe de Bruyker, regardless whether he has the fuel or not, he has to pit within the next 33 minutes. Otherwise, he will blow over his drive time. So he will have to be in the pit lane within that time.
The Tracy Crone 907, that's the RPM car, the bright green liveried car, the Crone Aviation livery that we've become so familiar with, not just in Europe but also in America, is where I first saw it. Tracy Crone, the driver that has been around now for over 20 years, the gentleman driver that's been around for over 20 years, currently leading the AM class in 992 and doing a sterling job. I hope I haven't hexed him here, Tracy. Been in the car a little while now, hasn't he, Peter? And he's just steadily making progress. 12th overall in the overall field, 4th overall in the 992 class, but leading the AM class, which is what these guys are all about in that 907.
Yeah, they've been just fantastic in that class. They really are the car to beat in 992 AM, and have had a lot of very good results out of all the 992 cars as well. Such a well-drilled unit, and Tracy Crone at the moment in lapping quite quicker, a bit quicker than his nearest rival is the Ajit Kumar racing car, and he's very much against his opposite number there. Tracy Crone is the AM in the car, likewise Ajit Kumar is the AM in that car, and Tracy Crone at the moment running 3 seconds a lap faster, so he's doing exactly the job he needs to do in that car. So 9 hours and 14 minutes left to go, and the Utah Audi is into fuel. So that then means that Kobe de Bruyker for Red Ant Racing moves up into the lead, with Haas RT moving into second. So Utah Racing very much off strategy to everybody else. So they brought that red and white Audi in, and a good stint there from Arūnas Keikuska. Some very, very good lap times.
Yeah, that was a good stint, actually. Arūnas just did the job he had to do. He's not going to be as quick as Kobe de Bruyker. Kobe de Bruyker is a young driver, very quick driver, and but he did stifle the progress of that Red Ant Mercedes, making ground. He was making ground maybe a second, just under a second every lap, and that was a good, strong drive there. Once they come back out after this pit stop and then sync with the rest of the field, we'll get an idea certainly by the time we have the next pit stop phases for the two lead cars, which is the Red Ant car, the Mercedes, and the Haas RT car. And they are a little bit, how long have they been in that car then? Stint time, 1 hour 39. Peter Gilneck's in the Haas RT, he's only been in the car 45 minutes. So whether they take him out of the car in about 15 minutes, we'll see, or whether they keep him in another stint to keep him in after refueling, that is. He's not going to be able to do another 45 minutes, that's for sure. But he is going to be able to do another 15 and then another hour.
the good thing is that for Juta is that none of their drivers have a minimum or a maximum driver time to worry about. So the only thing they've got to worry about is the 2-hour stint maximum. So for Juta, they've got a lot of flexibility in who they put in and when. And I would think they want to get Arunas in there as much as they can, because he's proving to be by far the quickest driver in that car. So no, there are other considerations to play in it as well,
Yeah,
of course. But they're a full season entry. They're wanting to get the best result they can also.
It'd be a big list of considerations, wouldn't it, if we listed all of the considerations that we have to think about and deal with across the classes. That would be a toilet roll amount of lists. We'd fill an Andrex rule, wouldn't we? Other toilet rolls are available, of course, but we certainly would. We would do that. Still in the pits is the Yuta car. I'm just waiting for that to show that it has resumed. It's dropped down the order now to 6th overall. It's been overtaken by pretty much all of the GT3 runners. The two cars that are making a bit of a recovery, that's the Dwight Merriman Ferrari down in 9th overall. The ERA Ferrari with Dwight at the wheel. Vasily Vladikin now at the wheel of the Simpson Motorsport Continental Racing Audi R8. That car with Vladikin at the wheel will be able to see just what that car's capable of. And I can see, Peter, 1:35.8 was the last time through. That is a pretty quick lap time for this stage of the race.
So Arunas Kukuskas has stayed on board that Juta Racing Audi, so that pace should maintain over the coming laps. And again, they're a little bit off strategy to everybody else. So interestingly, their tyres are showing as 30 laps. It looks like they just took fuel there. Well, no, that can't be right at all, because they were in the pits for 4 minutes. Pit only 45. No, I do apologise. They've taken fuel, a big fuel tank there, and of course 115 litres they can put in. So that takes a little while to fill up with a effectively supermarket fuel pump style. It doesn't fill up very much faster than that. So they actually 45 minutes transit time. So yes, they've come through no tyres. They're keeping the same tyres on. So we'll see how Arunas gets on with that.
It's a good point, Peter. For people who are new to the 24H series style of racing, the refueling is done not at the pit garage where the car is serviced, but done in a separate fueling area, and that allows the need, or the lack of need. We don't need any sort of expensive refueling kit. It's not any kind of quick fill churns, it's not any kind of quick fill refueling systems that are needed. It's basically in the refueling area is your standard service station fuel pumps, the type of which you will refuel your road car at, and it's a hand pump as well, exactly the same, the trigger pump that we're used to using on our road cars, and it pumps at pretty much a similar sort of rate. So refueling isn't done under pressure. Under pressure in two ways, more than one actually. No pressure on the refueler. All he can do is open the trigger and wait for the gauge to tell him he's refueled. But it does add a completely different complexity to how you go about getting your car in and serviced and back out.
And this is another thing where the pump is so clever, is that the technical team, the Creventic technical team, can adjust car by car, not team by team, it's car by car. They can adjust how fast the pump fills up at, because they're having to balance performance between the V10 mid-engine Audi, the front-engine turbocharged Aston Martin, the rear-engine Porsche, and so on. And to do that, there's different ways they can do it. They can adjust the weight of the car, they can change the restrictor, the turbo boost. But one other way is how fast the fuel will actually go into the tank. So for example, Audis, they get 95% of the pump's fuel flow. A Mercedes gets 100%, for example, and that's all to do with the amount of fuel they're allowed to put in, and indeed what car it is. Diana Binks down in the pits. Let's get an update.
Yeah, Hoffer Racing bring the Mercedes GT3 in with Chantal Prince behind the wheel, and Vetchi is going to jump out, and as I was chatting to Max Bartel earlier, he was getting ready. I think he got ready a little bit too early, but they've refueled. They're doing a driver change and tyre change up that end of the pit lane. The midway, RPM Racing, the 907 Porsche 992 car. Nick Johnson is just about to warming up and getting ready to get into that car. That car is going into refueling, and Tracy Crone will jump out, and I'll grab Tracy later on as well to have a chat with him. We've not spoken to him for some time. Just behind me, the Viper Nisa Racing, the number 65 GT3. They're all on the pit apron as well, waiting to receive that car, which I guess is up in the refueling area. So it's hotted up a little bit down here, so let's see how many more come in at this moment, but it's RPM that are the next car to come down from that refueling area.
Nick Johnson has, I think, the coolest helmet design in the Creventic paddock. The blue and yellow is native Sweden with little other colours in there. It looks absolutely superb. Must be a Swedish thing, because Rydell's helmet was so cool with the blue and the yellow on it.
Yeah, I mean, it takes me back to Ronnie Peterson, actually. Perhaps the biggest racing star to come out of Sweden. Tragically killed in Formula One in 1978. Never quite completed a championship win, but certainly won a few Grand Prix. But that blue and yellow, the Swedish blue and yellow, that most of the drivers that we've come across will still be there representing Sweden. And I mean, Nick's been an American citizen now for quite a number of years, I think. He's been in America for probably over 25 years. However, still showing his native roots and still proud to be Swedish underneath.
Cool to have two places to call home, really. As Viper Nisa Racing come in with their Mercedes AMG. They're going to keep driver on board? No, they're going to do a driver change. So that was brought in by Douglas Coe, the team owner. We had Dominic Ang in at the start, so I would think by the laws of deduction, that would mean that Melvin Moe will be next into the car, who had a really impressive career when he was younger. Came through the Petronas Formula Experience program, which got him a drive in Formula BMW, and he's very much the coach in this car for Douglas Coe and for Dominic Ang. A great racing scene in Malaysia. It's an amazing country. I had the privilege of visiting there. On a couple of occasions I visited there about 10 years ago, and had a really good time in Kuala Lumpur. A great racing scene. You look at the number of drivers that compete in Carrera Cup Asia and all the way around as well, and Sepang very much a part of international motorsport as well. Let's get more from Diana.
Just at that moment, Crone Racing have come in, and Tracy, or RPM Racing, I should say. Tracy's just jumping out. Nick Johnson will get in behind the wheel, but Philip Hembrecht is standing watching with me. So, Philip, just give us an idea. I can see Nick helping Tracy get out, putting that seat in. What is it like from a driver's perspective when all that's happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hectic, because here we can be, or you have to be as quick as possible. There's no standing time, like, for example, 24 hours Nürburgring or stuff like this. So we have to be really quick. Obviously, in our case, it's a little bit funny, because Tracy is very big, very tall. Nick is quite short, and I'm just in between. So we do have a shell that Nick and I share. Actually, we have the same shell, and then we just have to move the seat forward and backward. So, we practice quite a bit always from Wednesday onwards when we're testing. But it is quite hectic, and it's a science behind it. Yeah, you have to be quite quick and get basically the flow of the whole pit stop right.
Yeah, very precise. I mean, you've got a great team of guys that work with you here, so that's important as well. How much are you enjoying being here in Misano, Philip?
Oh, it's beautiful. I really like this track. It's really nice to drive. Not too long, but really flowing, and also it's good to the car. The curbs are not too high, and it's right by the water. We're staying right on the beach, only 5 minutes drive, so really, really nice.
Looking at you as a driver with Nick and Tracy, what are the similarities between the three of you, and what do you think you all bring to it?
I think we all have our strengths. We're all basically, I think our biggest strength and similarities is that we're following the right goal, right? Obviously, we're always trying to finish every race.
Yeah, there's different speeds between us, and I could say that maybe I'll just try to go as quick as possible, but we always try to manage basically our result, right? We always try to finish, gain maximum points. If we can't, let's say, win, or we had an issue before, we always aim for the same goal, try to get points, and always try to maximize our result.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, a lot. It's beautiful to drive with them. It's really nice. They're actually behind the scenes in the truck, really funny pairing. I mean, they've been racing together over 20 years, and it's really enjoyable and quite funny to watch them, what they do behind the scenes. And yeah, I've been joining now for 3 years, so they're almost friends to me, or they are friends to me more than just teammates.
Great to see, and thanks very much for your time, Philip.
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere at RPM, isn't it? And I think that comes from the fact that Nick Johnson and Tracy Crone have been teammates now for over 20 years, possibly even over 25 years. Nick started out, of course, as Tracy's driver, coach, mentor, steered Tracy on his motorsport path, and he's raced at a pretty high level. These are kind of Tracy's retirement years, if anything. You know, he's raced at the high level in the American Le Mans Series, did some World Endurance Championship, and now here he is, and thankfully he's decided the 24H Series is where he perhaps wants to spend the twilight years of his motorsport career, and he can still drive a car as quickly as he ever could, and it's great to have them along.
And you look at what his involvement does for younger drivers as well. Colin Brown wouldn't have got his real break without Tracy. Philip Amprecht, you know, getting, like, he's 27, he's been there for 3 years, and they've been able to get lots and lots of seat time. As I tell you what, Red Ant Racing are putting Mark Goossens to work. He's definitely no ceremonial ambassador anyway, that's for sure. He's right there on his hands and knees helping the driver get into the car, and Ajit Kumar out of the car, so I would imagine that will be Mathieu Detry getting into the Ajit Kumar by Red Ant Racing car.
Yeah, I'm sure Di's down there to get a word with Ajit and see how his first stint went. I've got a message here on the YouTube chat. Keep your chat coming, keep your questions coming. Pandre, I think that's how I'm going to pronounce it, asks, are all the cars GT3s? No, this is multi-class racing. And although we've got a very small grid of 21 cars, we've got 10 GT3 cars split into 3 groups of Pro-Am and Am and just GT3. The next class, the next largest class, is 9 992 class cars, and what they are is basically Carrera Cup cars, exactly the same cars that you will see racing in national series of Carrera Cup, whether that's America, the Far East, the UK, Germany, across Europe. They are basically what they are in the 992 class. We've got one car in GTX, and that's basically an open formula for any kind of car, home-built specials and the like. You bring an experimentation car. The Vortex is representing GTX this weekend, and that's, I'm going to say, home-built car. It's built in a pretty high-level, sophisticated factory environment, but it's the only car we've got in GTX. GT4, unfortunately, only one car has made the journey for GT4, but GT4 is the level of sports car racing underneath GT3. It's what we see in things like Michelin Pilot Challenge, British GT, other national GT series, and the one car in the GT4 class, the Venture Racing Mercedes, that's still got Neville Jones doing his thing in that car, and they are going about their race, albeit only one car in the GT4 class. They're still going about this race as they would if they were under pressure from other GT4 runners. So Pandre, I hope that has cleared that up. But this is multi-class racing with 2 main categories here at Misano for the 12 hours of Misano for this one.
So just under 9 hours left to go here in the Michelin 12 hours of Misano. Red Ant Racing just completing service on their Mercedes AMG, having just had their 992 Porsche in. So busy times for that Belgian crew down in the pits. It was now, so who will be taking over for that? Kobe de Broeker going right up towards the limit of his stint time. They've got 4 drivers in the car as Odier. A little bit of an issue for the number 56. Scuderia Praha Ferrari is spinning around on the grass, trying to get turned around. That is Miroslav Vajbo, who's just heading up towards an hour of his stint time, and oh dear, rejoins just in front of the Hofer Mercedes coming through. Oh dear, oh dear. So a few little mishaps there for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Also, race leader Haas RT, Peter Qualinx, has brought in the Haas RT Audi and is in fuel at the moment. And it's Kenny Heyer who's taken over the Red Ant Racing machine. Driver who knows his way around a Mercedes AMG, to say the very least. He's a super driver and a great addition to that Red Ant team. Let's get some more news down in the pit lane and catch up with Diana Binks.
I'm still here at the Red Ant Racing teams. Obviously, the 93 and the 901 are both run from this garage area. Anjit Kumar's just jumped out of the 901, so I needed to give you a second just to catch your breath. But how are you feeling after that stint today?
Very good, very pleased with the team, with myself. Good day today. Started well, but though I couldn't match my practice timings. But okay, the car's on the circuit, and yeah, I hope it gets better.
Yeah, well, it's just about being consistent, isn't it? Every time we talk to you, you tell me how much you're learning as a driver and how much you have to learn. So you've got to take your time and let it come to you.
Of course, but I'm so grateful to Matthew, Fabian, and my teammates, Mr. Marcus, and all of them. You know, I mean, it takes a lot of patience for them to get me up to pace. And yes, we've been doing just that. 141, not a bad timing at all, you know. And you know, we missed out the first couple of days, one because of crash, we damaged the car, and then of course our engine failed, we had it replaced. So the miles that we have put in as a team on the circuit, Matthew, Fabian, myself, is pretty less compared to what we expected. So keeping all that in mind, I am pleased with my timings, and it can only get better, Diana.
How much are you enjoying the challenge of the MISANO circuit? Because it brings a new challenge to you.
Of course it does. Like I told you, I used to watch GP500 races way back then, Kevin Schwann's, Wayne Rainey. So very fond memories of watching MISANO on the television set back home. And to be here, like I always tell you all, I'm so grateful to the Almighty. And thanks to all of you for making this possible. If I may interrupt. I want to thank everyone at Creventic, because most of the time interviews are about drivers and their timings, their emotions. But a great what should I say, effort by Creventic, Michelin, Porsche to put this series together. And I hope the series goes on to get popular, not just back home in India, Middle East, maybe all over the world.
Well, we love it because we get an opportunity to talk to drivers like yourself that are starting. It's a great opportunity to learn about you and your journey. It's not just where you've started, it's what you're doing and developing, and we love that. We love the sport.
Thank you so much, and I hope I can live up to all of your expectations. And all the fans back home, to everybody in Europe watching this series, thank you all for your support. Extremely grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Well, it's great to have you here. And listen, we've got to keep learning. We all need to keep learning. But thanks for sharing your journey with us.
But I promise you all, I'll get there. I'll get to the top of the pyramid one day very soon.
You're doing very well. Don't worry.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
A true gentleman, Ajit Kumar. He just brings sunshine to the paddock. Always smiling, always immaculately polite, and yeah, a joy to have him as part of the Michelin 24-hour series. And they're very much in the fight for victory in the 992 AM class, sitting in second in class at the moment. Fabien Diffused is taking on over the number 901 car, with his job now is to try and chase down Nick Johnson, which is RPM Racing. Speaking of speedy Nicks, we have another one here. Nick Damon has joined me in the
I am first reserve for Joe's lunch, but that's excellent news. Yeah, just it's interesting because I walked away and I had a like refreshment, and then I've come back again, and Klaus Bachler's at the top of the list. You know, when he got in the car, they were 5th or 6th. I know there's a few people are out of sync as far as the fuel is concerned, but it does go to show what a super hot shoe can do. And Klaus certainly, as he did yesterday, giving us indication of the pure pace he has.
Yeah, he's in a kind of elite level at the factory level. You know, if there are, you think of the racing factories, Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, etc. They all have rosters of factory drivers that they deploy around the world. And if you're a customer team that have bought a racing car from one of these factories and you have one of these drivers deployed to you, it makes a massive difference. These guys are, there's nowadays particularly, there's so many young drivers who want to be a factory sports car driver. It is, now with single-seater racing being so expensive, it's so difficult to get through the ladder that often drivers find their way into sports cars, and particularly when they're still a little bit undiscovered, they can get opportunities in sports cars. But to get to the factory level where you put on the the factory suit, that is the elite of the elite, and Klaus Bachler definitely is one of those.
Yeah, there's definitely a change of focus for a number of young karters and young drivers. Obviously, karters quite a lot. I mean, the thing is, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, it was F1 or bust, wasn't it? I'm going to have a single-seater career. There was a short period where made with a British driver because they're the ones I had the most conversation with. Suddenly they were aiming to get to touring cars because there was a big paycheck there. That disappeared. And at the same time, of course, we had the growth of Le Mans, the growth of the SRO organisation. And suddenly they could see that, if I'm not going to end up being the next Lando Norris or Lewis Hamilton or Max Verstappen, I can actually earn some money by being a professional racing driver. I think that's the thing is, it's the aim should always be to be a professional racing driver. You're starting out your career, you're a year or two into your career, and this is what you want to do. Aiming for F1 is, even to be honest, if you're the best driver in the world ever, it doesn't actually necessarily mean you'll ever make it to F1 because there's so many variables and luck and everything else that plays into it. But you can aim to be a professional racing driver, and you can have a very long and lucrative career as long as you continue being fast and not crashing.
Apart from that, straightforward. Yeah,
it's really easy. Fast, don't crash. Oh, don't say anything silly in interviews either. That's,
well, that can be the most difficult.
That's my one. That's my issue.
Yes. Klaus Bachler has brought the number 73 Proton Huber competition car into the pits. He was around an hour on his stint, so he can stay on board that car if they want him to, go up to a 2-hour maximum stint time. The other thing they have to consider is they've only got 4 hours.
Yeah, I don't think you burn 2 hours of Klaus at this point. He's done what he needs to do. He's done the hours, brought them back into contention when they dropped off a little bit. And now what they're going to do is they're going to try and perhaps finesse in their other drivers, because obviously they want to have Klaus in for as long as possible at the end, because that's when it really counts, and when the temperature drops down and when the real speed. And obviously your professional driver is going to go slightly better in the dark than the amateurs.
So class leaders at the moment, we've got the Pro-Am class, GT3, at the moment led by Proton Huber competition, but that will potentially come back because they've just come into the pitch. The leader in GT3 Am is due to racing with their Audi. Then we have in 992, it's also a car that's in the pits, Van Berlo Motorsport in the 992 class. They lead at the moment. They were running strong, so they may well come out in front of Red Camel Jordans and maintain that lead. And then in GTX, it is Vortex who lead the way in that class, alongside Venture Engineering in GT4. Let's get down to the pits with Anna.
Miroslav has just jumped out of the Ferrari. The GT3 class is very competitive. How's it going for you this morning?
Yeah, it's going very well. We are happy. I don't know which position we are now because you took me for the interview right now. And yeah, first of all, we are happy that the weather is better than last days, and we are totally enjoying that. It's there are not many cars. But I think the competition in GT3 is high, as usually, and yeah, we enjoy Creventic, we like it, and I hope we will win. Yeah.
How much are you learning every time you get behind the wheel?
It's up to circuit. Few circuits we know already from Ferrari Challenge, so we have experiences, and yeah, Misano is one of them. I was already on the podium here, so we like it. Yeah. But not many hours. I am busy, I am an entrepreneur, I need to do my job, so we are not profi like another guys, you know.
Is this a great thing for you to do, to take your mind off work? You know, the business enterprises that you're running, you come here, you race, you focus on that completely?
I didn't understand, sorry. Can you repeat?
Do you use motor racing as a way of getting away from the business demands?
Anyway, because you can forget everything when you are sitting in the car, and especially Misano is very tough. It will be not easy. It's only 12 hours only, yeah, but it will be tough. Yeah, I have totally relaxed. Anyway.
I will let you go and relax now because you did just come straight out of the car to talk to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you.
Miroslav Weibo from Scuderia Praha, racing with his son Matus alongside Joseph Kral and Denis Vashik. It's Denis who's just taken over that car. They are running very strongly in the Pro-Am class, but also in the overall GT3 standings right now. But a problem for our 992 championship leader, Red Camel Jordans, have a problem at turn 6. So at turn 6, they've gone off the road. The car has got the hazard warning lights going and trying to see what's wrong.
Has that gone off or has that just stopped?
Hard to say, Nick.
Yeah. We've got
to
code 60 in a few seconds, so the pit's about to get busy, but it's a difficult situation. They're running again. They're running again.
It was an outlap. Oh, they've got a deflation to the rear left. The rear left is a deflation to the tyre, and it is Luke Breukers at the wheel right now. So on his outlap, something has gone badly wrong with the rear left. And you would think they would have changed tyres at that point. Yes, they had just changed tyres. That's bizarre.
Well, it could be a badly mounted valve. It could be a badly mounted tyre, or it could have been an error on a slightly chilly outlet. The interesting thing is,
or an impact to the wheel.
Well, yeah, but you've got all the chances. And the interesting thing is, of course, that what's happened this year with the Michelin tyres is tyre warmers are back. We never had tyre warmers with Hankook, and now they've got tyre warmers. So it's not, you don't have that issue quite so much with the cold tyre startup. Obviously, you aren't at maximum grip as they come out of the warmers. It'll obviously be down to Diana to find out which of those 17 options we put down for it to be. Was it a technical issue, deflation? Was it puncture? Was it bad luck? Was it someone clunking him? But of course, we've won code 60, but there is no reason for the code 60 now, so I expect they will use it as a chance to do a little bit of a clean-up on the track.
Well, it is a good opportunity for that, and actually, it's for Red Camel Jordans, obviously with full season aspirations, the fact they want this code 60 to last as long as possible, because that allows the opportunity for Luke Breukers to limp the car back, get the tyre replaced and get back going again. Hopefully, in the process of limping the car back, it doesn't do any further damage. We've seen this before. Of course, the engine is so close to the rear axle, of course, on a Porsche.
Just having a look at it and just trying to see whether that is damage that's been caused. This is there's quite a lot of damage there on the left-hand side, but has that been caused by the flapping tyre, or was that caused by a contact? And to me, I think that's more likely to be a contact.
Well, yes,
because he hasn't lost the tyre. It's not throwing itself off, and it's in front. It's an impact, a potential impact in front of that rear tyre. I think they may have been coming together.
Possibly, because there is quite a quick left-hander there that narrows, and it's the rear left of the car that's there the damage has been. So has it been a GT3 car trying to get through and they've made contact together? We won't know until Luke Breukers makes it back to the pits, and he may well stay on board as well.
Yeah, with that wheel, with that tyre still being effectively round, if not inflated, I don't see how the tyre could have caused that damage. That if you were lucky enough to picture what you're seeing now, but just in front of that front left wheel, there has been a big scuff taken out of the back of the driver's door, really. So it's not looking too good. Seb Lejeune racing in the pits, the Triple 8 car. That's had its own multiple incidents during the course of the weekend. Of course, they lost their track rod arm early on in an accident. They've been off the road since then.
Yeah, it's two very different opinions of that incident between.
Really?
Yes.
So well, you got two racing drivers had it coming together and they had a different opinion. Really, P-Mac?
Yeah.
Gosh,
maybe
never heard of that.
Two people in the same team have a different opinion of an incident.
Can you believe that discord?
There you go.
Shocking.
8 hours 44 minutes to go then, as we remain under code 60, despite that.
Be interesting to see when we get
unless
the
there's another car involved that we can't see.
Well, that's is everyone else moving? We have the two walking wounded cars. The E2P Racing is still in the pits, and the Scuderia Faron cars had comings and goings, and the rest of the pit stoppers are just on the code 60 stop, putting up their 25% or 50% of fuel.
The question mark of doom hasn't appeared on our on our timing screen.
It's a minute to go. They're going to go out of code 60 soon.
Okay.
Which is bad news, as you pointed out, for the 909 Breukers machine. But perhaps young Dye can tell us more.
I've seen him, apparently not. So we've got damage now to the left of the car, and yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
It is a shame, and that looks like a fair amount of damage to there. They're trying to bash it out with a hammer to expect.
It's just bodywork. These cars are built very strongly, so underneath it'll be fine. The problem is the new tyres going on doesn't actually match the others. That's not up to temperature yet. But he's on his way again now. We were lucky in a way that there was a code 60 called, because we've lost less time because of that code 60. But Dan Burlow's going very quickly, so we were always going to be struggling to keep up with them. But we'll keep going, you know.
Cautious on first out lap.
Well, yeah, no, I think, as I say, the wheel's on now. The damage, as I say, was just bodywork, so it should be fine.
Pot Trussell there just giving us a bit of an update as the guys were running around in the garage. They did, react to it pretty quickly, but I think they've not lost as much time as they initially could have.
That's mostly down to the thanks, Diane. That's mostly down to the code 60 being called. But there we are. We win the prize. It was contact. I did like, given the fact that a lot of what you see of motorsport, which is micromillimeters of caster and camber, I do like to see a large lump hammer smacking heck out the side of a car to get it working.
The red camel mechanic there was giving it, as we would say in Scotland, Waldy. He was really giving it some with that.
I think he could be in the Highland Games.
Yeah, he would definitely be competitive in the Highland Games with that kind of hammer control and power. So Luke Breukers back onto circuit again, and if they can get away with that with just bodywork damage, that they're still very much in this. Paul Truswell, their team strategist who we just spoke to, is absolutely right. It is a long race. There's still 8 hours and 41 minutes to go. We've seen several comings together between 992 and GT3 cars, so it can happen to anybody out there.
The mystery is who was the other who was the assailant stroke person who didn't see him. I mean, it may well have just been, obviously it was just an accident, it was a misunderstanding, but we don't know who it was. They should have some level of damage to their front right. So the least missing dive planes, obviously not enough to require a long enough pit stop for us to see it, but it looks like the Red Camel's car now up and running. It should have his 4 tyres pretty much balanced when heat, within having completed now 1 out lap set with it, but by half of the next lap they should be up to temperature. And he'll be able to start leaning on the car and work out if it was just bodywork, because obviously you have clunked the tyre, and what you hope is you've not affected the toe leak, you've not affected any of the elements in the rear wheel well that can affect the alignment of the rear tyres. But he lets the Viper Racing Mercedes go. It's not his battle, it's not his class, and continues through that very tight first switchback.
Yeah, and Luke Breukers has been in great form this season. There's been many times where he's been matching the pace of his brother Rick, and that's quite a benchmark to match.
Luke's quite interesting, because Luke, we obviously Rick, when we started covering Creventic with Evo, and again, Rick was already on his racing career. He was already, very young at that point. We've been doing it for a long time, but going through his racing career, which eventually obviously brought it up to the heights of, as you said, 2 Daytona wins, semi-works drive for Lamborghini, and then he kind of stepped back a little bit when he realised that he wasn't going to get something. It wasn't going to be it's financial. And also now he's very involved in the organisation of Creventic. Luke, when we first met him, was literally just one of the Creventic lads who was going around putting up putting up the advertising hoardings and everything like that. And he actually, at the time, said he didn't want to race. He wasn't interested in racing. And then suddenly, about a year in after that, or 2 years after that, suddenly he just went to a track day with the family. He decided he would race after all. But when we first met him, he had no interest in racing.
That's remarkable.
And I think he's 2 years, maybe 3 years younger than Rick. We had no. And then the next time I came across him, very much so, was in COVID, when Creventic were running a sim series, and he and his brother teamed up, and suddenly you realise he was as quick as his brother on a sim rig, and then very quickly he became, as you say, almost as quick as Rick in a Porsche 992 with a lot less experience. I mean, I don't think Luke, and I'd really be interested to find out, I don't think Luke's done any driving outside the driving for the team. I don't think he's done anything else. Certainly nothing that's top line. So he's literally just runs for the team, and he's very, very quick. I think Rick's interesting. I think, yeah, on a good day, he can be as quick as Rick, but Rick has the extra something. It doesn't always come out. And I think Rick's kind of, he's got that special extra element. He is absolutely...
In mixed conditions, he's incredible.
Yeah, he's a sort of driver who... He's a bit of a driver who got away, I think. I don't think the pandemic helped his career at all. I think it came at just the wrong time. And I think he ended up moving in with the Lamborghini program, which also, whilst it was, we get offered something as a youngster, you're going to take it, aren't you? But in the end, perhaps not the best program to be with. And sort of, I think he fell out of love with some elements of the professional racing career. I've had conversations, I know that's a fact, but he's enjoying what he's doing now, which is being much more on the organisational side. And then going very, very quickly, and during qualifying, moaning about his lap being taken away, pointing out he got it back. More than 2 inches of tyre on the track.
So we have our answer on which car the Red Cal Jordan's 909 got together with. And interestingly, it's one of the front-running cars in 992. It's the 921. The Milner Motorsport car. So that incident has been noted by race control. Will be very interesting to see what their conclusion of that, if they do come to one, or the conclusion may just be crack on, guys. Well, but we'll keep a close watch on the penalty screen. At the front of the field, the gap is only 10 seconds between Haas RT and Red Ant Racing, who are on fairly similar strategies. At the moment, their tyre age is 9 laps for Haas RT and 11 laps for Red Ant Racing. Kenny Hire at the wheel for Red Ant Racing, Peter Quilinkset for Haas RT. And yeah, like I said, only 10 seconds between them at this stage of the race. After, 3 hours and 24 minutes of running, it is close. And Jutta aren't far away either. They're 40 seconds off the lead in their Audis. And pretty much since we rolled onto the track in free practice yesterday, the Audis have been super quick. Yeah, I mean, the Audis looked very suited to this circuit from day one. It's interesting. I think it's the variance we have within the Creventic series does throw up different GT3 cars looking good. For a long time, the Creventic rotation did seem to favour Mercedes. And you watch another GT3 race, be a SRO or a NLS, and they have all sorts of other things. But in Creventic, it used to be either you were Herberth or you were a Mercedes, and that was the clue. But then we've seen more and more success from Audis, initially with car collection, then obviously people like Haas and everything else coming through. Santalock, yeah, Santalock Junior team. I love that how it was called Santalock Junior team, but there was several drivers in the team who were of more advanced life experience. I wasn't sure. The question I think, was there a Santalock Senior team? Was never quite answered. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. But there is a fact, of course, that if you look at the Blue Ribbon race of this series, the Dubai 24-hour race, it's been won by German cars forever. Now we've seen Lamborghinis here, we've seen Ferraris here. Ferraris were very, very successful in the hands of Scuderia Praha in the early years. So that the teens, the low teens in 17. But yeah, I mean, but here we've seen it again. The Audis come back. Don't forget, this is a car that's effectively obsolete. It's not being developed. It's not even being sort of supported as Audi put all their money into F1. Anyway, enough of that.
An update on E2P Racing, the number 90. Fabian, the team manager, is here with me. They have been working on the car for some time. It's still in the garage at the moment, but it's about to be brought out onto the pit apron. Fabian, you've had your work cut out for you this morning. You've been working, well, this afternoon now, I think we are. I've lost track of time, to be honest. What have you had to do to get the car back into race condition?
Well, it's basically one complete corner of the car with transmission with the drive shaft. So it was a very big hit at 188 kilometers per hour. So we were very lucky not to have a huge crash, but the damage on the corner was huge. So we basically changed a whole corner of the car, a little bit of the floor, and so on. But yeah, a bit disappointed to have to do these things. But yeah.
Fortunately, you've got a spare car here with you, haven't you, to be able to put the new parts on this one. But as you say, at this point, you don't want that to have happened. But we have got many hours yet to go, so it's important to get back out racing.
Yeah, we are very lucky. We have all the parts we need. Aston Martin is here with us helping, and we have a really good technical team. So on that side, we're completely covered. We just need people not to hit us during the race.
Well, yes. And what's the strategy going to be for the rest of the race for you now?
Well, we want. Well, it's still a lot of hours to go, so anything can happen. Never give up, and we have to put our best effort, as always. Try to understand more how to race this car. It's basically a big test for the rest of the races. So, yeah, we won't give up and see what we can do. But it's a pity because we were fighting generally for the win.
Look, thanks for taking the time to update us and let us know what's going on, but it's great that you're getting back out there.
Thank you.
Javier Mortillo from E2P Racing there, telling us all about the trials and tribulations. 188 kph impact with another car. That's going to cause a lot of damage.
115 for people who do real speeds.
That is, yeah, that's
Miles an hour.
fast. Very, very fast. And yeah, E2P Racing, they've just not had any luck at all this season. New program with the Aston Martin Vantage, great car. It's just not clicked together for them. There's been little things that have gone wrong, and in case today, quite a big thing's gone wrong.
But they're also ploughing a lonely furrow with their GT3 choice, and I wonder whether that is, whether it's necessarily the best way. Sometimes when there's 3 or 4 similar vehicles, we have a lot of we have several out, even 10 cars. We have several Audis, and we have several Ferraris, and we have several Mercedes. And you just wonder whether there's a kind of an element where you can kind of learn and grow and work out where you've got a benchmark, where you should be able to get to.
Yeah, that is a fair point. Sometimes it can come down to all sorts of things in terms of the decision-making process of what car to go for. It can, there's so many different things. It can be even down to the owner of the car, what the owner of the car wants to drive as well. That's very much what brand do they feel affiliated to. Of course, they all should, in theory, be balanced together. We have several different types of, several different brands of car competing in GT3, and in theory, they should all be balanced together.
Yeah, I mean, but of course, the flip side of my own argument is if you turn up with the one car that's got a really good BOP, you're in clover.
Exactly, you are. And the Aston Martin is, it runs as the lightest car in Michelin 24-hour series. It has a good fuel limit, good fuel flow, so it's and a good turbo boost as well. They've got it out onto the pit apron, so ready to get going again. Great stuff. I mean, that's been a 2-hour and 16-minute repair.
And several thousand euros.
And I would think, yes, I wouldn't want to know what the bill is. A whole rear corner.
Yeah, I was looking, there's a lot of stuff going on there. It's drive shaft, definitely. It did that thing where it's banged the wheel and the drive shaft into the differential, so it's probably taken that element, or they have replaced it for safety's sake. But, yeah, it's... now, Red Camel Jordan not going quickly on the track. They were just overtaken there by Seb Lejeune. So is there another problem for Luke?
Paul Meyer, who's the hot shoe in the Seb Lejeune car, is on board at the moment. Lap time for Luke Breukers. No, it's okay. He's last time he was only 9/10 off the car's best, set by Rick Breukers earlier in the piece. So I think that's okay.
Is he using the discretion, better part of valor? Let's not fight.
Yes,
this one.
let's get into a groove and get back into a rhythm and see where we can get.
Go for it, Di.
It's still here, unfortunately, but they've put the jacks back underneath the car. There's a problem at the rear, I can see. They're trying to, they're moving the wheels around by themselves while it's up on the ramp there, but I think they're going to have to, they tried firing it up and then had to stop. So I'm thinking, they're talking to the driver now, but it looks like that will go back into the garage, unfortunately, after all that hard work, unless they can solve what's going on that pit apron. But there's a bit of a conversation going on right now.
Thanks, Di. So we have another change as I find myself sharing a commentary booth with Joe Bradley. It's
not uncommon, is it?
I'm looking out the window, looking where all the go-karts have gone.
P-Mac into the pits.
Yeah,
pass me my water there, Nicholas. Right. I thought I was sat to your right. That's the full one, yeah.
The full one, okay. Very important to get our driving strategy correct, obviously.
You said you would. I just walked in there while you were describing to Peter what you saw on the Aston, and that I speculated that the damage caused was that rear end shunt, which the energy would have transferred through the drive shaft into the diff, destroying potentially the whole diff and nothing but the diff. That's obviously what they've been working on.
So on the whole, basically, if you don't own a Porsche, having an accident at the front is way better than having an accident at the back, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have a Porsche, it's not quite the same because you tend to lose 413 radiators.
Yeah, well, there is that, and as well as that, Nick, there's the, you have a rear end shunt on any of these cars, really, and you're gonna be affecting the transmission in some way, shape, or form. That's the problem. You've stolen that, have you?
It's a lot of going. Actually, one of the things I quite interesting because I've been watching. I haven't had a chance to watch much of the screen time, and I've been watching it a bit now here. And I thought, when I come in and chat with PMAC, I'll be able to run through all the penalties. But there's so many track limits penalties, and there's not. There's just I think there's more track limit penalties than in all the other races. I thought everyone now would have about an hour and a half of penalties going off at the various events.
I think it's very much at the forefront of drivers' minds and certainly team managers' minds to be telling their drivers you're going to have to be very wary of track limits because this can completely destroy our strategy. And if you're going to add 20 seconds here, 10 seconds there, with the Aston Martin straight back into the pits, is that just a check?
He left, did he?
I'm not sure. I don't think he did.
No, he's still down. He hasn't done a lap. He's still down to 2 hours 20 in the pit. So they wheeled it out. Obviously said press go.
Right.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, so not quite right. Not quite ready for
action.
Action, yeah, to be taken back out.
So still being led by the Haas RT machine from Kenneth Heyer now. Kenneth in the red ant. Obviously, Kenneth historically has been in this championship for so many years, but with as the hot shoe within the Hoffa racing team, they've now just dropped down to a 4. Kenneth has moved across the red ant. His connections with Mercedes absolutely key in Bert Redon's decision to hire him, and Bert Redon's decision to go with Mercedes rather than any other manufacturer. There was a very long conversation with Bert over a couple of beers last night. We learned a number of pieces of information we can't pass on to you. However,
as ever.
However, I basically asked the question: why did you decide to go with Mercedes as GT3 rather than the Porsche when you've run with Porsches for so long? And there was a number of very, very good reasons for it.
And it basically came down to customer support. He preferred the Mercedes customer support and some of the costs connected to that than he did to the Audi and the Porsche customer support. And I've got to say, all of the customer support systems behind, whether it be Mercedes, Porsche, Ferrari, who I missed out, Audi, they're all very, very strong in GT racing. I mean, the manufacturers got behind GT3 as a formula, and behind that has to be, if you are selling cars to race teams and individuals, then you have to have that support to back that up. And it's just a matter of choice. It comes down to a matter of choice after that.
Yeah, I mean, there's customer support from those various places. And obviously, again, it's one of the things we talk about, say, go with PMAC, when there's 3 or 4 of the same chassis, it makes much more sense for AMG or whoever to send a support guy, to support guys and gals to look after the various teams they've got, rather than just one outlier. So Paul Meyer, continuing in that purple and white Porsches, try and catch back the couple of laps it lost in that instant they had with Antonio Sanero and the E2P Aston Martin. The E2P Aston Martin, unfortunately, isn't trying to catch up a couple of laps, it's trying to catch up 80. Because it's been stuck in the pits for so long. So, yeah, it's one of those things where, as PMAC said, 2 different opinions on the accident. The certainly indisputable fact is that it was less serious for Seb Lejeune than it was for E2P.
Which brings us nicely on to a nice little question that's been posted by Movies and Series,
Hello.
Who are a commenter on the YouTube chat. What is the difference between 992 and 992 AM cars? Nothing is the answer. They are categorized by driver rankings. That's what makes the car drop into the 992 AM class.
Fuel filled during code?
Well, there are other complexities of regulations between the classes, but the difference between the cars are zero.
The cars.
Yeah, the cars are exactly the same. They're all Carrera Cup cars that you can race in any Porsche Carrera Cup National Series, wherever you choose to do your Porsche Carrera Cup racing, to be honest.
Maxi Partel dispatching Fabien Defeu in the Ajith Racing by Red Ant car. Ajith and the Kumar team have changed support. They've moved over to be run by Red Ant for this event, and it's going quite well. Obviously, a lot of experience in running those 992 Porsches for Renault, because that's what they were doing up until the beginning of this season when they switched to GT3 as the 992 champions. But we're in that stage of the race now where the actual overall positioning is a little bit difficult to completely work out, mainly due to the fact that we're on very different fuel strategies, not necessarily pit strategies, but fuel strategies, due to those couple of Code 6 that we had. If you've taken 25% of fuel and somebody else came in a couple laps before you took 100% of fuel, yes, you may be shown ahead of them, but you're actually effectively 45 seconds to a minute behind. But in pure competition levels, it's Haas RT by 12.5 seconds from Red Ant and Kenneth Hire.
So another question regarding class differences. Nick Rinks 83, is a 992 Cup car is the 992 Cup car more power, less aero compared to the GT3? It has less power and less aero than GT3.
And less drag.
And because of the less drag, that's what makes it so quick and almost comparable. If you have a really good 992 driver against an AM driver in a GT3 car, then the lap times are very, very similar. But if you put two superstars in a GT3 car, the GT3 car would outperform the 992 car in all areas.
Yeah.
So it's a lot slipperier through the air. And hence its top end speed is very similar to GT3, but through the corner the GT3 has got a lot of aero enhancements to it, so it is glued to the ground a lot more. So overall GT3 more power, more aero, so more grip in on all areas of the track. 992 a little bit trickier to drive.
Yeah, so for example, during the very naggy, let's use that term, first few corners of the lap, you're going to have a lot more downforce and a lot more overall pace with the GT3 cars. When you get to the back of the circuit, when you exit Curva Tremonto, go through Cavone and into the first part of Curva del Cado, which is a flat-out sprint with a kink, they are actually doing the same speed the whole way down.
Yeah, I know. And it's
only finally, when not even the braking, it's when you actually start to turn, that's when the speed happen.
The 992 car would have to is braking a lot earlier as well, and sometimes we see that. You see a GT3 car trip over a 992 car because of that situation. But they race nicely together. I said earlier, very early on in this race, you're in a GT3 car. Overall, you can lap quicker. However, to pass a 992 car, because of that straight line speed, you have to be a bit more thoughtful, especially here at Misano. So it's not just a case of driving past. You can, you're quicker in the corner, so the last thing you want to be doing is tripping over the 992, which has got a lot less grip mid-corner. So you have to think about it. You at the end of the straight, you've got a lot more braking power, a lot more grip through the corner. So it makes it relatively easier to outbrake at the end of this long straight, which isn't a straight at all, is it, Nick? It's got a few kinks in it.
Yeah, there's a lack of straights, but that's quite typical for motorbike circuits, because a flat out straight is just a recipe for disaster. The following corners, they like to put a little bit of a curve and it just takes some of the pace off it. But yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I think the reason they race well is because the GT3 has enough parts of any track where it can get past, which means that the person following doesn't get frustrated. That's when mistakes are made, when you've been stuck behind someone for a while and you get frustrated and make a lunge.
Well, we talk about focus, don't we? We talk about driver focus and driver concentration, and that's exactly what we mean. Part of that, getting flustered and getting frustrated and getting desperate to get by, that's when you can start making mistakes, and that's where you get out of sync. It's all about timing. When you drive a car around a track, it's about timing. You get to know the track, you get into that rhythm. And the rhythm is all about timing. And in multi-class racing, that timing can be upset, that rhythm can be upset, a lot and very frequently. So the skill is to get back into that flow.
Well, whilst you were enjoying lunch, the main news was the coming together between Luke Breukers and... who was it? I've got a different page to find out who he came together with. It was the 888 of Seb Lejeune. Well, it's been declared that the error was for Luke, and he's been given a 20-second penalty.
Ah, right. Well, Seb Lejeune's having a nightmare of a race here at Misano, isn't it?
As far as coming together with people.
Yeah, it's been deemed not to have been the 888 car's fault, after all.
So, yes, as an outlap, effectively, and obviously as it said, Luke thought he saw it, but obviously that wasn't the way. I'm assuming he moved across onto line not aware of what aware of the Seb Lejeune machine, which is quite hard. It's bright purple. It's hard to miss. So yes, they're going to have to go there with serving a 20-second penalty at some point in the next 2 hours. You have 2 hours to serve a penalty. You don't have to serve it the next time. Now the penalty box here is at pit out. Often it's at pit in. So that probably would change the tactics of when you serve it, I would think.
Well, you're going to have to serve it after your pit stop, aren't you? Before you leave. And the thing then is, do not forget to serve your penalty.
Yes, yes.
And, if your radio system will hopefully work and you've got your team manager saying penalty box when you move away from the pit apron. But yeah, that's a different one. Battle of the Mercedes on track out there at the moment. Hofer it's not a challenge for position, that. The grey and green Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes, Melvin Moore at the wheel of that car. That car's down in 16th place overall, 9th in GT3, 4th in GT3 AM, and that is on a bit of a recovery drive. We saw that car having a problem that brought it into the pits. The Hofer car, that has got Maxi Partel at the wheel of that car, currently 2nd in the AM class, 5th overall in the overall race and GT3. But 2nd in class, on for a class podium there at this rate. Still 17 minutes away from 4 hours completed though, Nick, so still a long way.
Yeah, a couple of the GT3s came in. The Continental Racing by Simpson, that's come in. Looks like it's stayed in with David Pagozzi. But Carl Tilley's got back in the Aero Motorsport car, so they are using the Kyle and the Dwight's time up at the beginning of the race. They're saving the Nico Verdonk and brain's complete. This is I've lost my brain. Nico Verdonk and
who are you looking for?
The Scottish guy at the Aero Motorsport who we've spoken
You mean Ryan?
Ryan Diaz.
Yeah, that's because he's not very Scottish these days. He still speaks like a Scot.
Wow.
You know, yesterday we had a conversation with Ryan Diaz.
myself tested.
Yeah. Have you had lunch?
You know.
Oh, there you go. So we chatted to Ryan. And I did notice, I've known Ryan for a long time now with IMSA racing in America and stuff, and Ryan's been there a long time racing sports cars in America. I did notice that with Peter Mackay chatting to him.
Oh, did he get more Scottish?
He became more Scottish, yes. Yeah, it's a bit like Di. Di becomes more Scottish, doesn't she?
Yeah, that's what, as Di gets more tired, she becomes more Scottish. That's what happens there.
Is Di Scottish?
Apparently.
She's
the borders, I think.
It's still Scotland, mate. You go across the Carter Bar.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Or you become Scottish. You become more Scottish when you're upset, do you? And, yeah. I've never seen Di upset. I can't even imagine Di upset.
That's all.
What do you drink, being Scottish?
It's all clear down here in the pit lane.
Yeah.
But earlier on, when Nick was actually down here in the pit lane, you said the wind had picked up. It sort of dropped again, but the flags have just, in the last sort of 15 minutes, the wind has, picked back up again. But the skies are fantastically blue still, which is good. And I think most people have gone for lunch because there's not many people in the garages.
I noticed you're wearing your sweat, what's that called? A jerkin, a hoodie, your hoodie, a
jumper, no jacket.
I know you're in the shade.
By the way, hold with me, guys, because this man here, you see, this man here is what's a photographer's life like at a motorsport event?
Busy. Well, I say it's busy. It can be busy when the pit lane's busy, but now there's no car, so there's nothing to shoot. So I'm just walking up and down.
He's just been sat with me at lunch day.
Getting your steps in. Joe said you were just having lunch with him. God, It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's not bad. Sit down for half an hour, have some lunch. You got to look after yourself. You can't keep going without some food. Yeah.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. He's not normally wandering up the pit lane. They go all around the circuits here and take advantage of the best positions to be to get those fantastic shots that we see on the Creventic social media. There's some amazing images between Nick and Chris that are across that all weekend.
I wanted to ask you, Di, you still got your jacket on, but you're in the shade, so that pit lane is still a bit cool. Out back in the paddock, I've just walked to lunch and had lunch with Chris there, the photographer, and it's getting hot. The sun beating down, so the track temperature's going to be getting high and higher and higher.
But it's still quite cool, Joe, with the wind. The wind has made it, it seems very nice standing on the pit wall. But I guess, it'll keep changing, I guess, as we evolve into this afternoon.
Now, whilst we are doing our clothing tactics, I eschewed the jumper prior to the opening pit walk, thinking a bit bulky and I'll get too hot. And it was very much a case of if you were in the shade, no, you wanted it back on again. But if you're in the sun, oh no, it's way too hot.
Yeah, you got to get in the sun. Yeah, I mean,
got these sunny days.
We've just had the temperature graphic on the live stream there, and it's just under 20 degrees, which is very, very nice indeed. And the Creventic Lounge and Welcome Centre there is where a lot of the teams, and certainly our commentary team, will be enjoying the very pleasant lunch. I had the pasta verde.
Did you?
Yes, with a bit of egg salad.
I should be going one a bit later. Yes,
you do, because you're forgetting things.
Who? Who
exactly?
Am I? Tell me these fantastic drone shots we're getting.
Yeah, and this is a facility that's available to all of the teams. Obviously, you've got to pay for it. I mean, you know, everybody does that. But it is a very, very high standard of catering that we have here, as you would expect at this level of international motorsport. We're very well fed. It's very, very well catered for. The desserts are lovely, Nick. You're a desserty kind of guy, aren't you?
I get very upset when there isn't a dessert.
You do?
It doesn't seem like you're trying if there isn't a dessert. But yeah, much like an army marching in its stomach, so of course do mechanics and race teams.
Oh, absolutely. So, you know,
absolutely. Even further, there's the international flags are fluttering because I think that wind is picking up again. I mean, it's quite interesting. It is what you would expect when you've got a relatively clear, warm day. It's going to start heating up the air at the bottom of the stack, and that's going to start moving around with the air pressure movements. You will get more and more wind, and then what obviously normally happens, of course, is it picks up during the middle of the day. It will drop down for the evening as it cools off. And we are running right into darkness. This race will finish at 9:30. Official sunset, I think, was 8:38. Was that?
Yeah, about 8:30. Yes.
We'll only have about 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
A full dark, I think. Yeah. Which is enough if your lights are not working.
Well, yes, and I know that.
Or off my eyesight.
One of the cars does have a broken light already, but they only have to have one, don't they, working? That's the rule. It's just a single working light will stop you getting in trouble. But we're in that period of the race now where there is an element of the tactics of turning laps, and as you've pointed out, how you finesse your various driver lineups. You know, I think we're seeing, for example, Era Motorsport very much heavily putting in their more gentleman drivers, saving their faster drivers for push towards the end. But on the flip side, we've also seen Paul Meyer do a quick sprint to get back into position for Seb Lejeune. And again, also we did see Klaus Bachler as well.
They're having to adjust their strategy, aren't they, and put in the hot shots. I mean, Richard David Morley on the YouTube chat makes a very interesting point here. The non-pro drivers are the lifeblood of this sport.
Absolutely.
They really are.
Absolutely.
They are the funding that is this sport. The car owners, you know, these cars aren't cheap. So you need, you know, the businessman, the gentleman driver.
And the weird thing is, some
are the car owners.
Experienced people in this business don't understand that.
That's what I don't understand. This is, you know, this is very much pro-am racing. It's an international race series, but the level is very much pro-am. The World Endurance Championship is different. You've got manufacturers, but even in World Endurance Championship, you've got amateur drivers who aren't necessarily as quick as your pro drivers. You know, you've got people driving the BMW that aren't as quick as Dan Harper.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a World Endurance Championship example. But this series is not for the pro driver primarily. Yes, we love to have pro drivers like Mayer, who you just mentioned. Yeah. But the life and blood of this, and it's very well pointed out by Richard David Moxley, they are the life and blood of a series like this.
But also, they're significantly more important than they would be, for example, in IMSA, because we haven't got full course yellows. So in IMSA, you go out and they send out in the P2 and in GTD, they'll send out as much as they can with their gentleman drivers because they know they'll get a shuffle up, or not always in the 2 hour 40-minute race, but longer race you'll get a shuffle up at some point, and any time you may have lost from having that slightly more, you know, not so professional driver in the car, you'll get back. Doesn't happen here. Every second that is lost or gained by your particular talent of your gentleman driver is absolutely vital, which is why you talk about Era spending many, many hours during the build-up to this training up their less quick drivers, making sure they do, you know, lead and follow, so they can get the maximum they can, because that time that is not achieved, that's gone forever. You don't get it back because someone's fallen off the track somewhere else entirely.
And that's because without the full course caution, which then closes up the field, so you could have a 50-second gap between cars. under full course caution, that closes up and is negated, and there is even the wave arounds, isn't there? You get laps back, and you can have that recovery drive is using those full course cautions. We have a different system here in Creventic racing, in 24H series racing. We have the code 60, where you don't bunch the field up. Everybody just slows down to 60 kilometres, but continues in that same position all the way around the track.
Every lap counts.
And the only way to gain time back is how you use the code 60s with regards to refueling, extending your fuel window, and maybe doing an overtake in a pit stop where you don't need a pit stop if you've gauged it right. But then that can backfire on you as much as anything, Nick. And you mentioned there about changing and swapping around your driver rotations depending on what has happened. And Paul Meyer in the 888 car, the Sebelju Racing, whether Paul was scheduled to be in the car at this point in time, remains to be seen. Because at this point of the race, you want to be cycling through and having the contribution made by your AM drivers. And it is a team sport. Everybody contributes. We started, when we went qualifying yesterday, it's an average over 3 drivers. And that to me, that is pure team effort. Team effort from the full sense of the term as well, when you regards the crews that are pit stopping these cars, that are repairing these cars, that are doing a good tyre change, doing a good fueling stop. Endurance racing's always been about team effort. The drivers just tend to take all the glory.
Yeah, it's always the way the drivers always take all the glory. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting rotation and working out how to get your drivers through. And I think there is a desire that you've got some time left with your hot shoe. You will put them in at the end because that's when people feel they can make the most different. But oddly, sometimes if they are particularly good on a particular part of the track when the temperature or whatever, it could be somewhere else. So it's a huge amount of tactics because everything counts, and that's the difference I think about the Creventic series. I don't think there's any other series not use any full course yellows. Are the full course yellows in SRO?
I do know. I know nothing about that series.
Quite sure.
I love how Richard David Moxley's used a term from sim racing, referring to the likes of Klaus Bachler as an alien. That's a grass cutter.
Yeah, if you're lucky enough to see the pictures, there's a Husqvarna grass cutter going around doing it.
That's not just off track, though, is it?
That's way off track. Yeah.
Right.
A robot
the runoff area.
Mower. Yeah. Not sure.
You need one of them, Nick, for your land.
It's too complicated programming them. You've got to work out everything. If you don't want to put little wires around them, otherwise they'll run away. But they get away quicker than a tortoise will. I've had enough problem with that recently.
Yeah, your robot lawnmower would probably escape.
Yeah, it's not a robot tortoise, but yeah, she decides to go for a trump. They are very, 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 very strong creatures. They don't look it, but they have a huge amount of shove force. So we've got a Paddock Club environment on the roof of the pit lane. A lot of spectators here. A lot of spectators, obviously, specifically for Ajit Kumar and the Ajit Kumar racing team. But we do have a lot of the locals in as well. And we do. You can see the pictures now. What you can see in the background of that shot is what looks like a little kind of easy up village, and that is the Japanese car show. So we have. So if you were in the MISANO area and a big fan of massive turbos, dustbin lid exhausts, and a selection of some really rather nice old Subarus and everything else. That is a Japanese car show that's taking place here as well.
We've started something.
Pretty well attended that as well, looking at the shop.
It is. It's absolutely phenomenal. We've started something because Jack Wells is wanting to join in on the amateur driver chat. He agrees with what Richard David Moxley said about, those guys pay the bills in this kind of series. And then, where is it? Where did I see the comment about the World Endurance Championship? Yeah, amateur drivers in a World Championship is a different conversation entirely. 24H series is different as it relies on those AM drivers to keep the championship alive. You'd be surprised to hear, Jack, that there's a lot of AM drivers at World Championship level are actually the money behind the teams. They actually are the owners of the drivers. And I'm not going to name names here, but they are actually the owners of those cars in the World Endurance Championship. And that's been for few decades, if not forever.
Yeah, I mean,
it is a very similar. It's just the standard of lap time that you get in the World Championship is perhaps a lot higher, and those AM drivers are closer to those aliens.
I think now with GT3 being taken into World Endurance Championship and taken into Le Mans itself, there's a lot more manufacturer involvement. So I don't think, but even though 2 or 3 years ago the cars were owned entirely by a rich person who then funded them more, I think now there is co-funding. So if you look at the gentleman drivers, the third driver in the various GT3 cars, I'm sure there is some financial contribution for them being in that car, but you'll probably find that the manufacturer is also supporting a reasonable percentage of that cost.
Well, actually, there are people who buy cars, and then in a exactly the same way it operates in this series, they are then relying upon the customer support services behind. And I'm talking GT3. I'm not talking about hypercars. But there's an element even in LMP2 of that.
P2s are all owned by some.
The cars are owned by privateer owners, not necessarily the teams, and the teams are running the cars at a cost.
There's no works oreca,
and somebody's paying the bills.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's footing the bill.
There's no works orecas. Exactly, Nick.
But and that's fine, because that's how motorsport has always been. This revulsion to the pay driver, which comes out like this pay driver is the ultimate insult. Well, no, that's what 98% of all drivers are. They're paid drivers. You don't. You're doing like a Super 7 clubby down at Alton. They're all paid drivers. Yeah, they own the car themselves. It's their car, but they've paid to do that race.
I mean, you could even include Formula One in this. There's still a few paid drivers in Formula One. Not everybody's paid.
Very few now.
Very few now.
I don't think there's any paid drivers. There is one whose dad owns a team.
There is that,
but he's not actually paying.
There are a few drivers, Nick, who are paying to be in that Formula One teams, and I can name names.
Well, those who are on the junior programs, yes. Those in the seats, I would say no. But it's a conversation for a different day, but I would say no.
It is, because we're here at MISANO with 8 hours remaining.
In the sunshine.
In the sunshine. The sun has come out. We've had a lot of rain over the course of the week. There is on the horizon beautiful blue skies there that we see. Not a cloud in them.
Well, there is a cloud in the sky if you're the 421 car.
Is there?
Now, the 421 car, which is the venture Mercedes-AMG, who wanted to make sure they ran a perfect, clean race with no mistakes, have made a mistake. They've exceeded the driving time limits.
Oh, no way.
They've exceeded the driving time limits and picked up a 6-second penalty, so they have made an error, which is good.
So was that Neville? Well, Neville's the owner of the car, talking about that. So Neville owns the car, so it's his prerogative.
Error, yeah. So the interesting thing about that is that they've learnt that now, so that means that they can not do that next time when there's competition. So that's gone wrong for the 421.
Well, maybe they were experimenting. You know what? This is kind of it's not a shakedown or a test session, but it is a race test. They're testing themselves, and maybe they just pushed that window to see how close they could get to that window.
The interesting thing is that the 2 hours does not include any time in the pits, and that includes refits. So it's 2 hours actually on the track. So if you get you've got a stopwatch going like that, and you go, well, that's code 60. That's
right. Yeah.
What have I done? I don't know. And it's easy to get it wrong. I don't think so. You don't think so? You think it wasn't Matt George who's gone over the 2 hours then?
No. It was Neville Jones.
Right.
He's the driver that was in before Matt. Daniel Bishop. I don't know who's making those decisions, but Bishop's involved in there. I think he's engineering the car to an extent.
Because Matt started the car, Matt's back in the car, and he's been in the car about 45 minutes.
Chris has not been in the car. Chris Jones.
So it was
not been in the car
bit
yet.
In the middle, they've missed it by. I assume they probably missed it by a tiny amount. By a lap. I mean, I don't know if you remember, there was one time quite a while ago where there was a car that they were absolutely touching the limit, and then on the in lap, a code 60 was called. So the in lap took a minute longer than it should have done.
That's right. Yeah. And I think Binksy's still in the pits there, wondering whether to take a jacket off. Hey,
we haven't got cameras at lunch.
All right. Okay. Well, we're at 4 hours completed, 8 hours remaining. Let's take a breath and have a look and see who is where in the proceedings after 4 hours. Leading the race is the number 21, the Haas RT Audi. 136 laps completed, being followed by the 93 of Red Ant Racing. That's the Mercedes being driven at the moment by Kenneth Ayer. We've got Tim Muller in the Utah Racing Audi. They are third, not that far behind. The number 73, the Proton Huber Porsche, that is recovered to fourth place and doing a great job. Maxi Partel is in the Hofer Racing Mercedes in fifth. Sixth is Denis Vacek in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Seventh is the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. The Era Motorsport Ferrari seems to have had Kyle Tilley in it forever. Kyle Tilley back in that before he scoots off to Spa Classic. Ninth is the Marcel Van Berlo driven Van Berlo Motorsport by Baskuten Porsche. They are leading the 992 class, and not far behind them is the Holmgard Motorsport Porsche, the number 902. 11th is the Red Camel car after their problems with that puncture and damage after contact. They've been given a penalty also to add to their woes. They're third in 992, 11th overall. Nick Jonsson is in the bright green RPM Racing Porsche in 12th place. They are currently leading the 992 AM class and fourth overall in class. Fadim Dufour is in the Ajit Kumar Racing Porsche now in fifth in 992, 13th overall. It's the Mullner Motorsport Porsche in sixth in class and 14th overall. Melvin Moore is on a bit of a recovery drive in the Viper Nisa Mercedes. They are fourth in the GT3 AM class, ninth overall in GT3. And then we've got GTX, the Vortex V8, that is keeping GTX honours alive in this series. The number 701 in 16th place overall. 17th is the 911 Racing Porsche. That's 7th in 992, 17th overall. Matt George, we've just been watching the only GT4 car we've got. The Venture Racing team really are testing their race prowess here this weekend. Paul Meyer continues to recover in the Sebelju Racing Porsche in 19th. 20th is the Escuderia Faron Porsche. That is again on a recovery drive. And then still in the pits, it did have a peak outside of the pits after that long repair job on the Aston Martin for E2P Racing, but Antonio Saniero will be the driver that perhaps will continue in that car, but that car poked its nose out of the pits, went straight back in, and that car still in the pits in 21st place. But it's been quite an exciting start to this race, Peter. Peter Mackay just joining us back after a lunch of Pasta Verde, was it? Pasta Verde lasagna?
Oh, I'll tell you about the highlights of my of my lunch in a minute, but why don't we talk about the highlights of the race?
After
so
the
far,
highlights
and
of the
then
race.
I will tell you all about the highlights of my lunch.
For a small but perfectly formed grid of cars, 21 cars across 4 classes, we got off to a relatively clean start, didn't we? Without any real major incident. It was after the race settled in that we sort of seen a little bit frustration creeping in, cars not making it past one another as readily as perhaps their drivers expected to, and hence we saw a little bit of contact to contact, wheel on wheel contact there from the Sebelju Porsche and the Aston Martin of E2P Racing being recovered quite erratically there back to the pits. The race continued and we had some very, very tight and close racing. Certainly for top honours as well, not just down the classes. We've had attrition coming into play. We've had multi-class racing as ever. And as ever in a 12-hour endurance race, how you deal with those pit stops and that time in the pits is vital to how you treat the race going forward. Code 60s are another part of the 24H series. And with incident aplenty in the first 4 hours, the next 8 hours, well, what does that have in store with adversity being met by a lot of the teams out there? And like I say, pit stops and damage being repaired on quite a few of our cars, and the crew working as readily as we thought they might. And it's been all part of the teamwork that goes into 12-hour endurance racing. And the hashtag for the 24H series, hashtag this is endurance, as ever, Peter, with 8 hours to go, that is very, very apt, isn't it?
I think we should have another one. We should have hashtag this is catering, because the catering that we have here in the Michelin 24-hour series paddock, brought to us by the W Racing Project, is absolutely sublime. And you were not joking about that lasagna when we did our quick driver swap. You said the lasagna was incredible. You were correct. I think you're maybe even underselling it. It was that good. And I can say this because my mum isn't Italian. It's definitely the best lasagna I've had. Hands down.
We are in Italy.
Exactly.
And it's nothing less than I expected.
No matter where we go on our European adventure with the Michelin 24-hour series paddock, we always have Italian food because we have an Italian caterer. In fact, it's very much their home fixture. They're from just up the road. So
yeah, they're from the San Marino province, aren't
they? Exactly. So
it's just north of here.
Exactly. So we're we're very, very.
We tend to be spoiled, don't we? No matter where we are in the world with this lot.
Very much so. Oh, spin for the Vortex coming out of the final corner. Mount Curva Misano, little spin for the Vortex, but managed to keep it out of the wall there, which is good at the moment. That is cars driven by Lionel Amrouche. The Vortex 2.0 is such a big improvement on the previous car. I mean, the aero work particularly, I think, is the big thing. Olivier Gomez's new aero concept, new PKM suspension, actually replacing the Olin suspension on the previous car. New Sadev gearbox, and it's a carbon tubular space frame. So now you talk about, space frame, metal effectively, but to have a carbon space frame.
I think the cockpit is carbon, and there is a space frame attached to the rear bulkhead just behind the driver, which is where the engine is hung from.
Yeah.
So you've got that space frame chassis on the rear of the car, but the actual tub where the driver sits and the front end where the suspension is bolted onto that's all carbon tub. Very, very well designed, very well put together, and that has got a Chevrolet V8 engine attached to it, and pretty much you can see it's quite a diminutive in size and dimension. It's virtually like strapping a Chevrolet V8 to your back and lighting a fuse, because that car is like driving a firework, that amount of power.
Yeah.
The power to weight ratio, I haven't got the figures on the power to weight ratio.
1,000 kilos, so it's a very light car,
Yeah,
and
it is.
550 horsepower. So 550 horsepower per ton.
The majority of that 1,000 kilos is in that motor.
Yeah.
The actual chassis, you'll be lucky if it's like 350 kilograms with it being carbon.
Wow. They are talking about changing to a different engine in the future, and you can imagine you can get an engine that weighs a lot less than that develops the same power. So when you think about that, that's quite a prospect.
Well, it's going to change the power. It's going to have less weight.
Yes.
It's a bulky, standard V8 block.
Yeah.
Chevy, whether it's a Ford V8 or a Chevy V8, they're both pretty heavy lumps. The more modern, the Chevrolet V8 is what, 1960s motor, it's an old stock block motor. That's why it's popular, I suppose, to be running in any kind of car.
Yeah.
The parts are still there. You can get this, Chevrolet V8s, Ford V8s, in America especially. They're still, those stock block motors are easy to run. They've got a long life. They're not heavily stressed, so you get a long longevity out of them, and they are very, very powerful.
Marcel van Barlo at the wheel of the class-leading 992 car for Van Barlo Motorsport, way off the track on the exit of turn 16 there. That will certainly accrue a track limit infringement, as Marcel is taken over from his two sons, Glenn and Kai, who started off the race. Glenn taking the start of the race, then Kai switching in after that. What a great opportunity. We see that a lot here in the Michelin 24-hour series paddocks, of families getting together to race. Of course, Red Camels with the Breukers family, Hoffer with the Kroll and Prince family. It's just wonderful to see, and I think that's got to be one of the greatest pleasures in life, is to go and compete with your children or compete with your parents.
Absolutely.
Just such a cool opportunity to be able to do that. Not many sports you can do that, actually. And share the
as a team.
As a team, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any sports you can do that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. We could set up a football team with me and the kids, and certainly they would run rings around me with my kids and grandkids.
You'd still be fastest in a go-kart, though.
I have shared a car track with my grandkids.
Really?
Yeah.
I bet that was cool.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, a bit boring, really.
You didn't turn in on them either when they tried to overtake.
No. They were just finding their feet. I've steered them away from karting.
Have you?
Yeah, there's a tennis racket. So
very wise.
There she goes.
There's a
rock climbing. She's into rock climbing.
Good.
Yeah, equally as dangerous and thrilling, but a lot less expensive.
At least. Yes.
Yeah, pair of climbing shoes, a lot less than a set of tyres.
Well, another track limit penalty coming through. We've seen a few so far in this race. Red Camel Jordans, who are on the recovery after an incident with the 921 Mullner car. They're actually up to third in class now. It's been an amazing fight back. They lost time, but not as much as they would have done had there not been a code 60. But they've been given a 10-second time penalty for breaking track limits. They are, as I say, they are not the first, and I doubt they will be the last to get that penalty. The way that the penalties are served, there is a penalty box in the pit lane. So when you come in to take pit service, you can serve your penalty. If it's under a code 60, the penalty is doubled. So the teams can decide whether it's better to serve it under code 60 or not, depending on what they're doing and what their strategy is at that particular moment. The first third of the race is done. We're well into the
it's incredible, isn't it?
Third of the race now, and it's, you know, you look at the balance of things at the front of the field. There's still 5 or 6 cars, maybe more, that are all within a near enough equal chance of winning. Yeah, and I think that's what we like to see.
We like it to be competitive, and that, you know what, I wasn't worried about only having 21 cars here over 12 hours, Peter, because I knew that we were going to have some close racing. My adage that I've used for a long time is we only need 2 cars to make a race, and you know, with 21, 10 in GT3, 9 in 992, all right, we've got the GTX and the GT4, but we can even make an interesting story out of those 2 cars as well, because they are going about their business. And you know, isn't the very concept of endurance racing, it certainly started out like this as a test of endurance. And it started out back in the turn of the last century, in the late 1800s into the 1900s, when, you know, motorsport was invented. You know, that it was a test of endurance. Le Mans in 1923 was a test of endurance. It was the way that manufacturers proved. It was a proving ground. It was a sales tool, proving that your technology was better than another manufacturer's technology. And that kind of concept and ethos, that the generality of going to Le Mans and other sports cars and endurance racing is still about the challenge of getting that car and getting your drivers, getting your crew, getting everybody to endure the vigors of racing for over 12 hours in this case.
Well, you look back at the early days of Le Mans, you know, W.O. Bentley thought that it was a stupid idea for his customers to take the car to Le Mans and race there, and he very nearly didn't go. He didn't want to have anything to do with it, and then decided at the last minute to go, and they had a very successful early few years at Le Mans, racking up 5 victories before the turn of the 1920s, and they had one more back and then again in 2003. But you look at how important success in endurance racing is, and to the value of a brand is absolutely in line. Well, you know, if you can win a race like Le Mans, the difference in the brand's profile is noted straight away.
That's been the motorsport as a marketing tool for manufacturers. Win on Sunday, sell on Monday was the American adage that was very, very commonly in use, and probably still is.
E2P Racing have had another tumultuous day. They've been in and out the pits after managing that repair, and Diana Binks has got an update of how they're getting on.
Apron, and that GT3 Aston Martin Vantage is now back out on track. They'll be doing a bit of a installation lap with that. I think they had a few issues earlier. I don't know if probably about 35 minutes ago they brought it out, fired it up, and then there was a problem with the rear again, so they had to take it back in to the garage. But they've been working on it at a good pace, and they've got that car back out. They were keen to get the car back into the race, despite obviously not being able to challenge for any championship or podium positions, but they wanted to be back out there as soon as they could. I think they've lost now, is it about an hour and 3/4 in the garage?
quite a lot more by the looks of things. Yeah, they've had 3 hours. So it's they're running significantly down, but keep going. You never know what happens to the rest of the field. Look, I actually just when I just popped out for a second, I had a chance to look at the footage which E2P have shared from the onboard from the car, and it's quite scary actually. As they're coming round out of turn 3, which is, as they said, the impact was at 188 kilometers an hour. The Seblejew, it's a right-hander, and the Seblejew car is over the curb and onto the tarmac runoff, and actually starts to spin and basically spins into the path of the E2P car. It's got a really scary one. So yeah, I can see why they're frustrated. There's of course no intention or malice or anything like that, but really frustrating nonetheless.
Rich David Moxley makes an interesting comment on our chat about, the hashtag this is endurance. Endurance racing's become a sequence of sprints. And that's down to modern engineering, though, isn't it? The attrition. I remember my first Le Mans was 1981, and I remember, drivers would be driving at 6 and 7/10 to nurse the car across the 24 hours. And we'd have drivers, obviously clutch and stick shifts and gear changes and straight cut boxes that would, if you overused them and abused them, wouldn't last 2 minutes. So there was an element of that. Whereas because of today's technology, you've got paddle shift gear changes, the computer changes gear. You can't over rev an engine on a downshift anymore by getting that gear. It's all and of course the metallurgy advancements in 150 years or whatever, that has been, that's the key. And we've now got a situation where, using Le Mans again as an example, you've got a situation of sprint races between pit stops, and the attrition thing is not something that you really talk about. And even in 24H series races, yes, attrition is a factor, but I think more of a factor is race incidents bringing that attrition into play, and how teams deal with the repairs of cars. And a prime example of that, of course, is what Diana's just described there, the E2P Racing Aston Martin, a lengthy repair job after that 188 kilometers. Yeah, that's a massive hit.
Yeah, that's a big hit. And I think also, you look at it, also depends on the circuit as well. Here at Misano, it's relatively smooth. It's, in terms of a motorbike context, it's a little bit bumpier. Actually, the riders complained about that a bit after the track was resurfaced. But in general, it's a pretty smooth track. When you compare it to somewhere like a Sebring, totally different. Sebring just shakes the life out of a car. Even the very latest modern car in this year's Sebring 12-hour, there was so many cars just grinding to a halt with technical failures because they were just being shaked beyond their limit. And so it's not a perfect science. Just, I don't think it ever will be, and I hope it's not, because that's part of the challenge, isn't it? And it's also, how does a driver look after the car? I had it where at Le Mans last year, where the Ford Mustang was relatively new, and one of the teams were striking a curb in a certain way, and it damaged the steering rack. Yeah. And they had to replace the whole steering rack. So it's, it comes down to driver input as well, and how kind you are to the car whilst being quick. It's part of the overall suite of skills that you need.
It's getting that balance. Just Red is here at Misano, and he's wondering when there are going to be more pit stops. Well, he got his wish as the Red Ant Mercedes was brought into the pit lane by Kenneth Tyre. Kenneth has been to his pit garage and is now in fueling. I'm not sure if Kenneth has stayed in the car, as that will trip when he leaves the pit lane. So I don't know how far Dye is away from the Hofer pit garage, but and a few other cars into the pits as well. Nick Johnson in the RPM Porsche in from 4th place in 992. And the Vortex out of the pits and back into the race. And we've got Diana. Are you actually at Hofer? All right.
It's just typical, but RPM Racing, the number 907, has just come in, and it is Nick Johnson, as you quite rightly said, getting out of that car. There is a driver change. Philip Hemprecht is getting behind the wheel in a few seconds. They're just adjusting him and his seatbelts, and they're changing all the tyres, having a good look around the car, cleaning the windscreen, but as ever, a pretty slick stop by these guys. They're now changing the water bottle. Obviously, it's pretty hot out there on track. And off we go.
So, 7 hours and 39 minutes to go, and E2P Racing are back and going. Oliver Campos is at the wheel of that Aston Martin, and Kenny Hire. I would think Kenny Hire, they might be due a driver swap now in the
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Red Ant car. Yeah, notice Kenny Hire coming out of it. He's got a very impressive motorhome. Getting out of, I was like, that looks like a fun thing to drive around Europe in.
I think I noticed the Hofer car was out of fueling and it actually onto its pit apron, and the car will be getting serviced. Whether or not we see a driver change remains to be seen. As Di said, she was way down the pit lane, away from it, typical. So we'll wait and see how that transpires. That's allowed the Proton Huber car, the Proton Huber Porsche, with Konstantin Dressler at the wheel of the car, into the lead of this race. And going into the second hour, Peter, I would have, if I'd said to you that within an hour or so this car is going to be back at the front of this field, it would look a bit dubious, wouldn't it? However, with the stint time of just over an hour, that's not necessarily the last time he pitted, though. That's how long Konstantin's been in the car. So I can't see any. Konstantin
Dressler, that is, yes, he got out in for Klaus Bachler an hour and 9 minutes ago. So so Dressler might well be staying in for a double here. Red Ant Racing are into the pits and have greeted Diana Binks.
They certainly are, and they've just brought the car in. They are making a driver change. They have changed tyres as well for the number 93 Red Ant Racing Mercedes. That you can hear it just firing up now and heading back out on track. But again, another slick stop by the Red Ant Racing team, who are also just waiting on the pit apron now for the Ajit Kumar Racing by Red Ant car, the number 901, the Porsche 992 car, and Anjit is about to jump back in behind the wheel. So he's only had a very short break. He got out, I think, about an hour and a half ago when I spoke to him. So he's getting back, or maybe it's 2 hours. He's going to be getting back into.
Mercedes taking over from Kenny Hire. So they're very much in the mix. I think because they've got a consistency across their driver lineup, they're neither up nor down too much, depending on which driver they have in the car, which is really, really helpful. And so they're just keeping up the top of the order, and let the others make mistakes, let the others have problems, and just slowly make the way forward. But Konstantin Dressler doing a really good, strong pace at the front of the field for Proton Huber competition. Dressler, a really interesting case, actually. He drove at Spa in 2 different cars. He drove in the Proton Huber Porsche and one of the Ferraris. He's decided to go just for the Proton Huber competition Porsche this time. 36 years old German, and his most notable point on his CV, it was the ADAC VW Polo Cup champion in 2007, which 2 very hot drivers that came out of that championship were the Van der Linde brothers.
Was he right? Yeah, I mean, that's a similar sort of thing to what you would see Mini Challenge being now in the UK, or Clio Cup back in the day. Yeah. I mean, that is the pole position car, remember. That's the car that started at the front of the grid, but for reasons I forget now, Peter, it kind of dropped back out of contention in the top 4, didn't it?
Just a bit of driver rotation.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Driver rotation coming into play there, making it very, very hard to predict who is where. With the difference of these drivers, as we've discussed in great detail.
And of course, they are a Pro-Am car, so to be leading overall is punching above their weight. You would expect the pro cars of Haas, RT and Red Ant Racing to be in the conversation, and they absolutely are, for the overall victory. But as the Pro-Am cars are strong as well. Aero Motorsport, they've seemed to have kind of front-loaded their driving time a little bit with they've got quite a lot of Kyle Tilley's time in early, they've got Dwight Merriman's time in early, and then perhaps keeping Ryan Dalziel and Nico Verdonk for we're not into the second half of the race yet, so they've still got plenty of time.
We know there's a reason for that, and Kyle is heading off to Spa for the classic event. Whether he's leaving this evening or tomorrow morning, I'm not sure. But it seems that Kyle is, every time I've looked, I saw Dwight Merriman in the car for maybe, I'm going to say it sarcastically, 10 minutes.
Oh, it was one.
He's done one. It was a stint of about an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah. So he has to do the Kyle Tilley in the 81 Aero Motorsport Ferrari and Dwight Merriman, they have to do a combined driving time of 6 hours, together.
Yeah.
But a minimum of 1 hour. So theoretically, Dwight Merriman could do 1 hour and then Kyle Tilley do 5.
Yeah.
But it'll probably be more of a balance than that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dwight Merriman in the car again. As into the pits comes our leader then, into the fueling area, Konstantin Dressler, getting filled up with fuel. This is just a single stint at the moment, so I'll be curious to see whether he stays in the car or whether he hands over to Manuel Lauk, who we do know is having to go to the Nürburgring tonight. So he was wanting to get his driver time done early. So we may well see Manuel Lauk.
I think he will then.
Yeah, maybe do a double stint.
Well remembered that Manuel Lauk was off to the NLS, which will be taking place tomorrow. Qualifying for the N24 as well, isn't it? A qualifier for that. So yeah, I would imagine we'll see that car with Manuel Lauk in it. Maxi Partel has also brought the Hofer car in. That car in from third. This has allowed Tim Muller in the Utah Audi to resume the lead for Utah. The Utah Audi, car 71 with Tim Muller, is not the first time this car has been in the lead, Peter. It's certainly in contention. We are an hour and about 93 minutes away from half distance, so everybody on program so far, this is going through the motions, going through their driver rotations. We haven't seen, I think, the full extent of the competitiveness of, for instance, the Aero Motorsport Ferrari, as both of their pro drivers, Nico Verdonk, who is, I believe, a Pro-Am now, and I'm not sure why, Ryan Dalziel, who's very much a pro driver. They are very, very quick lads in that Ferrari, so we'll see that car come back into play, I would think. And there's a lot of other situations. The Red Ant car, though, I think is a constant, isn't it? You've got very little variation in those drivers across the driving rotation in that car. Hence, the car is in the GT3 class proper. It's not in the Pro-Am. It's in GT3 Pro.
I think they made themselves known to the local karting track over the course of this.
Not in a good way, though.
No, they weren't behaved like we were.
No, we took it all seriously, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. They were taking shortcuts on one another.
Yes. Yes, they were. It's a shame. We should have had a race with them. That would have.
It was called. The car track was called. It was called the Misanino.
Misanino.
Actually, I've got me membership.
Small Misano.
Yeah, mini Misano.
Yeah. But
the car track looked nothing like Misano.
It looked nothing like Misano, no, but it was a really cool kart track. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah,
you've got your membership card.
Yeah, if you ever did you get one?
Yes. Of course. I shall frame it when I get home.
Yeah.
That I won the Joe Bradley karting school race. I just followed with a.
Let's have a dodge back down to the pits then. What you got, Binksy?
You were talking earlier about Hofer Racing and wondering what was going on, and that car has been into the refueling area. It's now on the pit apron, and Michael Kroll is getting in behind the wheel. So driver change, tyre change, and a quick clean-up for that car. They seem to take, obviously, as you'd imagine, quite a bit of fuel during that fuel area. But the pit lane itself is now getting quite busy, as you can imagine. Venture, the GT4 team behind him, they in the Mercedes. They have just completed a pit stop as well. Quite tight in the pit lane at this end at the moment, but all clean, good service for all these cars as the Hofer Racing makes its way back out.
So their driver, the Hofer team now putting in Michael Kroll, father of Chantel, big part of this series, the Hofer team. Had a bit of a time out where Chantel and her husband Alex went off and had and created a family, didn't he? The next dynasty of the Hofer Racing dynasty continues. They're only tiny at the moment, so it'll be a few years yet.
They are very much involved, though. They're all part of the team. They've got their team uniform and.
Now then, that's the venture car I see in the pit box. Sorry, in the penalty box, and that will be taking its penalty for. Let me remind myself. There it is. It's a driver time infringement, isn't it?
Oh, they've gone through the 2 hour max stint time.
Yes, they went through the 2 hour max stint time.
60 seconds.
Was that while you were on lunch?
Must have been.
Yes. Now then, what Nick and I speculated and maybe Di can have a look down adventure. So it was at the wheel of the 421 was Neville. So Neville Jones, car owner, team man with the name above the door of that team. Although I think he took the car 2 venture to run. So Neville was in the car too long. And I just wonder if they really pushed the experimentation of how close they could get to that driver time.
Yeah.
They're the only car in GT4, and this was an experimentation run for this car. We know we're going to have more GT4 cars at Paul Ricard. We know we're going to have more GT4 cars at Barcelona. So it gives the team, without any pressure of having competitors around them, but they're kind of trying to emulate that pressure and put themselves under personal pressure, and they've maybe just pushed it a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And Neville was in the car too long. And maybe Diana can have a dodge down there and have a chat to Neville and see if our speculation is correct, because it is pure speculation, or it might have been just an honest mistake.
Yeah, or the other thing it could be is that they were running beyond that time as a way of preparation for, when we go to Paul Ricard, it's going to be hot. It's going to be very hot.
It is.
So from a preparation point of view, you go and they've got nobody to compete with anyway. So they go, actually, if we go over the max stint time, it's fine, but it's a way of preparing physically for that as well. I mean, Neville's a very experienced rally driver, very successful rally driver, but relatively new to endurance racing. So could have been that. We'll no doubt Diana Binks will find out from the Venture crew, who are a wonderfully nice bunch.
There's one of the crew chiefs from Venture just making his way back from the penalty box. He has to manage their car once a car has been given a penalty, and I noticed that the number 888 that's into the pits, Paul Meyer in the Sebelju Racing Porsche, that's the car, remember, the purple car that had the damage to the front end after that coming together with the E2P Racing Aston Martin. That has been given a track limits penalty, so 6 infringements of track limits being exceeded, I should say, and that's now been given a 10-second penalty box penalty that car will take up when it leaves the pit apron here.
So that's where they serve it at the end of the pit lane. That must be annoying if you've got a penalty and your garage is away down the other end, a bit like it is with Venture, and you've got to walk all the way. You've got to walk all the way down to the penalty box to time the penalty to make sure that it's been served in full. Sebelju Racing on the way then as race leader has come into the pits. Our former race leader, I should say now, due to racing, and Tim Muller to go to fuel. That means that Matthias Lesmalt for Haas RT now goes to the front. So
it's great, isn't it?
It's just one car to the front next. That doesn't mean that it's filtering back between 2 different cars. There's probably 5 cars that are cycling through the lead at the moment. That's fantastic.
And then when you consider, all right, you've got the Hofer Mercedes. Michael Kroll's in that car now, and by Michael's own admission, he's not as quick as Alex Prince or Kenneth Heyer. We'll see that car coming back towards the 4, and more, I think more excitingly, the Era Motorsport Ferrari, they're cycling through their AM drivers, Dwight Merriman, Kyle Tilley. We have got locked in a dark cupboard Nico Verdonk and Ryan DL that will be taken out of the cupboard, switched on, programmed to go as fast as possible. So that Era Motorsport Ferrari, I expect to be into contention as well for overall honours.
Do you think before Ryan DL gets in, they crack open a can of Iron Brew and pour it down him like...
Well, no, because he's not Scottish, really, is he? He's American.
Oh, he is. He's very
I was
Scottish.
just talking to Nick about that, and I would chat yesterday. His Scottishness came out because he was chatting to you with the Scottish accent. Which I never, I mean, yeah, there's a Scottish twin underneath his accent, but he's been in America for so long. He's got an American Scottish sort of twang. But he was very Scottish yesterday.
I met his dad John for the first time at Spa, and I would imagine his dad John and Mum Mary will be watching. I'm sure. Hopefully they are. If you are, hello, John and Mary. So a little bit of windshield clean there.
Well,
for,
as well as that, what I was going to mention is the speckledness that you see on that windshield. It looks like the windshield is cracked. It's not. It's got a covering. It's got a tear off. And rather than, I mean, you need a load of tear-offs for a 12-hour race. So they're cleaning that windscreen, but there's a sheet of clear plastic that they will eventually tear off the windscreen. Like you have a visor tear off, it works the same, but it's been applied to the windscreen, and it's very, very hard to apply without any of those dots and speckles appearing. You've got to be you've got to be a very good rapper, and I don't mean music rapper. You've got a rapper with a W, that is, to get that on and have perfection. So there's always going to be the dots and the speckles and the air bubbles, but that will be ripped off eventually when they've cleaned it enough and it's too scratched and scruffy. They'll pull it off and they'll have a pristine and clear windscreen to look out of.
I do remember it was in the days of the Mazda DPI car. The car came in for a pit stop, and I think the mechanic, in such a rush, he sprayed the windscreen, cleaned it all down, got it all nice and shiny, and then tore the tear off.
So it was nice and clean when it went in the bin.
Nice clean tear off just got pulled off. It's just very funny. So Juta running really, really well. The Lithuanian squad, a proper stalwart of Creventic racing. They ran a car for the Red Camels team actually at Barcelona last year. Typically run Audi R8s from their awning.
Dafa Razaka is on the YouTube chat. Boy, it's raining penalties. Or boy, it's raining penalty. Yeah, this is not a surprise, Dafa, and I think it's
not hallelujah either.
It's the nature of. It's the nature of Misano, isn't it, Peter? We'd mentioned it earlier. We chatted about this earlier, but it doesn't stop us repeating it. It's predominantly a motorcycle course. This is where MotoGP, World Superbikes, etc. come to, and the curbs are very low. And so you get the cars using extra track by going over the flat curbing, and you're allowed to put all wheels on the red and white curb, but you're not allowed to go all the way over the red and white curb. And when you do, you get a track limit infringement. So if all of your wheels are on the blue section off the red and white before the grass, that is, then you will ping a track limit infringement. You're allowed 6, and then you get a 10-second penalty, and so on and so forth. And I think the penalties build as you go on, isn't it? Did I hear the dulcet tones of Nick Damon down there? Nick, go ahead.
Oh, there. We're going to try and do a few chats with teams with family teams, basically, just because there's a lot of family teams here on the pit lane. And we're going to start with Bert Redont from Redont Racing. Simple question: is it more fun racing with the rest of your family, or more stress?
More fun, definitely. Stress. There will always be stress in racing, and when your own kids are driving, it's a little bit extra. And my wife is also looking on the screens when the kids are driving. And the rest of the day, she's in the kitchen. But that adds some stress also, yes.
So you got 4 drivers, 2 of course your sons and 2 are hot shoe racing elsewhere. Do you treat them all the same, or are you a bit harder on your boys, or?
I try to treat them all the same, but if I'm honest, I try to be more honest to my kids than to the other drivers, because we're a family and we can be honest to each other. If it's not good, then I tell them.
So what did you say to Ayrton when he threw the car off on Wednesday or Thursday?
That happens. I had that too in my career. If you're not going over the limit, you're not racing, and you're not searching for the limit. So if you cannot handle that in a team, you should be. You buy a PS5 and you play at home on the television.
Yeah, good point. Now you are into your 3rd race or 4th race with this new GT3. Explain to us the idea of why you moved from 992 to GT3. What's the thought behind that?
Please come again. I didn't.
What was the thinking behind moving to GT3 from 992?
That was the plan from the beginning. From when we started racing, we started with a GT4, then we went to a Cup car, but the plan was always to end up in a GT3 car.
And the Mercedes, again, an interesting choice.
Yeah, that was the smartest choice for us at this moment. It's a very accessible car, and it's also a car with a lot of data. We had a driver in our team, Kenneth Heyer, who has a lot of connections with EMG. So for us, we felt as a team that was the smartest choice for us.
Does it help, also, in the Creventic series, there's a number of these Mercedes cars, so there's more information you can share or more references you have?
Yeah, that is true. The Mercedes teams, they're one family. We all help each other out with parts, also with data and with setups. So it's not like in the 992 class that once you're winning, everybody wants something from you. But here in the Mercedes family, for the moment, it's different. They're more like one happy family.
Coming back to today, we're about, not just about a third of the way. Ian, how do you feel it's been going so far?
For the moment, we're on schedule. So we're in the same lap as the leader. We lost some time in the last pit stop, but we'll manage. As long as we stay in the same lap as the leader, everything is to play.
So thanks, Bert.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bert, Red On there of Red Ant Racing. A man who's doing, obviously got his own team there, but doing a lot for young drivers coming through. Gives them an opportunity. Has Mark Goossens out looking for young drivers, and if he deems that they have potential and an opportunity, it actually gives them a test in one of the team's Porsche Cup cars. Also, rally fans listening and watching will know the name Kalle Rovanperä, and will know that probably that he went and did some circuit racing last year, and in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, Red Ant were the team that ran the car. And what was really nice was at the end of the season, Bert was going to sell the car, and Kalle said, no, I want the car, I'll buy it from you. Yeah. So, and now it's in his little museum in Monaco.
It was a great story. I mean, they weren't letting anything out, were they, about are we going to see Mr. Rovanperä perhaps run with Red Ant Racing in a Creventic race this season? And couldn't possibly say, but I'm sure if Mr. Rovanperä came knocking and said, I fancy doing that 12 hours of Paul Ricard, because it's nice and hot. He'd like the heat. The Finns love their saunas. Yeah.
Being inside a GT3 car at Paul Ricard is about as close an experience as you can
outside
get.
Of a GT3
it's a sauna
car
on wheels at that point. Well, let's hope so. It would be really cool to see Kalle Rovanperä. Of course, he raced in Dubai with Proton Huber competition and acquitted himself very well. That was his first time racing a GT3 car. I'm sure he's had little private tests here and there. I'd love the thing with people at that level. You wonder what they do completely in private. You hear about. There's a rumour that Lando Norris has tested a WRC car, but where, I don't know. And these things that can be arranged when you're of that level of profile.
Well, we had Max Verstappen out in a GT3 car on the Nürburgring, didn't we? That wasn't a secret. Mr. Franz Hermann, the pseudonym, he kept that well, didn't he? Hid that well. Everybody knew. And as far as I'm aware, it was a GT3 spec car to run in NLS, and whether or not he's going to get his license, and we may even see him, that would be. I mean, you know what? I do a lot of historic racing as well, and having current Formula One drivers running in sports car racing or any other kind of racing was a thing in the past, the 60s, 70s, and even into the 80s. That was a common feature. You'd have Jim Clark running in the British Saloon Car Championship in a Mark I Cortina. You'd have them running in, because basically they didn't make any real big money in Formula One. It's perhaps not necessary for them to make money these days, but what a great, that's pure. That's Max Verstappen. Doesn't matter what you think of him, he's an outstanding race driver, and it would be fantastic to see him running in a GT race, running in an endurance sports car race. We know how much he loves his sim racing. I think there's a rumour that he was feeding his baby whilst driving around on his sim, which he isn't the first one to do that.
No, it probably won't be the last.
He isn't. Yeah,
no, it's wonderful. To see, what I want to see is if he's going to do the Nürburgring, he has to go and get his permit. To see him doing it in like a front-wheel drive Hyundai or a BMW 320i or something to get his permit.
Yeah, that's right. I know. That's even better.
The other day, Lionel Amrouche got out of the vortex, and it's been in the pits for a little while. He looked to be a little bit stiff getting out the car. Nick Damon's right there with it.
came down here thinking it's like a relatively normal stop. Lionel hopped out. There was no real effort on the car. I mean, not saying they weren't trying, but they're just general nothing. Oh my God, there's a problem. But there was no one actually ready to hop back in again, which makes it Lionel, as you said, the hopping out part could be the clue. And perhaps he wasn't supposed to get out of the car at that point, and it was an injury, or he's sitting down and he's getting a glass of water. Lionel doesn't speak English very well, so it's hard to work out what's going on. But it's a possibility that I think it's Cyril Kalman who's got in, but I wouldn't want to bet my house on it. Mainly I think it's Philip Bonnell around. I'm going to try some sign language with Lionel. Oh, okay. His ankle popped up, isn't it? His ankle is out, and he's looking. Yeah, he's whether it's or just basic problem.
I know that feeling. We had that feeling yesterday when we climbed up those front cards.
That's it. Oddly, though, I think I can't help feeling he should be slightly better prepared than we were for 22 laps around the MISANO kart circuit, which I like to point out, because it hasn't been mentioned so far, I was top qualifier. Because at this point, we now then draw a veil over the rest of the event. But I was top qualifier, and that's all you need to know.
That is in answer to Kevin Heslip's question of what kind of car is that. We were talking about the Vortex V8 as we watched the RPM team change their brakes after 6 hours.
No, 5
and a half. 5 hours 45.
Try that again. 4 hours 45.
Well, this is very heavy. Before we tell Kevin about the Vortex, we'll just discuss this RPM Racing's change of brakes. You could ask very early on, is it early? You know, how long will the brakes last? Will the brakes last? If the brakes last 8 hours and you're in a 12-hour race, then, you can change them once you get inside that 8-hour window. We might see this as a first of 2 changes of brakes, because MISANO is relatively heavy on brakes. Let's have a dodge back down to the pits, Nick.
Okay. Can you film those pads? Okay. See the meat on those pads. That's from the right-hand side. Now, Nico, come with me. Film those pads there, and you see the amount of meat on the left-hand side. They've got uneven wear. Really uneven wear on their pads, boys. So this is, I'm not sure if it shows or not, but that's their problem. They've got uneven wear left to right.
Isn't that common that you get uneven wear on a...
Not side to side, Joe, no. Might get uneven wear from the leading and the trailing shoe, but not side to side.
Right, you might want to chat to them about that. Is that's what's causing them problems? You might have had one of those pads glaze, so it just becomes a brick.
They're now also examining the rotor as well, which came off the right-hand side, the brake disc. I'll be multilingual there, but yeah, so that's why they've changed it. This one of those pads looks virtually unused. Now, that was a strange thing to happen, but we'll try and grab a word with someone. There's Nick Johnson. Let's see if Nick can... I've got to meander in here. Well, I have to say, the microphone's working brilliantly here.
It is, isn't it?
Another plus point for MISANO. Nick, quick question. Brake change there. It seems like you had very uneven brake wear left to right.
Yeah, that's very normal here because you have so many kind of, hard kind of brake zones in the trail braking. So you wear the right much more than you do the left. And last year, when it was much hotter here, we had to have 2 brake changes, almost go to a third. So we knew we were going to be very, very much on the edge. And obviously now we had to change here. So we're probably going to have to do another one. We're not going to be able to kind of, nurse it enough, I think, to just do one stop. But the pace been good. We're just about to stay safe and stay out of trouble out there and try to not push too hard. I mean, I was very conservative in my 2 runs here and taking care of the brakes as much as I could. So I think we pushed it almost an hour longer than last year so far. So I think we should be in good shape.
The cooler temperatures towards the end of the day won't help at all?
Say that again.
The cooler temperatures as the sun goes down won't help at all?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That will definitely help. So I think the first couple of hours this morning was not that big of a deal, but now with in the sun, it's wearing them really, really hard.
Thank you very much for the information. Well, there we go. That is something I didn't know. But I suppose if you are braking and trail braking, you've got the unloaded side is going to need much less resistance to stop, isn't it, compared to the loaded side? So there we go. It's good. Look, every day is a school
Nick,
day.
That was a great spot, I've got to say.
It's easy for me. Yeah,
commendable spot from Nick Damon there in the pits to point out the uneven brake wear, and then that was clarified by Nick Jonsson's explanation, I think.
Yeah, very good spot there, Nick. And I can. It's easy to say this now, but once Nick had spotted that, I thought, I wonder if it is the nature of the track because it's clockwise.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
And yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look when you're going through Creventic, 200 in a Porsche Cup car, 240 kph. Turn 12, you're 250 kph. Then all of a sudden you're braking while turning down to 150, then down to 65 kph, all while the wheel's not straight. So you're always going to be leaning on one side. The car's weighted towards the left-hand side. So that makes a lot of sense. What will be curious to see, do the other 992 teams follow that same pattern? Or are they going to try and get away with one brake change around halfway? They're probably all thinking we could do with a code 60 right now to get that brake change done.
Well, we've just had a pit stop from the Van Berlo Motorsport car. Marcel Van Berlo is showing in the car. We'll see if I think it's had a driver change. We'll see who's comes out in that one. That car current has now dropped down to third. So they've changed brakes as well, Nick, did you say?
Busy at the moment, so that's fine. Baz Calton is actually fully it's not asbestos, it's illegal, but he's fully got the long heat gloves. Theirs have come off, and it's a very similar story. It's not quite as extreme on the left-hand side of the amount of wear they've got, but they are again having this side-by-side wear situation, which I genuinely have not seen before. This is really interesting about trail braking.
Yeah, it makes sense
as you speed in. I'll go quick, Baz now. Baz, it's really, really interesting. This brake wear, I've never seen this uneven brake wear before. Is it unique to the circuit?
Yeah, it's unique for the circuit, and it's only the left outside pad. The rest of the pads is looking good. We already faced this in the practices, but now it's even more than it was before.
So is there a case where you could just change the right-hand side, or do you have to change them as two pairs?
You can change one pad, but you can't see the inside, so for us it's better to change them all. And then you have an even pad wide on both sides, so it's all new again.
Now we've seen RPM do it as well. Do you think it's going to be the same for all the 992 cars, or is there any way of avoiding it or reducing it anyway?
Yeah, as I saw our neighbors, they were not expecting any brake change. Then they saw us preparing it, and they came even one lap before. So they were surprised about the high wear of the brake pads. We were already prepared, so yeah, everyone will have the same.
Thanks, Baz. Unique circuit.
Yeah, it is. And now that it's been explained to us, it absolutely makes sense, doesn't it? But then again, that's what experience comes down. Baz was here last year for the 2024 edition of this race and learned from that one, and yeah, when you come prepared for that. And it was a good question, Nick, that was coming into my head that you answered for me, because I obviously channeled thoughts to you. Can you get away with only changing one side then, the car, the left-hand side, where the car is leaning on pretty much through curve on, isn't it, and then through 12 and 13, and then it's kind of doing the same into Tremondo, which is turn 10. You threw the kink at turn 9. You're leaning on that left-hand side of the car, and it makes sense. It makes sense that you're going to have more braking needed on that left-hand side of the car, which is where the load is.
Now the question is as well, is that a 992 specific issue, or are we going to see the same thing happen with the GT3 cars? That's... is it more a 992? Because the 992s, do they have the same kind of beefed up brake pads that the GT3 might have?
You would think it's going to be very, very similar. And GT3 has got ABS, and you're going to
the 992s run ABS as well.
Yes,
you can run.
And that's why it's actually the ABS that causes that, because it's putting less braking to that right-hand wheel, because that right-hand wheel is unloaded. So if you can imagine without ABS how difficult it is to gauge that brake, because you're braking exactly the same on the front axle, and when you lift the weight off the right-hand side, it's going to have a tendency to lock. The ABS stops that, but it's stopping that by you're not braking as hard as it is on the left.
That's interesting.
They're very,
Yeah.
very clever systems on these cars.
Yeah, and weight-wise, there isn't a great deal to between the GT3 and the 992. Fairly similar. So weight are the same. Yeah, the ABS. That is a great point of how that will work and how it will wear out. So we'll keep a close watch in pit lane of we're on brake watch now for the next little while. Nick, have you got more for us?
Brake pad before we go and try and brake for something slightly different. Look at me, what I'm doing there. Also, of course, the GT3's got more downforce, so there's more load across both front axles. So the unloading wheel will have more load just because it's got downforce on it. Good grab quick word, Carl Tilley, who's got out of the era motorsport. Did Nico and Ryan not want to do any work today? Because it's been you, it's Dwight, it's you, it's Dwight. It's just not fair, is it?
Yeah, and I'm back in again after Dwight. So obviously I've got a flight out tonight to Spa for tomorrow. So I've got to get my 4 hours done right at the start. Yeah, we'll see. We're struggling a bit with the balance of the car, I think, but it could be worse. It's still going round.
Do you think that's temperature dependent? Because it's very different conditions to any of the practice we've had recently.
Yeah, 100%. I think we've seen it with the Ferrari before, where it's very sensitive to temperature change. And it was a bit of a missile yesterday, and I just think we lost a bit of that today. So we're fighting it a little bit, but there's still a long way to go. So,
question that's been raised by some other cars in the pit lane. What is the situation with braking? Are you thinking you're going to have to do a brake change in these 12 hours?
No plans to do a brake change.
That's the answer. Thank you very much.
Yes, there's your answer, Peter.
There's your answer. So totally different to 992 then.
You were right. You were right about the using up Dwight Merriman and Kyle Tilley for that 6 hours, the minimum allowed for those two drivers. The AM drivers have to do 6 hours, and it doesn't matter how those two drivers share that 6 hours, as long as those two drivers complete 6 hours combined. So yeah, you were spot on. Dwight Merriman back at the wheel of that number 81 Ferrari.
This is fantastic experience for Dwight. Still very early in his days driving GT3 cars. So this is, great competitive race experience on a totally new track. And it's going to, I tell you what, it's going to be really interesting to watch. Once we're past that halfway mark, Kyle Tilley and Dwight Merriman will have completed their mandatory driver time that they have to do together, basically. Then it will be all Nico Verdonk and Ryan Dale to the flag. So we should see that Era Motorsport car climb the order.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that.
And just how far they can get up. Of course, they're running in the Pro-Am class. They're looking to fight for the Pro-Am championship. More penalty news. No, I thought we had a bit more penalty news there, but not so.
We've the winner of 992 class at round one in Mugello was the Red Camel Jordan's car, the 909. It was the winner in round two at Spa. I doubt very much whether it's going to be the winner here for round three, however, as Luke Breukers has been in the pits now for 21 minutes. And I didn't notice that car come in.
No.
Did you, Nick? We've got a mission for you. Red Camel Jordans have been in the pits now for 21 minutes. And remember, that car was subjected to some damage earlier on. We saw the lump hammer come out and bring the wheel arch away from that back wheel on the left-hand side. I'm not sure saying that it all is related to why it's been in the pits for coming up to now 22 minutes, but that is a car that was very much in contention for a class win here. Now looking like it's dropping completely out of contention.
That just shows you how championships can turn sometimes. They've had just the perfect start to the season. Let's see if we can get some more info on that with our intrepid pit reporter, Nick Damon.
You're about to get some info in front of your window.
Oh.
Because as I walked down to find out what the problem was, the Red Camel Jordan's car zipped past me to my left. And so it's going to be going in front of your window in a second. I'm carrying on going, though, to try and find out what the 21 minutes were. Hello, everyone. So it's out and running. So it's 20 minutes. Sneaked in, tried to sneak out, but no, we'd seen it was there. Didn't quite manage it. Let's see what's happening inside the garage of Red Camel Jordan. What caused the problem? Let's see if I can find a man who can quote. I'll have a quick word with, I think, Rick's looking like he's desperate to talk to me. Rick, we just obviously seen you leave the pits. What caused that 20-minute stop?
Sorry, what?
What caused the 20-minute stop?
Look at a small touch on the pit entry. So there was some damage on the wheel that we had to repair. I don't know exactly what was broken, but luckily the team fixed it. So we just can score some points. I think the podium is out of reach, but let's see.
So that was a result of the accident a couple of hours ago then, and it's kind of a knock-on effect, was it?
Maybe. To be honest, I don't know. I was not in the car, so I don't know.
Okay, thanks, Rick. I think it probably was, right, so they are back out there. The important thing is they fixed whatever got damaged in that instant with the 7 racing machine, and everything is fine.
That's another father and son story there in Red Camels, isn't it? We've spoken to Red Ant. Red Camel. Red Ant was in the 992 class last year, and we used to really enjoy the battle of the red-coloured species, didn't we? Red Camels against the Red Ants. Red Camel being left in the 992 class. They did have a little bit of an experimentation in GT3, didn't they? That was at Barcelona.
Barcelona, yeah.
And that was purely because they'd run their 992 class the week before at the Spa 992 race, and that car wasn't able to be prepped, so that's why they hired the Duke Audi. No plans for Red Camel to move into GD3. They're quite happy battling for 992 honours, and it looks to me like Luke Breukers. It still is Luke in that. No, it's Ivo Breukers now. Now Ivo was kind of shuffling the wheel there, Peter, and it's looking to me as though whatever the issue was that caused them that 21 minutes stoppage in the pits, Ivo was kind of feeling his way around there. But it looks to me as though he's up to speed and doing a great job of holding up the Proton Huber Porsche.
I don't know if he's up to speed, as the Milner car is going by. He may well just be keeping out the way until he's sure that everything's right, but I'm not sure if everything is right. Ivo Breukers, a super experienced endurance driver. I mean, he won the 2004 Unipart Endurance Series in a Seat Ibiza diesel. That's how far back and how random his endurance career can be. He has gone past the pits, so he's obviously happy enough to go for another lap. But Ivo, of course, driving with his two sons, Luke and Rick, and Fabian Dance, who, as we said yesterday, might as well be called Fabian Dance Breukers because he's been there that long.
He has,
he might as well be a Breukers.
Yeah, big part of the family.
Yeah.
Big fat, and of course that Red Camel team is a combination of volunteers and weekend workers. They are a team that comes together purely at the races. They're not a professional race team back home, and they come together to prep the car and then run the car at these events. And they do, considering how that team is put together, the results they get, they are way punching above their weight.
Yeah,
can we credit Trustwell with that?
It's definitely a big part of the toolkit. That's for sure. I mean, and they're competing against teams like Milner Motorsport, who run several cars at the Nürburgring. You can always look at the truck that a team comes in to see how serious an operation they are. The Milner trucks are unbelievable. They're huge things. But it's a human business as well as it is technical. So that's why we all come to watch. That's why we follow this wonderful sport and the stories behind it. So Haas RT right now, they lead the motor race, but are probably due. Yes, they are. They're due a pit stop fairly soon. Mathis Lismont has been doing a great job. He's last lap by. He was 1.3 seconds quicker than Ayrton Redon in the chasing Mercedes for Red Ant Racing. Then not far behind is Manuel Lauk, as we suspected. Manuel Lauk getting into the Proton Huber car. He's about halfway through his first stint, although that car has a 20-second penalty hanging over it. I presume that's track limits. If we look at the penalty box on Joe's shiny new iPad, it is for not respecting instructions from race direction.
I don't know what that is.
I remember the last time I saw that one in a Michelin race.
That's maybe not responding to a penalty or something, or whatever that might be. So that's the 73, what we're talking about, Proton Huber competition Porsche. That's another mission for Nick. There's another track limits pinged for the leading car, the Haas RT, using all of the track and more. The number 21, Mathis Lismont, been in the car now for just coming up to an hour, isn't he? So they can keep him in the car another hour. I suspect that car's going to be needing fuel in about 5 or 10 minutes.
I'm sure he's got plenty left in the tank, but the Audi doesn't.
Yeah.
So of course, young driver, only 19 years old. Imagine being 19 years old and driving a GT3 Audi at Misano and various other places. I can't quite comprehend that, to be honest.
Well,
it's so cool. There's many doing it.
There are people at that age doing driving all sorts of other race cars.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What a joy. 19-year-old. You think, what are you doing at the weekend? Oh, I'm driving an Audi R8.
So that 73 is going to have to take in a 20-second time penalty at the penalty box next time we see that car in the pits. So that car has just gone out with Manuel Loic being in the car now 35 minutes. So I have no idea what that instruction that it's infringed. Look forward to hearing from Nick to see if he can find that out.
20 seconds is a fairly chunky penalty too.
It is
having one go.
I mean, I know we are, just under an hour away from half distance, but it does mount up, and regaining that 20 seconds. You mentioned it earlier about, the regulations in the 24 series with code 60s. It's very hard to make up time. You're shaving tenths of seconds, hundredths of seconds from your competitors out there on the track under race conditions. You can lose a chunk of time in a penalty, 20 seconds, chunks of time in pit stops if you haven't got if you're not doing it right, and you just can't. It's very hard to make that ground back up, especially at this level and this pace. And as we get towards the end of this race, Peter, we are going to see the pro drivers being utilised much more than we've already seen.
I have this niggling feeling for Proton Huber competition that they were that penalty, that 20-second penalty, and indeed the 30 seconds plus that they lost in the first pit stop through a team communication error. But read into that how you wish. That's all we got from them. That could mean lots of things, but let's call it maybe an operational miscue, maybe. And
back in the pits.
Yeah, but so that is over a minute that the Proton Huber competition car has lost. That could easily cover the podium, let alone the difference for the lead. And car Joe was mentioning in the pits, the 909 Red Camel Jordan comes straight back in.
It's been in there nearly 4 minutes.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, that's not good news. So that impact, I mean, they got the car at the time repaired so quickly, you thought surely they haven't, surely that had not been able to be repaired so fast, but seems that there's more of a lingering issue there, unfortunately, for Red Camel Jordans. We'll keep trying to scrape through the surface and try and find out exactly what's going on there. Rick Breukers was pretty tight-lipped, I would say, on what was going on.
He was, yeah. I mean, we're asking a driver a technical problem, and sometimes drivers just do not know.
No,
because they kept out
not
of it.
Saying it was being tight-lipped on purpose.
It's not their job, but there is an element of that. Yes, there is an element of that.
Well, it's Holmgaard Motorsport who are leading the way at the moment in 992 with Magnus Holmgaard at the wheel right now. This is one of a few crews that switched a couple of years ago from a TCR machine to the Porsche 992 Cup category because, from what I understand from the teams, the running costs are very, very similar. So you can either run a front-wheel drive touring car, or you can have a 500 horsepower rear-wheel drive Porsche. I think most people would go, I'm going to have the Porsche.
Yeah, the new TCRs didn't do endurance racing.
No,
using those cars for endurance racing any favors whatsoever with the development that went on with the gearboxes, and the suspension components became a lot more bespoke suspension components, which upped the cost considerably.
Yeah, and suffered for it, unfortunately. So Holmgaard, they've switched to the Porsche and looking for that victory. But they are due a pit stop very soon, actually, because Magnus Holmgaard has been in the car for an hour and 49 minutes. So within the next 10 minutes or so, he's got to come in. Another car that has had an issue is the Vortex in the GTX class has had a problem coming down the pit straight, and apparently a piece of bodywork has come off the back of the car. I don't know whether it's had an impact or it's just simply fallen off. But anyway, in the 992 class, Milner Motorsport in for the pits with Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's a full service. So Martin Ramp's got in. Getting out is... I was trying to get a glimpse of his brake pads, because they have no intention of changing the brakes whatsoever here. So getting out was Valtteri Zvenet, is this? I think it's close enough. But I was trying to have a quick shifty to see what that brake pad were, but they haven't even checked it, they haven't even bothered by it. So whether they did it before or we missed it, I don't know, or whether they have it where they ran the car differently. But that car is straight into the penalty box, so they've obviously been bad at some point. But apart from that, it was a good stop for Milner, and they'll continue being around about the top 3 of 992.
Thank you, Nick. You might want to pop back to Red Camels, because that car came straight back in. You might get a bit more of an insight as to what the issue was. I know Rick was keeping his cards very close to his chest there. But that car, not just out of contention for a podium, they're dropping down the order. And it's, if anything, it's been caught by the Scuderia Faron Porsche, which lost a lot of time at the beginning of the race, didn't it? The 949. That's coming back, and it's going to be a battle of attrition at the back end of the 992 class. We mentioned the venture car, Christopher Jones now at the wheel, the father and son team being joined by Matt George. It's Chris Jones at the wheel. Now, Chris had a huge shunt at Spa, didn't he, Peter?
Yeah.
Which you were at, and was very lucky to get away with just, I think he said, a sore back, did he, or sore neck?
Yeah.
But the car was did
its job. It kept
the car was
safe. Yeah, I mean,
destroyed.
It's huge. If you get off at Eau Rouge, and it's, we see it a lot. It's such a challenging corner. It's so easy to get it wrong, and the walls are, although they've widened them out a bit, they're still pretty close.
Didn't he tell us he kind of
hit the concrete?
He hit the concrete rather than the tyres.
Yeah, I think they saved the engine and the gearbox, but apart from that, it was pretty much all for the bin, and sadly. But yeah, the main thing was that Chris was okay and was able to get back in the car for this weekend.
I want to add to Nick's mission list. We remember the venture car with Neville Jones at the wheel incurred a penalty for Neville being in the car for too long. And Nick, if you could ask that question of whether that was deliberate, whether they were, because we know this car, it's the only car in GT4. They're having an experimentation run with regards to just gaining experience of running these 12-hour races. Before you do that, though, you've got one mission to tick off, and that's the Red Camel report. What have you got?
For those of you on radio, it's kind of bent back a large amount of metal underneath the driver's door, but it's a pretty big mess. Now, the thing is, looking at that isn't going to affect too much drive shaft or drive line wise you would expect. Now, the question obviously is, what is it doing as far as the car is concerned, handling wise? So we're going to try and grapple with Ivo, because he had a whole lap in the car. Ivo, my friend? He can see me coming, because he coming 20 seconds ago on delay. Ivo, you managed to get a whole one lap. So what is the problem with the car?
Basically the whole setup, suspension kind of thing. It's not really in line. We tried to go out there hoping that we could do some laps, but the car was unpredictable, and we now decided to come in and to fix the car so we can see how it is and just to finish the race.
So is it a simple case of restringing it, or have you actually got a tweak on the chassis itself?
No, maybe you missed it, but Luke touched a little bit the barrier coming in. So something is broken, we replaced it. But in the front also something with the steering was not aligned, so everything together is, I think it's better to repair it, because the car was really unpredictable and we don't want to cause any problems for others as well.
So this has nothing to do with the accident a while ago with the Seb Lejeune Racing?
No, nothing.
Busy day for you, isn't it?
No, it's nothing to do with that accident. So this was coming into pit lane and touching the barrier.
I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask you, but what do you feel the benefits of racing as a family team?
Not not particularly bounding. Sometimes can be difficult, but of course after a race, after such incident, you have a laugh, and you are in it as a team. You win together and you lose together. So can happen to everyone. Most of the time it is happening to me. Now it's somebody else. So no, it's a pity also for the car. We need to repair for Paul Ricard, of course. So no, we want to get the car straight again and go out and see if the car is fine, and then all the rest we will fix later.
It's interesting, but recently we're doing a little bit of a thing, because suddenly it seems, there's 21 cars here, but so many of them are family teams. We've got so many Red Ants, Van Berlo, they've got the Home Guards, you've got a couple of 9 and 11. Why do you think the Creventic series is suddenly attracting these familial teams?
Yeah, I think the Creventic series is a series where everybody's welcome, and it has a family atmosphere. So I think it's also the right format to compete together with your family, your sons or brothers or neighbors even. I mean, the level of competition is very high, but still there is this family-friendly atmosphere which we all like. I mean, it's good to walk the home guard and to have a laugh and to have a joke about a small accident they have or we have, and the same was with Redan. So I think the relation between among the teams is very nice and friendly.
Great stuff. Thank you, Ivo.
Welcome.
Thank you, Nick. Hopefully they will get that car repaired. I've always said that when the grid is small, it's always worthy to get the car repaired and get back out there. And that car was damaged with a coming together with another car, and then we heard Ivo describe there, Luke exacerbated the situation by hitting the wall on pit in.
It would have been on the right of the car.
It's knocked the alignment completely out, because they're not happy with that, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them retire the car. And I'll tell you why, Peter. When you've got something awry in the handling of the car, who's to say that you haven't broken something that's not apparent? There's a crack somewhere.
Good point.
And the best thing to do is to just, call it a day, get the car back to the workshop, get everything fully stripped off, get the engine out, get the gearbox out, and just check everything over before you. The last thing you want is for something major to break. Especially here. Can you imagine that happening through curve on and into the braking area for Del Caro? No, not at all.
Yeah. No, I think that's very wise. They've got 2 wins in the bag. They've got their championship. I think this will just be a minor blip in what has been a very good year so far. They're one of their main rivals in the championship. Homeguard Motorsport have been in for the pits. Nick, what did you see?
And they've done the brakes, so they have also not made 6 hours. Well, they just made 6 hours for the brakes. So they are a similar story, worn on one side, fresh on the other. So this is a 992 thing, isn't it? This is something that the teams have all found. So the teams that haven't done it, either we missed it or they are being very, very gentle as they break into the corners. So Homeguard have had a longer stop. They've changed their brake pads.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. That's the Hofer car, Peter. That's having a little bit of an off-track excursion. But it will be pinged for... I mean, that's a spin-off into the off-track. Now, will that be pinged for track limits?
No. Now, that is at turn 3, where that is now the 3rd car we've seen have a spin. In fact, 4th car we've seen have a spin at that corner. So it's obviously a tricky part. You think... there's not much of a corner there, but it's fully flat in a GT3 car. It's not quite flat in a Porsche Cup, but it's 150 kph through there, so it's easy to make a tiny error.
That's maybe a traction control issue, that you're getting on the gas, you're spinning the wheels up out of the turn 2 part of Le Parco, which is the right, left, right. Now, the left-hand bit of that sequence of S's, chicane, call it what you will, is very tight, and you want to maximize your exit speed. So you want to get on the power nice and early and use the turn 3, which is the exit of that one on the run down to the Del Rio hairpin. You want to get on that power and use the turn 3 part of the S's as an acceleration zone. And it looked to me as though Michael Kroll maybe would have just maybe spun up the wheels, and then when he's turned into the 3rd element of that right, left, right, the car has continued to come around on him, and he managed that well. he sort of steered it in reverse as the car spun out, and then managed to stay on the hard stuff, the hard tarmac area just off the curb before the gravel trap. You've got to go off quite a way, haven't you, here at Misano to touch any gravel?
To touch gravel, yes, but as we saw with the E2P Aston Martin in that collision at that very corner with the Sebleju car having that same mistake and coming into the path of the E2P car, Antonio Zanero made it all the way to the wall, you know, through the gravel. So it shows you how quick
he was going a lot faster than coming out to turn 2 and 3, though, wasn't he? 188 kilometers. Let's head back down to the pits. Nick Damon.
Apart from the issue it had previously, obviously, of driver time, it's now they're repressurizing something with what looked like a kind of a hand pump. Bonnet went up, he stuck in a little kind of a small bicycle pump type thing, and they've repressurized something. I'm not au fait with GT4 requirements pressurization. That front right, as you can see, has had a bit of a smack. He's got in the back of something or someone. It's broken the glass on the lights. You'll need those later, chap. And it's had some excellent tank take work as well. Driver stayed on board, no tyre change. That one was simply to pump something up for 41. He will drive down the end of the pit lane, where he should now serve his penalty for the driver time infringement.
Yeah, we want to know just if try and have a word with Neville, because he was the driver that went over his driver time, which was over 2 hours. All I want to know, Nick, was that deliberate? Were they pushing the envelope? Were they really sort of trying to push just how close they could get to that envelope, knowing that without any other competitors in GT4, it wasn't really going to cost them a class issue there? So now's the time to experiment with such things. And I think it was you, Peter, who said, you know, you are going to push that and just see how close you can get to, because the time in the pits doesn't count. So how far over the 2 hour driver stint were they? Was it 2 seconds, 3 seconds, or was it 20 minutes? We don't know. We need to find that out.
So it's game on at the front of the field. Red Ant Racing and Proton Huber, who are on fairly similar strategy. The tyre age is similar, the stint time is similar. Manuel Lauk is running down the lead with Ayrton Red Ant leading the way. But the gap is now down. It was 2 seconds at the last lap. It will be slightly less than that now, because coming through the opening sector, well, actually no, it just corrected itself a little bit. So Ayrton Red Ant responding slightly on this lap here, but it's game on at the front. Mercedes versus Porsche, Red Ant versus Lauk. Manuel Lauk had a great opening stint to the race, and he's really enjoying it here at Misano. And he thinks he's going to go from the almost snooker table flat Misano in a GT3 car to the absolutely not snooker table flat Nürburgring Nordschleife, the uphill Downdale Nürburgring Nordschleife in a Hyundai TCR car.
You can't get those. You can't get those curbs mixed up, can you?
No.
The ones at the Nürburgring, they're like a street curb.
We don't talk about track limits there, funnily enough.
No, there's no issue with track limits at the Nürburgring. No, not at all. Not at all. Race being led by Red Ant Racing then. They've got a 2 second gap to the Proton Huber Porsche. So we've got Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes. That's your top 6, with 2 seconds between first and second. Ayrton Red Ant at the wheel of the 93 Red Ant Racing entry. That's in the lead. Manuel Lauk at the wheel of the 73, as Peter's just mentioned. Nikolai Michelin at the end, at the wheel of the Yuta Racing Audi in third place. They're about just a lap down off the lead lap for the Yuta Racing Audi. Jeff McKeel's in the Haas RT Audi, not far away from the Yuta Audi, 4.9, I might as well call that 5 seconds. And then another lap down off that one, Josef Kral in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, who's got a lap lead on Michael Kroll, who's just had that harmless spin there just to wake himself up in the middle of that 50. He's been in the car 53 minutes, so he's getting towards the final stages of his stint, is Michael.
So, and then may well be handing over to Alexander Prince, or indeed Maxi Partel there for the number 11 Hofer team. But the gap is fluctuating all the time as Ayrton Red Ant has jumped into fuel now, so Manuel Lauk will move into the lead of the race. Manuel Lauk has actually got company in the form of Josef Kral, who's running a lap down. In fact, he's running 2 laps down actually on Lauk, so he's got probably a little bit of a nuisance there with Kral right behind him as Hofer in the fueling area, fueling up, as is the Vortex. The Vortex, they are fueling on the right-hand side. The Mercedes of Hofer on the, of Red Ant Racing on the left. It's the Red Ant car, not the Hofer car, excuse me. They look fairly similar after the Red Ant car is, it started off in a lovely navy blue with red accents, but it's had to be, they've had some off-the-shelf parts that haven't had the chance to be liveried yet, so it's sort of a mixture of that and the factory carbon fibre body components, which actually makes quite a cool livery, actually. Proper warhorse. Now, Manuel Lauk is similar position in his stint to Red On, but may be able to get another couple of laps out of the fuel tank of this Porsche here as he comes round to the end of Sector 3, and indeed he is going to keep going, although still on a very similar programme to the Red On car.
It's easy for us to work out when they do that, aren't they? You know, the sort of pit stopping around the same amount of time. Lauk's done 55 minutes, just over 55 minutes at the wheel of the 73. The cars behind them, the Haas RT car has just put Jeff Machiels at the wheel, behind the wheel of the Haas RT car in 4th, and they have dropped off the back of the Yuta car ahead of them in 3rd by about a lap, but that's probably because of that pit stop. That is because of that pit stop, I should say. Meanwhile, Peter, 992, that's now being led solidly by the Van Berlo Motorsport, by Bas Kooten. Glenn Van Berlo at the wheel of that car, 9th overall, leading the class, and just ahead of an interloper in the 992 class, and that's the GT3 car of Dominic Ang. The Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes has come up through the field of 992s and almost back in touch with the GT3s that are currently being trailed by Dwight Merriman in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. That is the last of the GT3s in that gaggle, 1st to 8th. Soon to be joined by the 9th GT3 car, and it's great to see that car, the Viper Nisa Racing car, Dominic Ang at the wheel of the car at the moment, but that has been on a recovery drive for quite a long time now. Nick?
Yep, the Red Ant stop is in front of me. Of course, it wasn't always that much dark blue of the car anyway. They had to replace new bits of carbon after the accident earlier in the week. Yannick Redont is getting in. He's being eased into the position we go. Again, no one's looking at doing anything with brakes here. This is GT3, of course. I try to avoid being hit by a tyre. All looking to be going pretty well, and given the fact they came in from the lead, they will obviously go out in such a tight field quite further down, but of course it's all about the stagger unwinding for various people's pit stops, but that was absolutely fine.
This seems to me like a race is going to come in whether a Code 60 could fall at the right time or the wrong time for many different teams, because it is so tight. There is so many cars that are cycling through to the front that it is just going to be so tight. Jeff Michiels has just moved up into 2nd position there as we were following that Red Ant stop. Has got past Nicolas Michelin with seeming ease and is now setting off in pursuit of the lead now. And Michiels is as early in the stint. So actually, does this mean that Haas RT are maybe just starting to emerge as the potential front runner when everything staggers out?
It's flip-flops through the pit stop phase though, doesn't it? It's going to be Haas RT's time, but it depends on what we go into the last hour on.
It does, but I would say right now, if you were to say who's got the edge, I would probably stick my neck out and say that Haas RT do, because they've come out the pits 11 minutes ago and they're still in 2nd. I think that's a good sign for them at the moment. Nick Damon is absolutely pounding up and down the pit lane and getting all the news for us. Nick, what have you grabbed now?
I've grabbed it. Redont straight out of the Redont Mercedes. We're in this middle part of the race now, and it seems you guys are alternating with several other teams to be in the lead. I mean, is that how you see it as well?
Actually, to be honest, I don't know exactly what position we are or even which cars are fighting for the lead at the moment. I just got out, I just say.
but I think we have quite a good pace. I think the moment it's the hottest of the day, so the track is at the hottest as well, so the tires start sliding a bit. But I think we're in it for a good result.
It's interesting you say that you don't know who you're fighting. Do the team not keep you informed of those sorts of things? Is it at this point where you're just turning laps at a certain time?
Actually, I was only interested in the Audi, the number 21 from Haas, because I know we are fighting them for the lead. But this race always keeps on changing. I think the Huber guys will be close as well, and I think there's also another Audi that will be there for the lead as well.
You say the car's sliding more. Does that make it particularly tricky? Because it seems this track's quite forgiving. You know, there's lots of runoffs, lots of wide curbs, so it's not like you're on a knife edge.
You know, the problem is with this track, nothing can cool down. It's always showing. Even the straight, the back straight has 3 corners in it, so we're always asking so much from the tires. And I think now the left front tire is really struggling a lot. They have so many hairpins to the right, where the left front tire is really struggling.
Are you struggling?
I was not struggling.
No, I noticed that. These youngsters are so fit. Thanks, Ed, and cheers.
I got a great practice yesterday, battling against you.
I noticed you're not. I got up this morning. We both went karting differently. All I could find out was the new bits: elbow hurts, knee hurts, back hurts. No problem at all.
No, I don't got any issue. I got trained for it.
The important thing to remember is I was fastest in qualifying.
Yes, Nick, you were. But then again, I did the Nicky Lauda approach, didn't I? I was looking for the race setup and where the damp patches were going to go and dry up.
I did the Gilles Villeneuve approach.
You just kept going off.
And spinning in practice. Fine.
But Nick is quick, yes.
Yes, yeah, well done, Nick. That was good. I think we all have a story to tell.
It wasn't anywhere in the race. I just want to add that. Moving on.
That's where they hand out the trophies.
Absolutely. Nothing for qualifying. Moving on nicely. 992. Becoming a little bit... There's somebody putting a flag on the 992 lead here, isn't it? It's Van Berlo Motorsport, who are Bascooten underneath the sticker. Glenn Van Berlo, 183 laps completed. They are 2 laps ahead of the RPM Racing Porsche, interestingly. And just wanted to get the championship standings up, Peter. And
the RPM car is due into the pits within the next, I would say, maximum 15 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes. Philip Hamprecht has been at the wheel for 1 hour and 6 minutes. So yeah, he's going to be due in fairly soon, I would suspect. As the Proton Huber competition car still going well over an hour now into the stint. So the Porsche looking good on fuel mileage for Manuel Lauk and Proton Huber competition. But Lauk has still got Joseph Kral absolutely on his boot lid, who is running a couple of laps behind, but is not getting past Manuel Lauk. And I don't know if that's distracting Manuel Lauk or not, or pushing him on. Could be either.
I've just discovered that the 24 Series website has a dynamic championship table.
Oh.
Dynamic insofar as it changes as this race changes. So currently overall, Scuderia Praha, if the checkered flag went out now, Scuderia Praha would be leading the championship by 2 points from third place Yuta Racing's Audi. Proton Huber competition would be third, joint with Hofer.
So a win for them could get them right back in the championship, because they've had 2 horror show rounds in the first 2 years, so it's all turning round.
992 RPM, second at Mugello, second at Spa, and currently second here. They would take the lead by 12 points from Red Camel, who won rounds 1 and 2. However, they're way down the order now, only scoring 16 points here.
And they're likely to score less than that, because if Scuderia Ferron keep going for another 3 laps, they'll be less.
They are going to lose that, so they are going to drop even more points. However, I'm not sure they're going to... Holmgard Motorsport, pardon me, had a third-place podium at round 2 in Spa, and they are currently running third, so they may take second place in the championship. But hey, we're 26 minutes away from half distance. But I do like that dynamic. Championship table.
That's very clever. One thing that could affect that 992 battle, Milner Motorsport exceeding the speed limit in pit lane 24-second penalty. That is painful, very, very painful there for Milner Motorsport. Martin Rump is in the car right now. Who committed the speeding fine? I don't know. It's probably when you've got a car within the family and several people are insured on that car, and then the speeding ticket comes in. Was it you? No, it was you. No, it was you. Never mind, they've still got to serve the penalty nonetheless. That is a sore one as Scuderia Faron go to work with their pit stop, running their car mostly in the GT Silver, which is the way the car is delivered to the customer. Paint code M7V.
That's certainly not the way it was delivered, though, with a big tyre scuff on the front corner.
No, not. You'd hope not.
No, absolutely.
You want your money back.
Yeah. Are you sure this is new? Yeah. Bought some cars off people like that. But this is a great example of hashtag this is endurance. You know, these guys lost a lot of time, and they've put their car back together, and they are enjoying. You know, it's about this series, the 24H series, is about enjoying the driving time. Again, I'll reiterate, it's enjoying the challenge of getting the car to the finish.
Brake change as well for Scuderia Faron. One very used brake pad being kicked across the pit apron there as the Spanish squad go to work, trying to get that battle-scarred Porsche to the end of the race. And you never know what else could happen. Meanwhile, at the other end of the pit lane, Hoffer Racing have come in.
This is because I'm actually waiting for the Scuderia Praha pit stop because the Ferrari is sitting in the fueling station. But using my eyes, yes, amazingly, down the other end of the pit lane, the pink and grey snout of the racing Mercedes is coming towards me very slowly. But actually, interestingly, we've also got another one of the top. You probably know, but the competition machine is in at the same time. That's coming in for service as well. I think it might be Klaus Bachler getting on board. It is, something at my feet is the Ferrari from Scuderia Praha. Out has... Getting out has gone over. It was Joseph Kroll's got out. And getting in is Matus 5-0. The 73 is already running again. So they've done a really, really quick stop from that Proton Huber, but they are now straight into the penalty box to serve their penalty for not following orders, wasn't it? Wasn't that what they got it for? Not for the race orders. I'll meander down to the 73 to find out if they know what on earth they're in trouble for. And just waiting for the finish of the 56 stop, and they'll roll away. So that's most of the top runners in racing. Now, of course, what has happened, despite the super fast stop for the 73, they have been overtaking the pit lane thanks to that penalty. But they are leaving the pits. In fact, they just flash by your window almost together.
They did in a burst of colour. Our commentary position is just on pit out. So you also get the really close-up impression of just how unhappy racing cars sound when they're on the pit limiter. They sound just totally upset.
You sound like you're breaking them.
They do sound like they're just about to blow up, but they're not. They're fine. We're also at the point where the drivers are just coming off the power and hitting the brakes and going down the gearbox, so we get that machine gun fire of downshifts. So we've got a perfect commentary box here, which I believe was used as judging by the sticker on the door, it was used by the Dorna commentary team for MotoGP. So there we are.
Does that excite you?
It does a bit, actually. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
You've sat in the same chair as who?
It would probably be who is it that does Dorna? I hope Nick Harris. He's one of my commentary heroes.
You just sit on every chair. You're pretty sure, yeah.
I have sat in them all so far.
Oh, really?
So yeah, we've picked that box. That's good.
That's the Venture Mercedes. That is the only car that we have here this weekend in GT4. They are having a run where they are pushing themselves to the limit and testing their guile. Did Nick find out why and how far over the driver time that they were?
He's got a job list, quite a job list.
He has, yeah. I thought he was already down there, though. I might be wrong. Let's head down to Nick, who's going to answer that question.
I've just moved into a new house, and you'll give me a longer to-do list than my wife does. It's ridiculous. Just go a quick word with Manuel, who's just out of the President Huber competition car. Manuel, it's all hotting up in every possible way. The race, the drivers, the track.
Absolutely, yeah. Now that was nearly 1 hour fighting with the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which I really enjoyed. Was really fair, and at some points on the track he was a bit faster. On other, I could have a little advantage. So it was really nice to fight with him. But as you can imagine, that cost a lot of power, much more than when you can drive alone around the track.
In the last hour or so, the team picked up a penalty. Do you know what the penalty was for? It was for not following instructions?
From what I heard, we did a mistake for refueling. So the driver was on the wrong side, means he entered the pit at the right, not on the left for refueling, and then he was too late and cut it in, and that is why we have a penalty now.
That's very unlucky, because unfortunately that was when how the Scuderia Prague got past you.
Yeah. I mean, everybody is, let's say, so under pressure after 1 hour something, so he really forgot to refuel the car, but yeah, can happen.
Plenty of time to make up for it, though.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. Right, I'm just going to go and get my pen and paper to write down all these jobs you've given me. No, well, I've gone down there. I'll be honest. Can I be honest with you? I've been down there, and I actually don't have any idea what Neville Jones looks like. I don't know if he's 35, 70, slim, chunky. I have no idea who he is.
He's my age, mate.
And
he's my age.
He's your age.
What are you laughing at?
There's no one in there wearing overalls. See what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring my new cameraman with me, and we're going to film the venture pit, and you're going to tell me. No, this is
Bishop.
Why, who's he?
He's a kid who I give his first ever job in motorsport.
Oh, right. So he doesn't like you then.
He's the engineer.
Right, so he'll know it. We're going down together, and I'm going to get you to film the garage.
No, not at all. You can talk. Neville is a very experienced rally driver, so you can talk to him about that, because I know how much you love it.
That doesn't mean I know what he looks like. So who am I asking for?
Ask for Daniel Bishop.
Daniel Bishop, okay.
He's on the back wall.
Hello. I'm looking for Daniel Bishop. Is that Daniel Bishop? Right, he's pretending to be on the radio, not to talk to us now.
Is.
Yeah.
Tell him I asked him.
I will.
I'm his first boss in TV.
Excuse me, Joe Bradley wants to ask you some questions. Apparently you still owe him some days' holiday or something. I don't know. On a serious note, you picked up a penalty for driver time. What was it? Really, like 5 seconds, or did you make a horrible mistake? It was 20 minutes.
It was just over. So we were, we've got a bit of not a free hit, but we're trying to give the drivers maximum driver time. Trying a few bits and pieces in the race, and we just snuck over the 2 hours.
Was that because those last couple of laps weren't fast enough, or just a basic calculation error?
Yeah, it's difficult because the traffic at the minute seems to be coming in clumps, so we're getting 4 cars in one sector. So that over the last 2 laps just put us over, but it's fine.
Bit of damage in the front of the car as well, I see. I mean, that's obviously all part of a 12-hour race, but it's not particularly car limiting.
No, just all. Just superficial damage, just a bit of tape on the front, and it's all good.
Final question, because I saw when you stopped last time, a man got a bicycle pump out and pumped up something in the engine. What was that about?
We were just increasing the water pressure. It was nothing, no drama. It just triggered the alarm. So just to get rid of the alarm, we just boosted it at the stop.
And thank you very much. Go back to talking to someone else. And apparently you still qualify for luncheon vouchers. So that's okay. Thank you.
What does that even mean?
You employed him, you got luncheon vouchers.
Got him a burger. That was all he was. That's all he got paid, actually. He got paid in luncheon vouchers.
You owe him a luncheon voucher. I'm just saying, he's answered my questions. Therefore, you're officially his employer again, and his national insurance number is 81 35 27 BL3.
Thank you. So that answers. We had a.
Is that it for the to-do list now?
I think so.
I haven't got to decorate the bathroom or anything. Is that fine?
Sit down in the shade, Nick. We had a few people asking who were actually following the race of the number 421, the Mercedes. It's the only car in GT4, but there's a bit of interest as to how they're going about their race, and there was people asking, not just me. I'm a geek, so I want to know that sort of stuff. But there was not just me asking how far over that limit or that driver limit that they were. And as Daniel's just said, they just tweaked it, you know, and they are pushing. And I think I'm right. I think what Daniel said there, they're just trying a few things and they're going through, you know, when they get to Paul Ricard for round 4, they're not going to be alone in GT4. So they're going to give themselves experience of pushing those windows and pushing the envelopes and just seeing how close they can get. And they've probably learned from that, Peter, that maybe they pushed that a little bit too much. So the margin of error, we'll just pull back on that.
Might well have a switch here for what is third position at the moment, but was the battle for the lead before the previous pit stop, where Red Ant Racing and Proton Huber Competition battling away. Yannick Red Ant is at the wheel of the Mercedes for Red Ant Racing right now, but Klaus Bachler is right on his tail. So after serving that penalty, Klaus Bachler has got the bit between his teeth right now, and he is underneath the rear wing of that Mercedes as they head towards Kervoni now. 240 kilometers an hour through the apex here, and Bachler gets through. He sets up a perfect draft, and Yannick Red Ant just plays it clever, doesn't fight it too hard, and Bachler goes through. And now they've got 4 hours of Bachler driving time to use. This will be his 3rd hour that he's on to now. So effectively, they've got 1 more stint left to use of him after this, if you like.
Yes.
So that's so they're trying to use it as much as possible. Also, Manuel Lauk, he might well be done actually, driver time wise, because they've got to get quite a lot of time done for the combination of Jörg Dreisaw and Konstantin Dressler. They've got to do 6 hours between them. They've got to do half the race between them. So, you know, that's Konstantin Dressler's still got a lot to do. Jörg Dreisaw's got some to do. So that the Proton car, they've got a driver time conundrum that they've got to crack. Whereas Red Ant, they don't have any minimum or maximum to worry about. They're all semi-pros, so they all can do as much or as little as they wish.
The maximum they can do in any one stint is 2 hours.
2 hours. That's
what
the only thing to worry about. Yeah.
And you've got to kind of balance that and kind of match that with your fuel stops.
Yeah.
And these cars can go just over an hour. So you can push just over an hour with a driver, but then you've got to bring him in a bit earlier into the next hour, towards the next hour, because of the driver stint time. Very clever regulation.
It is, yeah. And
from the organisers, that is.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really good. As Bachler now with a bit of clean air ahead of him, he put in an absolute best sector in Sector 1. And as Daniel Bishop, the engineer for Venture Engineering, said just a few moments ago, the traffic is coming in clumps, so you do see these lap times that just disappear. They're great laps, and then all of a sudden hit a bit of traffic and then it's gone. But Bachler driving so neat and tidy as he comes out of turn 16, not anywhere near the track limit there, using all the room on the curb and the entry to turn 1 as our drone team, the Dutch drone gods, for those enjoying the pictures on Creventic Motorsport TV on YouTube, and if you're listening in on RS1, get yourself onto Creventic Motorsport TV as well, because the Dutch drone gods, as they're called, Tim and the team are doing an amazing job trying to keep up with Klaus Bachler. You know, you've got a fast drone if you can keep up with him.
yeah. Fast drone driver.
Yes,
is the thing.
Are they a pilot?
Yeah.
I suppose they're a pilot. Aren't they?
Yeah, I think the class is a pilot.
Yeah.
Don't you have to have a pilot's license or something, or you have to register? I mean, we're in Italy, so I'm not sure, but certainly in the UK. I mean, in the UK, you wouldn't be able to follow a car on the track, that's for sure. And the MSUK don't allow that. I think they're missing out, really. Some absolutely awesome perspectives if you are following on the live stream. If you're out in the garden or playing golf or doing the decorating, then we'll try and describe as much as we can the footage from the drone. But right now we'll head down to the pits as the Viper Nice Mercedes comes in underneath Nick's nose.
It came out by my feet, really. It came on my nose. I've been standing in the wrong place, to be honest. Which wouldn't be the first time, let's be honest about that as well. Anyway, so the car is in. It is having its tyres changed. It's had a driver change already. They're very, very swift driver change. One thing that helps is that both the drivers are quite diminutive, and they're able to slide in and slide out really, really quickly. So I would say if you're running a Mercedes team, smaller stature certainly speeds up the whole event. Five's away, and they are off and going, and that was a very, very slick stop. And it was, I think was it Dennis who was in Dennis? I'm making names up now. Who was in the car before? Who was in the car who got out, guys? You must know this answer.
Dominic Ang.
Dominic, that was it. Dominic, who was, of course, in earlier. We were with Dominic in more happy circles, because last time I spoke to him, the car had a problem.
Yeah, that's the car that did a Control-Alt-Delete, isn't it?
That seemed like a good fun stint for you.
Yeah, I think it was quite good. Second stint again, just to continue after the car being fixed. So just keep running now.
And how different is it now in race conditions to how it was when you were practicing?
Well, the track temperature that is much warmer, and also the brakes. Now we are running almost 4 or 5 hours really. Yeah, so the brakes as well is not as good as when we are running in practice. Yeah.
And are you trying to run to a time, or are you trying to run as fast as possible? Have you got a set time in your mind to stick to for safety's sake?
We are trying to feel safe to go long, and also trying to still push to a certain time. Yes, yeah. So, but not to drop too far back as well. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think I'm profit of 2. Apparently, your car's it's going slightly slowly at the moment on track. It's not getting up to speed. Well, let's just go to speed. Who got into the car? Who replaced you in the car?
Douglas replaced me. Yeah. Team.
Douglas in there. I think he's just warming things. It's fine. He's just warming things up. It's okay. He's getting used to it. It's not a problem. Though actually, everyone else looks quite. There's quite a lot of consternation behind him as well. People checking the screens. Yeah. Well, I almost managed to get a positive interview with Douglas, but there
While
we go.
We were catching up with Dominic there, Klaus Bachler has lowered the lap record once again with a 1 minute 32.688. It's 1.7 seconds quicker than we saw last year in this event. Michelin tyre performing very, very well indeed.
Douglas Koo is...
No, this isn't a what an outlap. This is the problem.
I'm not sure that is him sort of easing himself into this stint. I think they've got a problem.
There's a problem.
Yeah, consternation, Nick, is it?
But they've laid a rear tyre. I can't say it's a left or a right rear tyre. They've laid a rear tyre which has got light usage into the pit lane. So I think he has a warning or even a flat of one of the rear tyres. And he's obviously coming back under slow speed. Nothing else has really been prepared apart from this tyre. The dollies aren't being repaired either, so they do seem to be sure that it's actually a pressure warning. I'll wait to see when he comes in. I have no idea which corner he's. I'm about to say as he rounds, and I thought,
nearly there with you, Nick. Shouldn't be long.
Oh, yeah, they are coming out. Now they've changed their mind again, and now they've taken that tyre back out again. And the man's put it on the air jack hose, which is particularly unuseful. And that tyre's gone back. That tyre's got in and out more often than the Okie Kokie at a local nightclub. It's back out again now.
Quite a physical effort to shake it all about, though. That tyre on it.
Do you know what? At my age, it always is a physical effort to shake it all about. Anyway, so in he comes, the Viper car. It's going to. Yeah, I think it can't read time. I'm going to guess they're going to run round, or is it a rear left? The rear left looks inflated, but it's coming off. That's interesting. It looks absolutely fine. The rear left. Oh no, they're having a bit of a shuffle to see if it might be the pins or the actual disc. It got a kind of a light brushing. Back they go on again. There's nothing that seems obviously wrong with that tyre that came off. It certainly wasn't looking flat. And away they go again, and they're going to give it another go. And they're now having a good old look at the tyre. I'll have a good look at the tyre as well. Not like my tyre expertise, but certainly doesn't look like it's got any problems with it. It seems fine.
You have to see how much pressure's in it, Nick, before you can...
Well, it didn't look... When it came in, it didn't look like it was flat. Now, it's possible that, it was 5, 6, 7 pounds down.
Yeah.
It doesn't visibly look good, but you realise you've got a problem or a slow puncture. So, it's not going to work as a racing tyre, whilst it might work as something to keep the exhaust off the ground. But that's been done. And then to my right, the RPM car's coming in. The Cron Aviation machine, the green, the lime green and blue. Now, the unmistakable physique of Tracy Cron about to get in, and not quite sure who's getting out. They've been quite... is it Philip Hamprick? They've been quite light on the Hamprick time. And out he gets. In gets Tracy. Full service in this one. They're happy with the brakes this time, because obviously they only did them about an hour ago. And they get this very... Firstly, unique. Not unique. It's just a kind of very on-brand green machine. Even though officially the car is run by RPM Racing, we are obviously for many years we used to Cron Racing coming to Le Mans in the same colours. Do you think Tracy still has to have the super strong driver's door that he used
There's
to have?
I don't remember that story actually, Nick. So you might want to remind us. There is a story behind Tracy choosing that bright green livery. And
well, I do the door and you do the livery. So I do the door now. So basically, when he was many years ago, when he was racing at Le Mans and other places, and obviously he's a very, very wealthy oil baron, effectively. He could not get insured unless he had a reinforced driver's door. So his door had big reinforcement in it, compared to, normally the doors in these sports cars weigh about half a kilogram. He had about 20 kilograms of door reinforcement for insurance reasons. That's my story.
Wow, that's a great. I never knew that.
Neither did I. Nick Johnson, if he's hanging around the garage, he'll be able to ask you, Nick. He'll be able to answer you, Nick, and also he'll be able to answer the story of the Krone Aviation livery. Something to do with being noticed. And you've got to see, I've never been able to miss his car since we've been.
Well, that's true. They're actually having trouble getting him in. There's a kind of a strapping in issue that's going on at the moment. I'm not quite sure what's going on. The belts, obviously, there's quite a big difference in Tracy's shape to Philippe Hamprecht's shape, and they are having a little bit of problem with the 6
He's very tall, this Tracy, isn't he?
He's a big man. He's a lovely guy. A lovely little chap.
I think he's about 6'5"
now last year. I think he's 6'7".
Is he really?
Yeah, must be something like that.
He's very big guy. He's very imposing. He's a really, really nice
lovely
bloke,
guy.
actually.
Yeah, I've known him for years.
But this has cost him a few seconds, unfortunately.
That is a shame.
Is the wheel adjustment? Is there something wrong with the wheel adjustment, Nick?
No, it was belts. Now, again, it's hard to say exactly the problem. Possibly A, B, C, but the belts what they're mainly going for.
Okay, let's stay with you, Nick. Is there another Nick there of Swedish
there
descent?
Is Nick Johnson. I'm basically, this is the Nick Johnson show. I'm really sorry, Nick, but we need to ask you another question because it's come up. We need to know the story about the colour scheme for the Krone Aviation cars.
Yeah, well, basically back in, when was that? Back in 05 or something. No, earlier than that, actually, like 03 or something. We were in Italy, me, Tracy, and a couple other guys, and he walked into a store and found a polo shirt of that color, and he said, that's the color we need to kind of be seen, on the track everywhere. So that's actually the true story. That he found a polo shirt in a small store in, I think it was Vienna, actually, and that's how the color came up.
Well, no one tried to talk him out of it, but no, you're the boss, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's the story, and so he's called it the chrome green, obviously. It's been so for many years, but that's.
Ask him about the door, Nick.
I'm surprised he hasn't patented that or copyrighted that one to try and sell chrome green.
Yeah, well, he used it for everything. Like he has it on his airplane, he has it on race cars, and obviously sunglasses and everything else, right? But yeah, so it's a pretty cool thing, it really is.
Whilst we're talking about history, I remember hearing a story several years ago that Tracy had to use a special reinforced door. Was that correct?
I'm not sure about that. No.
Well, there's rumours that go around.
Reinforced door.
Yeah, for insurance reasons.
No.
That's something you had the recognition. I've heard that story before.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about a lot of stuff back then in those days, but no, we didn't have any reinforced doors or anything like that. No, we didn't.
Andrew, just a quick one. Was it just a simple issue with belts just then, or was it steering wheel as well?
Yeah, no, it was a belt issue. Yeah, we couldn't get them, loosened up. Basically, I think when you get sweaty and they start to kind of get wet, it's very hard to kind of move them. So that was the issue right now. Yeah.
Thanks, Nick. I'm probably going to annoy you again in a few minutes, but thank you very much indeed. Well, there we go. Yeah. I have fallen victim to the rumour mill. I was told that by someone who should know better, I can tell you. I will tell you exactly who told me. Well, I won't tell you exactly who told me, because his name's not allowed to be mentioned on this station, but that's who told me.
Well, all I can say is Bradley delivering facts, Nick Damon delivering gossip.
Do you know what? I'm really happy with that.
You are the Sun newspaper, whereas I'm the Telegraph.
Oh, I'm not. No. My gossip is private eye level, mate. It's not the Sun.
Witty gossip.
Oh, the ETP race is back in again, by the way.
They are obviously on a shakedown, aren't they? I mean, they've completed 87 laps, which isn't bad. But
I just walked past them, and it's like, oh, there they are again. In fact, they don't look particularly upset at the moment, so obviously they have accepted this.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Going on for the rest
it's a shame, and it's incident, isn't it?
it was expensive and unfortunate that accident they had, and one of those things where it must have been particularly galling. And this is going to go back to the experience we all have on sim racing, which is the closer we get. But when you get punted off by someone and they carry on willy-nilly and you're in bits in the fence with the 27 minutes repairs, and you're following their race, and willing them to have another accident because they've got away with like a 4X and you've been destroyed. And I assume this is very similar, only of course it's actually real money and real cars.
Yeah, I think the sentiment and the emotion's still the same though, Nick. Perhaps a little bit more.
That's basically, it's a sentiment that Peter would have had if you'd done what you wanted to do, which was fence him last night.
It was only a bit of fun, remember? Thankfully, you reminded me of that.
I think it would have been hospital if Joe had decided.
Yeah, I had the Nick Damon lecture going anyway. Bradley, this is a bit of fun. This is not real. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun. So I took it as a bit of fun. Another car that's stuck in the pits, and it looks like it's out of the race, is the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche. That rear end damage. Nick, I'm going to give you another job of maybe just in passing, if you want to pop in. They did say they were going to check the damage on that number 909 car and see if they could repair it. They've dropped to the bottom of the order now. They're about 10, 11 laps off the car ahead of them. Overall, that is, as well as in class. And it looked like they may be going to pull the plug on that one.
Speaking of cars that have been in the pits for a long time, Milner Motorsport, 22 minutes.
Yes, noticed that one. So that's maybe at the top of Nick's mission list.
Gone
Is
right
the
to the top of the list.
Milner Motorsport car 921 has been in the pits for just over 22 minutes. Now, didn't Nick watch that car have a brake change?
Yes.
And then didn't it resume?
Yes.
Or did it stay in the pits after that brake change?
Don't remember. No, it didn't. No, it went after that. So that's a 921 Milner Motorsport in the pits for 22 minutes. They've been a quick car all season, and the results have not gone their way. But various things. They actually were taken out by their team car at Spa in the first lap and had to fight back, and actually didn't lose any more time to the leaders. They would have been in the fight for the win. Nick, what have you got for us?
Yes, they absolutely sneaked in whilst I was doing the rest of my to-do list. They are looking. They're about to put the bars on for stringing the car. They had the car being strung a second ago. I'm trying to avoid being hit by the string. I'm not sure this means they're about to go, but they've been working quite hard on it. One of the drivers at the back.
Marcel Duc is the chief engineer there. He may be here, or he may be at the Nürburgring.
Probably
Martin Rupp was driving.
Quick question. What's the problem with the car?
So after we had a contact in like 2 stints before, and the car wasn't going straight also. In the straight, the steering was a little bit bent. And the front steering rod failed. That's why also we went into the gravel. So yeah, it failed. We changed it now. Also changed the brakes. So if one thing, we can change that, and also the brakes. So anyways, we have to do it. So in one pain, we have 2 pains resolved. Well,
yeah, let's look at the positive. Well, another positive, boys, is the car's actually coming out. So luckily, you directed me that one. We could have missed the entire drama. So basically, to sum up, they had a bit of a coming together. It took about an hour and a half, but the part finally broke. It was the steering rod. They replaced the track arm, and they've also done the brakes as well. So they should be good to the end now, I think.
That was the incident with the Scuderia Farron car, which the Farron car picked up a penalty for it when they got together at the very fast turn 12 and 13 section. Just something that just reared its ugly head, unfortunately, after a little more running. So Martin Rump looked like he was staying in the car there. That's a shame, because they were really in the fight for the podium. They may still well be, though. There could be plenty other things. And with all these brake changes that are having to do in that 992 category, Joe, there's nothing is guaranteed at all, as we've only just gone past half race distance.
And what I can't get my head around is the GT3 cars are reckoning they can go the 12 hours without a brake change.
Yeah, that's bizarre. That's
both cars having ABS.
It must be something to do with the 992 Cup car being rear-engined, and even more rear-engined than its equivalent GT3 car.
Yeah, because we've got rear-engine Porsches in GT3.
We had this at Monza, but there's rear-engine and there's rear-engine. The Cup car is more engine to the back than the GT3. The GT3 is pushed as far forward as it can be for a rear engine.
It's not as far forward as the GTE version.
No, not as much as
the last iteration.
No, which was mid-engine. But we saw this at Monza 2 years ago in very, very hot temperatures, and the 992s were popping rear left tyres almost every 3 or 4 laps. It seemed that another car had a problem with the tyre, and it's same again. And it was only the 992s it was happening to. So, they are a unique machine, and sometimes they can throw up unique problems. And unless Kyle Tilley was easing us away by saying they weren't planning a brake change and they actually were, and he didn't want to reveal it to his competitors, that's a possibility. But our hogs in the pit lane are going to keep a watching it.
Yeah, there is that possibility. We are inside the second half, would you believe? I've got to say, the first 6 hours of this race has absolutely flown by. We've had a lot of everything, really. Incident, drama, intrigue, a lot of penalties being thrown out, a lot of infringements and rules being broken, which is all part of the game that we play. But now, Peter, when we talk about the strategies and positions with regards to where the pit stops are going to flip-flop through, cars aren't going to pit stop necessarily together. They're going to be some cars pit stopping 40 minutes after another group of cars, and this is where we get closer. As the clock ticks, time is running out to get that correct. That back timing element of race tactic is what we do, and time is running out with regards to getting into that position where you're basically fueled and ready to go for the last window of fuel, whether that's an hour or an hour and 15 or an hour and 20, whatever it may be. That's what your target is.
We've only had 3 code 60s in just over 6 hours as well, so it's averaging about 1 every 2 hours. So you can't really rely on that. There's every possibility of going green all the way to the end. That's not out with the realms of possibility. If you look at the kind of burn rate so far, it could happen. So the teams they've got to try and anticipate what they do at the moment. It's throw fuel and tyres at it as much as possible. And interestingly, Dwight Merriman in the 81 Aero Motorsport Ferrari, he's been in the car for an hour and 11 minutes on 1 tank of fuel. That's amazing stint length in a GT3 car. To get that to run, he's done 42 laps on his stint. Well, let's get more from Nick Damon in the pit lane.
As Joe told me to, and they are finishing their alignment. They've had the laser alignment on it. They've managed to use a large amount of tank tape to cover up the gaping hole on the left-hand side. The damage on the second instant with Luke was on the right-hand side. That's been fixed. It's on the medium jacks. My guess, I'm going to get the real information. I'm going to see what the man himself, Mr. Trustwell, is going to tell me. Paul, are you going out again?
Yes.
So it was a simple kind of basically realign and off you go.
No, a bit more than that. So the damage that was done when we hit the pit wall was actually quite extensive. Evo went out and did a couple of laps and decided that it wasn't worth continuing, so we decided to fix it properly. The thing is, because all these guys have jobs to do during the week, actually having them here for the rest of the day, they might as well work on the car, get the thing fixed here, because otherwise they'll be working, because they only work Wednesday evenings. You see, the rule is they go to the workshop on a Wednesday evening, work on the car for a couple of hours, and then go down to the pub.
That sounds great.
Well, absolutely. That's why so many people like working with Red Camel. But when there's a lot of work to do on the car, then they have to work a little bit later. When there's nothing to do on the car, they can get to the pub a little bit earlier. So getting it done now is kind of putting the money in the bank for the next few Wednesdays, being able to go down to the pub.
This is a very good idea. So basically, you will fix the problem now for more beer later.
Exactly. So we're going to fix the car. Evo still wants to do some laps because he hasn't done any.
And it's his car.
It's 12 hours. We're only just halfway through, so there's plenty of time. And more seriously, there are points to be scored in the championship, so we want to get those points in the bag. We have to drop 1 score, but it's nice to drop a big score rather than a small score.
And you do, yes, and just if you turn around there, you'll see that Evo's actually getting in the car right now. When they're very few open face helmet men left, and they're going to up and running, and that means you've got to start strategizing.
Well, I don't think there'll be much more strategy from here on in, but we do need to make sure we don't break the drive time rules or anything like that. But no, I mean, we'll treat the rest of the race as a proper race. You know, everybody's here because they want to be here. We're having fun, and we're going to do that until the end of the race.
So thanks, Paul. And that car should be going out in I would say the next minute probably. Actually, the tyres are going back on again, and Evo's on board. The lights are on, and it's going to get waved. I think it's still sitting on a central jack that might have to come out. That's on wood, so I'm not sure they're going to get that one out, but never mind. But they're going to take off the high jacks, put it on the medium jacks, and then out will come Evo.
What an utterly brilliant story of how that team is put together and operated. I knew that they were weekend volunteers. The story about the Wednesday nights of getting together and prepping the car for the next race is utterly brilliant. And consider this, coming into this round 3, they were leading the 992 championship after winning round 1 at Mugello and round 2 at Spa. They're still on this dynamic championship table, still running second with this lowly points finish, which is where they're going to finish, where they are now. And if Holmgaard continue to run third, if Van Berlo Motorsport continue to lead, RPM is second. RPM are going to finish this one in 5.5 hours or so, taking the championship lead from a team that gets together on a Wednesday night, does a bit of prep and then heads down to the pub. That is utterly brilliant.
That sounds like the race team you want to be a part of.
Absolutely, not the 16-hour a day, 7 days a week jobs I've been doing.
Yeah, you did it all wrong.
Forget that.
Should have been with Red Camel. Yes, amazing stuff. Well, let's see where they can get to. As Ivo Breukers heads out with that car, but leading in 992 is the Van Berlo Motorsport crew. Have just come into fuel from the lead of the race. Meanwhile, the number 69 Continental Racing Audi, run by Simpson Motorsport, is in 5th position at the moment. Just about a minute and a half behind their fellow AM-class Audi of the 71 Juta machine, the Circle K-backed car, red and white machine. And then just behind, in fact, this battle on track for position between the Continental Audi of Andrei Solyksev. He's been chased down by Maciej Weibo. Last time by, Weibo was quite a bit quicker. He was 0.8 of a second quicker. So Scuderia Praha Ferrari looking to move up into the overall top 5. They sit second in Pro-Am as well at the moment, but they've got their eyes set on overall honours as well as in their class. But they'll have to try and run down Andrei Solyksev in the Audi, which has proven to be a really fast package this weekend here at Misano. That mid-engined 5.2 litre V10 absolutely singing, and particularly in an AM trim where they have a slightly bigger air restrictor to give it a little bit more power, it's very, very quick indeed. But Maciej Weibo, the Slovakian entrepreneur and CEO, is giving chase in the Ferrari as they come up through the latter point of Sector 2. The first sector is very much the way of Maciej Weibo. Managed to take half a second out in the first sector, then another 0.2 in Sector 2. So that gap is going to come down all the time. Maciej Weibo getting really close to the Continental Racing Audi for 5th position at the moment here at Misano. Weibo driving for the Scuderia Praha team. But one team are having a very successful day so far at the Van Berlo Motorsport crew, and they've come to join Nick Damon.
They're doing a full service, tyres and driver. Actually, I think they do the rear brakes, which is interesting. I think on the left-hand side, yeah, they're doing rear brakes as well, which is first time I've seen rear brakes being done. Kai Van Berlo's got in, which makes me think it's Marcel Van Berlo has done his hours, I believe, with Dad. This means basically Glenn Van Berlo got out. They are just, say, the delay on this one is his rear brakes, which is taking a little while. Real effort on the spreader there from this young engineer mechanic. And of course, the problem is you're dealing with things which are several hundred degrees, and they have got the very thick gloves and the asbestos arm protectors and everything, but It's still a bit of a pain, to put it mildly. Actually, I wonder whether that... now, the pad that's come out of there is possibly attached to a bit of string. That's weird. A string on his pad. I won't touch it because I'm stupid to burn myself. I've done that in the past, by the way. Burn myself on things. Yes, they've taken out some pads from the rear. Let's see what Van Berlo has to say. So, all going quite well, leading the class.
Yeah, it's going well so far. Still a long ways to go, but pace is there. My brother and my dad did a really good job in their stints as well. Degradation on the brakes is really high, so we initially thought we had to change it just once, but now we already changed it, so we probably would need to change another time. But I guess it's the same for all Porsche. So.
This is the first time the three of you have driven together, or is it something you've done quite a lot before?
Well, we've done it once in Spa, the 12 hours, but it was back in 2020, so it's been a long time.
And is it different when all your teammates are also your relatives?
Yeah, it is different. Before you say something, you think twice, I would say. But on the other hand, you can be unfiltered to family members. Whereas with teammates, normally, yeah, you need to be careful what you're saying as well.
So you're allowed to tell your dad he's too slow then?
If he is, I would say him that. But he's doing quite a good job so far, so nothing to worry.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks.
I like that. Stand up for your dad, definitely. Nick Damon trying to draw Glenn Van Berlo there, but no, team spirit is strong there, and yeah, very much a family affair. Father Martel driving with Kai and Glenn, and the mum there too. So it's a full Van Berlo family outing here on the Adriatic coast in Misano. One thing we haven't had is a proper ice cream, actually. We need to sort that out before we go.
You mean gelato?
Yes.
A gelato. Anybody wants to bring us a gelato? Feel free.
Well, yes, we're in
box number 8.
We're in box number 8, and just to put out, if anyone would like to bring us a gelato, we would love you forever.
Yes. Yes. Why haven't we had gelato?
We were too busy
since we got to Italy. Yes, that was our gelato time, wasn't it?
It was.
The gelato should have gone to the person who came last in that first race. Was that you?
Yes.
Or was it? Did Nick beat you in the first race?
He did. Yeah, comfortably. But I got my own back when I got a significantly faster car in the second race.
Well, there's always the luck of the draw, isn't there, in those places?
Yeah, my balance of performance was definitely better in the second race. Nick Damon still thinks I broke track limits. I had an accident basically. Well, I don't think it was breaking track limits. I didn't gain any time. It's just that he didn't pass me. That's all. It's the only difference.
Have we mentioned? I heard you mention earlier, just before the Van Berlo interview, that we've had 3 Code 60s. They've been three very quick Code 60s, though, Peter. We haven't really had a chunk of time that has been at 60 kilometres. So the first one came at, and I'll give you the time of day for this, 10:28 to 10:42. What's that? 14 minutes. 11:26 to 11:31.
5 minutes.
That's 5 minutes. 12:41 to 12:45. That's 4 minutes.
And the first one was like a pretty significant clear up to do. 14 minutes to clear up one very damaged Aston Martin, lifted up.
40 minutes. That's relatively longish.
But then they had to drive the truck all the way around the racetrack. There was no cut in. They had to drive all the way around the racetrack. So that's that's fair play.
Yeah.
We had this at Mugello where the Italian marshals are just fantastic. They're really, really good. You have to go in every year. You have to go back and get your Italian marshal license. And the way that they, not that it's bad anywhere else, of course not, but they are always thinking Italian marshals are fantastic. And at Mugello, it was a really tricky condition, so that we had Code 60 after Code 60 after Code 60, people just dipping off into the gravel, and the team were kept very busy there and kept us on the move.
Nick, can you hear us? If you can, say hello, because I've got a fan of yours. Do you know an Edward Pickering in Japan? Is he? Well, Nick is a great interview. He's also very drunk at the moment. It's very early. It's very late in Japan, isn't it?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yes, he's big in Japan.
Probably
on the beer
midnight at the moment. Midnight on a Saturday night in Japan. That is the place to be.
Yeah, I would think so. He's probably sarkied up to the roof. I got very, very drunk on sake once in Japan.
And
It's a
became
long
very
story.
sake.
Well, no, I then had to go to the Grand Prix the following day. My head hurt. It's not very conducive. Formula One pit lanes and hangovers. Luckily, there's only a practice.
People look up to you as a role model. You should do better.
they?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
They must have very low standards.
I've got somebody joining in with the chat. Erwin Grevin joins in with the chat regarding track limits, and that each circuit with an FIA grading is homologated, including the track limits. The safety features like barriers and gravel traps are designed with the track limits in mind, which we absolutely fully understand. However, at the little car track that adjoins the Misano circuit here, the track limits were absolutely thrown out the window by some of us.
By Scottish
people. Yeah, I mean, we understand. We understand it, and that's the reason why the track limits are certainly in the 24 series are policed so rigorously and so strictly.
Oh, no, a little bit of consternation going on.
Okay, I'm with it. Yeah, the front left wasn't on properly, guys. It got dropped down before the front left got had to 69, the Continental Raceway Simpson Motorsport car that came in. Everything else was going great. And then they just dropped it. There's a bit of a row going on now. But if I look the other way, let's avoid the row. It's a lovely family atmosphere in this pit lane. And the Haas team are in. So the Haas RT, they are doing a full service and driver change as well with their Audi. It's 2 Audis the price of one. Chris Verdonk there in the gilet. He's obviously a much chillier person than me, being in a gilet at this moment. It's very nice at the moment. Jeff McKee's got out, and they fly away with that Audi. Very good full service, and no rowing. A round of applause. They're showing off now. So we know how to do a service for an Audi. You don't. We'll clap about it. I'll see if I can go a quick row with Jeff. Until his helmet off, which is hopefully quite soon. Talk about himself.
Well, Haas RT maybe winning that race on pit lane there of the Audi Cruise.
He did, and Jeff now got his helmet off, and so the first thing anyone wants to do is have a word with me. Jeff, a hot hour, but I think a fun stint.
Yes, it's always nice to be driving on the front. It's a lovely car, the Audi. For sure, the V10 was a nice run, pretty hot, but feeling was pretty good. I think we were leading the race. Now we're just fighting to be on the top, and make the gap as big as possible. Now it's going good, yeah.
How much is the temperature affecting the car? We're hearing it's really hard to get the heat out of the machine.
I'm not sure to be exactly, but I think it probably will be around 33, 35 maybe. And you can put on the AC, but it will take a bit of power, and we are going for everything, so we don't put on the AC for maximum power for sure.
So you did the whole Michael Schumacher thing. He hated AC.
Yeah, it's true. It's out, but luckily we have one bottle of water. It's not enough sometimes, but all the little bits help.
Well, to give you a clue, if you go and stand in the shade, there's a nice cooling breeze out the back.
Yes, in the shade is nice because there's as well a lot of wind. Well, it's also involving a little bit of driving. With a lot of headwinds, you can feel it in the car, but now it's going very well. Let's keep up this pace and maybe we can win.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Heavy icing. I managed to. Do you know that Michael Schumacher hated air conditioning, or hates air conditioning? He's not actually passed away, of course. He's not around much. He hated air conditioning completely. You walk into places with many people, and Michael would walk in and he'd want the air conditioning turned off, so the rest of us had a nice sweat while he didn't.
Yeah.
He got out. He won the Malaysian Grand Prix. He won the Malaysian Grand Prix. He got out of the car without one bead of sweat on him.
Was he even a human being then?
It's really, really doubtful some days.
Yeah, I mean, that's bizarre, isn't it?
So just...
Thought he was a great bloke, though. I'm in the minority there, but I thought he was a great bloke.
I never knew him, so yeah, we'll take your word for it, Nick.
Continental Racing just debriefing a bit over that pit stop. Just the
chap in the white shirt, that's Julian Simpson. He's the team principal.
Yeah. When he pulled the air jack out, the car went down and the front left tire change hadn't been done.
That's why they were shouting and bawling.
Yes, to get it back up again. So these things happen. It's that it's a long week. It's not just the race that we see. It's the qualifying, the practices, the testing. There's a lot of and that's if there's any damage to repair as well. That can it can be long work for the crews. But but there's pressure on. There's a lot riding the drivers put a lot into being in the car, and yeah, there's a lot that they expect too. So yeah, very, very tricky in there. Things can go wrong, and it just shows you when you see a really well pulled off pit stop how, you know, we almost take them for granted a little bit, but when you see a really well pulled off pit stop, you think that is just poetry in motion. The combination of everybody working together in symphony, like, everybody doing their job.
It's like a choreographed ballet.
Yes.
It is very, and it is choreographed.
You like your ballet, and you know
I'm a fan of ballet, yeah. Yes. And I've also choreographed pit stops.
Yes.
Because it is an important part of any motorsport. I mean, you know, you choreograph who's going to be where and who's going to do what, and you've got to practice that. These teams will practice that.
Yeah, of course.
That car hasn't just turned up and everybody's gone, yeah, what do we do now? They know exactly what, and everybody knows what to do. And the thing with the air jack coming down, he would have been given, you know, there's a process of when you pull that off and the car goes off, and everything has to be in place for that individual to be able to do that. He hasn't been given the right information to say, don't pull that because the front wheel is not on. So something's gone wrong there. And Julian's experienced, so experienced, he'd be getting to the bottom of why that happened, why that was allowed to happen, so that it doesn't happen again. Because it's quite dangerous as well. You could lower the car onto somebody's foot or something.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking a car of nearly 1,300 kilos. Yeah, it's going to hurt if it ends up. And just, yeah, the air jack, there's effectively like a plug at the back of the car where the air jack goes in and it lifts the car up, and as soon as it's pulled out, the car will drop. So it's very much part of the choreography of that, but not too much time lost, to be honest. Luckily, they caught it before the car was asked to drive off. That would be where there's more of an issue. So 5 hours and 35 minutes to go. We're well into the second half of this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano, round 3 of the championship. We kicked off in Mugello before progressing over to Spa in Belgium. Next up, we go to Paul Ricard in July, and then closing off with our traditional finale, the end of September. We go to Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, the Trophy Fermin Vélez. Now, did the trip? Are we just following the vortex, just gone past the 888 Seb Lejeune racing car, which looked to be delayed there. I could be wrong, but I'm sure I saw a flash of purple go by as the, or maybe that's just needing my afternoon cup of tea, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I saw a flash of purple there for the 888 car heading through. No, it can't have been, because it's just gone through to complete the lap, so no problem there for Seb Lejeune. But Vortex, they're pushing on nearly into the top 15 now. They're the only car running in the GTX class, which is a pity for them, because they've had a great season so far. They've won the GTX category in the first 2 rounds against competition, mainly in the form of the IRC GT, the Australian machine, which sadly isn't here this weekend. It's attended the first 2 rounds, but not this one. Hopefully we'll see them back at Paul Ricard, and we'll hear that amazing V8 machine, which kind of looks and sounds like a V8 supercar. We'll hear that going down the Mistral straight.
I don't know, you know what? We are talking about Vortex here, aren't we?
No, the IRC GT against the Vortex.
Ah, right, yeah. So, you know what? Can you imagine if we had 10 Vortex?
Oh. 10
Chevy V8s.
Oh.
That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
It would be very cool. Yeah. Certainly sonorous anyway, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Haas RT, this is quite big. Haas RT have just received a track limits infringement penalty. 10 seconds is the penalty, so they will have to serve that at an upcoming pit stop. And they are very much in the fight for the victory. Make no mistake about it. This is a race where the 73 Proton Huber car is taking a turn at the front. So is the Red Ant Mercedes. So has this Haas RT Audi, and indeed the Jutta Audi number 71 as well. And it all depends where, you know, who's on what part of the strategy. It's actually they're all got a little bit of an edge at one point of the race, but I would say in general, the Haas RT car is the car to watch for in terms of where they sit overall on strategy. But that 10 seconds won't help. Meanwhile, Klaus Bachler has just lowered the lap record again, 1:32.645. Every time he gets in that car, he just lights the timing screen up.
It doesn't matter where he is in the race or where he can, he just produces those lap times, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's been in the car 50 minutes, and he's just put a purple lap time in. What, to optimize tyres, Peter? Not so much on a heavy car. On those tyres that have done 50 minutes, the car is light, and he's putting in a 32.6, which is the quickest lap we've seen all day long. He's a special entity, is Klaus Bachler. We've got a few specials here with us at Misano this weekend.
I think he's
he is
the cream of the cream, isn't he?
He's pretty good, isn't he?
Yes, definitely. Now, for those enjoying our pictures on Creventic Motorsport TV, or indeed if you're listening in on RS1, the part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, we've had a uniform change in the commentary box. Joe Bradley has taken off his beautiful, neatly pressed, I have to say, Creventic pit reporter shirt.
It's an important time.
And he's now got a different shirt. And you're
happening
to
somewhere in the world.
You're going to have to explain why you've had what you've changed your outfit to, and indeed why.
Well, Hindhoff and I always wear our team shirts when we go to a game and when we're not at the game. And right now, in 3 minutes' time, at Wembley, the Championship playoff final is about to kick off between Sheffield United and Sunderland.
Okay.
Now, this shirt I had on Tuesday when we got through to the Wembley final. Hindhoff has got a shirt on, and he is at Spa for the Classic. And no doubt that Hindhoff is doing the same as I'm doing now. I know it's a bit weird.
No.
Right?
No.
This is a winning shirt,
Passion.
right? If we get beat today on this with this shirt on, then it'll go in the wash. But if we win today, this will be on next season.
So you say we need to keep that aircon on so it doesn't get too sweaty and smelly, so in case they go on a run. Well, there we go. So that's a little peek behind the scenes of the Global Broadcast Centre, which is currently situated at Pit Out here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, and yes, of course, John Hindhoff, our leader in the Radio Show Limited commentary team, is at the Spa Classic, where he'll be joined by Kyle Tilley tomorrow, who's in this race, driving for the number 81 era Ferrari, which is now being driven by Ryan DL for the first time. He's just set that car's best lap of the race, a 1:33.744. In fact, he's been in the car for 20 minutes now, having taken over from Dwight Merriman. By my calculation, that would mean that Merriman and Kyle Tilley's combined driver time is now complete. So DL and Nico Verdonk can basically drive from now to the flag. Red Ant Racing pit stop with Diana Binks.
Yep, Red Ant Racing, number 93, just come into the pit lane. Yannick Red Ant has just jumped out, and Kobe de Boyka is getting in after him, and they're just helping each other with the belts before and getting comfortable. They're changing all 4 brand new spanking tyres. They've dropped that car down. Another superb pit stop by that crew. They really do a fantastic job, and off that car goes, looking wonderful, I have to say.
Thank you, Di.
And I have taken my jacket off.
It's getting the sun's shining now on the pit lane, isn't it? You're out of the shade.
Yeah, it's really, really hot down here now, so it's lovely. Very nice.
Now, you were at the 2024 edition of the Misano 12 Hours, weren't you? And it was a lot hotter because it was a lot later in the year. It was in July. Now, that was really uncomfortable because didn't we see temperatures towards 40 degrees?
Yes, it got really hot, and John was here actually, and he was running around with shorts on and enjoying it, but of course I don't like wearing shorts, so that wasn't going to happen. But it was really, really hot, and obviously there was a lot of problems with cars because of that heat as well, so we were kept very, very busy in the pit lane.
Yeah, do you prefer the earlier visit to Misano?
I like both, to be honest. I just think it's beautiful here. It's such a great part of the world and the circuit.
It's an enjoyable heat, though, isn't it? It's just perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, today it's absolutely perfect. So all good. We've got pit lanes quite clear now. There's quite a few people coming in for refueling, so I'll just keep across what's happening as they head their way to this end of the pit lane.
Interestingly, the temperatures on track are going to perhaps going to start dropping in the track temperatures cooling down. So, you know, you've chatted to people down there, and I know you don't just chat on air, but you chat off air as well. And has anybody mentioned anything about any worries regarding tyres and tyre wear? That we've not really had any issues, have we?
Saying that,
I've got a spin there.
Scuderia Praha Ferrari's gone for a spin. Looks like it's one of those self-inflicted drive ones. Can't see any damage, just a slight spin for Matthias Vibo there. No, I think everyone's relatively happy. I think they have been a little bit surprised. The 992 people were a little bit surprised by the brake wear. I think they thought with the massive reduction in temperatures it would be less, but don't forget we're on Michelin tyres now, which are different gripping levels than the Hancooks, so they may have evened each other out.
Yes, there is. Yeah, there is that.
But no one seems particularly concerned. I think the fact is, whilst it's a lovely, lovely, lovely day, the fact is the air temperature is not too silly. The air temperature is 19.
There's a cooling breeze, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think track temperature's boiling. The actual surface of the tarmac.
Now, Michelin tyre engineers will be taking track temperature. Di, if you can hear me, just ask the tyre technician to your left what the track temperature is, because he's just taken a reading on.
I know, but what's the track temperature? Sorry? You've just taken a reading. What's the track temperature?
45.
45, Joe.
Yeah,
45 degrees, so quite hot. Not as hot as last year, as we just sort of said.
No, I mean, the track temperature is always a lot hotter than the ambient because you haven't got that cooling breeze.
I'm sorry, I looked over and suddenly you look like a barber's pole. It's a bit weird.
What, it'll be red and white shirt?
Stripes,
I know.
Yeah.
I'm being professional, though, and focused on the race.
Personally, I don't want to kind of dig out. This is ideal, this is. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's not raining. This is perfect temperatures to be working in. I think, it's interesting, we were talking to the guy who got out the Haas RT machine, and he was saying, well, yeah, it was a bit warm, but I could have turned the air conditioner on, but I'd lost some horsepower if I'd done that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. The 21 car, that was Jeff Michaels, wasn't it? Michaels.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Michaels.
So it is, if you're lucky enough to be able to see the pictures, it is a lovely, wonderful Italian coastal sunny day.
Yeah, perfect temperatures here. We had rain during the week, and we had a worried look on everybody's face there because we had the rain was actually spitting during qualifying. It didn't actually dampen the track to any great extent, and we saw a drop off in times, but it came back.
Second and a half off, didn't it?
Yeah, not massive. And then it went away.
I think it's because people got a little bit less keen on using that much curb.
That's right. However, the weather forecast changed, and we've had completely blue skies, beautiful, absolutely perfect weather to go racing. And you know what? There's an element of me, being in the entertainment business, that likes to see a bit of rain. You know, it spices things up.
Had a shower that up from the sea,
but then
dropped about a goodly 20 minutes of rain, which would then dry up again.
Yeah, but you know what? Yes, sat here doing that or wanting that, but the racer in me likes what we've got now. It's a pure race. Everybody knows what the weather's going to be. It's not going to rain. Everybody's on slick tyres. Everybody's, looking towards the next 5.5 hours of this event, and everybody's getting towards that important stage of any kind of race, and that the important stage being towards the checkered flag. That's the thing.
I mean, we have 5 hours 23 minutes to go. I'm not sure when people start to back time, but I think in a race like this, which has so far had limited interruptions from code 60s, and the same we said for the fact that the cars are all going, they're not. You kind of think, right, it's very likely, this is the famous last word, isn't it, we will run the rest of the race without interruption. So you can now start thinking about back timing when you put your top drivers in, what you do around that. But so it's a really interesting situation. Sometimes all I want is perfect weather, but then perfect weather throws up its own questions.
Yeah, I know, and there isn't going to be any major variables other than what a 12-hour motor race can bring you. which are plenty, don't get me wrong. Into the pits has come the Viper Nisa Racing number 65 Mercedes. Now that car was having a great comeback, and that kind of fell apart a little bit, didn't it, when the car spent a little bit of time with that problem from that pit stop. When Douglas Koo took the car out, he had a strange issue where he had to come back in. They changed a rear wheel and tyre, and the car has been going round. It's just pit stopped again. It's down the order, fell out of sequence.
Nope, there's 71. The UC car giving it an absolute full packet of power there.
Yeah, we should issue penalties for not wheel spinning off the pit apron, to be honest.
True, actually.
We really should.
So there's some close battles in the GT3 class there. We just saw Mattis Viber dropping back a couple of positions on track. Not sure about overall positions. Trying out with the Klaus Bachler was going past, and also the Hoffer car currently with Alex Prince. So you've got the fastest Hoffer driver and the fastest driver in Klaus Bachler currently going just slightly ahead of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the silver and yellow 296. And Di has something for us.
65. Douglas has just jumped out of the car now. He was getting a quick drink. I just grabbed you as you got out of the car. At this point of the race, how do you feel it's going?
Well, we had a power steering issue early on in the race, and that sort of cost us about 10 laps. So we're actually sort of climbing back up the ladder, but yeah, the front guys are, I don't know, about 5-6 laps ahead. So we'll see. It's still a long race, so hopefully we'll be able to make up a few laps, few places.
How is the weather sort of now changing everything? It's got incredibly hot. Earlier on it was quite windy, quite cool. Now it's pretty intensely hot.
I wish you would make your mind up, because one day it's like drizzling, the other day it's dry. But because we come from Malaysia, so we're kind of used to this weather, so it's actually quite nice and cool, in spite of the sun being out in full force. But yeah, we're happy with the weather for today so far.
As a team, obviously, you've made that commitment to Creventic and the 24-hour series. You travelled from Malaysia. You're here for the full season. What was it about this series that made you want to be part of it?
We've decided that because a lot of series in Asia are a lot of sprint race, like an hour race, and I find that for a sprint race, if you make a mistake on the first few laps, your race is gone. Whereas with an endurance race, you still can have the opportunity to sort of fight back a few laps, even in spite of the whatever mistakes you've had. And it's always fun coming to race in Europe. We raced with Creventic when they did the TCR 500 in Spa, and we won the podium, so we're very happy with it, and we're very happy with the organizers as well. So it's very nice to be here.
Yeah, from a driver's perspective, you get a lot of track time, so it's the ideal situation, really, especially when you're travelling so far to be here.
Yes, the amount of track time that we had during paid practice, free practice is just awesome. It's great for German drivers like me, where we need a lot of time to sort of get used to track. And this is the first time all three of us have raced and at this track, so it was good that we had Wednesday and Thursday practice, so to sort of get ourselves used to the track. And I think our lap times show that we're pretty competitive.
And how competitive would you say this series is?
Oh, I think the racing level here is pretty high. You've got really good drivers, and I think there's a lot of discipline in the racing as well. So it's not just because you're a faster driver and you've got a faster car, therefore you try to push someone out. I think the racing here has been very fair. There's no argy-bargy, so yeah, it's been fun.
For you as a driver, are you developing a lot because of this?
Yes, definitely. Anytime I get into a car, in the seat, being able to overtake someone, being able to let someone overtake you, that's a lot of learning.
Okay, well, I'll let you go and enjoy that bottle of water now. Thank you so much. That's Douglas Koo from Viper Nisa Racing, the number 65.
Douglas using a technical term like argy-bargy. I like that.
I did like argy-bargy.
I like that. Everybody understands that.
Everyone's
argy-bargy. And a lack thereof. And I think You know, Nick, when we were coming out here to Misano with it, looking at the entry of 21 cars, and we were thinking, oh, that, you know, it's a short grid, it's a small grid. But then when we talked to people, they were kind of thankful of only having 21 cars, because if we had 40 or 50, like we see at other places, that would have been so crowded. The track here at Misano, I don't think would have suited that at all. Whereas everybody's here is getting to have a relatively clean race. I know someone would argue that point, especially E2P Racing would certainly argue that point. As into the pits has come the leader, Klaus Bachler.
He's out.
In the Proton Huber competition. Bachler will be taken out and put into a storage box and plugged in, reprogrammed for a next stint. Not sure what that was. But the Porsche will flip-flop the lack down to the Matisse Limont Haas RT. So Haas RT retakes the lead, as we've seen so many times here, and this for the next just over 5 hours is how it's going to be until something comes along, Nick, to disturb this equilibrium. We are going to see the swapping of the lead of this race and the command of this race between these teams, and Red Ant Racing is lurking as well to be part of that equation as well. So you can't quite discount them as well. Alexander Prince and Hof in the Hofer car, they are 2 laps down, or is that 3? 3 laps down off the leader, but only a lap down off the Red Ant car, and they're currently in 4th.
Problem at the first corner, and it's the 901. It's the Ajith Kumar Racing 992. I saw it going slow at the corner of my eye, actually, because it went in front of us, of our viewing cabine here. It's Fabien Defoe, and that's just run out of oomph. There's not an accident, it's just come to a slow halt. So that's some sort of technical problem. Hopefully a control alt delete can sort it out, or we could actually be having, after me saying there weren't going to be any, another code 60, but that's right off at turn 1, so it's going to be a long pull back unless they can turn 90 degrees into the pit exit.
Well, that car currently 4th in the 992 class. It's currently 2nd in the 992 AM class, a subclass in 992s. So it's just off the overall 992 podium, but certainly at the moment carrying the middle step. And we are about to go code 60, so the countdown begins. We've got a 20-second countdown that is communicated to the teams and drivers, and then they will get a 10-second warning, and then they will go to full purple.
And there is a little countdown indicator, little countdown screen in the cockpit of the car, so you can actually see it being counted down from 10 in the cockpit, and you know exactly when code 60 is called. You must immediately slow down to a maximum of 60 kilometers an hour, which they have all now done. You can tell because the overall ambient noise has dropped significantly.
It has. It's gone down considerably. We can actually hear ourselves think. The issue of that car, the Ajith Kumar Racing car with Fabien Defoe at the wheel, is currently at turn 1, which is the chicane at Parco.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm not sure what they're going to do, whether they can tow it back, going back the wrong way. I don't think they want to go around the entire track on the back of a flatbed. It's sitting there looking like it has no drive. Now, and I'm sure he has tried the control alt delete, the 3-fingered salute of computers, but that doesn't seem to be working. And indeed, they are strapping it up to the back of a tow vehicle.
The car's just slowed down as well, Nick, hasn't it? It hasn't gone off into the gravel or anything. He's just pulled off.
I saw him in front of the screen here, which is sort of level with the halfway into pit exit from pit out. And I thought he was slow. Initially, I thought he was slowing down to let someone pass, but then he went, "That's too slow." And he lucky it's going to be a short. It looks like a short pull. They're going to turn him back in towards the paddock. So this gives a chance. This gives a chance for a number of people to get a pit stop and get 25 to 50% of the fuel in. This is a 911.
911, the 901 car, currently 6th, 4th in the AM, 6th in 992, 4th in the 992 AM class now, with the Ajith Kumar car static on track. The 911 numbered car with Georg Koda in the car might be able to get itself up onto the podium. It's completed 214 laps. It's about 5 laps off that second place 992 AM car that is currently being recovered on the end of a tow rope there. And this is exactly what 24-8 series racers can throw up. Everything can be looking fine. We are flip-flopping between the Haas RT taking over the lead in the Audi, and then relinquishing that lead to the Proton Huber Porsche, and then anything can happen. And the Code 60 has thrown that in there, Peter, because the Haas RT car now has an opportunity to come in and extend that pit window to maybe either consolidate the gap between itself and the Huber, the Proton Huber car, or bring it closer to, depending on how we're back timing towards the 5 hours. Or the next 5 hours, I should say.
That is the question, yeah. How does it affect each car? And of course, the Ajit Kumar car being towed back to the pits at the moment, on the back of that same vintage Mitsubishi pickup truck as well, that we saw brought into action yesterday. Still not
you reckon 1980s, do you?
No, I've reversed that. I think it's 90s. I think it's mid-90s.
It's still pretty old.
I know one of our camera operators, Eiki Barsk, is a real aficionado of old Japanese stuff, and he would be telling me exactly what vintage it is right now.
We've been waiting for this second half of the race, Peter, you and I, because we've been talking about Era Motorsport using their AM drivers strategically for the first 6 hours. Their two hotshots have not been anywhere near that for Era Motorsport Ferrari, and with Ryan DL now strapped into that car, he's brought the car back into fueling. He'll cycle through and he'll drive past us and resume, but we haven't, in no disrespect to Kyle or Dwight Merriman, we're now going to see the capabilities of that era Ferrari with those two pro drivers at the wheel. We've got Ryan DL at the moment. We've got a chance to see Nico Verdonk very shortly after Ryan's had a turn, but then I think we're going to see that car just rise up the order from that 8th place overall and in towards the at least the Pro-Am, potential Pro-Am top step of the podium.
I agree.
If not overall. I mean, anything can happen.
Why not? And I think, Dwight and Kyle both did their jobs, get the car through, no incidents, no mistakes. They think they had one penalty for track limits, but I think almost everybody's going to have one, if not more, by the end of the day. Is RPM Racing going to work in the pits with
brand new rubber going on as well, brand new Michelin.
Pause to see if they're doing any more brake changes, but no, they did one with 4 hours 45 minutes of the race complete. They're doing the rear. It looks like they're going to do the rear brakes this time.
Right, rear brakes don't take as much hammer as the front brakes, of course.
Okay, so Diana Binks has hot-footed her way there. Diana, what do you see? Are they working on the rear brakes? They were. They're done.
Now I've got here, they've just finished. And I think you're right. I think you called it. It was just the rear brakes. That was a very quick stop for the rear brakes anyway, but they obviously got some issue with that, and the guys were jumping into action and just finished up as I got to the car here in the pit lane. But that was a good quick job by them. They've obviously got some other issues, so we'll keep across that one, I think.
Okay.
And as I'm talking, the 901 Ajit Kumar Racing Porsche 992 car is just being brought by a truck onto the pit apron, so the team are now coming out to receive that car. They're going to take it straight in to the garage. Obviously, only 4 members of the team can work on that car at any one time. They have to have the yellow bands on their feet or arms, and they need to push that car into the garage so it can't go in. As we all know, under fired up engine conditions, that engine has to be off. So they are just taking that car back into the garage now to have a
seconds that turned out. I mean, there's a lot of Indian citizens, residents in Dubai, and to see, I would estimate, you know, maybe 10 to 20,000 fans in the grandstand that sat there for the whole 24 hours. Di, you've opened your mic, you're with the car, I take it, and it's into the pit garage.
Did you not hear that?
Yeah, we heard that. It's just the
fine.
ambience from your microphone seemed to appear.
No, it was switched off. I think it's potentially because of the speaker system here in the pit lane. I think it's quite loud. So even though the mic was turned off,
sorry.
I think you're sort of still getting it to hearing it a little bit. But now I've opened the mic. I'm quite happy to have a chat.
Dive in there, Di, and see if you can. I mean, they probably don't know the answer as to why the car stopped, because the car's just been received, and I can see we've got a laptop plugged in on the 901. We've got an inspection going on. They seem to understand perhaps straight away what needs to be done, because it's gone straight onto the jacks and they're underneath the back.
I can see Fabian. So I'm just we're just looking. We've just seen the car come in. Obviously, you plugged in the laptop. Have you any idea what the situation is? Is it electrical or mechanical?
No, I think it's the gearbox. So it's been like a few laps that Mathieu had a red sound, you know, like in the car. And I went out and I feel straight away like there is something wrong with the car. I went for like few turns, and as soon as I had shift down, it started to block and make some weird noise. The smell was not that good also. So I think it's the gearbox. So.
Which is, well, they're in the rear now, aren't they? Having a look. So when a situation like that happens, obviously you're a more experienced driver. You can handle that quicker, would you say?
Yeah, I mean it's for me it was luckily for me it happened in the straight, so I felt it and I stopped the car, you know, like in the turn one. Very frustrated because we took back the lead of the race in Am, and we were quite in advance. So yeah, very frustrating. So
it's a setback. I guess you've no idea how long it might take to have a look and sort of make an assessment.
Yeah, I think for us the race is over. I mean, if it's the gearbox, it's quite difficult for us to change that quickly, and there is no hope of win after that. So I think it's over for us. Not sure, but we never know.
Well, sorry to hear that. If it is, we'll obviously keep an eye out and see what's going on. But thanks for chatting to us, Fabian.
Yeah, the chances of even an AM podium is going to slowly slip them by as well. I mean, they were pretty much nailed on for the next. Obviously 5 hours, long time, long race time, and anything can happen. That's why I've always all right. I'm not quite sure how long it would take to change the Porsche gearbox. It's probably well over an hour, maybe 90 minutes for that repair, and that would put it out of contention. But you know, hashtag spirit of endurance. You know, this is endurance.
But if they don't,
the finish.
If they do decide that is it, that is music to the ears of Red Camel Jordans, because they've got to come. They're about 40 laps behind them at the moment, which of course they can easily complete in the next 5 hours.
Yes,
and that would gain them very valuable 992 championship points. Yes.
Well, of course, Adish Kumar Racing is in for the long haul here. Ajit is wanting to compete in the full season. He's going to be there at Paul Ricard. He's going to be there for the 24 hours of Barcelona. So maybe in these moments you have to start thinking about championship points, and the fact, and also, Peter, with a small amount of competitors around you, there is issues that could befall your competitors, and you might end up, you know, just getting on with it. And if there's a gearbox in the truck, you might as well be putting it on the car and getting it out in 90 minutes or whatever it takes.
Yeah, that's. I agree with you. I think if you can get it fixed, if it's within your power, and do it, and you just never know what comes your way, and it usually does. That's the thing as well, is that it often does. Just coming towards the end of the 7th racing hour, and with that will mean 5 hours to go here in the Michelin at 12 hours of Misano. Haas RT looking strong at the moment. I wonder if that code 60 actually favoured them pretty well, actually, in terms of getting some fuel in and indeed maintaining their position at the front of the field. And they're also driver lineup wise, they're in another position where actually their lineup is reasonably balanced. Peter Gwelink showed some very good pace. He is the AM-graded driver, but he did show some very good pace in the car earlier on. And then Matthijs Lisbon and Jeff Michiels, they're both really good young drivers. So Haas RT looking good right now. But like we say, it's a long, long way to go. And then you can get another Code 60, which plays in somebody else's hands and doesn't play into Haas RTs. That's all part of the game.
Well, this race, Peter, I've got to say, and I think I mentioned this a few minutes ago, is developing into a race between the Haas RT and the Proton Huber Porsche, with the red ant Mercedes just hovering, just like a buzzard, just flying above, just waiting to pick up the crumbs. But I think these two protagonists are developing into being perhaps, this being a race between these two cars. But there's a lot of variables, there's a lot of elements that are going to come into play for that to remain in that situation for the next 5 hours.
So 5 hours, 2 minutes to go. Then, as Haas RT looking good with their Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. The Belgian and but now Antiguan squad. I was going to get the exact right word. Belgian and Antiguan squad. Sandrine
Haas.
Yeah, who was a photographer in Formula One, amongst other things. And now has her own race team alongside Chris de Donker.
I haven't seen her here this weekend.
No, I was thinking that. I haven't seen. Normally you see her in the catering area and always have a good catch up and a
That's
chat.
not to say she's always eating biscuits. I mean, she's not. We happen to be in the catering, don't we?
She's normally having...
She's normally prominent, isn't she?
Yes, she's normally having a good chat with somebody, usually with a cigarette and a glass of wine and a smile.
Yes.
Usually is Sandrine. So... she always brings sunshine to the paddock. But yeah, I did think that. I hadn't seen her. Maybe she's keeping a low profile this weekend. Which again, maybe would.
No, she just doesn't know how to do that.
No.
She doesn't know how to do that.
So.
I'm sure she would have been. Nick and Diana might be able to tell us otherwise, but she would have been very much a prominent part of that garage, in the Haas RT garage. She would have been easy to spot.
I thought that earlier on. I haven't seen her
not
at
here.
all. I don't think she's here. I think we'd have seen her in the garage.
It's too
by
chilly
now,
for her.
I'll see what
Chilly for her. That cooling breeze is too much for her.
I'll go and have a chat with the team and see what I can find out.
Yeah, always good to have around. The 992 class, Peter, is developing into... I said this ages ago, didn't I? The Van Berlo Motorsport team are putting a flag on 992 at the moment. That flag is still flying high. 3 laps the gap now to the Patrick Steen Rasmussen, effort to give him his full title. So Patrick Rasmussen in the Holmgaard car, still chasing down, but not quite putting the lap times in on a par with Kai van Berlo.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, Patrick Steen Rasmussen has just set the best lap for that car throughout the race, 1:37.1. That's not even quicker than what Kai van Berlo did on the last lap, the 1:36.7. The Van Berlo car did a 1:35.5 earlier. So, it's the Van Berlo Motorsport crew. It is their race to lose in 992. When the red camel car dropped out of contention, that was... that was really the main rival for the Van Berlo car, and indeed Milner. Milner, I would say I'd put them up there as a high contender too. So it's now for Van Berlo Motorsport. They can afford now to take it a little bit more conservatively in terms of those brake changes. Baz Kutten talked to us earlier about how on it he was with when you need to do the brake changes and why, and because of the circuit. So now if they're 50-50 on do we take the time to do the brake change or not, when you've got a 3-lap lead, you absolutely can do that. Yeah. In terms of pit stop wise, there may be a little bit to give back to Holmgaard, I would say. They've only been in the pit 6 times, and the last time they were only in for a couple of minutes. So whereas the Holmgaard car took a full service, probably under that code 60, so it might be closer than 3 laps as such.
Yeah,
but,
well, it might be, but then very quickly after that, 20 minutes later or so, the Holmgaard car is going to pit. So again, we're in that flip-flop situation of when the 925 pits in comparison to the 902, and it all depends on. Kyle Tilley's job's not done, by the way. I'm just looking at the home guard car on the timing screen, and just above it, Kyle Tilley is back in the era car.
Right. Okay. I could have sworn they'd done their combined 6 hours.
So yeah, I know.
But may possibly not.
I could. I mean, we're an hour into the second half, aren't we? We've just clicked by an hour, so there's a 4 at the front of the clock now. 4 hours and 57 minutes of this race remain.
Yeah, it's maybe they just missed it, and they've realised, and they've had to put Kyle back in the car after that stint from.
Because we did see Ryan DL in that car.
For one stint. Yeah. And they can use him for a maximum of 4 hours. Nico Verdonk, they can put him in as much as they want. He's got no limit. Just like when they've had Jake Hill in the team the previous 2 rounds, they've been able to use him a lot, and they have done. And he's raised a few eyebrows amongst the Michelin 24-hour series paddock. A few stalwarts of the paddock mentioning to us, saying how impressed they were with him, with Jake Hill, how good he was in particularly the wet at Mugello.
Well, he's due to get back in, isn't he? He's due to be back in that car for Paul Ricard. Looking forward to seeing the current British Touring Car champion dabbling with a bit of long-distance sports car racing.
I think, a lot of it with Jake Hill, he's got amazingly still an FIA silver license, driver grading, and if he were to maintain that into next year, I wouldn't be surprised to see him at Le Mans next year. If he's put up to gold, then it's a different conversation, of course. But very much that's what it hangs on that. That might sound, if you're listening, you're thinking that sounds absolutely ridiculous. Surely being a gold is better than a silver. Theoretically, yes, it means you're considered as a higher standard of driver. But for example, at Le Mans, you need to have 1 bronze driver, 1 silver, and 1 gold. And usually the gold or platinum. And the gold or platinum is usually provided as a factory driver, normally. The bronze driver is usually the driver who's funding the operation normally, and then the silver is usually drivers that tend to have slipped through the cracks and aren't a gold yet, but they will be in Le Mans, because at Le Mans there's so much riding on it that getting a good silver makes such a difference. So I think, well, we'll see how things go, but Jake Hill's certainly proven that she's got huge amounts of speed. And if he did keep his silver license, he would be very much a hot property for a Le Mans team, I think, or a World Endurance Championship team for next season.
You've made that sound very sensible.
Have I?
Yes.
Not cynical.
No, very sensible approach to using a driver of his capabilities. I mean, we're talking about a driver who's not going to be with us until the next round. He's got a clash with his day job being the West Surrey Racing BMW in British touring cars. Hasn't had a great start to his season, has he? He'll be wanting to rectify that. Hey?
He did it, Brands.
Oh, did he win a race?
Yes, he did.
Ah, right,
yes.
he's back then. He's back on song. Right. Yeah, I haven't caught up with what's happening in British touring cars. So yeah, at the moment though, Kyle Tilley is driving that era motorsport Ferrari, and I'm not sure. Every time I look, it's been Kyle Tilley in the car. I know Dwight Merriman's been in it. I know that Ryan DL has been in it, but Kyle Tilley finishing off his driver time, no doubt. He's been in the car for 15 minutes, Peter. So yeah, 15, coming up to 16 minutes now. So
yeah, so I mean,
it's got a chunk of time to go yet.
Yeah. So you won't want to come in unnecessarily. Maybe they might pull him out if it's a code 60 and put Nico Verdonk in, or because he hasn't driven at all yet. Although the thing is because of his grading, he needn't actually drive at all. But I would think they would want to get him in the car if they possibly can. As things stand at the moment, that is the 8th place era Ferrari, the 907 RPM Racing Porsche. They sit 3rd overall in 992, and the leading AM car and at the moment, they are being chased by the Seb Lejeune car, but they have a 6-lap advantage over the Seb Lejeune car. So they're looking good right now with RPM Racing, so they can play a little bit more conservative with those brake changes and make sure, you know, Nick Johnson was saying they might even need 3 separate brake changes through a 12-hour race. That's remarkable. Last time I remember that was 2008 Sebring, where the Porsche RS Spider won the race. The Audi R10s, they were saying normally they could go, you know, 24 hours at Sebring without having to change the brakes, but they had to change them on more than one occasion in that race, and it cost them the race. It's amazing how just different days you can get these issues can just rear their head.
I'm being distracted for all the wrong reasons here, Peter.
4 hours 52 minutes to go then, with Mathis Lismont driving and leading the way. And the leading car in 992 AM is Philippe Hamprecht, the former Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion. In fact, made a lot of his career success in the early days in Asia, as many drivers are doing now. There's great opportunities over there in that region. He won the Formula Masters China Championship in 2016, which my now wife actually worked on at the time when she worked in China. And then went on to win the Carrera Cup Asia, which is a great championship, fantastic championship. We cover it here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and there's some great talents that have come through there. Probably most notably would be Earl Bamber, who won it twice before moving on to be a Le Mans winner and Porsche factory driver. But Hamprecht showing his prowess at the moment. He just set that car's best lap of the race a couple of moments ago with a 1:36.765. It's only 4 seconds or so off the absolute best in GT3. Shows you how impressive these Porsche 911 GT3 Cup machines are. They run a fairly similar amount of horsepower to a GT3, depending on which GT3 car you're talking about and the balance of performance, etc. Aero-wise, they're a little bit more straightforward than the GT3 cars are, but they are an impressive thing. Well, gearbox being prepared in the Racing Garage and Red Ant Racing. They're not giving up. They're getting ready to put a new gearbox in.
Absolutely not. If, like I said, Peter, if there's one in the truck, then, you know, I would have been surprised if the Red Ant team had not gone to work and got that car back in the race. It's still all to play for with regards to championship points, especially if you were a team and a set of drivers that are in for the championship. It's good, you know, you would absolutely destroy yourself if the championship at Barcelona was decided on just a few points that you would have accumulated if you'd even gone round and you know, finished in the penultimate 992 class position. You've got to do it. You've got to do it. You've got to push on. You've got to get the car to the finish with whatever means and whatever it takes.
Change for position then. 6th place switches over as Vasily Vladikin goes through at Curva Quercia. That is, yeah, so moving through then for 6th position on Miroslav Weibo for Scuderia Praha. So the Simpson Audi definitely doing a top job, that blue, red and white machine. Again, they're running in the AM class, so that puts them up into 3rd in class. It's a very competitive class, the AM class. It must be said. With the moment 2nd place in that class is Juta, and top of the shop there is Hoffer. They sit 4th overall. Are they able to get another podium, a 2nd overall podium in a row and an AM win? Wow, that would be amazing if they could do that.
Again, it's going to come down to pit stop times, isn't it? Now, they're very, very close on stint times, those two cars. Maxi Partel in the Hoffer car has been in the car 21, let's say 22 minutes. Arenas Gatsiaukis, he's been in the Audi for 33 minutes. So they're not far apart.
But
when it comes to pit stops.
But the last time they were in the pits, the Red Ant car, for example, or sorry, the Hoffer car, 2 minutes 24 in the pits. The Juta car, 4 minutes 24. That's fuel. So there's a big difference in the fuel. So the Juta car has more. Yes, the stint time's the same. They all pitted under that last code 60, but the fuel in the tank is definitely more in the Juta. Dana Binks has more for us in the pits.
Kral is here just to have a quick chat with us. Joseph, we've got about 4 hours or so to go in this race. Are you sort of satisfied with the progress that you're making at this point?
Yeah, well, it's not too bad. Still, 4 hours is a long time, so we'll see what happens. But at the moment, it's not too bad. I mean, the track conditions are a little bit challenging at the moment. Also, overtaking is not easy at all because the track is quite narrow and technical. But overall, I think the car is going well. Struggle a little bit with braking, so we have to really keep the temperatures a little bit lower. So we have to pull on the side all the time on the straights to lower the temperatures. But otherwise, everything is going well.
Is that really more or less because of the increase in temperature that we've seen in the last couple of hours?
Definitely. The sun here in Italy is always strong. Luckily, we have the sun finally. But yeah, the temperature is going higher and higher. But I think in like 1 hour or 2 hours, it should start dropping again. So it should be a little bit better for us again.
So what's the biggest thing you're having to manage? Is it the tyres or is it the brakes?
Well, both. It's kind of connected because when the temperature of brakes is going higher and higher, the front tires are going higher as well. The temperature of front tires. So it's kind of combined. But anyway, I managed to do a quite nice stint. The last one, it was a bit frustrating because I couldn't overtake. Also together with the higher temperatures, it was a bit more difficult. But now it's settled down, so it should be fine till the end of the race.
The GT3 class is pretty competitive, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a lot and a lot more than it used to be. So it's really nice racing, and all the drivers are really fast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice things to say. All the drivers are really fast. Quite as fast as Joseph Kral on occasions. We've seen him pull off some absolutely outstanding drives. A few years ago now, when Scuderia Praha were champions here and race winners, they're still very much a part of this Pro-Am podium, though, aren't they? They're currently seventh overall in GT3, but second in Pro-Am. Now the leader of Pro-Am is the Proton Huber car, which is the second place Porsche, and that's a big ask to get back on terms. 4 laps in it for those cars between that's the Pro-Am podium, so it's going to be a battle of the Ferraris, I think, for second and third in Pro-Am.
Possibly, yeah, it could be at this stage. It's Miroslav Weibo on board right now for Scuderia Praha, but yeah, Joseph Kral very much the team leader, and will be mentoring his teammates as well, getting them through. Miroslav and Matus Weibo, the father and son team, and indeed Denis Sasek, who a little bit younger, he's 32, but not quite as experienced as Joseph is. And you think, he won races in GP2, which we now know as F2, beating guys like Max Chilton, James Collado, Felipe Nasr, Brendan Hartley. You're talking about guys that went all the way to F1 and he beat them.
And all the way to the World Endurance Championship. Well, I mean, in LMP1s, and
yeah, James Collado is a Le Mans winner overall for Ferrari, and Felipe Nasr for me is the best driver in IMSA at this current moment. Has an amazing IMSA record. He's pretty unstoppable at the moment. So that was the level. That's the context
Didn't
of how
have
good.
A fair crack at Formula One, Philippe.
No, he did not.
Fair crack.
And in a way, what's funny is if we were to be really selfish, it's maybe a good job that he didn't, because then otherwise he would have never ended up in sports cars.
We wouldn't be watching him in
We've got him in sports cars in the prime of his career, both when he was driving for Wayland Cadillac and now with the Porsche Penske. And we're being very selfish there, but yes, you're absolutely
I'm sure
right.
he'd disagree. I'm sure he'd agree with you, Peter.
It's interesting. I listened to an interview with him recently, and he's very much content with where he is and the challenge that's in front of him. But yeah, definitely did not get the rub of the green in F1. Many drivers can tell that story, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. As Maxi Partel takes out the number 11 Hoffer Racing AMG, the latest Evo 2020 edition, which they upgraded to over the winter and brought it out in for its maiden voyage at Dubai. It's a big part of the Michelin 24-hour series, we have our European season, but of course we also have the Middle East Trophy, where when it's weather's not as nice in Europe, the whole paddock packs up and heads to Dubai and Abu Dhabi in January, and it's
become the way to start the motorsport season.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just when weather's just rubbish at home, and you go, just Dubai,
and it's 2 weeks after New Year, and the race season starts early these days. You know, we used to have to wait until March, didn't we? I mean, the British club scene didn't used to start until mid-March. The international scene didn't used to start until, you know, arguably Daytona.
Early February for Daytona.
But yeah, the racing season, certainly the endurance sports car season, has been started at Dubai. And that's evolved into Dubai, Abu Dhabi being back-to-back events for the 24H Series Middle East Trophy. And then sports car fans look across the Atlantic, Daytona, Sebring, and then before we know it, the 24H Series European Series starts again in March with the visit to Mugello, and that's become a sort of a cast in stone part of the calendar, hasn't it?
It's a great way to kick off the European season, because it's Mugello at that time. You can get a nice kind of fairly pleasant sunny day, but actually more often than not in the last couple of years we've had fairly changeable conditions, and that makes for such exciting races. Like this
well, it was
year,
very wet this year, wasn't it?
Back forth.
Absolutely torrential rain to start the season.
Yeah, and it was kind of in and out of rain, and we're changing tyres back and forth. Miroslav Weibo at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari or understand has just had a little bit of a moment in his 7th place 296 GT3. Just went a little bit wide at turn 14, Curva de Caro, where you're trying to get the car slowed down after the back straight.
Miroslav is the gentleman driver in that car. But before we wax lyrical about Miroslav, let's head down to the pits. Diana Binks has got an update for us.
I think we've been talking about it all day, Marcel. You're here with your two sons this weekend. What an amazing thing, first of all, to be able to do with your sons, but I understand it's been in the planning for some time.
Yeah, of course. It was planning. They stopped it racing, and after that they said we tried to race together some endurance races. So last September, Kai was not able to drive that one. I did it with Glenn and my son-in-law, and today we drive together.
How do you feel your weekend's going so far?
Sorry?
How do you feel your weekend is going so far?
Perfect. It's my first. I never driven it before, but it's okay. And well, till now, it's we do a very good job, and yeah, we have to compensate the time I'm losing, but okay, that's part of the game. Yeah.
We've had sort of tricky conditions the last few days, haven't we, with the rain, now with the sun. Yeah. How have you adjusted to everything that's been thrown at you?
Yeah, well, I think it's okay. I expected more rain. We didn't really have rain, so a little bit, but I have driven. I was here Wednesday, and I've driven almost all in the dry conditions. Yeah, so far, yeah, good.
And how satisfying is it to sit down with your sons and sort of talk through what's happening out there on track and make progress?
Sorry?
How satisfying is it to sit here and talk through the race event that you're all competing in together with your sons?
Yeah, that's okay. They tell me I have to drive faster, but I do what I can. And I think we have to compete with the rest, and they don't have to compete with each other. So till now, so far, it's okay.
And what do you feel about this MISANO circuit? How do you find it? Is it very challenging?
It's a technical circuit, and it's quite intensive. Yeah. So there's not a lot of time to relax. So after a stint, it's okay. It's compared to Spa, it's a different. Yeah, but it's a very nice circuit. I like it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And these long endurance races, keep you on your toes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, Marcel, thank you so much for chatting.
Okay, thank you.
Marcel van Berlo from the number 925 car at the moment, looking very, very strong with his two sons, Glenn and Kai. It's Kai who's at the wheel right now, leading the way. Quite a far way into his stint, maybe 10 to 15 minutes left on his stint before he has to come to the pits. And they didn't take a huge amount of service at the previous stop, whereas the chasing Holmgaard car did. So that gap could narrow a bit, but it still looks like Van Berlo are looking good.
It's not going to narrow, Peter, with Kai Van Berlo at the wheel. He's been putting in lap times in 136s, 135s. And he's arguably the fastest driver in that car, and in that driver lineup in that car. He is extending that lead. It's out to 3 laps. So where it is time-wise, I'm not quite sure. I think it's about... Well, I'm not quite sure exactly what the time gap is, but it is 3 laps. And until we see the Holmgaard car optimized in the same way, it's hard to judge just what sort of progress is going to be seen when they go through their driver rotation.
But if you think about it, if you take 2.5 minutes less service, if you like, or time at the fuel pump, that is, if you need to do that when the others don't,
it's a lap and a half.
That's a lap and a half, yeah. So all of a sudden it's a little bit different. I do still think Van Berlo have the edge, but the gap isn't quite as wide as it looks. I think that's what I mean by narrowing. But
right, you're right. I see what you mean. The gap is extending slowly, though.
Yes, slowly.
As we go through this stint.
Chunk, even that's a big difference in stagger in terms of the strategy. So let's keep a watch on it. But I agree with you that Van Berlo are definitely in a strong position, and I'd also say that Glenn Van Berlo has matched every blow for blow of his brother Kai. Definitely, I think he's been absolutely excellent in this race.
It all bodes well going into the last 90 minutes.
It does, yeah. It really does.
It looks pretty strong, but you can never say, unless it continues to go their way and they extend that to 6 laps into the last 90 minutes. But at the moment, it's got like you've just said there, that's not the case. Maybe giving us a bit of a false impression, if anything.
I think so. Yeah, I think so until we see things play out. But of course, that can be completely shuffled again with the code 60. It's where things can really mix up with that. So still has RT that leads then, with Mathis Lismont on board with a 1:33.5 last time by, nearly that car's fastest lap of the race, but 1:35.8 for Manuel Lauk last time by, 1:33.6 for Kobe de Broeker in 3rd place in the Red Ant racing car. All 3 of those cars are reasonable. In fact, the Proton Huber car in 2nd place is the car that's earliest into its stint. The Haas RT car will be the first to come in, I would suspect. Certainly for driver time it would have to. As spin for the Scuderia Farron car at turn 14. Quite a few drivers getting it wrong there at turn 14, which of course there's so much speed being carried in there, isn't there, when you're coming in on the brakes and trying to turn the car at the same time.
Ivo Breukels will be delighted to hear that one as he is chasing him down. There's several laps involved, 16 laps after the Red Camel coming back after that problem with the handling, wasn't it? They had some damage that they had to repair, and Ivo Breukels chasing down that car that's just had a problem with a little spin, so the gap will come down a little bit more. The chase continues. Let's head down to the pits. Diana, I can hear your voice.
You can, and we're just sort of at this point of the race where it's sort of settled a little bit on track. I thought I'd try and find some other drivers for us to chat to. Era Motorsport, Ryan Diel is here. Ryan, how would you sort of describe the race so far?
A little bit uneventful for us, but seems like we're settling in now, and it's always interesting, the strategy, which Pro-Am cars have the Rams in. So we got Kyle kind of hunting down the Praha car right now, so he'll be done with drive time after this. Dwight's done with drive time, and it'll be Nico and I till the end.
And what sort of feedback are you getting from your other drivers after they've been out there during their stints?
Physical, and I did like a 2/3 stint there till the last code 60. Yeah, physical little place, not a lot of time to breathe, but really good track, great weather. Glad you're here.
It seems very competitive, doesn't it? And it's great to see here at Creventic, and having drivers like yourself come and take part.
Yeah, I mean, I did a couple of races, I think, in 2012 or 2013. Haven't been back since, but it's surprising. You don't realize how much strategy comes in. A lot of people are confused about the fueling situation, and it actually works out really good. The Code 60s getting to only take like a quarter tank of fuel and stuff like that, and being in the pits as it comes changes your strategy. So something we're always strong at ERA. I think we throw the strategy card a lot driving in IMSA, so we typically have been pretty good on that side, and the car's fast today, so let's see if we can get a second place.
Yeah, and that's what these long endurance races bring, isn't it? They push you to the edge to sort of keep on your toes to be across the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, the part of the thing is seeing the different drivers, and you know, typically in IMSA, the slowest drivers go first, and you kind of, you know, eliminate your drivers towards the end of the race. Whereas here, because the Code 60s and not full course yellows and safety cars, you can kind of mix it up. You could, you know, drill your poles in the first half, and at the end you can put your AMs in. So we're kind of sticking to what we find is the recipe that works for us. It seems like we're in good shape right now. So we'll see what happens.
Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Dale for Era Motorsport there. We're going to see him in the car very soon once the driver time is completed for the other machines. Now, the Scuderia Ferron car may not well have been a spin, actually. It may well have been contact with the number 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. That's Miroslav Vajbo at the wheel again. There's quite a few incidents for him so far today.
He's the AM driver in that car, though, isn't he, in fairness?
One of them, yes. Yeah, it's not quite been his day so far today, but hopefully they'll be able to evade any kind of penalty, because they're running in a good position right now. They are running second in the Pro-Am class. In fact, very tightly locked in with Era Motorsport, actually, who are chasing them down. Era Motorsport, of course, in the Pro-Am class, and indeed for the full season, like Scuderia Praha. So it's very much important points for the championship being played for here over the next 4.5 hours of the race.
Still in the pits is the 901. We saw them bringing out the gearbox. We'll have an update for you on that job relatively shortly, no doubt. The attention, though, very much, we've chatted about the 992 class leader, Kai van Berlo, leading by 3 laps from the home guard car. Still all up for grabs overall, though, very much. And then maybe we should talk about the 2 lone entrants for both the GTX and the GT4 class. We've got the Vortex running in 15th place overall, and then just behind it, just a couple of laps off it, is the Venture Mercedes. That car's the lone entry in GT4. They are both running their own race. They are both pushing themselves to experiment with the vagaries of 12-hour sports car racing, how they cycle through their drivers and how they address the issues of you know, the Code 60s being thrown up, when to fuel, when not to fuel, and this is all good experience and good data gathering going forward into the round 4 at Paul Ricard, and then on to the 24 hours of Barcelona. It's all good experience for everybody involved in those 2 entries.
It is, yeah. That's all they can do in this scenario. They would, of course, like some rivals to race with, but that's the way it is sometimes. But certainly not an issue in the GT3 class, with several quality entries in there, it has to be said, including Haas RT, who at the moment have a gap of just over a minute from the Proton Huber competition car. But Matthias Lismont will be due into the pits fairly soon, albeit did pit at the last Code 60 and would have been able to put 25% of fuel in. So normally we would see him in the pits by now. He's done it. He's been an hour and 8 minutes at the wheel. During that time, had the Code 60. So, you know, that
could give him another 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, so he could well be. He'll certainly be due in the pits fairly soon for Haas RT, whereas Manuel Lauk, quite a bit more, maybe another half an hour or so with 25%. He would have got in there.
Yeah, it's still close though, Peter, isn't it? I mean, you know, still 4.5 hours remaining, and I know that the clock I mean, every time I look at the clock, a chunk of time, it wasn't 2 seconds ago that I looked at that clock, there was 6.5 hours to go. Another 2 hours have passed by. Before we know it, we get towards that time in the race where time has run out to claw anything back, and what you've lost, you're not going to gain it back. So it's just a run to the flag. Right now though, there's anticipation for all of those cars that are running at the front of their classes that this is going to be a good day. The sense of anticipation is still very high at the front of all of our classes.
It is, and in AM, GT3 AM is very, very tightly poised at the moment, with Juta leading from Continental, Audi, and then Hofer in third. But Hofer not long out of the pit, so they're maybe a little bit ahead on strategy. Maybe these are questions that aren't answered yet. We won't have the answer until we head into the final stages of the race, and then that answer can be ripped up with the change of a code 60. As Max Bartel now right behind the Era Motorsport Ferrari. That's not for position. It's whoa! Kyle Tilley gets all loose onto the painted curbs on the exit of Curva Quercia, and Bartel goes around the outside, and now Tilley holds the inside line. Now they're side by side as they head down the final, down the back straight, then heading towards Cavoni. Who's going to blink first? There's really, really tightly matched here as well. As there's nothing wrong with the mid to top range on the Ferrari as Kyle Tilley holds that inside line. Now they go through turn 12 and into 13 is really, really tight through there, and Bartel has to back out of it, and Tilley hangs on to it for now. This isn't for position, of course. This is actually for, you know, this is a lap. They're a lap apart at the moment, these two cars, as they head in towards turn 16. And just as we say that, Kyle Tilley pits after 43 minutes at the wheel.
I wonder if we're going to see Nico Verdonk for the first time today at the wheel of this Ferrari. He pulls up at fueling. Fueling's at pit in. This one not veering off to behind the pit garages for a compound. Plenty of space on the pit lane here, and you get a great idea of just how that pit section, that fueling section, the fueling area is set out, and from there he'll move off onto the pit lane and then back in onto the pit apron in front of his garage, where we will see probably tyres and a driver change for the Era Motorsport Ferrari car 81, currently 8th in the GT3 class overall, 3rd in the Pro-Am class, so on target for a podium. And Kyle Tilley's not leaving until tomorrow, I believe, so, and we do know that Kyle Tilley is, when he's done here, he'll be focusing then on the Spa Classic event that's going on just north of here, well, quite a way north, across the Alps, actually, to be precise. Across the Alps and up towards Belgium.
Now, two former protagonists of the 992 car, or one current protagonist, but two former rivals, I should say, Red Camel and Red Ant Racing, who used to battle out in 992. Red Camel still in 992, but Kobe De Bruyker and Red Ant Racing, they've switched to GT3. They've just apparently come together on track at turn 14. That has been noted by Race Direction, so we'll wait in anticipation to see what Race Direction's should we say conclusion from that is. Of course, running in different classes, but we've seen that quite a lot. Porsche Cup machines and GT3 cars getting together at certain points. Both cars, certainly the Red Camel car, appears to be not any more damaged than it previously was. In terms of the Red Ant Mercedes, seems to be okay as well, as it's Yannick Redon at the wheel. No, it was Yannick Redon. It's now Kobe De Bruyker. Apologies. So Kobe De Bruyker. I love that when they watch his onboard videos, and when he's working the wheel back and forward, they say it was like watching somebody aggressively milking a cow. It's hilarious.
You drive like you're milking a cow is basically what they were saying to their teammate. Mm-hmm. It's a great atmosphere in that team, isn't it? The boys and the mechanics and the drivers went karting last night. More of that as the Era Motorsport Ferrari is greeted by diving. Stay.
Yes, you were wondering if Nico Verdonk was going to get in the car. He is getting in the car now, so they're just having a driver change. They've just refueled. That's a second ago now they've come up. Driver change, full set of tyres, and a clean service at the front, just checking everything. Just waiting on the driver to be strapped in. We've changed the water bottle, so Nico has drink inside. They've dropped the car now to the floor, and I think when I spoke to Ryan earlier, he said he will be getting back out a bit later, but it's Nico Verdonk that takes that car back out onto the track.
So let's see what Nico Verdonk can wring out of that Era Motorsport Ferrari. He was a big part of this series a couple of seasons ago for quite a long while. Drove the Aston Martin GT4, didn't he? I'm trying to think of the team name, Pete. I'm going to have to look back at the records to fathom that one out.
For Nico Verdonk, he's amazing background. The Pro Sport Aston Martin was who he drove for at that point. He's a former Bentley boy as well, two-time Nürburgring 24-hour class winner with Bentley, with the Continental GT3, a car which is still a real fan favourite. There is still a few of them still racing. In fact, Sean Lynn brought his out at the Dubai 24 Hours this year, and had Rob Huff driving it with him, and of course running it in proper British racing green as well. A really cool machine. We'd love to see it out more often. It's a wonderful car. How they made a GT3 race car out of that, I'll never know. Now, well, Race Control have decided Red Ant Racing have been given a 20-second time penalty for causing a collision for coming into contact with that Red Camel Jordan's car. So that is, that is not good for Red Ant Racing, who are in the fight certainly for the overall podium, if not for the win. And a 20-second penalty, Nick Damon, that is not going to help matters.
Yeah, it's a unnecessarily problem for them. They're going to have to factor in 4 hours, 21 minutes and 30 seconds to go. They will have several stops. They have to take it in the next 2 hours. You have 2 hours from when it's officially sanctioned before you have to take the penalty. And any penalties not taken in the last hour, awarded in the last couple of hours, can be taken at the end of the race, which has in the past been advantageous. Just leave them hanging over.
Yeah, you're only going to take it if you're coming into the pits anyway. The hazard warning lights have come on the Red Ant Racing car. So is that just random, or is there a hangover from that incident with the Red Camel Jordan's car, which has certainly been in the wars today, it must be said?
Yeah, it's had a bit of a bad day. It's been hit in the left. It was his own fault. It got hit in the left by the 909 Sebla Racing. Then it ran itself into the pit wall. This time it's not its fault, because the Red Ant Racing has been given the incident responsibility for the particular 20-second issue.
Yes. Well, let's see how punishing that might be. Of course, the 73 Proton Hoover car that sits in second at the moment, it's got its own little legacy of penalties that they have served, but may well come back to haunt them when they look at the timesheet at the end of the race. Haas RT in the fueling area at the moment, the former leader. They've gone through. They're dropped back to second position at the moment. What are you fussing about, Nicholas?
It's way too hot in here.
Is it?
Yeah,
it's quite pleasant.
It is like the black hole of Calcutta. It is so hot.
22 degrees according to that.
It's not. I'm walking in here now, and I'm sitting thinking this is like some sort of city. Yeah, well, this is. Yeah, it's when you've got like a sunroom and you've not opened it up for 4 days of blinding heat, and you walk on, your face gets burnt off.
Oh, I feel quite pleasant.
Look.
So let me put it down for you, since you've come in to help.
What is that? I can't feel any wind at all.
Oh, you'll feel it in a minute.
Good. It should be down about 18. That's working at anything above that.
It's going to. When I came in,
it's going to reduce our efficiency. You need to get your brain. You need to get your brain cool and awake and ready to go. This is just really just inducing a nap.
No.
And don't forget, you got 2 people in this team over 60. We love a nap.
I love a nap too. I'm not 60.
Me and Joe are literally looking forward to our next nap.
Yes. Who doesn't look forward to a nap? I think it's good.
Toddlers normally, though, they need them.
Yeah, true. One team who aren't napping is Haas RT. They're taking a pit stop. Die.
They are having a driver change. Peter will be jumping in behind the wheel, and a full service for them. They're just changing all the tyres. They've just come from refueling, as you rightly said, a few moments earlier, but a slick stop by these guys. Drop it straight down onto the tarmac again, and off it goes.
So more penalties coming through. A track infringement there. I just missed that graphic.
With Seb Lejeune Racing, you've got it for multiple track limit abuses. I am surprised, actually, how few track limit abuse penalties have been, because the chance to make some time up and to throw the car off turn 6 or 16 or 13 has been surprisingly not used as much as I thought it would be. Saying that, here comes U2 Racing with a track limit event of 10-second penalty. So both the 71 U2 Racing currently running in 4th, and the 909 Seb Lejeune Racing, which is on its something like 888 Seb Lejeune Racing, which is on its way back, currently 13th and running 2nd in AM. Both have 10-second penalties. Philip Hamprick's now in the pits for taking fuel for the RPM racing machine, which is the leader in AM at the moment, before any pit stop stagger unwinds.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong at the moment. They've got a good spin for Ivo Breukers. Breukers off into the gravel. I didn't see which corner it was, but he's off into the gravel goes Ivo Breukers. This could well trigger a code 60 if he gets stuck in that gravel. So we may see a rush for fuel here. There's just out of our view whether he's got back going again, but it looks like this could play. Well, this might harm RPM Racing if they do their service and then it goes code 60, because they won't get the benefit of it as much. But anyway, we keep a watch on it. It was turn 14. That's a really, well, that's when you're trying to slow the car down from a very high speed to a very low speed, and it just broke away from Ivo Breukers, unfortunately.
Yeah, around the curve of the Calais, it's a kind of you come off the top speed of the back straight over Caverny, you're braking, you're turning through 13, you carry a bit more speed, then you have to brake again harder into 14, and the rear decides to overtake the front, and really bad luck for Ivo. We were actually on him at the time, because that's not, he actually got caught live spinning off the track.
Well, it happens. It happens. It's a tricky part of the circuit. It's caught many drivers out. It's just coming down through 13 into 14, just trying to get the car slowed down. The rear comes around and backs it into the gravel, and well into the gravel, and I think that will require assistance from the circuit team here.
Unless done it so far. Normally it'd be quicker.
He's made it into fuel, so he has got out.
Yeah, normally they'd be a bit quicker than that. They'd be in the countdown already.
Okay, so no code 60 then.
It's not. It's interesting, because to my mind, this trail braking, fast trail braking in sharp corners is not the strength of Porsche anyway, because of its low engine location. I know the racing cars are better than the road cars, but that is absolutely a recipe to fall off the track, fall off the road, trying to do it in a road car prior to the 997 they sorted it out. But yeah, it's going to be a difficult situation for them. He hasn't lost much time there, but admittedly he is 51 laps behind the next, 47 laps behind the next car, so it's not going to affect things too much.
Well, I think the main thing is that he's there's no more damage on the car, and they can keep going and try and get well, actually, now one other thing is as well, Ajit Kumar Racing, run by Red Ant, they've got that gearbox change done. They've been out for 10 minutes. So that's maybe one for Diana to go and chat to the Red Ant team, because and just understand the amount of work they had to do, because that's quite remarkable.
That seems quick for a gearbox.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Not so quick if it was something like the diff or a drive shaft.
Well, we'll find out.
But I can find out, because the whole gearbox drop out, I mean, it's not, it's like any car, you've got to take an awful lot of stuff, ancillary stuff around to get a gearbox out.
Yeah.
It's Diana.
About Red Camel Jordan, the 909 there, just as I came out of the garage.
Ajit Kumar car, they're back out on track. Did they do a whole gearbox change, Dana?
Yes, they did.
Gearbox.
Yes, they did. Because I don't know if you remember that earlier I did speak to Fabian, I think it was one of the drivers, and he said, I don't think we'll get the car out, it needs a gearbox, but then they decided to do it. And we got some shots about an hour ago where they were just completely, changing the gearbox.
Okay, well done then.
So that has done, and they've been working on it.
That's excellent work.
Amazing.
Red Camel Jordan that you were just talking about, you saw Ivo go off, just had a quick word with the team to see what happened. Basically, the car was on quite old tyres, so it's just that situation where they haven't been able to keep it on the track, but he's in refueling now. and they're going to do a driver change when that car comes up to the garage slot.
The last pit stop for the Fabien Defer Ajit Kumar racing machine was 3 minutes. I don't think you can do a gearbox in 53 minutes.
Well,
there were some drive-line parts, yes, some drivetrain parts you can do in 53 minutes, but you can't change a gearbox in a Porsche in 53 minutes, can you?
Well,
my regular can. Because you can.
They definitely said they had a gearbox
done.
issue, so... Okay, right, Red Camel Jordan is on the pit apron now. And Evo is getting out of the car.
So...
And it's quite a frantic stop here. Obviously, it was a little bit unexpected because I saw Rick rushing to get ready and get his helmet on to get back on the car. So a little bit of unexpected drama here, but they're still talking to each other while he gets into the car, so that'll be another slight delay for them.
They've forgotten the seat insert, so there's a seat insert change required. Each of those drivers are different sizes in a car. They will have quite a significant seat insert that will be specific to each driver, so they can do a quick driver change. One of the best ones with driver combinations was Patrick Long and your Bergmeister. Patrick Long was very much jockey size.
He's not long.
No, jockey size, and your Bergmeister was incredibly tall. But actually they managed to do it just by pulling out of the seat on a roller, actually. But they fitted in the same seat amazingly. But a lot of others will have an actual insert that they chuck in the seat and then in they go. And it had been forgotten there, so Rick Breukers was asking for it to be brought out, but Paul Truswell, who was watching the pit stop, he tapped on his arm, basically saying, I need an armband, and there's only a certain number of armbands, i.e. mechanics, that can be on working, so that did just delayed them a little bit. But where they are running right now, not such a problem.
Now, obviously, they're on a recovery.
The tyres they've just taken off the car, yeah, you can see that they are pretty well, worn. If you go around that side, you can sort of get a bit more of an idea of why that situation occurred.
Yeah, they're 52 laps old when they were taken off, so yeah, that's totally understandable. Of course, they're pretty mucky after going through the gravel as well.
Gravel muck. Yeah, interesting. Obviously, Red Camel Jordan's on a recovery drive, and they're looking to pick up points by, despite being an hour and a half behind, by picking up, going past other people who've had trouble. Not necessarily Red Camel Jordan, but Jenny, what's the rules about drive time if you've missed a chunk of the time of the race? So, say you're in AM and you have to theoretically have 6 hours of AM driver and 6 hours of pro driver, and you miss 2 hours of the race but you can still gain, because it's been an absolute muck fest. Everyone's fallen off, so you can get past people just by carrying on going. Does it mean you need to do 5 hours of AM driving, or do you still need to do 6 hours?
I think you still need to do the time, and then
even though you haven't run the.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, your result's gone by then anyway if you're losing that.
But we're talking about here. Obviously, you're not going to win, but if it's this thing where you're trying to get a few points here and there by getting past other stragglers.
The good thing is, in this particular case, Red Camel Jordans, all of their drivers have no minimum or maximum.
Even preface what I said about that. I was just trying to see, because you're the man with the big book and the things written down. So
in this particular case, yeah, but for example, if that happened to ERA, for example, they would be in a bit more trouble. Yes, it's a very good point.
I realise it's only scraping for points here and points there, but at some point that becomes important.
I guarantee it will be important when we get to Barcelona, as Rick Breukers coming back into the pits. So is something else afoot here for...
something else wrong with the car, surely.
Yeah, so has Rick gone out and gone, oh no, something's not right here at all. So this is the first that Rick will have driven the car before both of the incidents.
Yes.
He hasn't been in the car.
His brother and his father loused it up.
That's one way of describing it, but whether he'll see it that way. So into the pits again for Rick Breukers.
Blimey.
So cameraman is making a rapid route to
big work from the cameraman.
Yes, to get the pictures for our viewers on Creventic Motorsport TV. For those listening on RS1, it might have been something that happened because of... is it because of the gravel that's still in the car? No.
The nose strip fell off.
Oh dear.
The several $100 nose strip fell off, the rubber front splitter, and that is going to give you instant understeer. So sticking that back on again will probably give you about 3/4 of a second a lap and will keep your tyres in position. It's a tiny bit of rubber, but it's incredibly important to the front of the 992.
Amazing. So they had to come in and get it.
And it is effectively what keeps most of Stuttgart in coffee for the whole year, just selling those.
Talking about Red Camel, Jordan, there was quite a lot of gravel in the front tyre. I could see it, but I asked the team, did he go off at all? And they said no. But clearly, he was on a quick getaway when he did come in and finally go back out again.
I get the impression that when they write down in their notes about this event, the Red Camel team are put next to the World Circuit Marco Simoncelli at Misano, they're going to put down character building.
Yes, I think it has been a character, or shift in momentum of the season, because they've been on cloud 9 so far this year. Of course, win in Dubai, win in Mugello, win in Spa. They've been totally dominant in the 992 category in 2025. So yeah, they've had a good season. This will be one that's one to forget for sure. But they will be back for sure.
Oh yeah, they'll be. But yeah. Every now and again, you win 2 races. You might expect to win the 3rd, but at some point, your luck's going to run out. And in fairness, it wasn't really bad luck. They've had a couple of little mistakes, which are going to creep into any team.
It would be boring otherwise.
Well, metronomic
race, Red Ant Racing, they've just they are in the pits at the moment. They have been for 3 minutes. They have a 20-second penalty hanging over them for that incident with the Red Camel Jordan's 909 car. So I would imagine they will serve that while they're in the pits. They'll come to the penalty box at the end of the pit lane, serve that 20-second penalty, and then get back going again. It's Kobe de Bruyker who brought the car in. They'd probably do a driver change, I would think.
Yeah.
But we'll confirm that when the car exits the pits.
Yeah.
So we're nearly up to 2/3 distance.
Yeah.
As the...
is that the Herbeth?
The Viper Niza car
okay.
is exiting the pits incredibly slowly, too slowly, and has got back going again.
It's Melvin Moa in the car.
Yeah, strange one there. As Red Ant on the way as well. We'll be able to confirm if there's been a driver change there or not in just a second. And indeed, if that penalty has been served for the number 93 Mercedes AMG. There again, they've had good speed, just getting used to this Mercedes AMG package. It's a brand new car to them this year, and they just haven't quite had the results, unfortunately. But speed-wise, they're looking good. It is Ayrton Red Ant who's taken over that car, but they have not served the penalty.
Right.
Oh dear, there is. So, car number 65 has been leaking oil quite considerably in its pit box, and that is the same car that drove past our commentary position at pit out quite slowly indeed.
To the Viper car.
So, hopefully, let's really hope that is not an oil leak.
It may well be overspill, because they top stuff up, don't they? They often see them topping up, a litre of oil into these cars towards the back end, and you just lob a litre in. Sometimes you get overspill, because it's falling out like that. It will be leaving a trail all around the track and should be off the track. I think it may. I'm hoping, in my positive spin, that is what's coming in as a bit of a shake of the hand as they put the litre of Mobil 1 or equivalent high-quality engine oil into that green and grey Mercedes, which, from all intents and purposes, seems to now travelling along pretty nicely. So Manuel Lauk leads in the Proton Hobo competition Porsche. He's nominally got a 2 and a bit lap lead, but he is 1 hour 10 minutes into his stint, so he owes us a full stop and fuel. So those 2 laps will disappear with that fuel stop, and he'll be there or thereabouts with Peter. How are we pronouncing Peter's surname? Gwilix from the Haas RT and Ayrton Redont, who are within a few seconds of each other.
Viper Niza has had to come back into the pits. So.
My good vibes are unneeded. It has got an issue.
Well, I think we need all the vibes we can get here. Really hope that oil spill was only when the car was stationary. Because if it's done 1 lap of the circuit with an oil leak, that's not what we want to see.
No.
But race control will be all on top of it.
brakes up, so they and the trolleys, so they're pushing
check
it
the floor
round.
when it goes in from where it's been. See if there's any.
Okay, I'm on the pit wall, so I'm not. I'm on the pit wall, so I need
we
to
can see it. Okay,
dip
there doesn't seem to be too much. Perhaps a drop here and there.
What a shame for this Malaysian squad they've had to do a power steering pump change. It was quite early on in the race, actually, and yeah, driving any race car that's meant to have power steering without it is not pleasant at all. So that was a lot of work. And
it's luckily the power steering pump is right at the top of the engine. You can see it right near that little bit of yellow you saw on the camera. So it was a remarkably easy thing to get off, because I've seen other teams and other cars lose their power steering. You're rummaging around the bottom of a very hot engine, often a mid-engine car with zero access to anything, and several hours later it might get replaced.
Now, interestingly, we're getting on our time screen fuel pump number 3 and 4 out of service right now. So if we get a code 60, that could get very busy at the fueling area. The mechanics actually checking the oil with a dipstick.
Excellent. That should be
Fantastic. I don't have a dipstick in my car.
You must do.
No.
What is your car?
It's a BMW, and it just has an electronic thing. You basically sit the car still, and you press a button, and it measures the oil.
At this point, I actually no idea there's a dipstick on my car either, to be honest. I think there is.
You haven't checked it?
I've got there's a sight glass on my motorcycle. That's what you use on bikes. You have a sight glass.
Oh.
Put them flat and look in the level, and you can see where it is on that. There's certainly a dipstick in my Triumph TR4A, and that normally says this black cheap stuff. please don't put high quality oil in me. I don't like it.
Dipstick behind the wheel as well.
Some days depends how. But it's a very you actually shouldn't put super high quality modern oil in old cars.
Oh, why is that?
They don't like it.
Oh,
they want to because they want to burn a little bit of oil.
So do you put cheap stuff in there?
No, you put reformulated old-fashioned 20W50 mineral oil.
Wow.
It's not cheap. It's just it emulates the oil of the period.
Okay, well, certainly very much up-to-date oil being studied in the Viper Nisa garage, and Anna Biggs is doing some study of her own.
Yeah, just trying to find out what's going on. It's quite frantic inside the garage. Yes, they have got a leak. They're trying to find out where it is. They said it could potentially be the engine, but they're not 100% sure. But you can see, if you're watching it and if you're just listening to this, then obviously the car is inside the garage, and they're working frantically underneath the car to resolve that issue. But I don't think it's going to be a quick fix here at the moment, despite the fact they're working quite hard to see what the situation is.
Just little drips on the garage floor.
The important thing, of course, is it's not gone out and dripped all over the track. There is certainly a little puddle, 3 or 4 drips forming. So they have got an issue. Whether it's under pressure or it's still dripping, it's not under pressure. It's almost certainly, with a modern engine like this, it's going to be a union or a line somewhere that's gone slightly loose. You're not going to find a head gasket gone or a sump gasket not working, but it's all work you don't need, and it's all a bit of a panic, and for a team that's already had a couple of setbacks. Talk about teams with a couple of setbacks. Just saw the Red Camel Jordan trundle past us. That's gone back out again after another stop, and they've obviously decided they've now tried sorting out the various issues caused by that damage, and Rick's hopefully going to feel happier with the performance and the handling of the car.
Lots of kitchen roll or similar race-specific kitchen roll being and lots of oil being dried up at the moment, unfortunately, for the Viper Nisa team. Yeah, that's trying to find that leak. That's really frustrating for them. Now it's coming out quite quickly, very quickly actually, at the moment. While Viper Nisa go to work trying to get their Mercedes sorted and try and fix this oil leak, let's consider where the standings are right now, with 8 hours done, 4 hours to go. On top of the shop right now, but has just come into the fueling area, is the Proton Huber competition Porsche. Then it's the number 21 Haas Audi. When in third place, it's Red Ant Racing, who they've just taken a pit stop, so they're looking quite good. But they have not served a 20-second penalty, choosing not to do that, so maybe letting it hang over to the end of the race. In fourth place, it's the number 11 Hofer Racing Mercedes, having yet another good performance here in the Michelin 24-hour series, and rounding out the top 5 and second in AM, just 2 seconds between them at the last point, and fairly similar on strategy. It's Arunas Gekuskis for Juta Racing, chasing down the number 11 of Maxi Partel. Then in sixth, it's the Continental Racing Audi, making it 3 AM cars in the top 6. Scuderia Praha Ferrari, they sit in 7th, and then rounding out the top 8 and the front-running GT3s, it's Era Motorsport with Nico Verdonk driving that Ferrari 296 at the moment. Your leader in the 992 class is Van Berlo Motorsport, who have a lead of a lap over the Home Guard Motorsport number 902 squad. Sitting in 11th and 3rd in the 992 class is the Krone Racing number 907, who have a significant advantage over the Sebleju Racing car in 992 AM, and indeed are on the overall podium in 992. Unfortunately, Viper Racing sit on 258 laps at the moment, but they are not accumulating any more, unfortunately attending to an oil leak in the garage at this moment. The GTX leader, 14th place, is the Vortex. 15th place is the number 911 9 und Elf car, which sits in 15th. And Venture Engineering, they sit at leader in GT4 at the moment in 16th, and of course are running in a class of their own, so to speak. Milner Motorsport sit in 17th, then it's the Scuderia Farron, Ajit Kumar Racing, who have done a gearbox change and are still going there in 19th, and Red Camel Jordans round out the top 20 with E2P Racing. Despite all of their trials and tribulations, they're still going with Pablo Berguera at the wheel, and that is the run of your 21 cars. Highlights, there have been many across this race. Let's have a look through. So then we all started in beautiful conditions, which indeed we continue on with here at the Misano World Circuit. Unfortunately, not a highlight for E2P Racing with their Aston Martin incident causing problems for them. And brake changes have been a big part of this one, particularly in the 992 class. Looking at this unique Misano circuit causing problems, also turn 3 and 4 causing a bit of an issue for several drivers, looping it on the exit of that fast right-hander. The Audis have looked really, really strong here at Misano. That naturally aspirated V10 engine and mid-engine balance providing fantastic performance. Scuderia Praha have had moments of speed, particularly with Joseph Kral on board, but 1 or 2 little slip-ups have just hampered their progress a little. But it's been Proton Huber Competition who have been setting the absolute ultimate pace, with Klaus Bachler setting the fastest lap of the race with a 1:32.493. Sadly for fans of the Ajit Kumar Racing car, a gearbox issue for them caused them to be pushed back into the garage. A whole gearbox change before they could get back out on track again. The 909, the Red Cal Jordan's car, it's had its trials and tribulations as well. They're still moving on though, and sit in the overall top 20. So into the final third of the race we go then, and after that stop for Proton Huber Competition, the gap is now 41 seconds. I would say that is as close to a real gap as we're going to get right now with the stints. The Haas RT car is about a third of the way into its stint, leads by 40 seconds or so from Peter Gwellings, and Proton Huber Competition right now 40 seconds behind in second, but they've now just installed Jörg Dreisaw behind the wheel, who is the AM-graded driver in that car, so will not be able to necessarily match the pace of that Klaus Bachler and indeed Manuel Lauk have been setting, but that's all part of the ebb and flow of Pro-Am racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the lead now, you say, is about 40 seconds. Peter Gwellings from the Haas RT team, he has been running for 22 minutes longer, 22 minutes of fuel. What's that? It's what, 14, 15 laps of fuel. That's probably at least half a minute of fill there, Peter. So the actual real gap is probably quite a bit less. it's probably only a few seconds. Yes, it's not. They haven't got to make an extra run down the pit lane, but it's extra fuel flowing in. Ayrton Red Out Racing Team, that's a further 1:03 back. They've got about. Well, they're also in deficit to your Dreslow and the Proton competition as far as fuel is concerned. And then it's a lap further back to Maximilian Partel with the Hoffer Racing Machine, the leader in AM. So it's still all quite close. It's still waiting to kind of unwind on the various fuel staggers. And there is a lot of just turning laps at the moment. Some teams have got their hot shoes to put in. Some teams have actually burnt a lot of hot shoe time. I mean, you are talking about perhaps gaps of only 15 seconds or 20 seconds or 25 seconds. The difference between having even your second best Pro-Am against the AM could be the thing that changes it all for that last hour.
It could, yeah, it could. And I think we could well see Ayrton Redon run the gap down to second place as well. I would think that him and that Red Ant Mercedes AMG will close that gap down. In fact, it's at 39 seconds now, so there's only 39 seconds between second and third, and I would suspect that Ayrton Redon will put in some great pace there and really close that gap down over this following stint. Leader in AM is the Hoffer Racing car of Max Partel, who's been at the wheel for an hour and 13 minutes. So it shouldn't be too long at all before he jumps in. And actually, we haven't seen Alexander Prince at the wheel for a while.
No, I think he was on a couple of whiles ago. Then you got the Utah Racing is in fifth. They're only 4 seconds behind Hoffer in this battle for AM, but they're both owing us a fuel-based pit stop with Arunus Gedisukas. He's been in there for an hour and 26. Diane, you have something for us?
Yes, Homeguard Motorsport. Patrick has just jumped out of the car. How hard are you having to work today?
Pretty hard. It's extremely hot outside, especially in the car. So it's definitely, I'm really sweaty, so it's harder than usual.
I mean, the team here run a great team, and I can see everyone all gels perfectly well to make things happen. Are you, as a team, satisfied as to what position you're in at the moment?
You probably want to top step. But we're working hard for it at the moment. Hopefully we can make it happen.
Well, there's still, a few hours to go yet, we know. But how satisfying is it driving here in Misano?
It's a really, really fun track. Really, really fun place to be. So can't complain.
Is it quite challenging and quite physical as you're driving on this circuit?
It is. A lot of fast corners and hard braking. So it's pretty hard.
Patrick, thank you so much. Look, you go and get a drink. I'm sure you need it more than I do.
Patrick Steen Rasmussen, I tell you what, if he says it's hot in the car, he looks incredibly relaxed at the moment. Homeguard Motorsport, I always think, whenever I go into their garage, they're a very, very well turned out outfit. Looks factory in there with their Sonax sponsorship.
Sonax car care products. First came across them, I think, when they were sponsoring Heinz-Harald Frentzen in Formula One.
Okay. They were on some DTM cars.
Yeah, so this is back in the 90... This is back before you were born, almost, in that 97, 96.
I was watching F1 at that time.
How old would you be in 96?
6.
Yeah. Anyway, so... do you ever feel you're in the wrong generation to be in this pit box? No. You are old before your time, and let's be really honest about that. You've got the least hair.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not the least weight.
No. I feel like I've got it all wrong. Sorry, I just have to take a moment. 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. Yeah, the gap is coming down fast between second and third place. Ayrton Redon last time by in third place. Chase took 5 seconds out of the second place Proton Huber competition Porsche. In fact, make that 7 seconds on another lap. So that gap's going to close very, very quickly as Redon Racing try to get on up into second position. Really, their battle is. I'd say their battle is with Haas RT in the lead of the race right now. That's where they're really wanting to compare themselves to. And Ayrton Redon 2 seconds quicker than the leader. So it's all just winding itself back together again.
It is
that sort of race, hasn't it?
This is great. One of the many people who listen to our broadcast is our very good friend Gaz Buri, who works with us on the karting, and he's just sent me a text saying Sauber was on the side of the Sauber, Sonax on the side of the Sauber in '94 with Heinz-Harald Frentzen entered F1. You are correct. So I'm being corrected by someone who's even spottier than we are about Formula One trivia, and more importantly, German advertising products.
Yes, of which there are many. If you were to pick one iconic sponsor of the past to put on your, if you've bought a historic car, what are you going to put on it, do you think?
Well, the problem is that you get the ones you want to put on, you can't put on anymore.
Yeah, fair point.
Going back to the karting again, there's a class of the karting which we cover called the Bambino carts. It's 6 and 7 year old children in these tiny carts. Okay. Obviously, they are all living their father's dreams and their mother's dreams. And the carts are liveried up in all sorts of classic F1 liveries. So we have a black and gold one, which of course is a certain thing. We have a blue and yellow Williams, which of course is something else. And so we were merrily saying, I suppose on this program we can probably say, we were merrily saying the name of the sponsors, which were obviously tobacco sponsors. And we got pulled up for it. We said you can't mention that. However, just to show you how it's fun, there's also one that's in martini colours, and that was fine.
Well, that was going to be my choice. Martini would be my choice.
Especially about a Martini Lancia.
Oh yes. Or
you see, what you don't know about me is my ultimate fantasy car is a rally car.
We're going to come back to that because I need to pick up on that dive. What have you got for us?
Gave you a perfect exit there, didn't I?
I can't wait to hear this.
He doesn't need an exit.
No. Okay. I mean, I've come into Hoffer Racing. Alex Prince is just having he was trying to have a nap actually, and I woke him up. And then I wanted to speak to Chantal as well, and she's getting ready to get in the car. So it's your job. Alex, how hard are you all having to work this weekend?
Quite a lot. I think it was at the beginning we struggled a little bit. I got stuck behind an Audi. Then we had already a gap to the front guys. In the first stint also, I think Max struggled with the balance of the car because he was a little bit like over pushing. Then we controlled it again. And now we are back to pace. We can push really hard, give the front guys a hard time. And now we just try to get a little bit advantage over long distance. And let's see how it brings us forward.
How important is it in a race like this, where the heat conditions have changed this afternoon, to keep going until you get to sort of the final hour, so that you can then adjust your strategy to push as hard as you can?
I think it's in this kind of race it's the most important. You really have to focus that you stay out of trouble. That you see that you have not focus on the fastest lap. It's more like consistency. Also how you manage the traffic with the strategy guys. They work really hard to find out where's the best spot for us to take fuel, take tires and all this stuff. We focus on all this. So let's see how it works out for the last stint, where we can position ourselves for the fight for the end.
Well, I'm sure it will be a bit of a battle to the end, but I'm guessing that's what you enjoy.
Yes, I love to fight. Like you maybe saw it also in the first hours with the Audi and also with the Ferrari. I like it quite a lot when it's hard but fair fighting. That's all about racing. That's what we love. If you just drive behind each other, it's like boring. It's like Formula One. So that's why we don't like Formula One. So here it is more like fighting, battling. It's more like passion, all this stuff, what everybody loves here.
But it's always important, isn't it, to just keep pushing, to develop and push yourself to do the best that you can do.
Yeah, for sure. When you stop, you lose time and you become slow, because all the competitors, they work so hard that they get better. So we have to train, we focus. Also after the race, we see where did we lose time? How can we also prepare ourselves better for the next one? That's how it goes. That's also the big challenge in this, especially endurance races. What we love, that's all about.
Enjoying the circuit here in Misano?
Yes, quite a lot. I love all the fast stuff. Also last year I've been here the first time. We loved it so much. Also today, especially with the nice weather. It's not so hot like last year, which is more comfortable for us inside the car, but it's just an amazing track and like always, a really amazing event from Creventic.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Very much.
Always a joy to have a chat with Alexander Prince in the pits, always smiling, and at the moment they're running really, really well. They had I mean, just a dream weekend at Spa with an overall podium and a class win, pole position as well, their first pole position in Creventic competition. And, well, where can they finish today? That's the question with 3 hours and 44 minutes to go. It's a really tightly locked battle with Maxi Bartel leading by just 9 seconds from the number 71 Jutta Audi, which at the moment, last lap by, was a couple of seconds slower, but that's swung back and forth. They're both very much due a pit stop soon, I would say. They're both on quite old tyres as well, so that is going to then bring the Continental Racing Audi more back into the mix, because they're only 18 minutes into their stint. So actually there are 3 cars in the AM class which you could throw a towel over them in terms of actual true closeness when you stagger everything.
No, absolutely right, Peter. I mean, it's a case that both of those leading 2 AM cars, Max Bartel, an hour and 23 into his stint, Only's going to get his in the duty race is an hour and 33 into his, sorry, an hour and 36 into his stint. So they are both going to owe us a stop relatively soon for a full fuel, which takes a couple of minutes or 3 minutes actually in the tank, and they are 2 or 3 minutes ahead. So it's going to completely play David Bogosian and the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi back into the mix. And those 3 in amateur 1, 2 and 3. We've got a real close battle for the top 3 overall with the Haas, the Proton and the Red Ant car. And they've now got a situation also where the second 3, now interestingly, the only class that's not particularly close is Pro-Am, because there's several laps between them, but the AMs all together, but the Pro-Am, the second place in Pro-Am is some 4 laps behind the leader, who is Jorg Drezov in Proton Huber competition. And then you have the second one, which is in Pro-Am, which is, I can't read at the moment, Nico Verdonk in Era Motorsport. Now, in fairness, Era have backed up for the last 4 hours nothing but super fast drivers. They need to find 3 laps.
Well, one way to do it is to relay between Nico Verdonk and Ryan DL between now and the flag.
Well, they will. That's all they'll be out there. They've got 4 hours of fast people, but can you make up 2 or 3 laps in that time? And that's what, 4.5 minutes, isn't it, really? I mean, I don't quite know where we are on relative fuel spread. In fact, it's pretty even, so it's quite a lot of work to be done.
It is. But if they've, as Ryan Dale mentioned, they when they play the strategy card, it normally works out well. They've won a lot of big races in the United States in LMP2 by playing strategy well and playing the right card at the right time. So they've got quick drivers to put in and indeed some strategical cards to play if there are code 60s. Otherwise, it's kind of fairly much just tires on fuel and change drivers and keep going, keep plugging away.
Yeah, obviously Jorg Drezov and the Proton Huber competition team do have a bit of Klaus Bachler left.
They've got one more Klaus Bachler hour left. Yeah.
That'll be quite swift. No one's getting anything during that hour.
Yeah, and I would think you put him into the flag.
Yeah.
I think that's the best thing to do. They've also got to get, I'm pretty sure they need to get some of Konstantin Dressler's drive time done as well, and likewise Jorg Drezov. They may actually, now we need to have a look at the driver time accumulation, because they have to do 6 hours combined between Konstantin Dressler and Jorg Drezov. Now, I still think they're a way short of that, because Manuel Lauk and Klaus Bachler have done quite a bit between them. So it might be that they have an hour left of Klaus Bachler time, but they might not even be able to use it. So it's all about how you piece together the driver time.
We've currently got, we'll say you want to have an hour of Klaus. That's another 2.5 hours. I'm sure they've had more than 3.5 hours of the amateur drivers already.
Just. Yeah, it'd be close. It'd be close. I'm sure they'll have all that worked out. It's not as if they get to this point in the race and go, oh dear, oh, we forgot about that.
It's happened.
True.
It has happened.
Yes, good point. Yes.
We've sat there going, you do realise that Barry's 11 minutes what?
Yes.
And the race is finished.
That's happened.
Oh.
That has happened. Yeah. But I doubt, for a team of that calibre, I doubt that that's an issue. They're probably professional.
Very good teams have made mistakes, and also they make assumptions. I know there was a big one was made when people were getting used to this series, is they thought the pit stop time was taken into account when it's not.
Yes, which it isn't. As soon as you enter, you click that.
Yeah, so they thought, oh well, that's fine. He's done, and they then found they had like 6 more minutes to do, and they couldn't do them.
Some proper polishing going on of the windscreen of the 911 car with some Worth cleaners, and so we've given Sonax their measure.
It's a very good point, really. Yeah, we ought to point
we're
out.
very much impartial and fair.
I can't remember who Worth is sponsored, but I'm sure it's some quite big racing drivers.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, it's got to be Martini for me, with my favourite.
Also, Glim, who have they sponsored?
Oh, probably lots of people, I would think.
Let's go back to Martini. My favourite, the car I would take over all others.
Lancia, the rally car.
037, yeah.
So you, of all the time that you slag off rallying, the car that you would have is a rally car.
I had a Lancia Beta Monte Carlo.
Did you?
Yes, and you could hear it rusting.
You could hear it.
I had it for 7 years.
And if you squinted at that, and it was a white one with a stripe up it, you think that's
it was a white one. It was a white one. It was a Mark 1, which had the brakes, which were... It's a mid-engine car, and they, as Fiat will want to do, just slapped on a set of brakes out the parts department, not realising you kind of need to get the braking balance different for a mid-engine car than for a Punto, where it was at the time. So everybody... There were two things that happened to the Generation 1 Lancia Beta Monte Carlos. They either had a brake upgrade by a company called Tarax, or they ended up in a ditch. And those are your two options, because the thing just couldn't brake properly with the standard brakes.
And where did yours end up?
Tarax brake conversion.
Okay, good. Okay. So Ayrton Redan has moved up into second position. He's got past Jörg Dreisaw. He's on the move. Now, he's trying to get back onto the lead lap. Now, unlike in IMSA WeatherTech or other championships that use a safety car, whether you're on the lead lap or not doesn't matter as such, but it's a good barometer to see where you are. And right now, Ayrton Redan is right on the back of Peter Gwelings. And is trying to get back onto that lead lap. So that means that there's just over a minute and a half between them in real terms. Stint-wise, they're fairly similar, I would say. Yeah, fairly similar. So this is, Haas RT are in a very, very good position right now. But Red Hunt Racing doing everything they can to try and run that gap down and put them under pressure. If you're the leading car and you see your rival go by you and pull away quickly, you might think, maybe we're not as safe as we think we are.
All you can do is to put someone under pressure. When you are effectively not able to get past on a normal route, then if you put pressure on and induce mistakes or induce panic or induce an error, that's just as useful as going 10 seconds faster.
This is where team management is so important. You think Haas RT with Chris Donker on the pit wall or in the pit garage, he might just say to Peter Gwellant, saying, here, look, he's about 2 seconds a lap faster than you. Stay in your rhythm, let him go, and just stay in your rhythm. You're doing what we need you to do right now. Don't worry about it. We're fine. We're a minute and a half ahead with 3.5 hours to go. That's a good place to be. That doesn't appear to be what's going on right now, as Gwellings just moves to the right, just to the middle of the straight, just to almost cheat the draft of the Mercedes behind, and also send a little bit of a psychological message saying, I'm not going to make this easy for you to make the pass.
The Dreslaw run has been expensive for Proton Huber competition. He's a couple of, being a gentleman driver, he's a couple of seconds off, and that's kind of eliminated some of the advantage they had over the last 10 or 15 laps. They have got Bacter up their sleeve, but they're getting this few last hour or so of the 6 hours the AM drivers is costing them. I think it's because they've actually saved it a lot, and most of the other teams already burnt most of it. And I think we've got a point where they've more evenly proportioned out the back, they're more easily portioned out than some of the other teams. Obviously they're Pro-Am, so unlike the Haas RT and the Red Ant Racing, they do have more less quick driver to run, but I think they've also kind of back-ended it more than we've seen with other teams.
Yeah, they have. And a little bit of that was to do with Manuel Lauk, who had to do his driver time earlier because he's getting a flight to the Nürburgring tonight, or to whatever the nearest airport is to the Nürburgring.
Bologna Airport, wouldn't it?
From Bologna Airport, yes, to probably either Cologne or Düsseldorf or Frankfurt.
I can't remember where we used to fly into all sorts of small airports. I can't remember where it was we used the Nürburgring.
Yeah.
I know when we did it, it was called the Luxembourg Grand Prix, which was kind of weird.
Oh.
And then it was called the European Grand Prix in '99, the famous one which Johnny Herbert won.
There you go.
Down memory lane with Nick. At some point I'll talk about something in the last 10 years. It's unlikely, but I might do.
We could. Yeah.
Oh, I love these reminiscing with you, Peter. It's marvellous.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
Like a biscuit.
Yes.
A cup of tea.
Yes. Also.
Can you do me word search?
No. No use there, I'm afraid. Van Berlen Motorsport, they have definitely had a day in the sun today here at Misano.
Well, in fairness, we all have.
literally speaking, yes, but metaphorically speaking, definitely Van Berlo have been the car to beat in the 992 category. Right now, they're pretty equal on strategy in terms of their battle with Home Guard Motorsport. So that gap is it's kind of staggered around, and the pace of the Van Berlo drivers has negated any strategy disadvantage they might have had, and the gap is now well over 2 laps anyway between them. So now Van Berlo Motorsport, the car being run by Bas Kutten Racing, they can be a bit more conservative with these brake changes. Here today at Misano, if you're only just joining us, the 992 class cars have been going through brake pads way more than you would think. And a lot of it's to do with particularly the front, the left-hand side particularly, as the Van Berlo cars coming round now through Carvone, 240 kilometers an hour at turn 11, then turn 12, 250 kilometers an hour. Then you start to scrub that speed off to 150 and then down to 65 for Curva del Caro. And those corners, along with a few others, are really wearing out one side more than the other.
You are turning right as you are braking, which loads up the left-hand side of the car. But with ABS, therefore, what it's doing is it's braking the left-hand side hard. But of course, the right-hand side doesn't need as much brake effect because it's unloaded, and so it's effectively unevenly wearing the tyres and unevenly wearing the brake pads, and we saw earlier on. Diana, what do you have for us?
Viper Nisa, the number 65 racing car, unfortunately the Mercedes AMG GT3, that car will be retired now. They damaged on the curbs the oil sump, so they're not. That's where we saw earlier that the car was leaking. They weren't sure what it was to start with, but yes, they'd had some problems going over the curbs, so that's put their race to an end, unfortunately.
Yeah, bad news. It's unlucky when you get that. You get that sort of major engine failure close to the end. I mean, I know we're third of the race to go, but you know,
damaging it on a curb. I mean, so
it should be. Would think they have enough ride height to get away with that, wouldn't
yeah,
it? Especially as we're at motorcycle circuit, and the curbs aren't particularly nasty.
Yeah, well, it's just it's unlucky, but it was when they removed the sun guard. It was dripping like a broken fridge. Unfortunately, they do drip, don't they, when they're broken?
I don't know really. I haven't broken a fridge recently.
Yes, or a knackered fridge if you prefer.
There we go. I don't know. I mean, I suppose the icebox might drip when it defrosts.
Yeah. So
but the actual fridge itself isn't going to drip because there's no water in a fridge. It's got like liquid coolant, which is a bit nasty. Well, it used to be nasty, now less nasty. That's where old CFCs all came from. They were just running the back as the coolant.
Right.
There wasn't actually any water in there. There was liquid in there. But that's it. So if anyone you're listening on YouTube or who can WhatsApp any of us knows a better idea. Personally, I rather liked it, to be honest, dripping than a broken fridge. But you know, do broken fridges drip?
I think the broken freezers definitely drip.
Yes, and other existential questions.
Yes. We're ask us anything to speak.
Who knows? Some of the answers might be vaguely correct. Vortex V8. Leading the GTX class, and in fairness to them, has been running well for virtually the whole race. I don't think it's had any particularly long pit stops at any point.
No,
they managed to get themselves a long, clean run. There's a couple of little bits and bobs. That's just part of the course for all these cars.
Bodywork flying off on the pit straight.
Yeah, I've had a bit of that.
But apart from that, I mean, this Vortex 2.0 has been such a step on from the first car. The first car became a little bit of a rolling meme at one point because it just they had so many issues, but the new car's so much better. Hoffer in, yes.
And is it just a slow stop with brake change? Is it rear brake change, or is it just we caught it at a point where nothing was happening?
I think they're having a bit of gun.
No, they're doing brakes. They're going to do brakes, which is interesting because the GT3 cars didn't think they needed to do brakes.
Well, Kyle Tilley told you they didn't need to do brakes. Whether that's going to be the case, the Mercedes with that big engine at the front, that's sure they always have front tyre wear problems. And
now
I guess
front brakes.
Front brake problem, yeah. Our problem, front brake wear, with 3.5 hours to go. And the thing is, will the Audis, which of course it's Hoffer are battling with two Audis, are the Audis going to have that same problem? Engine in the middle, of course.
Of course, the thing we don't know is because of those differences, are they already on a harder pad? For the Mercedes anyway, is it a different pad entirely?
Yeah, good question. That's a
different
very
compound.
Good point.
You know, so, and of course there are elements where you can choose a different compound to give yourself better braking effect, but or you can sacrifice that for longer life. Whatever it is, it's taking some time. It's a very, very difficult job changing brake pads and discs and rotors. They're going for the whole thing. Just because of the huge amount of heat involved. You're looking at those that they're touching there was a minimum of 1,000 degrees not that long ago, and is now probably still 600 degrees centigrade. And you look at it and it burns you.
Yes, that's very. You'll feel the heat coming off that, won't you?
And even with multi-layer, you know, I know it's not asbestos, but it was asbestos type gloves. You still will overheat your hands very quickly using the spreaders. Now, what we see in some of the slightly GT3 has slightly other regulations. What we used to see in GT and we see in P2 and we can see in Hypercar is they use dry brake systems, so you can actually unplug the whole thing as one unit and plug it back in again into the brake lines without any need to bleed the brakes.
Is it me, or is this brake change taking a bit longer than?
Yeah, it's not going well at the moment.
No, Hoffer Racing that's running close to the podium positions. They've now got it done. They've they're going to put a new tyre on, of course, and then get that all sealed up and ready to go. I think it was Chantal Prince who was going to be getting into the car. Car is off the air jacks now, and off she goes. Well, quite a lot of time gone there for the number 11 Hoffer car. Yeah, they're in the pits for just coming up to 6.25 minutes. A normal pit stop taking 4.5 minutes or so. So yeah, that's a little bit on the long side, unfortunately. We'll see if any of the rivals decide to do a brake change, or and if they do, does that take the same amount of time? But that's our first GT3 brake change that we've seen anyway for Hoffer Racing. So they come to the end of the pit lane. They'll be able to get right up to full racing speed, and indeed it is Chantal. It is indeed Chantal Prince who has jumped on board.
That's what the delay there was, and they just changed this sort of front pad, to be honest, only that once. They were having a bit of an issue with it, so they've changed that, and that was the delay getting back out.
Okay, so front left pad, that is definitely, yeah, that is the wheel and indeed the tyre that's getting the real punishment. As, whoa, your Drysaw tries to fit up the inside there on Chantal Prince. So they're now side by side going up the hill towards turn 9 and 10 in Tramoto. Chantal on the inside now, and Drysaw backs out of it. So on the out lap, already getting busy there for Chantal Prince, but manages to break away there from the 73 Porsche and push on. But they've dropped down to 7th position overall after that pit stop, and 3rd in the AM class. But the due to racing Audi is due a pit stop in the next 6 minutes, and I think we've gone code 60 because 2 cars have just come by very, very slowly. Indeed, we have code 60. Code 60. So, now this is disaster for Hoffer, because they've just done a brake change. This would give a great opportunity for the Duta Audi. The Duta Audi is due a pit stop right now, 1 hour and 53 minutes. And being an AM car, they could put 50% fuel in, but more critically, they could try and get their brake change done while the field is under code 60. Not sure exactly why we've gone code 60, apart from a note on our timing screen saying there's debris on the track at the exit of turn 6, which is just out of Curva del Rio. So perhaps in the path of the car. So if that is the case, if it is just debris, that won't take long to clear up, so that could well go to green flag very soon. The top 4 have all come into fuel. Peter Gwellings for Haas RT, Red On Racing, Ayrton Red On, then your Drysaw for Proton Huber competition, and critically, Arunas Kuskas for Duta Racing gets in just before his maximum stint time comes up, and he'll be able to get out of that car and do a driver change. Nico Verdonk has also brought in the Era Motorsport Ferrari after, well, would have been progressing towards a full stint, 35 laps, so yeah, maybe three-quarters of a stint there. So down to die.
on the pit apron now. They've taken the opportunity to make the changes, and they're having a driver change and tyre change to the car. Full service all around the car, I can see. Oh, they're having a slight delay with the rear, but that was just for a second there.
So Haas RT deciding not to do brake change. So we've got to keep a watch on the GT3s now, if anybody's going to do a brake change here, because the Code 60 is out.
Okay, we'll keep
So
an eye.
you're on brake pad watch. Joe Bradley rejoins us.
In spirit.
Nick Damon is on his way with his arms open. He's going to be on brake watch for you.
We've got the. I've just had a
Okay,
message.
the Era Motorsport number 81 is also in a driver change for them, and tyres. No brake changes for that one. So that Ferrari GT3 is not making a brake change, just a driver change and tyres.
Ryan DL jumping in for Nico Verdonk. And just tyres for Air Motorsport, as Diana mentioned. Back to green flag racing, so that did not take long at all.
It's very quick, Code 60, wasn't it?
Very quick. It was just for a bit of debris, and that must have been on. Turn 6 is quite quick, and it's a little bit blind coming in. So, you know, they were just maybe in an awkward position, but gave a bit of an opportunity for some pit work to be done. It's better than under full green. And the only thing is depending on how much you've got fuel in the tank. Of course, the Pro and Pro-Am class cars can only take 25% of whatever their fuel allowance is, but the Am class cars can take 50%. That Code 60 though, Joe, that is really hurt Hoffer. Really hurt them a lot, because they had a brake change and a needed delay, and it was all done under green, and then they went out, bang, Code 60. They were really unlucky there.
And that's how they've lost that place, isn't it? And we're already seeing the influence of the Ryan DL and Nico Verdonk driver lineup in that era Ferrari. It's already moving up the ranks and up to 6 now from 8th. Let's head down to Nick. Nick, you've made your way down to the pit lane.
As if by magic, you mentioned the words Nico Verdonk, and Nico Verdonk is about to come and talk to me. Nico, it was a long wait for you to get in the car, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I was almost falling asleep. No. I was looking forward to finally be back in a proper car. The 296, especially with Era, who know what they're doing, and it's just a pleasure to be back. And yeah, as I said, all the guys at Era, they know what they're doing, and it's really enjoying from the first to the last lap.
They've saved yours and Ryan's drive time for the end, so you've got the faster driver to finish the race. How far up the field do you feel you can get with you and Ryan alternating?
Well, I think the leaders in our class, the Porsche, is just out of reach at the moment, unless something would happen. But you know, normally it's all, let's say, to play for P2. But I think there's still about 3 hours and a bit more to remaining. So yeah, we just have to drive a clean race till the end.
The last hour of the race is going to be a lot cooler, and the last half hour is going to be dark. Have you had any experience in the car with the setup in that area?
Not yet.
I mean, but did you often hear? We know that often that teams will set cars up to be better as it cools off. Was that in your thoughts, or there's just not enough darkness to make it worthwhile?
We have to wait and see. I mean, the dark I don't mind at all, and the car is performing well. So if we can continue like that, it's looking positive.
Thanks, Nico.
Welcome.
So, there's just while we were speaking to Nico Verdonk, the Red Ant crew, something happened for them at the fueling area. Bert Red Ant, the team owner, looked absolutely livid about something. Whether they came to fueling, and actually no, not the fueling, it's at the other end of pit lane.
The penalty box.
The penalty box, and their penalty times have gone up again. So have they got a penalty for something else?
Did they not serve a penalty adequately?
Right, so there is definitely a story there for that. I'm sure Nick will follow up for us. I'm just checking the penalty screen at the moment. So with 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, this could make a real impact to the outcome of the race. So the track, they've just got a track limit infringement penalty of 10 seconds. That's just come in, but causing a collision, which they'd had a 20-second penalty, that indicates to me, Joe, that they were actually going to serve that penalty, or were in serving it, and it hasn't been served. There's something not right there at all.
It needs Nick to make some investigations down at Red Ant to see why Bert was so annoyed. Have they missed the penalty? Are you at Red Ant by any chance, Nick?
Is my name Nick?
Yes, it is.
Do I know what I'm doing?
Yes, you do.
Where am
Red
I?
Ant.
Obviously. Not quite sure what's going on. There's a lot of consternation and pointing about what's going on. We've got Ayrton here. We've got they're all having a bit of a what's going on. There's a waving. There's a looking at me accusatively. Oh no! So lots of commotion, Ayrton, in the team. What's going on?
At the moment we took our penalty, but apparently the penalty area was not working, something like that. The timing, I don't know exactly what happened.
So you drove the car in, you stopped for 20 seconds, but it's not registered because the penalty area wasn't working.
Yeah, something like that. I think we have 30 seconds. I took one track limit as well. So apparently they took them, but apparently, something wrong with it, but we won't take it again, I think.
Can you argue that point with the stewards, I take it, and they'll go, oh, fair enough, yeah, you were sitting there, because they've got a camera there, haven't they?
They have cameras over there, so I think they can re-watch it and see that we were there.
So who's got the job of going upstairs to the stewards then?
I think that will be for Mark or my dad.
Thanks, mate. Thank you indeed. There we are. So penalty didn't register because penalty box wasn't working, which does sound a bit odd.
I think maybe that might be a job for Mark Goosens, because I think Bert might need a moment to cool down after that. I think that'll sort itself out. I think that if they've gone in and they've served the penalty and they can prove as such, I'm sure that will be corrected in time. So we'll keep a watch on that as we back at Green Flag Racing. 3 hours and 17 minutes on the clock. RPM Racing kind of doing what RPM Racing do. They're sitting third in the 992 category at the moment, leading in the AM class by a good margin, and they just got to click off the laps now, stay out of trouble, because they are well in line to get another AM class win with over 5 laps in order. So they just want to technically keep the car going and not make any driving mistakes. And indeed, their overall performances in 992 have been amazing. Given that they're an AM car, just remarkable. And if they finish in this position, this will likely put them into the lead of the championship overall in 992, not just in AM, of course. So that's very much on the cards for RPM Racing, who run the car in a Krone as the name above the door, so to speak, with long-standing Krone Racing driver Nick Jonsson on board at the moment. The highly experienced, originally Swedish driver, but spent so much of his career in life in the United States. A double former Swedish Formula 3 champion, a Swedish Group N touring car champion as well, and class winner at the Nürburgring as well, in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. There's not much he hasn't seen or done in a racing car, and is now actually managing a group of drivers too out in America. So keeps himself very busy. He's actually just in a little bit of a kind of mini battle at the moment with Marcel van Berlo in the overall 992 leading 925 car, which is 4 laps ahead. Would be 3 and 9/10 if he got by, and Marcel van Berlo, I think, Joe, is just saying, after you, Nick, I'll just follow behind you.
Yeah, Marcel is the AM driver, isn't he? And he's quite happy. He's got a massive cushion. He doesn't have to do anything silly. He's just has to drive the car the way that he does, not make any mistakes, keep the focus. And if he needs to let that car through, then, just let it happen and just maintain that cushion. We've still got over 3 hours of racing, Peter, but you know what? That clock has just ticked away so fast today. And before we know it, we're going to have run out of time to gain any kind of regain if you lose anything. And that's what I mean about keep the focus. You've got to keep the focus. You can't make mistakes. You can't cost the team anything now going into this last 3 hours. Everything is exacerbated. Everything is exaggerated. Time in the pits is going to be, even more costly because you haven't got time to claw it back. And now we get to the important part of any race, which is towards the checkered flag. And out of 12 hours of racing, the last 3 hours, you know, you're going into the final quarter, aren't you? You're inside the final quarter. So yeah, it all gets pretty serious now.
It does. It does. Venture Engineering, of course, running in their own class of 1, basically, in GT4. They're in the overall top 15 right now. And Neville Jones and his son Chris have done a big amount of the heavy lifting in this GT4 cars. Oh, no problem for Holmgaard. Second place in 992. Holmgaard are parked up at the side of the road on the run towards turn 9. So it looks more like a technical problem than a spin or an incident, but it's in a weird position. I don't know if there's any cut through there to actually get the car out without going code 60. The driver at the moment is Martin Vedel Mortensen. He's cycling through. You can see the headlights just switching on and off, just trying to get the car going again. But oh, this is heartbreak for Holmgaard Motorsport, who've had a couple of good results so far. They were on course for a podium, but if this requires a tow back to pit lane, this would be a disaster.
This is a massive disaster. This sport can be so cruel.
Yeah,
it's so cruel.
Endurance racing particularly, because and I think it's why it's the agony and the joy, isn't it? The agony is so much because there's so long goes into it, but the joy of winning an endurance race is so much more than, say, winning a half-an-hour sprint race.
The joy of winning any race is made what it is because of the agony.
Yes.
Because of the disappointment. You know, you've got to learn how to lose to learn how to win, and it's possibly my fault. What have I just been saying? Now is the time for nothing to go wrong, because you can't make it back up. With only 3 hours of racing left, you can't make it back up. And this time, that is just ebbing away from the Holmgaard car. It's soon going to drop another place in the 992 category. It had 1 lap advantage on the car that's in third. That's the RPM Racing, who've had a cracking race, by the way. They are first in the AM subclass. But to get a 992 on that overall podium is soon going to be, would you believe, Peter, Sebelju Racing. How out of it were they? I mean, they've got they're 5 or 6 laps down from that Holmgaard car, but that 6 laps is going to fly by.
It will. That 6 laps is about 9 minutes. So maybe a little bit longer, maybe call it 10 minutes. But it will require that the car will need towed back to pit lane, which up to now the brilliant track crew here at Misano have been towing the car basically along the circuit to the pit lane rather than going through an access road. So it's hooked to the back of what looks like an Isuzu pickup truck right now to tow it back as Vortex into the pits for a full service for tyres and a driver change as Nick Damon's down there.
It's all going on now. We've got Alex Prince has come in. I think it's Alex. It says Prince. It could be Chantal. I think it's Alex Prince has come in on the Hoffer car. They are going to change the front right now. Haas RT are doing a brake change as well. So the GT3, oh no, they were looking at doing a brake change on the right. They decided against it, but they are doing a brake pad change on the left. This is our leader. So they're changing the left-hand side pads, which we know are the pads that take the wear. Again, with the manual splitters. I've lost my cameraman. This isn't the first time. So there is a chance for some of these GT3 teams to take a relatively cheap stop. There's a full-on stop going on there for Vortex as well, and you can see the RPM Racing are also again looking at doing their brakes for the second time. The 992 AM leaders, so they thought they were going to have to make a second stop, so they're making that second stop now under code 60 and saving themselves time with that second set of front pad changes. So it has turned out to be a much heavier pad wear than everyone was expecting, so much so it's actually beginning, I wouldn't say catch out, beginning to worry the GT3 runners, and so we have now seen 2 of the leading cars do those pad changes, and RPM Motorsport do their second set of pad changes on the 992.
Yeah, Krone Racing they're in the luxurious position where they can play on very much on the safe side now with the brake changes. They can, if they're hesitant at all, do we need one, do we not, they can just take it because they've got the gap, provided of course that there's no problem with while doing the brake change. We've seen other cars have delays while completing the brake change. So interesting that it's been the 992s particularly that have suffered from it. So the
925 Porsche, they're also doing their brake change as well now, so they're all playing safe at the front of the 992 various grids. So we have both Van Berlo and RPM Racing, the leaders, putting some new pads on, and I expect we'll see a couple more as they run round, because they are now, of course, getting through the fuel. The fuel, interesting, the fuel was a bit blocked, I think because of the loss of those 2 pumps we had. I'm not sure where they came back up again. I think there was a couple of cars that had to drive through the fuel stop without stopping. But now it's clearing out again, and we're waiting for the next set of cars to come.
Also, interestingly, the red ant penalty, there is no red ant penalty showing on the timing screen now, so I think that may well have been, yes, it's showing as served now. So yeah, so that's all corrected itself. That's good. That would be a shame if that was more of a technical failure out with of their control. They served their penalty fair and square, and that's all evened itself out. In fact, the only penalties that are hanging over any car right now are the 19th placed Ajith Kumar car and the 20th placed Red Camel Jordan's car that have 10 and 12 seconds respectively. So up at the front, everybody's penalties are all served and ready to go. So it's Jeff Michiels then who leads for Haas RT Audi from Jörg Dreisaw in the Proton Huber competition car, who's I don't think they pitted under that code 60 because their tyres are showing the same age, and unless they came in for a quick splash. Maybe they came in for a 25% splash, possibly.
Yeah, of course. And of course, we may get that home guard car back to the pits, but then it's not just about recovery time, it's about repair time as well, isn't it?
Yeah, very true. Yeah, we don't know what the problem is. No idea for home guard motorsport. It just seemed like the car just came out of turn 8 and out of Quercia and just said no thanks. So more pit work going on. Nick Damon, they're keeping you busy.
Yes, they are indeed. Seb Lejeune Racing, just one car back from me, if you can see it on the camera. They are the purple Porsche people eater. They are doing brakes as well, front left brakes. The Simpson Motorsport, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, that came in, scored as 5th, but they have not decided to do anything apart from the normal stuff, which is a driver, some fuel. I don't think they did a drive, they used just fuel and tyres. Delay to get going, because they're having a problem. They're obviously having a problem finding neutral. And they're trying to bump start it. This reminds me of trying to get my Triumph Dolomite going in the morning in the early 80s. There we go. Started a bit easier than that. I need a downhill slope to get the Triumph Dolomite going. So they are now away, looking up. We're now left just with the Escuderia Fallon team, who are really on a recovery drive. They're just doing some stuff. It's the Seb Lejeune Racing Triple X taking a bit longer on that front brake than the others have. Not quite sure why, because it's not really perplexed the others. I think possibly they may have just... It isn't, you can just suddenly get these brake changes wrong. We're using spreaders and you're trying to get the pad back, and it can just suddenly just go wrong and just take longer than it should. I'm not sure whether they're trying to also do a rotor or a disc, but yeah, it's just not gone particularly well. It's one of those things, they did the rotor as well, so they're just losing a bit of time. But I think they really now, they're battling against how long it takes for Home Guard to fix their car if they can.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll be making your way down there, Nick, to find out exactly what the extent of the issue is that's brought that car to a halt. We've said this before, we've said this so many times. They were on, you know, we were speculating as to whether or not they could even bring that lead or challenge for the lead of 992. They were, you know, as you would say, Nick, trundling round and round, just getting on with the job. Yep, the Van Berlo Motorsport team, they were going to be hard protagonists to get on terms with. The pace across their driver lineup was very, very tricky. It was very hard to compete with. They would have to have been massively quicker to gain that ground that there has been lost. The gap is down to 4 laps now, and Tracy Cron now at the wheel of the RPM Racing Porsche. He's gaining ground as the Home Guard car continues to be towed back to the pits. Era Motorsports Ferrari, Ryan DL back into the pits, into the fueling area. Is this that might be just a top off, Nick, do you think? Anybody at the...
I don't think I know.
You know, right.
It's just a top-off.
Going to see a lot of that.
Another 25% of fuel.
Try not to get too excited.
I suppose because you're only going very slightly slower down the pit lane, which is a 40-kilometre limit compared to the 60-kilometre limit of the Code 60, and taking fuels, but it must still work out beneficial to do that run down the pit lane and take the quarter tank. So, because that's something they'll all have timed, they'll know that's better than waiting. As the home guard car now comes in, just for FYI, the camera's off for lunch.
Yeah, okay. Nick, it's going to be your painting pictures with words then. We're going to go green in within 1 minute, but if you have got the home guard car with you...
Here he comes. The home guard car is arriving now on the back of an Isuzu pickup.
Is that your cameraman returned?
He's back again. He decided not to go for lunch. There we go. Yeah. So obviously he said that's it, I'm going, and then he hasn't gone. So what can you do? He's obviously just determined to provide the best possible service. So I think, unsurprising, there's absolutely no indication of any problem whatsoever on this car, which immediately makes you think drivetrain. Because the car actually looks remarkably clean for something that's done best part of 9 hours. But they have no sort of issue that we can see. But they'll wheel it in, and we'll get a clue quite quickly over what they start looking at and what bits of it they open up and take out.
It's never good if it's not apparent.
Well, the bonnet isn't actually anything. The bonnet's just getting strapped back. So to me, it says everything about gearbox or drive. And that's not. And obviously, I'm not going to. This is not CSI.
Well, the Kumar car didn't
Italy,
it? The Kumar car did exactly the same.
True.
Just pulled off to the off to the side of the track, and then was recovered, and it was
driver staying on board,
established.
But I think they're also not quite so sure. Oh, started the engine.
They've lost second place in class, by the way. They will continue to drop down the order. I'm not going to make the pain even harder to bear by announcing that they are dropping down the order. They've dropped down to third now, and it's that Sebelju car. They're a little bit off 4 laps before they lose to that, drop another place to that car.
Well, yeah, so I'll carry on observing, but the engine did start up, so it's not an up and downy issue. It might be a roundy, drivey, wivey issue. Is that painting picture of the road?
Vortex continuing to circulate in that GTX class. They've had a good run so far. I'm not gonna hex it by saying anything other than that. They are continuing to plod round, and they've only got themselves to beat. But a 12-hour motor race is the thing to beat. It's a big ask from. As we are seeing attrition becoming a factor now, with about 90 seconds away from the 3 hours to go mark, and we're getting towards that vital part of any long distance motor race, the last couple or so hours, with Jeff McHale's in the lead in the Haas RT Audi. He's got 1 lap lead over the Proton Huber Porsche, who has got 2 laps over the Renault Mercedes, who's got a lap on the Utah Audi, who has got a lap on the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. And then perhaps the closest battle in GT3, 41 seconds separating the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi from the Era Motorsport Ferrari. And we've got Ryan DL now at the wheel. Last time by 1:36.8, just getting up to speed in that car after that Code 60. Let's head down to the pits. Who have you got, Nick?
Martin Vidal Ramerson from from the home guard car, 902. Martin, what was the problem?
The car suddenly just died on me. I lost power through T5. There were nothing up to that point. Just suddenly lost power. I was able to start the car, go down the straight into T9, then the car just died again, and I was not able to start it then.
So it's an engine issue rather than a drivetrain issue or a gearbox issue?
Not sure, no misfires, no smell of oil, anything. So right now we're thinking about it's an electronic problem maybe, but they're working on it.
And as we all know, the electronic problems are the worst.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, hopefully you or your teammates will get out very soon. Bad luck.
We hope so.
So there we are. It is actually some sort of ignition issue by the sound of it. They certainly aren't looking, Joe, at anything drivetrain-wise. They've not had a look at the drive shafts. They've not had a look at the gearbox. It is a fact that the car will start, but it won't run. So they've obviously picked up some sort of electrical problem, but they are, of course, attacking it as the only way you can attack a modern car with a computer.
Yes, the laptop is plugged in. That's always the first thing that we see happen, just to download some fault codes, see what exactly is wrong.
Vortex is in the pit lane, Joe. Do you know that? It's just lounging about on the pit apron.
I hope it's not in there with the problem, because I've just been seeing how great a race they've run.
Well, the engine cover's off. There's some peering going on. But I'm not sure the engine was about to go back on again. And there was a computer plugged in. They got almost got knocked off the side of the car by an over-flamboyant swish of the engine cover. But they're now thinking that's okay. It's not been in for long, this. Most it could be in for about 2 or 3 minutes. As this very grubby car. It's a nice looking car, but it does seem to pick up dirt. It's obviously the aerodynamics suck on the bits of rubber onto it. It does get very scuffed up very quickly. And away it goes. And you can probably hear the Chevy thundering down the pit lane. No one seems overly concerned, but it's Philippe. There's one with Philippe Bonnell. This is why you can go a quick word with Philippe. Philippe, what was the problem there? Anything at all?
I don't know yet, but I think it's a problem of between, I don't know the word of the piece, between the gearbox and the engine.
All right. The clutch.
Clutch, exactly.
Well, we're all learning. Aside of that, it's unfortunate it's happened, but it does seem you've had a pretty good run so far this race. It's been quite solid, the car. The car's gone well.
Sorry, can you repeat?
It seems so far the car's gone pretty well this event so far.
Yes, we don't have any problem for this race, as that's completely different between the last race in Mugello. No, we work a lot during the last months in the south of France, in Castellet or in Les Denons, about the clutch and the gearbox. So finally, actually, we found a very good new gearbox from DMA, and we are completely satisfied by this new gearbox. Okay, for the moment, no problem, except the clutch right now.
And that's what this is about. This is you're here on your own. Therefore, you can use this as an extended test and find out these things, can't you?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Because you are the only SBX car, you can use this race to find out any potential issues.
Sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. So it's good to have this race. So if there are issues, you still win.
Yes. You are alone in the GTS category, so we hope to be on the podium.
I hope so too. Thank you, Philippe Benoil. I think we got there eventually. But do you Les Denons, which is a test circuit quite near Maycourt. Maycourt obviously has quite a big
They race at Les Denons, mate.
They do. Well, I'm about to give my Les Denons story.
Oh, go on.
I have been round Les Denons, and I was driven around there in a Subaru Impreza by Felipe Massa. When Felipe was just beginning his career, it was his first year in Sauber, and he was doing some laps round. And so I've been round Les Denons with Felipe Massa before he was
That's a scary little circuit, Nick, because it's got some massively steep climbs and even steeper drops. It's on iRacing as well. Yeah, it's on iRacing.
It's a free track, I think.
It's a mega little track.
Because I'm quite rare, and I really like Maycourt. I liked going there, apart from lack of hotels. I like the track. I like the layout and things I've driven it in. But I seem to be quite rare on that.
No, I like iRacing on Manicourt.
I've got a Maycourt story as well, if you want to.
Yeah, go on.
So, when I was doing the post-race press conferences, do you remember the year that Heinz-Harald Frentzen won remarkably at Maycourt? Yeah. So we're sitting down there doing the conference, and it's live to 9 or 12 million, many people anyway. So there's somebody knocking at the side door, and we're trying to stop this idiot knocking at the side door. There's an idiot knocking at the side door. Then this idiot Frenchman barges in to a live unilateral conference. Do you know who it was?
Go on.
Jean-Marie Balestre.
Of course it was.
Many years after he was anybody important, but he just barged in.
Was he important at the time, though? Was he head of...
No, it's long, long
retired.
after Max took over, but he was important in French motorsport, obviously, and certainly important as far as he was concerned.
Yes.
There was a lot of waving, and he could... I don't know, that's going anywhere. It's like, oh, for goodness sake.
So the gearbox that you were referring to with... sorry, who was the Philippe Bonnell.
They've obviously identified that there was a weakness in that final element of drivetrain. There's obviously no weakness in the Chevrolet engine, because that's been running for a million years and in a million applications. Yeah. But they were fine. They needed to improve the gearbox, and they found a new gearbox, obviously sequential, and a new.
It's a Sadev box they've gone to, isn't it?
Yeah,
which
is
changed.
Yeah, it's good. Keep it in the French family. But,
no, to Dumas there he just mentioned.
Dumas, yeah. But I think one of the reasons that Philippe was so keen to tell me that is a little bit of advertising, because they are still trying to commercially sell these vehicles, and that's why they continue to improve them and continue to develop them. And as we've said, you know, the leap in performance between the 01 and the 02 was remarkable, and now they're kind of nailing out the reliability issues. You know, it's still coming a force, and they're not. I know we've been a little bit funny, but they aren't having the ridiculous failures anymore. The car's going well. The drivers are trying to do the best they can, and you know, it's looking like a very, very useful addition to the SPX class. And if they can sell 3 or 4 more of them, it'd be great fun.
Well, we have 2 at Spa.
No, we had 2 at Dubai as well. We had Leonor Amanucci's daughter driving one. I think it's Celine.
Yes.
Yeah. So they kind of rolled out all sort of 8 of their friends and team drivers. But when it was launched, I want to say Barcelona a couple of years ago. The car was launched. They had plans to sell 8 to a dozen of them to privateers and other interested parties.
Well, hopefully they do. And we'd love to see as many of them as possible here in the Michelin 24-hour series.
Peter, I've got to mention we're getting towards... I mean, we're a little bit away from it, but some thought has to be put on the Spirit of the Race Award. And there are a few contenders for that in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought. I'm just throwing that out there. Don't have to...
Do you want to...
No, I just want us to start thinking about it. So...
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have, when you have a contender, shout up. Fire us in your thoughts, everybody. There are a few contenders. It's not just about facing adversity. It's not just about repairing your car. There's, this is endurance racing that goes on. There might have been something else that attracted your attention. The spirit of endurance racing, the spirit of motor racing, the spirit of, competitiveness, or might have been, showing respect to another competitor, lending them a drive shaft or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you now.
That didn't happen at this race. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah, I'm with you now. I mean, okay. We'll have a think on that one.
Have a think.
Yeah.
It's not hurting, is it?
It's like a computer overheating. It can only do something.
I'm going to take this plastic shirt off now because the sun's shining in this box. And football shirts tend to be plastic these days.
Yeah, the sun is just starting to come down now here at the MISANO World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, and it's now starting to shine right in our window here at the commentary box. So we're having to crank the aircon more than it's had to work all day at this moment, even though the temperature outside is absolutely lovely at the moment. And yeah, a little bit of behind the scenes. We're about to see... oh, no, I'm not. Oh, I am. We'll see Joe Bradley undressing behind me.
Do you want me to take your mind off by talking about the pit lane?
Please.
Yeah, just to say that the wind has overall dropped from earlier on. It's a very pleasant evening. As expected, the wind does drop towards the evening. A couple of drivers did say the wind was just affecting the cars. Some GT3s are quite heavily aeroed, so they will get affected by the wind. But it's now dropped down to... varying from nothing to a gentle breeze, but it's a very, very, very pleasant evening now. Realistically, what I want to be doing is sitting in the pit lane, have like a table and chairs and some beers as well. And so as the cars go by, I go, oh, there's the Haas car, have a bit of beer. There's the Aero Motorsport car, and I can do the reporting part of it, quite easily. So if you could arrange that, it'd be fantastic.
So I want to see the checkered flag.
No, because I'm doing more relief work for the already couple of hours. I've covered for all sorts of things.
Yes, you have, Paul. Ryan,
and I do thank you, by the way.
Yes.
Thank you, Nick. You are a star.
At the moment is absolutely flying. He's just set that car's best lap of the race on multiple occasions and knocked the lap time down to 1:33.219. So below the previous lap record, not quite on what Klaus Bachler's pulled out of that Proton Huber Porsche, but that's but definitely the Era Motorsport car climbing up the order, up into the top 6 now, and only 16 seconds behind Andrei Soloksev. And at the moment, Ryan Dale lapping 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker. So that might well see the Era car moving up into the overall top 5. Where they're really wanting to get to is the Pro-Am leader right now, which is Jörg Dreishoff for Proton Huber competition. But there's a small matter of about 3.5 laps between them, albeit the Era car has been on, it's 32 minutes into a stint, whereas Jörg Dreishoff is 1 hour and 4 minutes into a stint. So actually Proton Huber may be coming into the pits fairly soon. Not sure if they got a top up in the last Code 60 or not, but even then they would still be in within sort of 15 minutes or so. So that could just narrow the gap a little.
Huber. They are suiting up one of their drivers. I'm just leaning my head in to see who that might be, and it is Konstantin Dressler, who'll be coming back out again to complete that 6 hours they need to do. So definitely getting in when the car comes in, and it'll be quite soon, because there's no point getting a driver all suited and booted in these temperatures too early.
No, very true, very true. Now that's interesting, because then they've got all their AM driving team time done, so they can basically relay between Ryan Dalziel and Nico Verdonk to the flag. So that could make Pro-Am incredibly exciting between those two teams to see who wins in Pro-Am. And indeed, if you win in Pro-Am, you're not going to be far away for the overall. If anything happened to Haas RT at the front, it would be game on, very much so. So Hoffer Racing, they are sitting 8th. That lengthy brake change really cost them a lot of time. Cost them at least a lap, if not 2 laps. I would say maybe a lap and a half at the moment. But they do sit in 3rd place in AM with the 2 Audis, the Jutta car and the Continental car, a little bit further up the road. Whether they're going to need brake changes or not could well decide the outcome of that AM class battle.
Still undecided whether GT3 cars are going to need to change. We've seen only one car change brakes.
The Hoffer car, yeah.
The Hoffer car, yeah.
Yeah. But then...
And the Haas car.
The Haas changed brakes as well, did it?
On one side only, yeah, left hand side.
Okay, so the Haas car,
left front,
which of
left
course
front.
is an Audi. So that then means...
I don't know, sorry, during that last greens I didn't see, I don't know whether they, because it was in the pits at the same time, whether the Scuderia Praha team did as well.
Okay, now what we need to know is if Jutta or Continental Racing by Simpson, whether they've done any brake change work or if they've still got it to do, because that could be really pivotal in the outcome of the AM class fight. At the moment, Chantal Prince she is 38 minutes into her stint. So he's still got plenty of time at the wheel. I would imagine handing over to either Max Partel or indeed her husband Alex Prince for the run to the flag, or most of the run to the flag, of course, with the maximum stint time 2 hours, with there's 2 hours 46 minutes to go. So that's something also that the teams have got to figure out, how they're going to play this last part of the drive time. And of course, it very much depends on as well how Code 60s fall or have fallen in terms of when you pull a driver out. It might not quite happen exactly how you imagine it.
Yeah, it's getting. This is when your race engineers and your strategists earn their dollar. This is the point in time when people like Krista Donker and the Paul Trustwells earn all that money they're making. I'm sure they'll agree with that. Worth every penny as well.
Yes, I'm sure.
Both of those names.
Yes, definitely. Speaking of Chris de Donker's car, the Haas RT machine moving through. So in the lead at the moment with Jeff Michels at the wheel. But the Era Motorsport Ferrari on the move as well. 134 flat last time by, which is 2.8 seconds quicker than the car up ahead, which is only 4.6 seconds up the road. That's the Continental Racing Audi, which isn't a change for class position, but would be a change for position overall. Nick.
And coming to my feet is the number 73 Proton Huber competition. Your Dreslau is going to get in, and they've had a quick change artiste in the back of the garage. It's going to be Konstantin Dressler getting in. This is a driver. It has already taken fuel and tyres, and there's no concept of even potentially doing a brake pad of any sort. I think he's going to. I think they rather treated him to give a clean windscreen as well. Wow, very privileged. Car down, fired up and go, and that was again a very good stop. But Proton Huber certainly, I think, very, very impressive in his speed of driver change and tyre changes. I would be pretty certain that if you aggregated all the pit stops I've seen, they're by far the quickest as a team, and they've made no errors, it appears, in that element.
You know, the quickest in qualifying as well over the lap, weren't they? That car started this morning. It's a long time ago this morning now, it's got the feel for. And they've kind of been in contention, but they've kind of slipped. I mean, all right, I'm talking 3 laps deficit now to the leader, which can ebb away in the blink of an eye, can't it? And have we got a change yet? Has the Ferrari gone ahead of the Simpson Motorsport Audi? I think that was it there, Peter. We've just had a change for position. As into 5th place has gone Ryan DL. It was kind of a very simple move, wasn't it? There was no real sort of aggressive sort of defending, very clever driving from the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi of Andrei Solikovskev.
So next up then on the target acquired list for Ryan DL then will be Tim Muller, who's quite a bit further up the road in the Jutta Audi, and in a reasonably similar position in terms of stint, in fact almost identical actually. So that will need to be run down on pure pace alone, but Ryan definitely in the groove right now in that Ferrari. Just put in a personal best going through sector 2 actually while making that overtaking manoeuvre. So very, very impressive stuff there from Ryan DL. 133.4 last time by, so he's multiple seconds quicker than those ahead of him.
Now, there's the change on the timing screen then, and with a lap time of 1:34, he's going to start catching Tim Muller in the Jutta Racing Audi. He's ticked one Audi off. He's chasing down another Audi. Now, Tim, 1:37.6 last time by, 1:34.1 for Ryan DL. So it's going to take a while. He's got to unlap himself and then come back around.
Yeah,
exactly. So we'll keep an eye on that out of the corner of our eyes as to see when that happens. And once he comes up behind the number 71 Jutta Racing car, the Audi R8, of course, we'll keep an eye on Ryan DL getting by. Nice, neat driving there from the Ferrari.
Ryan is so experienced. I think what he's done in his career. You can see why Era Motorsport have him on board. You know, winner of the. I mean, in 2012 he won the Le Mans 24 Hours in LMP2. He won Sebring 12 Hour. Very nearly won Daytona overall that year as well. Won Petit Le Mans that year. So won 3 major endurance races in a year in an LMP2 car. He's been a.
What team was that with? Remind me.
That was with Starworks, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, right.
Yeah. With Peter Barron.
Yeah.
The Acura prototype. And then in Daytona, I think it was at Action Express when they nearly won that. But it was Starworks for the others. So that's just one of many things that Ryan's achieved in sports cars. Been a staple driver in the IMSA paddock for a very, very long time. But been with Era now for probably for about 5 years. He's been part of the Era project with bountiful success. But at the front is Jeff Michels, who leads the way for Haas RT with their Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. the young star who was racing in a Ferrari Brands Hatch a week or two ago in the GT World Challenge, where he's had podiums in class in the past, wins in, or in fact he's raced in Spanish F4, Italian F4, Emirates F4 as well. So he's only 19, so this is I'm sure this is quite a cool moment for him right now with a win in grasp. He'll be hoping to just hit his marks and hand the car over in one piece.
You kind of think there's an added pressure, isn't it? Because it can only go one way. You're leading the race. You've got a relatively comfortable lead, but you've got to, with 2.5 hours remaining, you've got to keep that pressure on yourself, on the team. You can only beat yourself, so to speak, and you've got to keep that flow going. You've got to keep the focus, keep the concentration. You can't back off. For another 2.5 hours, you've got to just keep that thing going round.
Keep pushing. Well, let's get down to Nick in the pits.
Yeah, it's not good news, I'm afraid. Our friends at Vortex are back in again, and the car is actually now in the garage, and they're stripping off all the easily removable side pods, the rear wheel cover. They've bent back the wing, so they're going to continue looking at this drivetrain issue they have. As a man sits astride a very hot Chevrolet V8, which is quite brave. But yeah, they're taking everything out, and I think they're going to start working out what exactly is the drivetrain problem. They obviously have postulators as a clutch issue, but then it could be clutch actuation rather than the actual plates itself. So that's what they're going to be doing. And we're going to get an Era Motorsport stop soon, guys. So they are ready. Nico Verdonk is ready, but I don't see anyone in the fuel station.
That was going to be my question, Nick. Are they going to take Ryan DL out and plug in Nico again? I mean, you're plugging in like for like there, aren't you, Peter? It's two very, very fast drivers.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on the lap times and be able to tell them just who was the fastest when we get to see them on the podium.
Yeah.
Another 1:33 lap time from Ryan. 1:33.7 to be exact. He's only 7/10 off the best time for that car. Was that Ryan's time as well?
Yeah, he's had a few personal bests in the stint for the car. So, yeah, it's definitely doing his job up into the top 5. Imagine if, I guess Kyle Tilley's listening in on the way to the airport at the moment, or in the airport, waiting on his flight up to Spa for the Classic tomorrow. He's done his driver time earlier on. So 2 hours 37 minutes to go. Basically an IMSA WeatherTech Championship sprint race to go from here.
Yeah, that's the way I always look at it as well.
Yeah. As the Haas RT team, they've just got to hit their marks now. This has been building over the last 5 or 6 hours, where they've just slowly but surely just relentlessly kept the pace up. They've made the right calls during the Code 60s, and they've just slowly but surely just grabbed control tighter and tighter. Yannick Redon, he's been busy behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG for Redon Racing.
Second place at the moment, Peter. He's inherited that second place with the pit stop of Konstantin Dressler's Proton Huber Porsche. That he will have to give back, though. He's done 42 minutes, so he's about 20 plus minutes away from that pit stop, and then that second place will be handed back to the Porsche, the number 73. And again, we're getting towards that element of the race where we'll be able to see just who's going to be in the right place at the right time.
And will Code 60s play a factor? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. We've had, I think, 5 Code 60s in total, 5 or 6, so not many. Certainly when you compare what we had at Mugello, where we had 5 in about half an hour at one point, it was crazy with because of the gravel traps at Mugello. As soon as you went off the circuit, you were into the deepest gravel traps ever, which meant we had to call Code 60, get the track recovery crew in, and that then meant that we were under Code 60 a lot. So
here, Peter, we've had a few cars spin off and just go over the curb onto the hard surface, whereas at other places that, like you say, would have been into the gravel trap. So that's mainly, I mean, that, and plus that has helped with the Code 60 recovery times as well.
Yeah, it has. It has a lot. And yeah, like you say, we haven't been under Code 60 for very long when they have come out. Very, very, very true. Marcel Van Berlo's been doing a good chunk of driving time as well in this latter portion of the race. He's been at the wheel for an hour and 18 minutes, so he's really stretching the tank out on that race-leading car in 992. And I would imagine handing over to one of his sons, Kai or Glenn Van Berlo, for the certainly for a portion of the run to the flag. Still 2 hours 34 minutes to go, so if you did hand the car over now, the driver that got in could not finish the race, because the unless you want to swap them back and forth again, which wouldn't be very sensible, but the maximum stint time, of course, is 2 hours at the wheel. It's Constantin Dressler in the Proton Hooper car, just coming up behind the Van Berlo Motorsport car, and manages to squeeze by. Nick Damon.
The Era Motorsport is happening. The Era Motorsport stop is happening in front of me. Ryan Diel is out. And Nico Verdon. As I look to my left, the RPM Motorsport, also known as the Crone Racing Porsche, that's also just filled up with fuel. That's coming in for a stop too. Full service and fuel. I reckon this is absolutely brimmed to its 120 litres. There's a couple of runs through during Code 60. No way was that car empty. It's the Era car when it came into the pits. So they've then put a full fill in there and sent Nico out. Do you think they're thinking they can do it at one more stop? I'm not sure, but they certainly are looking to maximise their strength of speed and see what they can do from there. Just looking back at the other way, the RPM stop, and that is also a full service and driver change. Again, a little bit of consternation with the belts, which we saw earlier with Tracy, but they are getting towards the end of that one now. So that's back to a quiet pit lane again. I think what we do is it the Haas team we've got in, or is it Simpson by Simpson? I can't quite tell the colour scheme. It's an Audi anyway in the pit box. It's Haas. It looks like he's going to drive right through, because Chris doesn't seem very interested in welcoming him, yet waving him down in a round of applause. This is just fuel only as the Haas car goes past. Chris Verdon waves him down. That is a car sent, and they're obviously looking to get towards the 2-hour time limit for that particular driver. Let me, whilst I've got it, let me see if I can go with Ryan and see what he's kind of walking this way, looking like he really wants to talk to me. He's walking the wrong way now. And I've dropped his paper. Ryan, so you've reached the bit now where it's just you and Nico to the end. How far up do you think you can get?
I have no idea. I haven't looked. I think we're in second right in class. I passed somebody else overall. So I don't know. We're obviously a few laps down, but seems like we're pretty fast right now.
So you went through the pits twice during the last Code 60. Had you worked out that actually even a quarter of a tank was better under Code 60 than just running around?
I guess so. I don't know. We have smart people here, so I'm assuming if they made that decision, it was the right thing to do.
So I take it when you came in there, was that like a stop on time or a stop on driver stint, or just because you wanted to give a maximum full tank to Nico?
I think it was mainly driver stint, but we were also out of fuel too, so it was because we only took the 25 on the last one. But I think we're in good shape. I don't know if we need a splash. I don't know if we're in like a 2-stint plus at this point, or if we need a Code 60. So I'll go back and see what the smart guys say.
Good idea. Thanks, Ryan.
Cheers.
Yeah, it's a little bit uncertain right now for Era Motorsport what their schedule is pit stop wise. It depends on the Code 60s as well, of course. And the thing is, Code 60 is fine, but you can only put in 25% if you're a pro or a pro-am car. They are a pro-am car, so sometimes it's not ideal. Sometimes getting the full fuel fill is nice, and then that means you don't have to come back in at all. But there's so many different ways to look at it with the way that the Code 60s work.
Just looking at the timing screen, the Era Motorsport Ferrari is kind of playing snakes and ladders. It got all the way to the top row, and then it went all the way back down the snake to the bottom row. After gaining those places, it's now having pitted, come in and relinquish those places to the Hofer car, to the Scuderia Praha car, to the Continental Racing by Simpson. And it's back to where it was, and Nico now has to get out there and start lapping again and going as fast as he can, and he's going to spend this stint regaining that ground that he's just lost in the pit stop, and then he'll regain it and then he'll lose it again. So the rate of gain is perhaps not as great as we perhaps perceived initially.
Well, it was certainly lap time to those around was strong. really depends how. Really depends. Did you have that in your headset as well?
Yes, but you jump out your chair.
Yes, I nearly did again. I wish they would stop doing that in the truck if they could stop.
I'm sure they're not doing it deliberately.
No, I
Peter.
really hope not. Yeah.
But the fact that
it's quite uncomfortable.
You literally jump off your seat. We just had a lot of static in our headsets for a moment.
Very anxious.
And Peter absolutely just gets such a shock. I must be cool, mate, because it doesn't affect me like you.
You've had a harder life than me. You battle harder than your life. That's for sure. 2.5 hours to go. Hopefully we don't have any more of those statics in our ear.
I hope they do, because they're hilarious.
I really hope
you
not.
jump out your seat.
It's not very pleasant. So the gap at the front of the field, as it stands right now, is only 9.3 seconds, because Yannick Redon's been pushing on hard. Now, Jeff Michiels, he's been at the wheel for 47 minutes, tyre age 28 laps, exactly the same as Yannick Redon. Stint length's pretty much the same as well. The only thing is the last pit stop is that, of course, Haas have just come in again, haven't they? So they've had a little splash again, so they're actually looking really good right now. They just left Jeff Michiels on board, that's what it was. Of course, he had to shut the Haas pit stop not that long ago. They've just left the same tyres on, put it up the fuel, so that puts them in a really, really good spot right now at this Haas RT. So although the gap is coming down right now, it's not exactly as close as that looks at this moment in time.
992 still being led, as we said. They've got a flag on it, haven't they? It's gone out to 7 laps now, and I actually don't know how they're doing that. It's just every time I look at the timing screen, they haven't just gained a few seconds, they've gained chunks of time. And now 316 laps completed to Philip Hamprecht and the RPM Racing Porsche in second place, 309 laps. They've got 3 laps on the third place 992 car, which is the Sebelju Racing Porsche. Now remember the story of their race. They had an issue with contact with the Aston Martin, had a repair job on the front suspension, the steering was broken, etc. And they were completely out of it, weren't they? They were way down. But they've had a great run. It's been a recovery drive from the very outset, and they're there. They're on the third place. That's the overall step of the overall 992 class podium, but they're also second in the 992 AM. So they're going to get 2 sets of trophies. And just to round off the 992 update, the 900 Elf Racing Porsche, Moritz Hoem at the wheel. They're in third in the AM class, 4th overall. And then the next car up in 992, that's the Mulder Motorsport. Zavidris at the wheel of the Porsche, number 921, 5th in 992.
Yeah,
but what a recovery drive.
And also the great work by their pit crew to not panic under the pressure of the incident, and to get that repair done and get the car back out going again. Really, really impressive. So yeah, they're definitely in the mix. I mean, if we're throwing nominees for the spirit of the race, I'm going to throw Venture Engineering in there, because they're in a class by themselves in GT4, and we had a great chat with them yesterday with Neville and his son Chris and their pro driver, if you like, and Matthew George. And they're just so positive about it, and how, yep, no problem, we're just going to do a 12-hour race sim, we're going to prepare for the next one. And Chris Jones made a very good point. He said, I said to my dad, part of winning a championship is going to every round, and to be there, and to compete, and to attend. And they've done more than attend. They won Barcelona last year. They won the opening round in Mugello, and then they've come back from a big crash in Spa. They could just say, "No, I don't like that." No.
Well, that's a very good contender, Peter, because they could have tootled round this track at half race pace and took the trophies, but no. They've pushed themselves. They've pushed themselves to the extent where they tripped over.
Yep.
And they had Neville Jones in the car. They wanted to push that envelope and push the regs to see how far they can, how close they could get. And whether or not they'll admit that wasn't deliberate, by doing so, even if it was by accident, that Neville stayed in the car a bit too long. It's commendable that they were pushing that envelope and pushing the regs and going through their driver stints and their driver rotations and strategies and preparing and learning to go forward to Paul Ricard and Barcelona. And what they're still learning this series. They made their first appearance at Barcelona last year, wasn't it? Was it Barcelona?
It was Barcelona.
I first met them. And then they came out for the European season, Mugello, Spa, and they're in it for the... And it's just... That's commendable. And that is very much a spirit of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, and spirit of endurance.
Spirit of going racing.
Yes, exactly. Is that, you know, this is not a cheap endeavour at all. This is an expensive thing to do, and it takes real commitment and sacrifice, to be honest, to do this. There's lots of other things you could spend the money on. And coming along, it's so easy if you think, well, we're only car in the class now, we won't go. Well, no, they've turned up and they've done it with a smile. They've done it with positivity, which I'm a big proponent of. Into fueling then comes the Red Ant car. So this is the stagger we were talking about. Yannick Redin almost got into the lead of the race, but 3 seconds away from Jeff McKeel's for Haas RT, but he needed to come in for fuel. So that then really creates a look at what the actual gap is, and really it shows that Haas RT are in a good position. If they can execute now between now and the next 2 hours and 24 minutes, they will have an overall race victory to add to their tally of race victories here in the Michelin 24-hour series. And as we said before, only 2.5 years as a race team.
Yeah. A lot of experience, though.
Of course, yeah. But you've got to form a group of people. You've got to buy a car. You've got to prepare a car. You've got to get a premises. There's so much that goes into it. You know, there's so much as well. I'm speaking to preaching to the choir, as I say to you. You've been there. You know,
I know the effort that goes in. I know the energy that you have to be part of inside of any of those garages. But you know, there's a reason why my column for the Creventic for the 24 Series magazine is called "The Soap Opera Behind the Garage Door," because I can assure you there are several soap operas kicking off at every race weekend, at every race week, behind every garage door. It's an absolute drama. Even when everything's going right and everything's going well, it's an absolute drama. There's some great stories that we can tell.
There's still, even at this latter point of the race, there's some personal best lap times being put in. Moritz Oma for 911 Racing has just put in that car's best lap of the race, 137.7. So, you know, as we get, particularly as I think the sun goes down and as it goes behind the low rolling hills here near Misano, we might see the track cool off a touch, and then we'll get some really strong lap times. We might even see that lap record lowered even more, particularly if Klaus Bachler gets on board that Proton Porsche, because he just seemed to just fire in purple sector after purple sector every time he was in the car, seemingly.
Give us your ideas. Give us your ideas of contenders for the Spirit of the Race Award. And like Peter has just described there, you know, his what's the word? You're putting forward nomination. His nomination is for the Venture Mercedes for addressing this race. They're the only car in the GT4 class. That's not going to be the case at Paul Ricard for round 4, and it's certainly not going to be the case at Barcelona for the 24 hours and the way they've addressed the race. But it's not necessarily about car teams facing adversity either. It's not necessarily about a team that's put a car back together and they've continued in the race, and there's always lots of them. So give us a few ideas of your own if you've got them, and the live chat is still going strong on the YouTube, on the 24 Series YouTube channel.
So more penalties being served for Red Ant Racing. 10-second penalty for them. I'm just going to double check what that's for. Track limits again. So they keep getting track limits. Well, we saw they were breaking track limits with the Misanino go-kart track last night. So I suppose on the racetrack, they're really just keeping up the form.
Nothing. It's becoming a pattern of behaviour, isn't it? I think is how you would put that.
I don't think they've hit any cones though, which is nice. Diana Binks is now down in the pits.
Yeah, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the number 69, is just being pushed up the pit lane. So I guess there's a problem firing that up after refueling. because the team members have had to run down and push it up onto the pit apron, and it's just landed here now. So they are actually taking that car, that GT3 car, that Audi GT3, sorry, into the garage at the moment. So there's clearly a little bit of an issue there. So I'll just investigate when I can. But yes, they're taking that straight in.
Oh no,
now.
that's really, really heartbreaking for them, because they're in that such tight battle for GT3 AM honours with the other Audi, the Jutta number 71 car, but also the number 11 Hofer car. So for Hofer, things now looking a bit better after that delay with the brake change. They now are up into second place in the GT3 AM category, and critically as well, it's another set of overall points as well in there, because they are very much in contention for the overall GT3 championship as well as the AM subclass.
Into the pits, Peter, as Ian has just reported.
This is the Continental Audi, yeah. So the Simpson mechanics going to work. The engine cover is off. They're going to remove the rear wheels as well.
Rear cover off, removing rear wheels. What did they think it was?
Not sure.
No, they're not sure yet, are they?
Yeah, no.
Right, okay.
But it had been in fuel, and then it had to be pushed from fuel. It's Andrei Soluksev, who brought the car in, looks a bit despondent, unfortunately.
As you would, and that's the thing, isn't it? We take it for granted that the cars are going to come in, fueling, restart, continue on. But sometimes, you know, these cars now, they've been running since 9 o'clock this morning onto the grid. The race started at 9:30. Here we are, coming up to 7 p.m. They've been running hot. They've been pounding round, and all that heat soak, when the cars do stop, the fueling can affect those parts like starter motors and wiring looms. Still can't quite tell what they are about to fix there. It looks like it could be, I mean, the rear end is where all the attention's at, Peter, and that it's a mid-engine car. The rear wing's coming off, by the rear body, the rear bumper deck, the rear deck's coming off too, and that could be a gearbox.
Oh dear. Oh no,
that's looking like gearbox to me.
If that is the case, oh no, if that's the case, after 9 hours and 40 minutes of racing, Diana might have more for us.
Go on, Di.
They're telling me it's a clutch issue at the back, so that's what they're looking at now.
Oh dear, transmission, yeah, with the clutch. Oh dear, that is such a shame for Continental Racing by Simpson. Like, you think when things run so well for 9 hours and 40 minutes, you're in a good spot, in a podium spot, and then a clutch problem.
Yeah, Rory's asking if I know the result yet. Yes, Rory, you might have noted around about the time of the second half into extra time, I went to look. I went very quiet, and yeah, how I haven't screamed into this microphone, I do not know.
Milner Motorsport also obviously had an issue in refueling, because the team are pushing the car all the way up the pit lane to the garage. That's the 921 Milner Motorsport Porsche 992. So an issue with them. So I will head up there to find out what's going on. But as I turned round from the Simpson garage, I could see the same sort of situation arising. So from what I can see now, we're just on nearly there at the car. I'm just looking to see if they're going to take it in to the garage area, but at the moment it's on the pit apron. But I think, yes, it is. It's going into, they're taking the rear cover off that Porsche 992 as well, and about to put that back into the garage. So that's 2 or 3 within a few minutes, isn't it?
It's getting there, isn't it? It's that time, isn't it? 2 hours to go of a 12-hour race. This is when problems can hit you with 20 minutes of a race, but you know what? These cars are tired now. They've been worked hard.
They have, and you think it's not just the race today. They've been working hard all week, haven't they? And they would have been prepared for today.
They've had a bit of TLC. Last night after qualifying, things would have been checked. But yeah, fundamentally, they've got mileage on the motors, mileage on the gearbox, mileage on the running gear. And, they've been worked hard here. MISANO is a track that loads up the left and the right. I had a stat, actually, with how many lefts and how many rights we had.
There's a lot more rights.
There's a lot more rights,
more. I mean, you think the big heavy loading flat through turn 3, then more braking and turning through 4, 5, and then again, this is all right-handers, of course. Then you've got you know, another big right-hander at 10. Carboni, 11, 12, 13, 14, all right-handers, braking, turning, and it's definitely, it must really punish the front left tyre as well on a front-engine car, and indeed probably the whole left side on rear and mid-engine cars too. So, what a shame for Milner. They've just not had a good season. They've had pace, but the races have just not gone their way at all, unfortunately.
And they just lost power completely, so they've had to take it in to find out why. They don't know yet. They're sort of shaking their heads a little bit, and they're in actually a very tight garage as well. But the team are going to work on that to see if they can find out what the problem is.
What a pity! What a pity for Milner Motorsport. That's not what we'd like to see at all.
6 right-handers and 10 left.
Must be the other way around.
Can't be right. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to count them.
Okay. Yeah, if it was clockwise, that would be quite a thing. So, Chantal Prince for Hoffer Racing now, after the demise of the Continental Racing car, now moves into 2nd in AM and 5th overall at the moment, and only 5 seconds behind Yannick Redon in the Red Ant Mercedes. In fact, actually, just on that's changed around, actually, just as I say that. Hasn't quite updated on our graphic yet. Nico Verdonk has gone up into 5th, so he's gone past Chantal Prince, who's now in 6th place, but still 2nd in class. Now is Nico Verdonk in that Aero Motorsport car. You called it snakes and ladders, Joe. That's a good way to put it. It dropped down to that. He's now climbing back up the ladder.
I know.
Again.
He's climbing back
he
up.
He can dodge the snake.
He's going up a few ladders now, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
And then, you know, all right, he's only done 19 minutes of the session, of the stint, I should say. The car's ahead of him. The Red Ant car, 332 laps. That's 3 laps ahead. But those 2 cars, Tim Muller in the Utah car, the Red Ant car, hasn't the Red Ant car just been into the pits?
Yes, so it's early on in its stint.
Right,
yeah,
so I'm saying Yannick Redon has done an hour and 2.
Yes.
Has he had a pit stop in there?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, he's had fuel fairly recently. Yeah. So he's doing a double, and then I guess handing over to Kobe De Bruyker for the run to the flag.
Right. Yeah. So
or Kenny Hire maybe.
Yeah, we can keep him in for almost an hour.
Yeah. Pretty much to the end of the tank, and yeah, so Red Ant's strategy is certainly neatly aligning at the moment. So they're sitting in 4th, but at net they're further ahead than that after their pit stop. So what's interesting though in the Pro-Am battle, where you've got Verdonk and DL, you know, pushing as hard as they can. Verdonk in the car right now. He's just moved past Chantal Prince to go into 5th, according to our timing screen. But the thing is, he's actually struggling to match the pace in certain laps as Konstantin Dressler. He's actually not gaining any time on Konstantin Dressler in the class leading Pro Tour.
We spoke to the red camel car, and with Fabian Dance at the wheel of that 909 at the back of the field, it was just going to be a case of getting some time in the seat, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly so. Well, we're heading into the really into the kind of twilight now, as the sun's starting to come down now here. The shadows lengthening at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli is 911 into the pits with their Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Di. Who is not there? Di's camera is there.
I am. I just couldn't get my microphone on quickly enough. Sorry. Yeah, I'm here. In fact, I've got to say, this 911 Racing have been very quietly going about their business this whole race. I mean, the car is looking in very, very good condition. Now, every time they come in for a pit stop and change driver, it's all very slick. The team are running around doing the full service, changing tyres quite methodically and polishing that car as much as possible. But it's not looking like some of the others that are a little bit worn at this point in the race. But taking the time, just strapping the driver in now before they head back out onto the race. But they're all quite relaxed down there. I can hear you giggling.
I'm giggling with Nick trying to get out of the way of the sun. The sun's right in our eyes now in our little box eye. And Nick's just taken over from PMAC. Peter's gone off to grab some dinner, and he's kind of squirming down behind the screen.
So the 9 and 11 racing's just gone out. Van Berlo Motorsport by Bas Koeten, the 925. They're just waiting for that car to come out of refueling. They're going to have a driver change in that car as well as a full service and tyres.
So Nino Delph, as Di has just described, back in the race. That's the third place car on the 992 AM podium. They are on target with just over 2 hours to go. They're on target to meet Nick Damon, who'll be taking us through our podium presentation. Hello, Nick. Did you have a lovely dinner?
It was very nice, yes. Yes, it was. I was trying to keep it quite light, obviously.
Why?
Well, because, you know, one is getting larger these days.
I see. The fight continues.
Yes.
Fight continues. That's the car that is third in the 992 AM class, the green and red car. Continuing to move round. That is the number. Where's the number gone? It's the 911. That's where I was trying to say. Currently 12th overall in the scheme of things. Ralph Hoym at the wheel. Into the pits has come the leading 992 car. That's the 925 numbered Van Berlo Motorsport. Bas Koeten's the team underneath that. That's Bas Koeten just going in to help strap the driver in. The pit stop coming to a conclusion. Last element of the stop is doing up the driver nets, then slamming the door. Door slammed, off it goes. Still a sense of urgency there, Nick. Even with that lead that they've acquired, they've got 3 laps lead on the rest of the 992 field, and yet they still go about their pit stop as urgently as that.
Well, I think you can't drop your focus, can you? You drop your focus, you're likely to drop the ball, as they say.
Exactly. That's my attitude as well.
I think you said earlier, every single one, even these teams who are weekend warriors, have rehearsed every element of these standard stops. And you can't then say, oh, let's slow it all down, because you've rehearsed A to B to C to D, and that person, you've got tyres being handed to other tyres, and people need to know. So I think it's really important that they carry on at full speed. I think you've got to push the whole way through.
You absolutely have. If you start dropping out of rhythm, and that's why that team there, the Van Berlo Motorsport, Glenn Van Berlo on his outlap at the wheel of the number 925, continuing on his way. Alexander Prince, I can tell you, is now at the wheel of the number 11, Hofer Racing Mercedes. That car has dropped to second in the AM class. Well, actually, it's maintained that second in the AM class, 7th overall in GT3. Just dropped behind the Scuderia Praha Ferrari now. Nico Verdonk continues just ahead of them by a lap, and he's still got 3 laps to make up to the Red Ant car. So it's back to where we were, and Yannick Redon is lapping in the 1:35.8. Yannick Redon, Nico Verdonk is lapping in the 1:34.5. 1:34.6, 1:34.5. Oh, that's very close. Verdonk's only making up a 10th a lap last time.
He's got 3 laps to make up, and that's not doable by pace. It's doable by other issues for other teams, but you've got where are we running now, 2 hours and 6 minutes, and you've got to make up effectively 5 minutes just in pace against people who are good. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not. No, not 3 laps. 3 laps.
I mean, they're sitting there ready to pounce.
Not with 2 hours to go.
They've got as far as they can go on pure talent, and they have no weak links as such to put in, because they will have a combination of Ryan, DL and Nico to the end. But it's going to be interesting to see how much further they can get. And obviously they're second in class, so it's not the end of the world. But we've already seen. It's weird how he has little flurries. Little flurries are problems, isn't it? It's never like what? It's like one car and that fires another car, and then 3 cars have little problems. and that's very likely. I don't think they're going to have 4 cars that have issues, but it's a good chance to pick up a couple of places in the next couple of hours. It's not a big problem; it's a small problem. Will take someone past them. It's not like you're dropping a drive shaft. It's just having a control alternating sitting on the side of the track for a couple of seconds.
Yeah. I'd prefer to have a drive shaft because at least it's discernible. It's when it's that niggly electronics fault with
Hom got back out again. They still they are, aren't they? Yeah, because they had an electronic issue.
Yeah, they're back up.
Yeah, they had electronic issues.
They've dropped down to 5th.
36 minutes off last time round. Yeah,
off the class podium completely now, and that was so cruel and on that car ground to halt. Nick, I need you to think about your Spirit of the Race contender, your Spirit of the Race nomination.
I think it's been said, and I think that
it's a good idea from Peter, wasn't it?
I think, I think it is almost the absolute description of Spirit of the Race. Yes, we've seen some fine comebacks. So changing a gearbox in 45 minutes, changing a gearbox in 45 minutes for Ajit Kumar is pretty impressive. But actually coming out and doing a 12-hour race properly, with everything that implies, both hard work, both the cost and everything else, is absolutely the spirit of endurance. We effectively decide that we think that the future races are so important. We're going to put so much effort into these 12 hours. Diana, was that you calling up?
888 Seb Lejeune Racing came in, very quick pit stop and driver change. Stefan Perrin has jumped in behind the wheel now, but they're all giving themselves a bit of a cheer. That was a good, clean stop, driver change and tyres. And just behind me, further down the pit lane, the Venture Racing GT4, number 421, they're getting ready to greet their driver here. Well, greet the driver on. They're already on the pit apron waiting. I can't see if there's going to be a driver change, but I think I did spot. Yes, I did. Yeah, they're going to do a driver change here as well. So they're just waiting to receive the car.
Neville Jones is currently in that machine, which I think is kind of within the Comgy booth, which isn't everything. Please write in on the YouTube chat or onto the on X who you think should win Spirit of the Race. But I'm kind of struggling to find something that more symbolises it.
It is a good one. It's a very, very good nomination.
Because normally we have a massive row about this. We all have.
We do. Yeah. We all have.
And you never choose mine. I get the hump.
Do you really?
Very good idea. I'm in the pits. I know what goes on.
Yeah, we always see the adversity. The car that has been nominated by Peter Mackay for very good reasons, different reasons to what we've had so far, and it is that number 421 Mercedes. The Venture Racing is the Venture Racing team is the team that is behind this car, which looks like it's going for a brake change, both front and rear. New pads going onto that GT4 spec AMG GT Mercedes.
And whether you need them or not, you do the practice.
Absolutely, yes. Go ahead, Di.
Yeah, you're quite right, Joe. I know you can see pictures, but for anyone that can't see pictures, they absolutely are changing those brakes and pads. They're sort of quite quietly going about their business, as we know that this team do. Everyone's working methodically to do what they need to. Neville is actually strapping in. Yeah, I'll try and get Neville, actually, because we've spoken. I don't think we've managed to speak to him for some time, so let me just see how this pit stop.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear from Neville.
Finalising.
You got him?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Not yet.
Because some of you can just walk across and there they are, they think, oh, I can't escape. I'll have to do that. So yes, this is the 421 car, the winner, as it keeps saying. I know where they put the.
No, not yet. It's a contender. It's a nomination.
No, I'm talking about the overall. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
the winner of GT4.
It's quite funny when they put the class results up. They get winner. They've got that from the winner as well. They go, you never know. You could get disqualified. You don't know it's one.
Well, that is true. It's got a pass-through tech. It might be a GT3 car in disguise. I know it's not. Aaron Thompson messages in, which manufacturer is the lead car? Well, that's an Audi. It belongs to the Haas RT team. Jeff,
at some point, you think Audi might reconsider their move away from customer racing, and perhaps consider it wasn't the wisest thing to do. I mean, they do have customer racing support. It's been wound down considerably. And of course, their stable of very, very good factory drivers have all been redistributed to much joy to the other, companies have picked up all sorts of top Audi drivers. Audi, of course, currently just in the last year of preparations of joining Formula One. They'll be on the Formula One grid next year, taking over the Sauber team, which is quite a big job.
That brake change just coming to a conclusion now for the Venture Mercedes. That will continue. I'm not sure if Dyer mentioned which driver is taking over that car, whether or not it's going to be Matt or Chris that will take over. It's Chris Jones.
Neville, who's just getting a drink, so a much-deserved drink, and coming out to the garage. Neville, we've been desperate to talk to you for some time. We keep coming to the garage, but you're always behind the wheel. You clearly are having a very good time.
I'm enjoying it today. It's really good, but I'm a bit tired now. I think I'm done for the day now, so I'm going chill.
You've been putting in some good times, and the performance has been fantastic. So we'll just let the car go off, but you must be pretty satisfied.
The start of that stint wasn't very good, but towards the end it was much better. Yeah.
What was the problem at the start of the stint?
Just me.
Just blame the tyres or something.
No. Yeah, and after, just still learning the car. It's really good. The car's awesome.
How does it feel to drive it round here at Misano?
I think it's my favourite circuit. It is really nice circuit, yeah.
What is it about it that makes it your favourite?
I think it's because it's quite tight in places. Okay, I might not be fast, but I enjoy that. Coming from, I used to do car rallying, so I'm used to tighter stuff, and yeah, it's nice. But the bit at the back, flat out corner, that you do as you go through at my age.
And what about sort of managing the traffic? I know we've, there's a fair amount of spaces and gaps here on this circuit, but is that enjoyable?
It's a challenge. You know who the people you've got to watch for, but it's a challenge. Yeah, it is. I quite enjoy it, but you know who you've got to watch out for. The big problem is when they disappear into your blind spot and you don't know where they've gone. So if there's two of them and they split, yeah, that's the problem.
Well, you're clearly enjoying it. It's great to see.
It's good fun. I'm looking forward to chilling out now.
OK, I'll let you go and sit down. Thanks very much.
Neville Jones there, finding the backstretch there through the kinks a little bit. Oh, but being a former rally driver, of course, he'd like that. He'd prefer that lined with trees and a gravel surface, of course,
far too easy
at those speeds.
Stuff. I mean, I'm surprised he's tired. He did more than his 2 hours, didn't he, earlier on?
He was what?
He did more than his 2 hours earlier, didn't he?
He did, yeah. They can't get him out of the car.
Extra minute.
Yeah, he's loving it.
Nightmare for him.
Great to have Venture along as well. It's another father and son team as well, which we seem to have a plethora of here at Misano for this one.
Yeah, we've got father and son, we've got father and daughter as well, of course.
Father and daughter as well, yeah, absolutely. Father, daughter and son-in-law.
Yes. Yeah,
we're talking about the Horford team, of course. Michael Kroll with his daughter Chantal, I should say, and her husband Alexander. Of course, Chantal, formerly known as Kroll, would have been familiar as our 24H Series ladies champion, as well as Hofer becoming teams champion twice on the trot, I believe.
Yeah, that was the glory days, the Gullwing Mercedes.
Yeah, it was.
The previous version of the big GT3 car with them, and they had not just Kenneth Hire, who has driven them quite recently, but now has jumped ship to Red Ont, and of course Christian Franken, who that was
Christian Franken,
Christian now who's does most of his work in driver coaching, a lot of it at Zandvoort.
Kenneth, of course, goes wherever Mercedes tells him to.
Unlike his father, just went on the track whether he was allowed there or not.
Yeah, a great story. Yeah.
Hans Hire, who is Kenneth Hire's father, just look him up. Unbelievable.
Yeah, story of the German Grand Prix. Was that the 1978 Grand Prix?
It was
earlier.
You'll know what year it is, because you're good at that sort of thing.
I know.
I don't argue with you. Well, once we get back, I'll argue with you down to about 85, 84, but beyond, I'm not arguing with you. And I'll start arguing with you again about 1969. I don't think you're quite good at that point.
Really?
I think you've imbibed the 70s.
So beyond the 60s,
I'm giving you once sideburns came in.
Flares.
Once flares came in till turbos, you can have that bit. You can have those 15 years or 14 years, and I think it's fine again.
Happening out on track at the moment, Nick, is exactly what Peter and I have been talking about. There may be inside of 2 hours to go, but you've got to still be very, very cagey and very, very wary of what you're doing out there with the faster cars. Getting inside of traffic now is the Yannick Red Ant Racing Mercedes finds himself in a gaggle of Porsche 992s and just picking his way by, picking his moment, not being too hasty.
What's also going on in there is one of those unique features of endurance racing. It's called clumping. But when you have 17 or 18 cars running on a 3-mile track, you'll still find 6 of them occupying the same 100 yards. And the way they're clumped with different speeds, you've read something amusing.
I have,
is it
actually.
a broadcast?
It is broadcastable, yeah. It's a nomination for the Spirit of the Race, and it's been sent in by Tin Plate Geek 2.
Excellent. Oh, well, hang on a second. What happened to Tin Plate Geek 1?
I don't know. No, 2 T-O-O.
Oh, okay.
So he's Tin Plate Geek 2. Spirit of the Race should go to E2P Racing for turning up even though they are suffering from a curse. How many mirrors have they broken or ladders walked under or crossed paths of black cats? I always thought black cats were crossing your path. We're lucky.
It's one of those things where, you know where superstitions fall down? It's where the same thing means different things in different areas. Because, you know, in some countries you hang the horseshoe as a U.
Yeah.
In some places you hang the horseshoe as an N.
Yes.
And the U people say when you hang it as an N, all the luck drains out.
Ah, right, okay.
But it's entirely down to local, which is the lucky way to hang the horseshoe.
Right, okay.
Personally, possibly neither.
So if the black cat goes from left to right, it's lucky. If it goes from right to left, it's unlucky. I don't know.
Sounds to me the black cat goes to Wembley, it's lucky.
Tin Plate Geek 2, that is a very, very good nomination.
Do you not believe that?
What's
black cat goes to Wembley, it's lucky?
The black cat has been very lucky today, yes. The black cat kept it till the very last moment.
I've got a question for you.
Yes.
11 or less?
11 or less?
Points next year.
Oh, mate, I don't want to even think about it. I don't know. I'm looking forward to the championship. I'm looking forward to being back in the championship after next season. That's how confident I am. Unless, of course, we add some superstars to our young superstars. Hey, it's Premiership football for me next year. I can't believe it.
Lucky
it's been a while, Nick. Been a very long time since we were last
in the Premiership of endurance racing, we have the Redont 93 AMG GT3. His team, of course, has migrated from the 992 class at the beginning of this year, choosing Mercedes down to the level of support they could give, and perhaps the more...
I thought you'd stop there.
Yeah, I'll stop there because it doesn't help. But yeah, I think it was a situation where the Mercedes had always gone well within the Creventic series and therefore is well supported by the factories.
Yannick Redont, by the way, is clawing back at that Tim Muller Yuta Racing Audi. Five, just under 6 seconds now is the gap. While we continue to monitor that, Diana, what you got?
Escudera, Farron, who are up this end of the pit lane, and we've not actually had an opportunity to talk to them. Pedro is with, what was your name,
Leonardo.
sorry?
Leonardo.
Yeah, because Pedro said to me in English he can't speak very good English. Obviously, just asked Pedro, he's just, jumped out of the car. We've many hours into the race now. Is he satisfied with his performance?
Que saíste agora do carro, já vamos com bastantes horas de corrida. Como é que achaste que foi a tua performance agora neste último stint?
O carro está-se a comportar bem, tivemos um pequeno problema durante a manhã, mas agora está-se a comportar muito bem. Estive confortável dentro do carro, apesar de ser a primeira vez que corro nesta pista, e estou muito satisfeito de estar aqui.
So we had a gearbox issue in the morning that set us back quite a few laps, but for him the stint was quite okay. It's also his first time for all drivers here, so in the end the stint was okay, and we are still in the fight with the Redent guys, and we'll see how it goes until the end. But the stint for him was okay, and yeah, he's happy with it.
It's very impressive how you've kept going during the race after the challenges this morning. How has he found the circuit here at Misano? How would he describe it?
Como é que estás a achar o circuito, a opinião do circuito no geral, o feeling?
É um circuito muito técnico. É um circuito que dá bastante satisfação pilotar neste circuito. É técnico.
Yeah, he said it's quite a technical circuit, quite challenging also with the fast right-handers and everything, but he finds it quite enjoyable to drive. So yeah, it's been a good one so far.
Great, well thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you for chatting to us.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's always good to speak to people who can't speak English. No, it was actually great because it's. I spoke to the team as well. And the young man on the side is a very good translator. So if you are at a Creventic series, you think, well, we can't speak very good, but just provide us with a translator. We're happy to get the information translated.
Absolutely, we are not put off by speaking to people.
We want to hear from everybody.
Yeah, we're across Europe, aren't we? We're an international series.
And we realise that being interviewed can be daunting at the best of times. Being interviewed in not your first language, even more so. But please, if you feel perhaps we're in the pit lane, we may have missed you out, just come and say, look, we'd like you to come and speak to us. Driver isn't great with English. Here's somebody else who can translate from whichever language it may be.
And you and I speak a bit of French and Spanish, don't we? If they're serving beer, we do.
Yeah, I can order beer.
I can order beer and sandwiches.
In several languages.
I once ordered a sandwich for my daughter on holiday in probably Ibiza, and it came and it was basically an omelette in a baguette, which is not what she wanted at all.
Was it not?
No, she didn't want an omelette in a baguette.
Wow, mate.
So I had to eat the omelette in the baguette with the tapas that I'd ordered as well, and then reorder what she wanted.
Do you like an omelette in a baguette?
It's an egg sandwich, isn't it? That's what I would try to say to her. You know, she's probably 10. Top three then, Jeff Michaels, the Haas RT. And then we've got the Proton Huber. That's the Utah racing car of Tim Muller. He's just come into fueling, has Tim Muller. So he's in from 4th place. The Proton Huber competition Porsche is the number 73 in 2nd place. And then we've got Yannick Redont in the Red Ant Racing Mercedes in 3rd place. So the Proton Huber car started. That's the orange and blue livery car. The number 73, Konstantin Dressler, driving that car around at the moment. And that currently is 1st in the Pro-Am class. He is 1 lap off the leader, which is the Jeff Michaels SRT. Lapping in the 134s, about a second quicker than the leading Haas RT, but he's a lap down, so he's got to catch the number 21 Audi, overtake him, and then pull that full lap back. And he's got 1 hour and 48 minutes to do it, and with just 1 second per lap, Nick, I'm pretty sure that's not enough.
No, it's not going to be, unfortunately, but I think it's still a lot of the top 4 positions could still change. I do think that the Haas RT team, I'm just trying to what a stint length is, they kind of have run half an hour longer than the Proton Huber. Of course, we are in different classes, so it's actually not really 1st v 2nd v 3rd v 4th. It's actually 4th are winning their class, 2nd are winning their class, and 1st win their class. Any team not in the top 4 not actually win their class is Red Ant Racing's Yannick Redont. Because everyone else, it's nice to stand on the overall podium, but you're winning your class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a reminder, I'm sure you said that, but currently leading in 992 Pro is the Van Bolo Motorsport. That's Van Bolo family outing, and they have a 4-lap lead over 2nd place, but that's not even their class. That's the AM class, which is Philip Hamprecht from RPM Racing, who are 6 laps ahead of 2nd place, which is a fantastic recovery by Seb Lejeune Racing for a difficult start in that 992 AM class. And just 2nd place in the Pro class of 992, that's Magnus Holmgaard. So the 992 from normally giving us these fantastically close battles, Joe. Not this time, just spread out.
Yeah, whoever's writing the script for this one, they've got them round the wrong way, haven't they?
Yeah.
We were watching Yannick Redont catching Tim Muller. However, the joy of catching and overtaking has been ripped from Yannick Redont. The rug of that has been ripped from underneath him.
Rip of rug.
As Tim Muller is in the pits.
Is he with Dye?
And I think he is with Dye. And is another brake change for that car, or indeed is that the first one? That's the first one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm with the car now. Tim has just jumped out, as you were quite rightly saying. He's gone into the garage. The team are changing the brakes on that car and the tyres. But I will go in and get Tim in just a minute. I just want him to get a drink before I chat to him. But I'll be back to you.
OK, just dive in when you get Tim. It's always good to chat to Tim Muller. He's been another regular in the 24H series for the last few seasons, going back quite a few years, actually.
Herbert, he's run with Herbert.
He did, yeah. He ran with Herbert about 2 seasons ago.
He ran with the car collection team.
Yes, he's ran with a few. He's again, and he's been a sponsor of the series as well, with his shoe company. which name escapes me at the moment.
Bugatti shoes.
Bugatti shoes, that's the one. Thank you, Nick.
I did
Getting
not,
late
you
in
know,
the day.
whilst I knew who the shoe company sponsor was, I had no idea it was Tim's company.
That's Tim, yeah.
Oh,
That's
wow,
Tim's
okay.
company, yeah. So he has been a good partner with the company as well as being a competitor. And we have seen him in various cars over the years, and he's been racing since way before. I call it pre-COVID. He's been with us since before the COVID years, back in 2020. So yeah, that's a chunk of years, isn't it, to be competing. He'll get a chat with Di. Meanwhile, his car has been serviced fully. Brake discs and pads. Not sure if we saw discs there though, Nick. Have we got pads?
I don't know whether they've done this as well.
See any discs?
Sometimes they do. It's whether they've gone for a matched pair. At this point, with less than 2 hours to go, it won't be so important.
Yeah.
Because obviously the reasoning of a matched pair is it reduces the initial wear because you've got them bedded in correctly together. And obviously it will improve the ultimate. They've obviously got a starting problem, that car.
They have, or a clutch problem with the clutch taking up the drive. Just helping it on its way, just taking the strain off it. It's not a bad idea at this stage of a race to even do that when your car's running well without showing any signs. It just takes that initial strain off the clutch mechanism and gearbox. Back in the race then, making its way along, and that you might think the car's got a problem. That's how long the pit lane exit is.
Huge.
He's got to be at 40 k's in the pit lane until he hits the green light, and there's the green light, and then we see the car accelerate out, and the car has now got Nikolai Michelin at the wheel of the Yuta car, currently leading the AM class, as you said, Nick, and with Nico Verdonk.
Just a quick point of order. Remember, it seems like a very, very long pit lane, but you are skipping out the right, left, right of the Variante del Parco, the park curve. So it's not, you're actually not losing much time, even though you're going quite slowly, because it's a lot further on the track.
I think that's actually why they lengthened the pit lane speed limit to that point, or else
if you
it
could
would
go
be
back,
actually quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the whole
so you'd
1993 situation.
Yeah, you would. Yes, it would be a lot quicker to come out of the pits and then be ahead of the car that you were behind, as it had to negotiate through Del Parco, which is a very fast right-hander as well. It's a lot faster than it looks, but then you've got to brake heavy for a very tight turn 2, which is the middle part of Del Parco, and then on through 3, which is an acceleration zone, which we've seen catch so many people out. And then the short blast up to the Del Rio hairpin.
So drone shots for those of you with pictures, showing us the special K car, or the Yuta racing machine, flying through the back part of the circuit and over the start-finish line, completing its first out lap following its last fuel stop. So that'll be picked up fresh tyres that time. I don't think they did. Just trying to see where he is scored. It's now, according to this, the tyres stayed on, so passed over the car but kept the same tyres on. Sounds very selfish, really. From Michelin.
Tim Muller's disappeared on Di.
Yes, he's run away with the truck.
Yes.
I don't know what to say about that, really. Oh, we can see the lights now. The lights have come brightly on the 71 Yuta machine. It's shining into the face of the camera. In fairness, it's still completely light outside, though the sun is getting quite down. Sunset is officially about 47, 48 minutes time. The race has just an hour and 3/4 to run, so we should get 20 minutes, half an hour in full darkness, I would think, Joe, at the back end of the race.
I think we're going to have light in the sky, though, Nick. You know, we're just coming out of spring here, aren't we, into the summer? And
it won't get
sunset is, what did I say? It was 18 minutes past 8.
But it won't get super dark, because if it's going to get super dark, it'll be night practice.
I think by, with an hour...
8:38 is sunset.
8:38, so 50 minutes or so.
But it's not dark just because the sun's set.
Yeah, it's not dark because the sunset. The sky does have, is still lit. Whether or not we need to go to the circuit lights, I'm not sure. I haven't had any information saying that. I mean, I suppose it's all weather dependent, isn't it? Whether or not you've got a bright sky or a cloudy sky.
Proton Huber just come through the pits and they've served a penalty from third place.
Thank you, Pedro.
And is this the vortex rejoining or going back in again? It's hard to tell these days.
That is a vortex.
Go back in again.
Let's head down to Dai. It looks like that's in front of you, mate.
Yes, it is. It's they are just pushing it back into the garage now. So they've just pushed that in. The driver's jumping out of that car. They've had a few problems in the last couple of hours with that vortex car. So he's back out. They're taking the engine cover off to have a look, and they're taking the tyres off inside the garage. So there's I think it might be an engineer or a mechanic that's jumped in to the seat. So they've obviously got some additional electrical issues going on
they
there.
had some touch issues as well. So it's kind of everything was going fantastically for 8 hours, and then not so fantastic the last 2 or 3. But you know, this is the point. They're also doing an extended test. That's one of the pots coming off, hydraulic pots. My guess is, from what we know, that's going to be the clutch pot, because that's where they've been having issues. It could be either because those are the 2 reservoirs for the hydraulic fluid for the clutch and for the brakes, but that
might be a brake issue, because there's only 2 reservoirs there.
Yeah, they've got 2 reservoirs, but I'm only saying clutch because they said they had clutch problems before.
Right.
I mean, it has no reason why it shouldn't be brakes, Joe. But
it was my fault they encountered problems, because I said they were doing a great job.
You sat there wondering whether Black Cats were lucky or not. What we do know is commentators aren't.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They have done a great job, and the car has lasted well. I mean, here we are, just under 99 minutes, just over 99 minutes of this race left, and the Vortex is our only representative in the GTX class that hasn't detracted from the challenge of getting the car to the finish, which, of course, is what the team has done. So I mean, that's a contender for spirit of the race as well.
99 minutes, 99. No one sent us an ice cream, have they?
No, a gelato.
No gelato or an ice cream?
No,
neither.
We put an appeal out earlier, very much earlier in the race, before half distance.
Home guard back in the pits and doing another brake change. The 992 car's absolutely burning through the pads. It looks like everyone's going to end up doing 2 stops at the front of the field, and Home guard, of course, were at the front. They lost a few laps with that mystery engine cut. But they're now doing another couple of stops, and they'll go back in again. And they'll go back out in the field and try and gain a couple of places.
So, yeah, that car was going very, very well, wasn't it? And very much in contention. It was different to whether or not it was going to catch the Van Berlo car. Meanwhile, back in the pits is Dai.
Okay, I was told you couldn't come to me, but very, very quickly, Magnus Homeguard is just looking at the Homeguard Motorsport 902 car. A slight delay getting the brake discs and pads off.
Yeah, the brake discs blow up in the last part of my stint, so we have to replace it.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Would you mind saying that again, Mark?
Yeah, I say the brake discs blow up in the last part of my stint, so we have to replace it. Yeah.
It looks like is it sticking there just purely because it's hot?
Yeah, maybe because it's hot, or maybe because it's run a long time.
So we just got to let the guys do their thing and carry on.
Yes, exactly.
How are you finding the circuit here in Misano, apart from what's going on here with this pit stop?
I find the track very fun and very fast. So, yeah, I liked it. I would like to come back.
Well, it's great having you here. Thank you.
Thanks, Di. Never good. He said the brake disc exploded. That sounds quite spectacular. My guess is it slightly failed, because it exploded, you wouldn't have got the car back. If it explodes.
Well, if it shatters into several pieces
inside the wheel.
Yeah, but you can still get the car back. You're just going to lose all your brake fluid out of whatever caliper.
The car's not going to start again in 2 minutes. It just has. I'm sure it failed. I'm sure there's a failure involved, but not perhaps quite as spectacular as described.
He's had brake failure, hasn't he?
Maybe a pad's broken. Maybe a pad's gone. He's on the metal.
He didn't say that the pedal had gone to the floor.
He said the brake exploded. But then you're allowed a little bit of license, aren't you? A little bit of license to enjoy yourself.
Just better seeing that than.
In fact, if you've said I had a bit of a brake problem, but now it's exploded. We've got these visual images.
I mean, it's not uncommon for a brake disc to break and explode into many pieces. They develop cracks over time, and then they go, and they do shatter into many pieces. The back down the snake will go the Era Motorsport Ferrari. After gaining a lot of ground, this time in the hands of Nico Verdonk, it will now drop back behind the other Ferrari in the field. This one, the Scuderia Praha car, coming up swiftly behind it while it remains in the pit lane. Nico Verdonk handing over to Ryan DL as Nick Damon hands back over to Peter Mackay, who's going to tell us about his lovely dinner.
Very nice,
What
as
did you
always.
have?
I had some pasta, some mozzarella. What else did I have? That was it, actually. It was a fairly light dinner, actually.
Yeah. Was any sort of after-dinner wine on offer?
No, they were pretty much closing up. I caught the last of the dinner, actually.
Oh, I'd say I did tell you.
Well, yeah. Yes, you did.
Yeah. The catering is good there, and, you know, Creventic, the organiser of the 24H series, goes about their business very well, and a very high standard of catering is available for everyone to take part in the paddock, whether or not you are a team or a driver with the families or even a fan. I think you can actually sort of buy into that.
So, Era Motorsport serving their penalty here after Ryan DL jumping on board. It was.
Do we know what it's for?
Track limits. Yeah, 2 track limits penalties together, basically. They have been pushing hard.
10 seconds, is it, Peter?
20
10 seconds.
10
20,
seconds.
yeah.
That's it. Served, off they go. So, Ryan Dale will get back out onto circuit and try and solidify that second place in the Pro-Am class Proton Huber competition, going aggressive, putting Klaus Bachler in for the run to the finish. He's been in for 6 minutes, so he can take it to the end of the race from there, as can Ryan Dale, with an hour and 34 minutes left on the clock. Maximum stint time of 2 hours, of course, that the drivers and teams have to be aware of. With Haas RT at the moment, they don't really need to worry about that too much. They've got a good gap back. So much so that actually Chris Donker was having his dinner as well. So we obviously trust his team so much. He's like, right, I'm off for dinner, guys.
Get the car out. It's not going to come back in for an hour, is it?
Yeah, quite right.
And the team's experienced enough at Haas RT to react to whatever problem that car comes into. I'm pretty sure Chris was just a radio message away from that, if he was needed.
Headset on. So I'm sure he wanted to...
pretty much listening to everything that's going on.
Yeah. So
they're currently leading by a lap, Peter. The Red Ant car has just taken over the second place position. And that's because of a pit stop by the Proton Huber car. The Porsche now has Klaus Bachler in it, the number 73. That's the orange and blue one. That was on the pole position this morning after posting a very, very solid 3-lap average from all of the drivers in that car.
Bachler's not finished with the best lap times. He's set another absolute best sector in Sector 1 right now. So we wondered whether, when the temperature started to cool with the track, and the track is obviously more and more rubbered in, it was effectively reset yesterday when we had that really heavy rain. So now that the track's had a day of rubbering in, the temperature now starting to cool. Is this now a bit of a golden hour for lap times?
It's got to be.
Could
Absolutely, it's got to be. The cooler air is going to assist the engines. We always called it the golden hour, don't we? I remember at Le Mans when we used to have qualifying in what would be a 4-hour session in the evening and a 4-hour session in the early evening. As we went dark, in the started about 8 o'clock till midnight, and the pole position times would come in that first half hour or so in that session, just when it was twilight, nice and cool, track temperature a little bit dropped, so it's not as slick. Is that Diana Binks in the pits?
It most certainly is. Era Motorsport, Nico Verdonk has just jumped out of the car, but the 81 brought that car back in. Before I ask you about your stint behind the wheel, Nico, do you know what's happening with the car?
No more power steering. I was driving and the car was suddenly I lost power steering, so it was as you probably have seen, it was undrivable. I tried to keep it on track, but yeah, by driving that slow and going off track, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's dangerous for us, for the others, and yeah, that's why we came in to check. I did several different manipulations on the car to try and fix it, but as you can see, the car is in, so yeah, we haven't solved it yet.
No, I mean, that's clearly very frustrating at this point of the race for you, but as you just said, you know, you did your best to try and solve the issue, but it's unfortunate having to come back into the garage.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it doesn't make sense to drive like that. Firstly, for safety, and secondly, you know, it's not worth risking a car for when it's you're not driving in normal circumstances. So, and also for the others. So, yeah, as you can see, car is in. So hopefully we can get it fixed to finish the race.
Okay. Thanks very much, Nico.
That's gutting. That's absolutely gutting for Era Motorsport. You know, they were just on the fight back. They'd kind of done the heavy lifting early on. They'd got their AM driver drive time done, and they had their their hot shoes ready to deploy all the way to the finish. And just when that, just as that's starting to have the benefit, they have a problem with the power steering. Ryan Dalziel still aboard the car, working the wheel back and forth. Of course, he has a lot of experience with this Ferrari 296 GT3. He raced it in the United States for 3 hours of competizione, so knows the car inside and out, and as may have seen this issue before. The crew are pouring over the car right now. Communication back and forward to Ryan as he moves the wheel back and forth. Interesting. This is it's a different car, but it's the second car we've seen with a power steering failure.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the rack or it's going to be the pump. If it was the electrics, it'd be intermittent, wouldn't it? It might be electrics, but it's very, very likely to be the electric pump that keeps the pressure on. I mean, they're taking the opportunity to replace the discs and pads while they're in for this job.
That's smart.
I actually don't know where and how easy it is to get to the steering rack.
Yeah, the thing is, the Ferrari 296 GT3 it's an incredibly sophisticated car, and as we've talked about many times in the past on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, basically since the car won the Nürburgring on Nürburgring 24 on debut, with the rear clip just getting lifted off. We've never seen anything like it on a GT3 car before, to take the whole rear section off.
Modular, isn't it?
Yeah, and that won them the race, or certainly made sure they didn't lose the race because of a puncture which damaged the bodywork.
It was modular designs that were designed out of the Audi R8 to stop it winning, to stop the advantage it had at Le Mans, because they were changing gearboxes in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Because the gearbox came with a complete rear modular deck. And that Ferrari's been built in exactly a similar way.
Yes,
front end and rear end.
It has, but does that then translate to when a power steering pump goes? Oh, Chris de Donkers obviously finishes dinner because he's there to greet the car with the lollipop. So race leader in, Haas RT, number 21. Jeff Michiels brought the car in. Didn't see it. Oh yeah, there is a driver change there. So Michiels jumps out. He's got his Ferrari suit on still. Is he, of course, a Ferrari suit? As a little bit of a oil top up, and then off they go. Very, very slick indeed.
Yeah, that's what you've got to continue doing. Nick and I were just talking about this when you were at dinner. You've got to continue that urgency about your pit stops. You've got to do it with focus. You've got to stay concentrated, and you'll be looking at the tyres still. You'll be looking to see what the tyre wear is like, if there's any changes. The track's evolving around the car. The car's going into the twilight now. The sun's coming down. It's going to be very low. It's going to be right in the driver's eyes at Tramonto, which is the hairpin before the long back stretch towards the Del Caro hairpin. Tramonto is the Italian for sunset, I've been led to believe. And as you can see there, the sun absolutely hurtling towards the horizon right there in the driver's eye view, heading into turn number 10, which is known as Tramonto.
So turn 8, Quercia, then up towards Tramonto now. And actually, funny enough, it's the first place that goes into the shadow, the turn 9 and 10 at Tremonto.
Do you know what quercia means, Peter?
No, I don't actually. Is it something to do with wood or a forest?
It absolutely is. It means oak.
Oh, that was a stab in the dark.
Wow.
There you go.
Was it really?
Yeah, well, because the oak that's used to make Scotch whisky casks, it was American oak, it's Quercus alba. If it was European, it's Quercus robur. That was where I got the guess from.
They translate it to English as oak. So I kind of named it the oak hairpin.
So it's like the VIR of Italy. It's like it's a oak tree corner. There's just no oak tree there anymore. I bet there was back in the day.
Do you know what Del Carro is? Which is the turn 14.
To do with a car.
It's wagon.
The car.
So
wagon.
yes.
Ah, yeah, close.
Yeah.
It's Carro.
Wagon curve. Yeah.
It's like in sort of Latin American style Spanish, you would say Carro, but it's coche.
Yes.
Spanish.
There you go.
So, in a very much Italian car, unfortunately, not prancing at the moment in the Era Motorsport garage is the huge number of personnel working over there, and I always feel sorry for the whole team at this point, but the driver must just sit there thinking every second must feel like a minute, and knowing that the time's ebbing away, knowing that your result is fading away, must be so frustrating. Notice there that Ryan Dale's got a bit of black tape on his visor, almost across the entire visor, which is lifted up, of course, perhaps just to try and block the sun out. This low sun is really quite intense at the moment. But not causing any problems, unfortunately, right now, because they're not out on circuit, as they're pouring over the car. All 1, 2, 3, 4 mechanics all staring into the front of the car, probably where the luggage compartment would be on a road-going 296 Ferrari. And there's still no sign yet. Although, what worryingly, Joe, the toilet roll, the kitchen roll has been brought out here, which means that there might be fluid leaking as well. Didn't jump as much that time.
No, because you were standing up.
Yeah. But this is never good when the kitchen roll comes out.
The what?
Would you agree?
No. Well, that they may be bleeding the system. They may be just running, replacing the fluid to get some pressure. It's effectively hydraulic pressure that is fundamentally how a power steering system works. They're changing the pump. That's the power steering pump. The kitchen roll is to stop the mess going all over the garage floor as you disconnect the pipes, of course. The yellow power steering fluid is effectively hydraulic fluid, isn't it? It's a little bit lighter than the sort of stuff you'd see on a truck. Sorry,
the taste
very bitter.
Oh, right. Okay.
Very, very bitter, yes.
Okay. Oh, dear.
Tastes different to petrol, tastes different to engine oil, which tastes different to gearbox oil.
Please don't try this at home, folks.
Do not try this at home.
Please don't. I mean,
not in large quantities, for sure.
For Era Motorsport now, there's 3 cars in the Pro-Am class. They will come home third. They've run a lot of laps, so it looks like second place in Pro-Am is slipping away from them now.
You know what, Peter? You mentioned there that they'd ran their AM drivers in the first half of this race, and I would argue with these guys that is not the optimum way to have run this race, leaving Ryan Diel and Nico Verdonk out until the second half. However, that's not why they're here. That is not why Era Motorsport have brought that Ferrari. They brought that Ferrari for Dwight Merriman to enjoy some seat time, Kyle Tilley to enjoy some seat time, Ryan Diel and Nico Verdonk to enjoy some seat time, and they're not necessarily in this to optimise their run, and they've been let down because their strategy would have worked and everybody would have gone away happy.
The strategy was fine. There's nothing wrong with the strategy. It's just they've got unlucky there at all. And to be honest, if they had a technical issue at the start, the result's the same. I don't think when the technical issue happens is going to affect the difference in the result, but I think it just takes away a case of how well would their strategy have worked out. No, I think they did it a good way, and you have to run your arm drivers for a certain minimum amount of time, and that's that's the way it is. It's a really tough one for Aero Motorsport, but they're here for the full season, and they'll pick up third place points. There's others in the Pro-Am class that aren't here, so that all goes towards it. And it's all about if you have a good Barcelona 24, you go and win the Barcelona 24. It's amazing how that can change the whole conversation straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. Some forlorn and worn-out faces down at Aero. They didn't really expect this one. They did not expect this one. This was a run to the flag, wasn't it? And they were going to see just where and how many people they could pick off in the GT3 class with their hotshot drivers Ryan Diel and Nico Verdonk being recruited in to drive that Ferrari this weekend. I believe we've got Jake Hill back for Paul Ricard. So live to fight another day. They're still on the podium though. They'll still get to meet and have the privilege of meeting Nick Damon as he takes us through our trophy presentation in about an hour and 45 minutes or so. We've got an hour and 20 of the race to complete before we know how those podiums are going to line up, and it's down to the number 21 Haas RT Audi to continue in this vein of commanding this lead. It's a one-lap lead, which might feel like a lot, but it's not. It can disappear in the blink of an eye. That's why you've got to keep the focus, keep the concentration. An hour and 20 minutes is still a long time. It's not, it's not the blink of an eye for sure, but all it takes is a blink of an eye in one lap. And then it's all up for grabs, isn't it? And that's why I think we've got the Red Ant Racing Mercedes with Yannick Redant keeping up the pressure as he pulls into fueling.
Yeah, they're trying. And the thing is as well, although the track conditions might be pretty optimal right now, the actual where the sun is really, really difficult now for the drivers. It'll be right in their eyes at several points of the circuit. In fact, Mathis Lismont has got his visor down completely. I mean, it's quite unusual nowadays to see GT drivers with their visor down. The exception to that,
you know why he's got his visor down, don't you?
Yes. When you got the visor, most drivers will have them up, but the only exception is the Corvette guys. They'll always have them down because they've got the helmet blower that goes in the top of the helmet.
Yeah.
But most of them they'll have, obviously they'll have the visor up. But Mathis Lismont's got the visor down with the kind of blue tint on it just to try and help with that sun glare.
Yeah. I wish we had that visor, Peter.
We could do with it right now. Yeah, we could do with it right now. The sun is just shining in the window of our commentary position at the moment.
On saying that, I'm glad it's shining in now and not this morning when it was at its hottest.
True.
Because that would have made this little greenhouse if I was good for growing tomatoes and cucumbers.
Yes, it would have. It would have. We'd had the aircon working much harder than it already was. As Red Ant come in to complete service as out hops Yannick with, of course, the yellow and green helmet. But given that he's called Ayrton, I think that's only the right thing to do. Full service with new tyres going on as well.
Yannick named after Yannick Dalmas, then?
I really hope so. That would be very cool.
I can't. Which other Yannick motorsport related?
I think Yannick Dalmas would be the four-time Le Mans winner. That's a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, I think so. There's Mark Goossens, another sports car legend. Talking of Yannick Dalmas, we are surrounded by them, and Mark Goossens, the team manager now at Red Ant. He's been a part of the Red Ant organisation in Carrera Cup and driver development in that team. We were chatting to them yesterday in the bar, and Bert Redant, to give it the Belgian pronunciation, the team principal and man behind Red Ant Racing, looking for drivers coming through karting, giving them an opportunity for testing in Carrera Cup. Let's head down to Diana, who is still with the 81 Ferrari. How's that power steering going, Di?
They have worked frantically on that car. They've now got it back out onto the pit apron. They took the front nose off and all the bodywork, replaced that, fixed the issue. And as you can see, that's Ryan behind the wheel making his way out there. Nico, did you discover how did they get it resolved in the end?
Can you repeat, please?
How did you get it resolved in the end?
I think they just changed the power steering box. So yeah, obviously cost valuable time, but I think we lost already enough time on track. But yeah, credits to the guys to replace it that quick and to solve it. So hopefully it's fine now, and yeah, we can finish the race cleanly. But for sure, P2 in class is gone.
I mean, it was impressive work by the team. They couldn't have done anything more.
No, indeed. But there you see, they're so experienced. They know what they're doing, and it's just a joy to work with every single member of ERA because it's they're so motivated, and everyone has a position for everything. So it's nice to see. But obviously, you don't want to see that. But we all know it's part of racing.
Okay, Nico, thank you.
Yeah.
That's a very fair.
Been around motorsport for a long time. He knows the highs and the lows of the sport, doesn't he?
Yeah,
doesn't come as any real surprise.
Yeah, it's a painful one. But they'll get to the finish now. Hopefully the car will behave itself now, and they've got an hour and 14 minutes to go. In fact, they might actually not even need to bring the car in. They might need a tiny wee splash, but if you need someone to save fuel, get a Scotsman on board.
Even if he has been living in America for 20 years, he'll still know how to save fuel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's or at least I spoke to a rally co-driver the other day. He says in Donegal we call it someone who's easy on plant, someone who's frugal. Which I quite like.
Easy on plant.
Easy on plant. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, tell you someone who's not going easy on plant at the moment is Matthias Lismont at the front of the field for Haas RT. They've won before in the Michelin 24-hour series, but it's not been an easy year for them actually. They've had a kind of revolving door of drivers actually throughout the opening few rounds, and this is certainly across the Middle East and European season, but this is them now getting into the Haas RT that we know, the relentless pace, the immaculate pit stops, the perfectly running car, etc., etc. That's what we've come to expect from Haas RT. I mean, right now, Joe, they're seemingly nowhere in the championship prior to this race.
Well, they didn't attend round one, remember, and scored very few points at round two. They're on schedule. I daren't say it, Peter, the way our look's been with regards to mentioning people and then something happening to them. I mean, that's not quite accurate what we're looking at there, by the way. So we'll wait for that to reassess itself.
Yeah, so they'd be in line to score 40 points if they finish where they are right now, which would put them on to 46 points, which would mean they would trail the overall leaders of Hoffa Racing by 24 points, and Jutta and Red Ant Racing would go to within 2 of the top of the GT3 Championship. Scuderia Praha only 4 points behind. So going into Paul Ricard, into the penultimate round of the season, of course, things are looking very spicy and wide open in GT3. And that's kind of been how this race has been. It has been wide open. It's not as if Haas blew everyone away in qualifying and pulled away at the front of the field. It's not been like that at all. They've had to be perfect all the way through to gain what is a pretty small advantage.
Yeah.
So, and certainly not a comfortable one with 72 minutes left on the clock. So it has been wide open. Proton Huber have had they've had the run at the front. Red Ant have been a pretty constant presence towards the front. Jutta, Audi, they were actually showed really strong pace earlier on as well. So and there's different. Was it going to be an Audi? Was it going to be a Porsche? Was it going to be an AMG Mercedes? Still could well work out that way. Nick Johnson back on board. He's been a busy boy today.
Yeah, he's had a great run, hasn't he? The RPM Racing Porsche has done what they've expected of it. All their drivers, just reminding me, Hamprecht in the car with these guys as and Tracy Krohn as well. Tracy drove an outstanding stint, not just once, not just twice even. They've had a strong showing from Philipp Amprecht.